Guang fell backward in pain, losing control. Its internal organs were injured and it spat out blood. After its move, Zio still maintained its defensive stance, saying, "I thought you looked like that." At this moment, Guang's outer shell had cracked. Zio provocatively said, "I didn't expect this to be just your mask, what an ugly face." Hearing this, it began to reshape its form, its body dissipating and coalescing like illusory smoke, responding angrily, its voice echoing, "You're getting arrogant while you can, aren't you? You won't have another chance." After its anger, Guang completely transformed. Its body was now just a thick black phantom emitting purple-blue smoke like hellfire. Between its sharp horns, a pair of white eyes and a cracked grin flickered with demonic light, each movement distorting space, as if even darkness was breathing with it. It declared this land as its chosen one. After seeing its change in form, Zio pondered, has it finally unleashed its full power? The spiritual energy of the rocket has been continuously draining. After all, it's not obtained from living beings. I must finish this quickly. Thinking this, it began to accumulate power again. Guang on the other side also started to charge, surrounded by blue flames. The two monsters swiftly pounced at each other, creating a massive impact that distorted the air. Guang struck first, tearing Zio's side armpit, but Zio showed no weakness, immediately swinging its body to charge. Crimson-purple energy flows erupting around its body, and it gently tore off one of Guang's arms with its tree roots. At this moment, all the tree roots opened their mouths, preparing to charge. The 9 great tree roots. The tree roots charged forward in unison, attacking the sphere Guang was preparing to create. The powerful force clashed with the hard outer shell of the sphere, causing the tree roots to be violently bounced back at a right angle. A cold breath spewed out, covering Guang, turning it to stone. Not only that, but Zio also continuously unleashed its Ice Age move. It immediately froze the entire city. Its opponent was also stunned after seeing this. But this didn't mean it would surrender. It immediately roared and fired electromagnetic waves at Zio. To avoid injury, Zio had to petrify various parts of its body to ensure complete safety. The electromagnetic waves seemed to devour Zio, and one of its tree roots was broken by Guang. Zio furiously shouted, "Get out of this city!" A sharp earthen spike protruded from the ice and snow, stabbing towards Guang, earth element. It could only endure the pain, passively taking hits. From the sky, countless gigantic buildings were suddenly lifted, suspended above Guang's head as if controlled by an invisible force. In an instant, all the buildings crashed down in unison, crushing the ground and its massive body. In a distant corner, Zixian was gazing at the frenzied battle between Zio and Guang. Zixian was expressionless. It had to admit Guang was very powerful. Despite enduring many attacks, it still struggled to stand up. It still roared angrily, "Why do you demand that I leave this place? Haven't you also come to this point through killing and growing? What right do you have to put on a show here?" Zio replied in a deep voice after hearing this. "Don't misunderstand," it declared to Guang that everything it did was not for humans. It added, "It's only because my companions want to do it that we act. Also, what about Zio and Zixian?" Zio's eyes lit up. "You heard him. I will definitely avenge this." Guang roared, "What did you say? For companions? For such a reason again?" It let out wild bursts of laughter. Zio watched it intently, not daring to relax in the slightest while Guang displayed contempt. "So you're arrogant. You're arrogant enough to fight me for such a reason." It gathered its power into a massive energy ball, shouting furiously, "I'll make you regret it, regret challenging me with such ignorant attitude." The energy ball expanded more and more, and Guang roared loudly. 9 Tails, the exotic tree, saw from a distance that the energy ball had already devoured the city's skyscrapers. It quickly warned everyone, "Everyone, retreat quickly." Xiaoling looked worriedly in the direction of the energy ball. "Master." A helicopter was attempting to approach the battlefield. The people inside commented, "This is too much. Can't the helicopter get any closer? Even from here, you can feel a heat wave. Any closer and we'll melt." Thousands of people also held their breath, watching through large screens. The battle was almost at its end. Which way will destiny ultimately lean? Many large screens were live streaming the battle between Zio and Guang, leaving people feeling lost and worried. Whether humanity would ultimately survive or be annihilated depended on this final blow. The shepherd boy sitting on a rock outside the grassland also tried to follow the news via radio. Zixian, covered in wounds, reached out to block some of the light sphere's power, anxiously shouting, "Divine tree. The light sphere is getting closer to Zio." Guang was utterly triumphant. "This is the final blow. Perish with your pathetic thoughts into this dust." With that, it violently hurled the massive light sphere at Zio. Zio roared, its heart resolute. Determined to block this blow no matter what, it reached out to catch the light sphere whose power rapidly spread, destroying the city's skyscrapers. Guang looked at Zio, letting out a low growl. Zio struggled to hold the light sphere, realizing the situation was dire. Its regeneration speed couldn't keep up with the destruction. The public continuously cheered it on, the helicopter joyfully reported. "The exotic tree has blocked it." Seeing this move, humans' confidence surged, and they continuously shouted, "You have our spiritual energy, don't lose." The crowd in front of the screens encouraged and cheered. "Beat it." Xiaoling stood far away but still had to exert all her strength to resist the light sphere's influence. The master, Qinggang and Jingji, looked in the direction of the purple halo, anticipating the outcome. Zio alone faced the massive light sphere. Seeing the light sphere unmoving, Ugwang wondered, damn it, why is this happening, can I really not defeat it? The ground beneath Yu Zayu's feet shattered under the immense pressure. Ugwang pushed the light sphere forward with all its might. Yu Zayu also showed no signs of giving up. I won't lose, and it's impossible for me to die. We will defeat you and continue to live. Ugwang's eyes filled with anger, but Yu Zayu continued to speak and took everyone away from here. Yu Zayu fought the light sphere with all its strength, loudly affirming, you can't win against me. The light sphere's destructive area grew larger and larger, finally exploding, leaving a field of smoke and dust before Ugwang. It laughed triumphantly. Finally got rid of you for being so arrogant. But then Yu Zayu suddenly appeared from the smoke, surprising Ugwang. It gaped, unable to believe its eyes. Yu Zayu shouted, my turn. The entire space seemed to freeze instantly. Time stopped and Yu Zayu's branches attacked simultaneously. 9 great tree roots. Ugwang had no time to resist and took the full brunt of the attack. Yu Zayu still didn't stop. It attacked continuously, giving Ugwang no chance to counterattack. Ugwang was struck high into the air by its branches. Severely wounded, it hovered in midair. Yu Zayu's fist transformed into a powerful flame. Everything should end now. Zixian watched from afar. It's over. Yu Zayu shouted. A powerful punch landed, shattering earth and rock. Yu Zayu retracted its fist. The system prompted. Target life stopped. Ugwang lay sprawled on the ground, its body gradually dissipating. Yu Zayu looked down at it with a few cracks on its own body. Yu Zayu loudly called out, Old 9. Zixian, standing in the distance, still clearly heard that name. Won this battle. Let's go home. Its eyes lit up, smiling happily. He Xiaoling smiled sweetly. Yu Zayu looked ahead. Behind it was the ravaged city, and the sunrise had begun to appear. Ugwang's body gradually dissipated. The reporter continued to report, Ugwang has been defeated. After 2 months, humanity burst into tears of joy, embracing each other to celebrate the victory. It had finally fallen. After enduring those dark, anxious days, people could finally see the light, and the public cheered. The operations headquarters staff also cheered, jumping for joy. That's great, the high-ranking official calmly revealed, a happy smile. Yu Zayu stood alone in the city center. After this fierce battle, the area had been razed to the ground. Zixian walked to its feet. Yu Zayu said somewhat apologetically, I didn't expect to damage the city like this. Zixian sighed. Human wars are even more terrifying than this. Yu Zayu asked Zixian, did you find the person you were looking for? Zixian replied sadly, no, I was too busy protecting everyone during the evacuation to look for her. Just then, Ninetails also appeared from behind, slowly walking over. Old 9 is here too. Just as Zixian turned back and called out, Big Sister, Ninetails stammered to inform, there's something unfortunate I have to tell you. Zixian was filled with worry. Immediately after, Yu Zayu extended its branches like a giant dragon, sending Zixian to the city outskirts. Ninetails' words kept replaying in Zixian's mind. Qing Gang said she was ambushed by shadow beasts while protecting the civilians' evacuation. The image of Shaolai's blood-stained gun lying quietly on the ground flashed in its mind. Ninetails also specifically added, you can't blame Qing Gang and the others for this. The scene was too chaotic and there were too many humans to protect. Zixian could only listen in silence, so Qing Gang erected a tombstone. Go take a look. Yu Zayu and Zixian both fell silent. Yu Zayu wound its way through the skyscrapers, heading towards its destination. Yu Zayu asked, what will you do after seeing the tombstone? Zixian's lips were tightly sealed. For a moment it didn't know what to do. The bamboo flute Shaolai gave it was still tied to its waist. Yu Zayu continued, you'll probably have a lot to say, right? Yu Zayu comforted it. Gather your courage and say goodbye to her. She is a strong girl and doesn't like sad endings, so don't cry. Zixian lowered its head and agreed, I understand, that would be cowardly. Zixian was brought to Shaolai's grave surrounded by blooming flowers. It stood before the tombstone muttering to itself. These flowers were planted by that girl Shaolai. It walked step by step to the grave. I truly owe everyone a great deal. It didn't cry but calmly said, Shaolai, do you see, I won't encounter danger anymore, I've become stronger. A gentle breeze blew, scattering falling leaves. I never expected to meet again this way. Perhaps this is the last time we'll see each other. Although it's hard to let go. Zixian softly spoke its farewell, but there will eventually be a day for goodbye. I won't cry anymore, I will continue to be brave, because this world won't stop for anyone. It told Shaolai that the lesson it learned from this battle was that crying was meaningless, and only by continuously moving forward could one grow. This is a truth I only understood after you protected me, Zixian loudly said. I swear to Shaolai you can let go. Suddenly a very familiar voice called out behind it. Kizai, its tattered cape fluttered in the wind. It froze for a moment, then slowly turned its head. Shaolai appeared, her pink hair fluttering in the wind. Zixian recalled Yu Zayu's question, what will you do after seeing her? At that time it didn't know how to answer. You have a lot to say to her, right? But at this moment all its emotions collapsed and tears and snot flowed incessantly. Long time no see, I'm sorry I ran away back then. But I'm back. Shaolai smiled, looking at it gently, with many things she wanted to say. Zixian loudly called her name, then quickly ran over, Shaolai. Seeing it, Shaolai couldn't help but get emotional, tears welling up. It remembered Yu Zayu's reminder, don't cry, bravely say goodbye to her. Although it had promised not to cry, tears streamed out like a broken dam. I understand that was cowardly. It no longer cared about its image as a swordsman panda but trembled and burst into tears. I thought I'd never see you again in this life. Shaolai, who had been a beautiful girl just a minute ago, now also sobbed and cried. She knelt on the grass embracing Zixian. You silly thing, Zixian threw itself into her arms like a child. I'm going to settle scores with the divine tree and I'm going to beat up Big Sister. A man silently stood behind a large tree happy for their reunion. In the distance, Uzio and Ninetails stood side by side on a high rock looking around. Uzio said, consider it a small revenge. Next time I won't let it off. Then it gave an order to Ninetails. Ninetails informed the 4 kings and Qinggang. The task of protecting the civilians will be handed back to the human army. It's time for us to withdraw. Ninetails obediently complied. Yes. Uzio still had some concerns about old Nine. Zixian was now happily chatting with Xiaolai. Uzio looked up at the sky. Let it choose for itself. A person in a black robe knelt and reported, Ling Ji, all the shadow beasts in the city have been cleared. He Xiaoling looked into the distance, responding nonchalantly. She smiled and ordered, good, let's withdraw. The operations headquarters began to argue again, now that Uguang has been defeated. But there are exotic beasts everywhere in the city. What if they refuse to leave? There are still a large number of civilians in their hands. We can't imagine if they would use them to threaten us. The purple-haired girl ran in, shouting loudly. Leader, she quickly reported. The Misty Mountain exotic beasts have all withdrawn. The high-ranking official lowered his head, feeling somewhat ashamed because of what he had just said. The situation had gradually returned to normal. All civilians had also been handed over to the army. The public also began to develop a favorable impression of the exotic beasts. The Misty Mountain exotic beasts saved us. They might not be as bad as we thought. Will the country still crusade against them in the future? This time so many people were saved, all thanks to the exotic beasts. This made the public grateful. They saved many of us this time. We owe them a great debt. If White Tiger could be my mount, that would be great. The high-ranking official cursed angrily. While Uzio happily returned, a high-ranking official was displeased, feeling tricked. The city was a mess at the moment. Smoke had not yet completely cleared, and something emerged from underground. Uguang had not been completely annihilated, but it was no longer as massive as before. It had already anticipated the worst, luckily retaining a clone, otherwise it would have died. Just you wait, I'll definitely get my revenge. As soon as it roared, it was grabbed by a large hand. Zishan's older brother appeared, grabbing Uguang's head and lifting it from the ground. Did you hurt my brother? Uguang pleaded in terror. Wait. But how could Zishan's older brother easily let Uguang go? It opened its massive mouth and spewed a huge flame, burning Uguang's remnants to ashes. This still did not quell the anger in its heart. It stood beside another huge bear and asked, where is the second one now? The white bear replied, he's with a human girl. Should I call him out? But Zishan's brother didn't do so. Never mind, it walked forward alone. We'll meet again sooner or later. Back to where Xiaolai and Zixian met, surrounded by flowers and sunshine making the scene picturesque. Xiaolai covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide with surprise. Qinggang and Jingji both liked it but were held back. Zixian wiped its nose with its hand, swearing, if I'm lying, I'm a little dog. The zookeeper from back then also leaned in to listen to the gossip. Wait, aren't White Tiger and Jingji partners? Don't they have feelings? Zixian stroked its chin, thinking that after the divine tree asked that question, things suddenly seemed complicated. I'll ask again when I get back, the keeper happily said. Such a small place like Misty Mountain and so many rumors, Xiaolai asked. Go back? Do you want to return to Misty Mountain? She seemed reluctant to let Zixian go. Can't you stay? Zixian looked at her with determined eyes, slowly explaining, I owe everyone too much. If it weren't for the divine tree this time, perhaps we wouldn't have met again. It smiled and said, but I'm not going back for repayment. It smiled even more brightly, its eyes filled with happiness. I'm going back for my home. Xiaolai understood and no longer tried to hold it back, smiling and agreeing. Zixian handed the bamboo flute to Xiaolai. Xiaolai, I'll leave this with you, returning it to you. I've kept it very well. She looked down, her eyes a bit sad. I don't need it. On the sunny grassland, Xiaolai and Zixian stood face to face. This flute has been away from me for too long. I've grown used to not having it around. Zishan's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing her words. Just keep it for now, Xiaolai said with a smile. Return it to me next time. Zixian clutched the flute tightly in its hand, happily agreeing. Uzio's branches, which had been hiding in the bushes eavesdropping, immediately returned as well. Uzio then pretended to be impatient and left. Zixian rode on a large eagle's back, rushing back quickly, calling out loudly. Ninetails smiled happily, seeing that it was willing to return with them. The three of them embarked on their journey home, back to Misty Mountain, where even with the sun high it was still shrouded in thick mist. Uzio sighed, it's been a long time since I returned to Misty Mountain. It's most comfortable here. Cold Wind immediately appeared, kneeling to greet it. Divine Tree, Uzio asked Cold Wind about the situation in Misty Mountain during its absence. Cold Wind, during our absence. Nothing happened, right? Cold Wind respectfully replied, everything is fine. Uzio leisurely opened the system to check. Upon opening the attribute panel, the system immediately displayed evolution points 180,420. It squinted, pondering. Strange, why didn't my evolution points increase at all after killing a transcendent rank 4 this time? It was shocked to realize. Could it still be alive? The system transported Uzio to its consciousness space for a dialogue. This was the first time something like this had happened, leaving Uzio somewhat flustered. Here the system spoke. Uzio, Zio said with some annoyance. It's you again. What do you want this time? The system immediately warned. The manifestation of darkness has appeared. The next participant's existence is a power beyond the reach of followers, Zio retorted. Are you saying that the ancient creature I killed was the crisis you spoke of? The system said like a prophecy. In the future, you will fall into a desperate battle, and you will lose everything. Zio listened silently. If you cannot achieve victory, you will fall into the cycle of reincarnation. If you achieve victory, you will only be alone. Things are even darker than you imagine. The system warns you that you must be prepared to die in this battle. These words made Zio feel confused and worried, but it wasn't afraid. Darkness was about to descend, and it was even more determined to protect those it loved. Then bring it on. Zio looked determinedly at the azure sky of Misty Mountain. I will never lose. In another place, the surrounding scene looked very calm. The sky was azure, and the waves gently lapped, but suddenly there was a huge tremor, and a massive creature appeared, carrying an entire island on its back. A giant whale carrying an island on its back dived deep into the seabed, arriving before an ancient artifact shaped like a ship's rudder. This monster was gazing at the ancient object, then it spoke. O Sea Clan prophet, please lead the Sea Clan towards the true path of evolution, so that the Sea Clan may ascend to the pinnacle of all races. After speaking, it immediately turned and left. The scene switched to Yu-Zio's trunk, where an ice elemental spirit flower was now growing. Yu-Zio asked itself, after absorbing so many ice spirit stones, an ice elemental spirit flower has already condensed on my head. Who is this one for? Just as it was contemplating, Ninetails walked over from somewhere and asked, Master, you can now freely change your body size and have taken control of much land. Why don't you go out and explore the vast world? Yu-Zio replied, Go out, I will definitely go out, but now is not the time. Not far away, the spirit flower, having heard their conversation, walked up to Yu-Zio and asked, Divine Tree, may I follow you? It happily replied, Of course, with you here, my cultivation speed will increase significantly. No sooner had it spoken than Zixian passed by them from somewhere, talking on the phone and saying, Hello Shaolai, I've arrived, don't worry. Haha, I've eaten. How about you? After hanging up, the four of them took a photo together, and then Zixian left. Yu-Zio watched it leave and said, That kid has been very strange lately. Ninetails also agreed, Indeed, the more I see it, the more I dislike it. Just then, the system notification sounded, and the ice elemental spirit flower took shape. Hearing this, Yu-Zio's mood became even more joyful, saying, The ice elemental spirit flower is finally complete. Well then, little white tiger immediately ran over and responded, but was then unceremoniously picked up by Yu-Zio and placed elsewhere. Meanwhile, White Snake also came before Yu-Zio and said, Divine Tree. Yu-Zio handed it the ice elemental spirit flower, saying, Eat this spirit flower. Hearing this, it couldn't help but ask excitedly, Such a precious thing, you're giving it to me to eat? Before Yu-Zio could answer, it had already put the flower in its mouth, happily saying, Thank you, Divine Tree. No sooner had it finished eating than its body suddenly floated in midair, emitting a dazzling light. Yu-Zio quickly covered its eyes with its hand, exclaiming, So blinding. After a while, White Snake finished evolving. At this moment, its body was covered with scattered greenish-blue scales, and a cluster of blue flames appeared on its head. After evolving, its eyes became incredibly cold and clear. Looking at White Snake, Yu-Zio couldn't help but exclaim, This is truly beautiful. White Snake was excitedly floating in the air, happily saying, Divine Tree, I can fly now. At the same time, the system also displayed a notification to Yu-Zio. Minor divine ability, cloud riding and fog driving, can travel by wind, speed as fast as lightning. After reading, Yu-Zio couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. Why can they fly as soon as they evolve? Why can't I? Not far away. The other exotic beasts of Misty Mountain also looked at White Snake with envious eyes. Meanwhile, White Snake had already run to Yu-Zio's side, rubbing affectionately against Yu-Zio's face, saying, Master, I will always love you. Yu-Zio felt its joyful mood and also became happy, saying, Let me see your attributes. Then a system notification appeared. Elemental Flood Dragon, Transcendent Rank 2 Innate Talent, Control of Ice, can absolutely control ice. Cold Current Breath can freeze all things. Special ability, Cold Current Manipulation, can control the spread direction of cold currents. Elemental Incarnation, can transform into an elemental. Frost Armor enhances defense. Flood Dragon Body, a body surpassing its rank, granting strength and speed. Absolute Freeze can freeze everything. Minor divine ability, Cloud Riding and Fog Driving. After reading, Yu-Zio couldn't help but exclaim, This girl actually has 2 innate talents, and both are quite powerful offensive talents, with many special abilities as well. With long-term cultivation, this girl will definitely become a very strong combatant. Thinking this, Yu-Zio said to White Snake, Little White, cultivate diligently. Perhaps one day you can transform into a true dragon. Dragons are the most powerful creatures in this world, awe-inspiring beings. By then you will be the strongest combatant in Misty Mountain. White Snake felt even happier upon hearing this, smiling and replying, The scene switched. Over a month had passed since Yu-Zio defeated Uguang. Yu-Zio was now overseeing Misty Mountain, with Qinggang, the Arctic white bear and the whale, sent to guard the northern frontier. Time flew by and another 8 days passed, when a major event occurred on the Australian continent. The Australian continent, once a living fossil land of the world, had now become a paradise for exotic beasts, one of the most dangerous areas in the world. On the 38th day after Uguang was defeated, a colossal roar shook heaven and earth. the world's first dragon appeared with a strength of transcendent rank 3, a voice like thunder, a shape like a mountain range, and wings like a category 12 hurricane. The investigation team sent to investigate the anomaly could only prepare for death. They stood dumbfounded before the scene, their faces pale with fear, and said with trembling voices, "Another dragon." Soon after, the Free Federation, Washaw Federation, Luo Nation and the 10 Nations Alliance all received the news. The whole world was once again plunged into crisis. At this moment the television was broadcasting images of the giant dragon. It was enormous, covered in black dragon scales. In the meeting they exclaimed, "A giant dragon and a legendary evil dragon at that." A red-haired man said worriedly, "Are mythical creatures going to start appearing in this world again?" A white-clad man, seemingly a researcher, replied, "This one hasn't fully evolved yet. It hasn't truly grown wings, it's still only a sub-dragon." Hearing this, a brown-haired man stood up and asked, "Species of this level have already evolved. What's the difference between a sub-dragon and a giant dragon?" The researcher replied, "First, a difference in strength. Giant dragons are fully evolved creatures, while sub-dragons are only creatures that have just broken through. In other words, we must kill it now. If we wait until it completes its evolution, we will then experience an even more brutal battle. Washaw and Australia. If we can get the corpse of a giant dragon, it will definitely take evolutionary research to the next level. Slaying the dragon must be done." The scene switched to Misty Mountain. Uzio was now observing a piece of paper through a telescope, saying, "A giant dragon in Australia. It seems dragons have already appeared in this world. Xiaoling has already been called to discuss this matter. Given the Uguang incident, perhaps all nations will work together to solve this. Acting alone will result in huge sacrifices. Although this has nothing to do with me, I should still tell Jingji to pay attention if the sub-dragon can join us meanwhile in the human base." A line of soldiers was forming up ready to set out. Xiaoling was among them. Her expression was now very blank. At this time, Uzio's subordinates in Misty Mountain were gathered in one place. Once everyone was present, Uzio began to speak. The Misty Mountain Legion was now taking shape. "My subordinates include apes, cockroaches, wild boars, ants, mouse clan, spiders, wind wolves, gorillas, Arctic bear clan." Finally it pointed in a direction and shouted, "Cold Wind." Immediately after, Cold Wind appeared where it pointed, responding, "Here." Uzio then asked it, "Was the previous news accurate?" He replied, "Completely accurate. This information was confirmed at the cost of thousands of Mouse Clan members. There is a medium-sized fire elemental spirit stone mine in the abandoned town of the Western Wasteland. The number of casualties among the Mouse Clan this time seems a bit troubling." After hearing his report, its expression darkened, and it said, "I understand. I will remember your contributions. What kind of place is the Western Wasteland? It's time to go see it." Just then, a system notification appeared. "Darkness is manifesting in this world. If you cannot stop them, you will lose everything and fall into despair." Uzio replied with sharp eyes, "I will not fall into despair. I will keep evolving until I stand at the top of the world." The scene switched to the Western Wasteland, full name Western Desert, originally an endless desert in the old era, but after the advent of the Transcendent Era it became a dangerous place. At this moment only a lizard sat on a rock in the center of the desert. Suddenly a gigantic foot crushed the spot where it had been. That was Uzio's army advancing towards the Western Wasteland. Each of them had eyes full of fighting spirit. Flash now picked up a handful of sand and asked Qingfeng, "Don't you think the color of the sand here is a bit off?" Qingfeng observed carefully and replied, "Dark red sand, and the air is filled with a faint smell of blood." Hearing them, Ninetail's eyes widened in awe. An endless sea of dark red sand. How many massacres did it take for it to become like this, unlike the others? White Tiger and Orang were currently panting, sighing inwardly, "So tired, I really want to rest." Uzio noticed their mood and struck them with a tree root, saying disapprovingly, "Hurry up and go, I called you here for special training." At this moment on the beach a pair of eyes peeked out to observe the surroundings. Then it locked onto Zixian, who was playing on his phone and not paying attention to his surroundings, and this lizard pounced on him. It opened its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow Zixian whole. But Zixian, with a light punch, deformed its face and sent it flying aside. Then Zixian, ignoring the lizard lying unconscious on the ground, was answering Xiaolai's call, saying dejectedly, "Xiaolai, no signal. I'm still in the desert." Meanwhile, just as the lizard died, a system notification also sounded in Uzio's ear. "Killed Transcendent Rank 1 Desert Giant Lizard. Evolution points increased by 50,000. Evolution points, 420,449. The scene switched. It was now dusk. Uzio and its companions were still marching in the Western Wasteland, walking and fooling around, some even falling into sandworm pits. Under Uzio's furious gaze, a mutated mountain goat ran over from somewhere to attack Uzio but was easily killed by it. Then, its eyes gleaming, it looked at its evolution points, displayed as 420,449. Suddenly, Zixian and White Tiger ran towards it joyfully. Zixian was showing off a green scorpion, and a group of them gathered curiously to observe. Through the system notification, Uzio also learned its origins. Mutated black scorpion, level 6 entry rank, innate talent, adamantine poison sting, uses venom to stiffen enemies' bodies and absorb their life force. Special ability, rapid recovery, absorbs enemy life force to recover its own injuries. Barbed tail sting, can freely manipulate tail length. Diamond scorpion armor, enhances defense. Looking at the scorpion, the spirit flower couldn't help but happily embrace it, grinning foolishly. Seeing this, Uzio also grinned, unable to stop smiling, while Uzio was still searching for the western wasteland stone veins. On the other side of the continent, a dragon was hovering in the air. It opened its mouth wide to accumulate energy, then shot an energy beam towards the human army. They were unable to resist and were sent flying. Several individuals possessing some ability managed to withstand its attack without being thrown, and the entire land was split in two. The dragon showed no signs of stopping. It roared, preparing for the next wave of attack. Everyone looked at it with resigned expressions, asking helplessly, "Damn it, how can we defeat it?" Xiaoling looked around. Her eyes deep, then her gaze became firm. She thought to herself, "The power of this dragon has surpassed our imagination. It seems I must bring out my true strength." But just as she was about to act, a heavy footstep sounded, making her turn her head. A female knight holding a long sword said with firm eyes, "You all retreat." Xiaoling immediately recognized the other party's identity, thinking to herself, "That's a knight from the Sun Never Sets Empire." Then the knight displayed a special ability, Knight's Defense, which could block all physical effects. It was an indestructible entity. No sooner had she completed her ability than the dragon shot another energy beam at them. She seemed to be under immense pressure, gritting her teeth to hold on. At this moment, a protective shield had been erected, helping everyone withstand the dragon's attack, while she alone bore the pressure from the dragon. The dragon was continuously firing energy beams from its mouth. Suddenly, figures appeared, Uzio's subordinates, observing everything from afar as the dragon's attack ceased. The female knight immediately ordered a charge. Following her command, everyone launched a full-scale assault simultaneously. Consecutive moves struck it, even making it stagger. In the distance, the exotic beast still observed quietly. The kangaroo exotic beast seemed to be the leader. It displayed a cruel smile, looking at the dragon. After a series of attacks, the dragon had now fallen. Watching it heavily injured on the ground, people shouted excitedly, "It's down!" At this moment, blood flowed from its mouth and its eyes gradually weakened. People also seized the opportunity to rush forward, shouting, "It's at a disadvantage. Everyone attack!" But just as people were about to get close, the dragon roared, generating a pressure that oppressed everyone. Their faces changed drastically, and they asked, "Why such a sudden, intense, oppressive force? Oh no, is it coming from that sub-dragon?" People observed the dragon, only to realize that its face had also changed drastically at this moment. Xiaoling was the first to notice the anomaly. No, it wasn't it. The people behind now noticed a group of exotic beasts standing on a distant mountaintop. They conversed. Various exotic beasts gathered together. This sight was like the Misty Mountain Legion. Just as people were wondering, the dragon spoke. "You foolish humans, you don't even know you're being used to weaken me, then to wipe out everyone here," one of them asked in horror. "What?" At this moment, the kangaroo suddenly appeared before the dragon and said, "Long time no see, Knight." Only then did people react, quickly moving away from the two exotic beasts. One of them asked in fear, "How did he get so close to us?" On the other side, the kangaroo exotic beast continued, "What the king did was merely anger at you for not only wanting to enslave all tribes, but also wanting to manifest in the human world during your breakthrough, exposing everything to humans." Knight asked, "So you're allied with humans?" The kangaroo replied, "That's right, without our permission, they couldn't even reach the shore." Hearing this, the human army angrily shouted, "No wonder we found the sub-dragon so smoothly after landing. Was it all their doing?" The kangaroo continued, "The king does not allow us to suffer great losses, nor does he allow your corpse to be taken by humans. Only humans can be sent to their deaths. In short, neither your betrayal nor the existence of Misty Mountain is permitted." Knight, after listening, roared and mocked, "I am the king." Looking at the aura it exuded, people were astonished. The sub-dragon's aura had strengthened again. This guy indeed had a trump card left. It continued to condense an energy ball in its mouth, saying resentfully, "Die, you stinky rat." But just then, a mutated lizard rushed out from somewhere and bit its neck. Another exotic beast also appeared in the air, condensing energy in its hand and saying, "Energy sphere." With that, it threw the sphere at Knight's face. Knight roared and gathered strength in its legs, jumped up and lunged at the kangaroo with its massive mouth open. The kangaroo looked at it with malicious eyes and said calmly, "Go in peace, we will savor every bit of your flesh." With that, a loud bang echoed through the mountains. The human army quickly fled, reporting, "Retreat, evacuate quickly, or the entire army will be annihilated. You, people from Yinghua Kingdom, take out the dragon egg and prioritize the evacuation of the Yinghua Kingdom people." Seeing their intention to take the dragon egg, several exotic beasts rushed over to snatch it, saying, "Hand it over." But just then Xiaoling suddenly appeared and slashed them with her fire sword. She said with sharp eyes, "Don't even think about getting past me." Knight also turned back to look behind it. Watching the humans leave with its egg, its eyes became gentle and it thought, "Go, my child, go as far as you can." The scene switched to a certain volcanic rock area. Here were red snakes, transcendent rank 2, fire pythons. Zio said excitedly, "Finally found it. There are 4 rank 2 fire pythons in the fire spirit or vein." At this moment they also discovered Uzio and attacked it simultaneously. Uzio simply said softly, "I'll leave it to you." Then it retreated to the back. Nine Tails was now dealing with one fire python and Flash was dealing with another, easily shattering the fire python's body. Zixian also gathered power and unleashed an ice punch. Subsequently, the 2 fire pythons were frozen. In the distance, a girl was observing the entire battle. Her face filled with worry. She asked herself, What is that tree? At this moment Flash was punching a fire python's head. Zixian also descended from the sky, punching another. Qingfeng had already appeared on the head of another, pressing its claws against its eyes. Unlike them, Meringue and White Tiger were being attacked by another fire python, completely unable to resist. Just as they were in danger, a tree root suddenly shot out, easily piercing the fire python's neck. A system notification also sounded. Gained 180,000 evolution points, absorbed 50,000 spiritual energy. At this moment, seeing its companion killed, another fire python angrily rushed towards Zio. Zio merely glanced at it, saying softly, "Overestimating your abilities." After it approached, looking at the small python before it, Zio asked, "So, still want to fight?" Looking at its size, the fire python was stunned. Then Zio took the opportunity to release its aura. The moment they felt its aura, the remaining 3 fire pythons bowed their heads without hesitation, choosing to submit. Seeing that they had submitted, Zio said softly, "Not too foolish." Ninetails, seeing their submission, also said softly, "So many fire-attributed companions have been added." Meanwhile, Zixian continued to stare at his phone, holding it up and sighing, "Why is there still no signal?" In the distance, the green-haired girl said with some fear at this moment, "Oh my god, the fire python clan was subjugated just like that?" No sooner had she finished speaking than Zio turned and glanced at her. She hid behind a rock in fear, shouting, "I've been discovered, run!" With that, she didn't hesitate, trying to leave at the fastest possible speed. However, one of Zio's tree roots stopped her at this moment and asked, "Where do you think you're going?" Then it looked at the girl before it in shock. The girl was human above the waist and snake below. Zixian also chased over at this moment and said, "Someone's here." She looked around and found herself surrounded by exotic beasts. She trembled and said in horror, "I'm surrounded." Zio replied, "Not human but a human-like creature." Seeing that Zio hadn't recognized her species, the girl shouted angrily, "I am a snake woman." Then her eyes glowed and she said defiantly, "You won't catch me." With that, she unleashed a minor divine ability, petrification. Anyone her eyes met would turn to stone. The light from her eyes quickly shone on Zio's tree roots. Feeling the condition of its body, it asked itself, "My body is turning to stone?" Seeing that she dared to petrify Zio, Ninetails suddenly appeared beside her, with sharp eyes, saying, "You're asking for death." Then it spewed a stream of flames, but she quickly dodged. Other exotic beasts sensed Ninetails' anger and immediately dodged, saying, "Oh no, run." At this moment, the light emanating from her eyes became even brighter. Then she transformed into a gigantic snake, and light also burst from her eyes. Looking at Ninetails easily dodging her gaze, she sighed softly, "This fox is too fast, I can't catch it." Suddenly an explosion sounded. The snake woman transformed into a gigantic snake, intending to devour Ninetails. Seeing this, Juxian cried out in fear with its mouth wide open. The snake woman at this moment used spiritual energy to transform her body into a giant snake, attacking Ninetails, while angrily shouting, "Die!" Ninetails, seeing this, also used spiritual energy to transform into a giant body and calmly replied, "That's not necessarily true." Then they engaged in a struggle. Ninetails spewed a large stream of flames at the snake woman. The snake woman in turn shot her gaze at Ninetails' flames. The two attacks collided at this moment. Subsequently, Ninetails' flames were suddenly petrified. Seeing this, it was stunned. Even flames could be petrified. "If that's the case," it said. Then it unleashed a massive burst of flames, covering its entire body. The snake woman, seeing this, was somewhat afraid, but still tried hard to resist. Looking at her, Ninetails asked itself, "What's wrong with this fox? Its spiritual energy seems boundless." Meanwhile, Juxian and Orang were struggling to run out of the sea of fire, complaining as they ran, "So hot, I can't take it anymore." Feeling the power emanating from Ninetails, Zio secretly nodded. Good, Ninetails' strength has improved quite a bit again. At this moment, the snake woman was still struggling to resist Ninetails' flames, but in reality, her true body had quietly escaped from the center of the battlefield. She ran, anxiously looking back at the situation, thinking that she should take advantage of the smoke to slip away, as continuing to fight like this would be fruitless, not to mention it had so many companions. Even so, she still couldn't escape Zio's gaze. Zio's tree roots transformed into a massive mouth opening to devour her, while asking, "Where are you going?" She looked in shock at the tree roots preparing to devour her. She was stunned. Zio's tree roots quickly devoured her and then didn't stop, directly piercing into the sand. The surrounding smoke and dust caused by the tree roots gradually dissipated. Zio looked ahead with a puzzled expression, only to see the snake woman had fainted, foaming at the mouth, looking somewhat astonished. Scared unconscious, tree roots gently coiled around the fiery red stones. Zio absorbed the spirit stones and sighed. There are more fire spirit stones here than at Panda's place. Even Ninetails, who always hated cultivation, was now quietly absorbing. It thought that next it would like the little box in its hand. "It's really magical." Juxian said, "This is the phone Xiaolai gave me." A song played on the phone. "We broke up just like that. Love isn't what you want. Let's play Free Fire after breaking up." She jumped up happily. "This song is so moving," Juxian showed off, "and there's more and more." Zio sighed, "I have to say Panda is really good at socializing." The system displayed Snake Human Clan Transcendent Rank 2 Innate Talent. Sand Manipulation, has terrifying control over sand, can easily corrode land into desert. Special abilities: Snake Form, moves with the inertia of a snake. Soft Body, can freely extend and contract its body, reducing some physical damage. Sand Escape, can easily blend into the sand. Azure Scaled Snake Tail, can generate sonic booms. A full power strike can shatter mountains. Minor divine ability, petrification, everything in its line of sight can be petrified, Zio exclaimed. I didn't expect her to have a minor divine ability, it said to the snake woman. My new companion, I have a gift for you, do you like it? The snake woman's eyes lit up. Really? I want an Apple phone, it said. I'll give you something much better than a phone, she said dejectedly. I don't want it, I just want a phone, Juxian whispered. The divine tree doesn't understand these things, it's very out of touch, the snake woman shouted. I want a phone, give me a phone, Juxian also chimed in. The divine tree is a bumpkin. Zio took something down for the snake woman and she quickly recognized it. It was life essence. The snake woman absorbed it without hesitation, happily saying, I feel like I've become stronger, not just feel but truly stronger, Zio said. From now on you are one of us and you must not betray us, understand? Juxian and the snake woman shouted in unison. Let's go fight, Ninetails, let's fight, Zio said angrily. Stop causing trouble, it sensed an anomaly. An object flew in, rushing towards it like a rocket. Zio placed the snake woman into its tree roots. It was panting, seemingly out of breath. I flew for a day and a night and finally found it. Divine tree, Zio questioned. What happened? After listening to Duzun's account, Zio couldn't help but be surprised. A dark sub-dragon's egg, it thought. This is not good news. Even if this generation of humans doesn't come for me, there's no guarantee the next won't. Zio turned to Juxian and the others and said, Stop playing, there's a mission. Go back to Ludong to seize the dragon egg from the Yinghua Kingdom transcendent beings. It then looked at Ninetails. As for the Federation's dragon egg, Ninetails was still breaking through. Zio commanded, Flash, you few stay here and protect Ninetails. It immediately obeyed. Yes, Zio affirmed. This time I will personally intervene with the Federation's people. Humans obtained 4 dragon eggs during the Sub-Dragon Crusade. The Night King of the Sun Never Sets Empire obtained 1, the strongest Free Federation country obtained 1, Yinghua Kingdom obtained 1, and the last one was obtained by Washa. Both East and West had gains in that land. Imperial Crocodile, Panzu were surprised. Dragon Egg, Ox Demon said. This is news from Miss Linger. It remained silent. You humans have acquired a transcendent rank 3 dragon egg. This is not good news for us either. The combination of humans and iron-eating beasts is already giving us headaches. Imperial Crocodile, Panzu and Ox Demon looked ahead, realizing that if humans and dragons were to cooperate in the future, that would be a huge problem. A massive cargo ship was gradually crossing the ocean. Federation personnel stood at the port. They were back. Prepare to welcome them, he said. I never expected this trip to bring back a dragon egg. Once it matures, we won't have to fear the animals of Misty Mountain anymore. Suddenly, a figure quickly swept past him from above. Boss, something's not right. The ship was eerily quiet with no movement. He exclaimed, What? No movement? A pillar of fire suddenly erupted, incinerating the entire ship. An explosion sounded. It was Empress Ji. Xiaoling clenched her jaw as 2 enormous objects gradually rose from the water, and a large number of exotic beasts surrounded the ship. He was stunned. Transcendent rank 2 exotic beasts. Why would the ship and the exotic beast gradually sail into the port? The knight stood there. Having come all this way, wouldn't it have been better to act earlier? Why wait until we landed to snatch this egg? It stood proudly among the exotic beasts. An exotic beast from the Australian continent, he questioned. Why didn't you act sooner? It replied. Because there was a message to convey to the king of this continent, so we had to use you as guides, it added. If you find it rude, I apologize, the knight said contemptuously. Your polite attitude truly sickens me. We'd rather die than let you come ashore. People screamed as a large number of sea beasts emerged from the seabed. Must fight these exotic beasts, they gritted their teeth and shouted. Damn it! A Federation soldier leapt up, his weapon touching the exotic beast's skin, making it scream in pain. The Federation soldiers gradually gained the upper hand, and the exotic beasts also bared their fangs without weakness. One person ordered, Evade! His dart flew directly into the exotic beast, rendering it unconscious and sending it plummeting into the sea. With a loud splash, something fell. Xiaoling appeared from behind the hazy smoke. Empress Ji Xiaoling, the exotic beast laughed mockingly. Humans are too weak. How can you be the rulers of this world for so many years? Xiaoling said in a deep voice. What, are you envious? It rushed over. I will put an end to you, a voice warned. Don't be careless. These exotic beasts are from the Australian continent. They're here to declare war, he said. One Misty Mountain is already enough trouble. Don't come here to join the fun. 2 enormous energy spheres gradually grew larger. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Defense formation! The exotic beast's energy attack immediately struck but was blocked by the Federation soldier's shield. Sparks and smoke plumes filled the air. As the dust gradually settled, a long trail appeared on the ground left by his inertial slide. He thought blocking it once was the limit. I can't block it a second time. The dragon egg was entangled by the exotic beast's tail. It proudly stepped on the corpses of Federation soldiers as if declaring victory. It said, Humans are not all weak. It folded its arms, but the ruler of this continent should change. Immediately after, countless exotic beasts emerged from the seabed. Federation soldiers cried out in terror. There are still so many gigantic exotic beasts. The exotic beasts united to gather energy spheres, preparing for the next wave of attack. He was panicked. It said cheerfully, Goodbye, humans. Suddenly, a beam of light streaked over its head. The exotic beasts behind it were instantly cut in half. Its eyes were only white as it looked back, and a huge foot approached. People looked up at it in surprise. It smiled, finally making an appearance. Zio slowly approached the king of Misty Mountain. Xiaoling relaxed slightly after seeing it. Master, he was stunned. This oppressive feeling. Couldn't be mistaken, voices discussed. It's the tree demon from Bayou Canyon. Why has it become so small? It urged its tree roots to deeply embed into the ground, and its massive form here also took root. It questioned. Did you just call me king? Who are you? The exotic beast introduced itself. I am an exotic beast from the Australian continent. Our king has always hoped to meet you. Zio asked. Your king wants to meet me, it said. Our king hopes to join forces with you to unify this continent. The Federation soldiers trembled. Unify? Xiaoling was shocked by this statement. The entire continent. Its aura became surging and powerful. That's right, to create a world exclusively for our survival. What do you say? Join us and completely defeat humanity? Zio said in a deep voice. Get lost, it replied. That's a shame. Immediately after, a large number of destructive light spheres began to activate. Wrong answer, Zio commanded. I don't have time to play guessing games with you. Leave the egg and get out of here, it continued, or you and they will all die here. Immediately after, countless energy spheres were fired. These energy spheres shot towards Zio. It shouted, Tree King, from this day forward you and I are enemies. At its command, the energy spheres were launched with immense power. He trembled. It's over, it's over, it's over. Their target was Zio. It impatiently waved a hand and the energy spheres were immediately sent flying. They flew straight backward and the aftershocks shook the surrounding people. It was shocked by this scene. Suddenly, tree roots emerged from the ground wrapping around the Australian exotic beast. Zio said. Perish. The exotic beasts were immediately strangled, their bodies unable to withstand the pressure and exploding. Finally, Zio easily obtained the dragon egg. It thought, this is a dragon egg. An Australian exotic beast that hadn't died yet lipped over. It foolishly lunged at Zio, sparks flashing in its eyes. I almost died by your hand. I'm sorry, Zio said. Perhaps I should be saying that. You're not dead yet? It was immediately sent flying. The Australian exotic beast gracefully landed on the giant exotic beast's nose. It said, King of this continent. I understand your thoughts very well. I will tell our king that we will meet again someday in the future. Zio remained silent. That will be on the battlefield, it shouted. Hey, hurry up and go. At this moment, an exotic beast was still fighting Xiaoling. We'll leave this battle for next time. It leaped to the side of the Australian exotic beast. The giant exotic beast and other exotic beasts turned and moved quickly, escaping. The Federation personnel were stunned. Did they just leave? He helped the knight up. The Iron Cavalry knights are still alive. Zio said, I will take the dragon egg. You cannot control this dragon egg, it continued. You might have heard as well. Their legions are no weaker than ours. If they attack again, you won't even be able to protect yourselves. Zio raised the dragon egg. Only if we nurture this dragon egg can it become strong. A Federation soldier interjected. Even if we object, it's no use. Zio said, that's right, you'll only die here. Before leaving, it also advised, lastly, one more thing. The Australian exotic beasts have already scattered toxins in the air. With human technology, you cannot detoxify it. Zio's body gradually disappeared into the mist. If you want to live, come find me in Misty Mountain. It also added, of course it won't be free. Xiaoling looked at its departing back, filled with admiration. Countless corpses and lingering smoke merged into one. At this moment, on another battlefield, an exotic beast screamed in pain. Shanu was surprised to find that these exotic beasts suddenly jumped out of the sea. She thought everyone here had died. They had all been killed, the exotic beast coughed. Who are you? How dare you stop us from retrieving the dragon egg? Our king will not let you off. Zixian questioned. King, who is your king? Before it could finish asking, the exotic beast fell to the ground and breathed its last. Zixian sighed, dead, so weak. It happily raised the dragon egg. At least the dragon egg has been retrieved, but there were some losses in the battle. The divine tree will definitely have a solution. Under the dark night sky, somewhere in Australia, the king of exotic beasts said in a deep voice. So the negotiations failed. It bent down, its body continuously sweating. That's right, the king of Australian exotic beasts said. Never mind, it will be destroyed sooner or later anyway. It announced that this was just the plan accelerating. The sun gradually revealed itself over the mountaintop, and a pillar of fire suddenly shot into the sky. Nine Tails, in a state of immense energy, was desperately resisting. Flash observed from not far away. Nine Tails' aura is stronger, Linghua guessed. It seems to have broken through. Suddenly, countless exotic beasts charged over. Their numbers were many times greater than Flash and Linghua. Linghua's eyes sparkled. These guys are taking advantage of the situation. Flash's hands clenched into fists. They will definitely be reckless. Prepare your defenses. At this moment, Seth was observing from not far away. He looked up at everything that was happening. They began to destroy things indiscriminately. The mutated yellow ant shouted, "Stop them!" Linghua displayed its power, mental control. The enemy was not to be outdone, charging wildly. The two sides tore at each other, and the battle was fierce. The mutated yellow ant accelerated, its strength increasing, its slashing power doubled. It could kill several in one move. Then it charged towards a sand snake with part of its head on fire. The mutated yellow ant immediately rushed over at high speed. The earth elemental sand snake opened its mouth wide, wanting to devour it, but before it could enter, its body was decomposed. This move was all caused by the mutated yellow ant, and it succeeded again. Not only that, but other exotic beasts also fought very fiercely. The mutated yellow ant used a harsh move on the sand snake. Suddenly that beam of light shone again. Another exotic beast charged over with its companions. It opened its mouth wide and let out a roar. It shot a circular object attacking from a distance. The exotic beast rushed in front of Lingwa. Mental control. Lingwa ran while counterattacking. If it likes rolling so much, then let it roll head over heels. What's wrong? Then roll back to the beast tide. After dealing with it, there were still a few scattered ones left. Lingwa glanced, estimating the strength of the right flank. Although the exotic beasts were not very strong, their numbers were simply too great. It tried to assess the situation. Nine Tails is at a critical moment right now. If it's disturbed at this time, that absolutely cannot happen. So Lingwa concentrated its power, gathering it. Because I have already promised the divine tree to protect you. Exotic flowers and fragrances. This ability gradually hypnotized those small mice and they gradually changed. Lingwa immediately unleashed Lightning Leopard, mentally controlling the small lightning leopards to run to the left to distract them. It led the team at the fastest speed and the entire team moved a very long distance, leaving a trail. Seth, standing above, saw this and couldn't help but praise. I never expected so many excellent good seeds to gather around it. Lingwa stopped next to the Sand Snake Transcendent Rank 2. At this moment, the mutated yellow ant was already exhausted from fighting it. There were two sand snakes. Lingwa desperately rushed over, only to realize that this was an imperfect plan. Not good. At this moment, Seth in the distance raised his scepter and acted. Storms of darkness, hear my call and descend. A powerful cloud of dust rose into the sky and two people curiously looked up. The surroundings were enveloped in a hazy sea of sand. Even the red wolf felt it. The sand swirled, carrying those decaying mice, and the tornado, accompanied by beams of light, lingered. Only now did the red wolf notice that there was actually a transcendent rank 3 presence. Not long after, the tornado dissipated, and the mutated yellow ant was somewhat surprised. What? There's no one in front of them anymore. All the enemies have disappeared. Seth drew a few lines on the ground with his foot. He slowly walked over, and they also became more alert because of this. Seth stared intently ahead, where a pillar of light shot straight into the sky. He manipulated the staff in his hand. Seth sat down with a thud, contemplating life. The mutated yellow ant behind him also clearly saw that for half a month it had maintained this posture without moving. It even had to admit that before he could block the beast tide with a wave of his hand, which was truly incredible. Then something suddenly appeared and Seth spotted it at a glance. Uzio appeared before him. He asked himself, is this the divine tree? Truly extraordinary. Uzio in the distance also detected an unfamiliar face. Its gaze swept across the mysterious desert. In the human culture, I've learned, the divine tree symbolizes the sky, and its leaves and fruits represent the sun, moon, stars, and all things. It immediately broke into a brilliant smile, saying with keen interest, is that so? While not entirely accurate, it's close enough, and you helped Nine Tails and the others, so I owe you a favor. Seth responded, also with his own agenda. You're welcome. This time I'm here to ask the divine tree for a favor. New story thus began. Seth, ranked 4th among the 10 fiends of the continent, was revered as a god because of his storm mutation. A new incident had also begun. The titles God of the Desert and Sandstorm were given to Seth by an old human man. Then one beautiful day, the drama unfolded, but one day his temperament suddenly changed drastically. He massacred more than half of his country's people and then returned to the present. And now he was negotiating with Uzio, the first exotic beast of the 10 Fiends continent. Uzio was the first to ask, what help do you need from me? Seth stated his wish. I hope to be rewarded with a branch from the divine tree. He expressed his intention. I have a natural enemy, a dark attribute exotic beast. Upon hearing this, Uzio immediately understood dark attribute. Then it revealed a surprising piece of information. The previous beast tide was merely one of its split souls, which greatly shocked the mutated yellow ant. What? Seth, however, showed no surprise. He calmly said, the horror of the dark soul is no less than mine. Each split soul parasitizes mutated beasts and even exists in all things on the beach. Seth emphasized the words immortal and indestructible. Uzio, hearing this, thought darkness is coming. It called its system in its mind. System, meanwhile, Seth stated his purpose. So this time I came to the divine tree hoping to obtain a more effective weapon. I must kill it before it becomes stronger. Uzio felt things weren't that simple. Is it just for this? Seth mused for a moment before speaking. Yes. Immediately after, Uzio cast a spell and its trunk instantly extended. It directly poked its trunk into Seth's face. Is this the branch you want? Uzio asked with concern. Is it enough? Seth stammered in reply. Enough, enough. He looked at the branches before him, filled with emotion. So many, but the matter wasn't over. There was one last thing. He then revealed a secret message to Uzio. There might be unusual movements in the sea. Perhaps something we don't know about has happened. Seth turned and left, admonishing, Divine Tree, you must be careful. Upon hearing this, Uzio made a quick assessment. Humans, the Australian Beast Legion. Sea changes, dark matter, the strong enemies to guard against are increasing. It muttered to itself, it's time for me to break through to rank 4. Meanwhile, the red wolf was roaring with its fiery body, power soaring to the sky. They witnessed all of this from afar. 9 tails, she has successfully advanced. The red wolf successfully ascended in power amidst countless challenges, gaining another tail. Uzio watched in amazement. 4 tails, opening the attribute panel, the system immediately displayed the information. 9 tails, transcendent rank 2 bloodline talent. Gains a tail with each advancement and each tail contains terrifying talents, special ability. Alluring gaze, beautiful eyes are treasures of the world possessing magical allure. Flame control can control flames to a certain extent. Sharp flames carry terrifying temperatures, easily tearing through alloys. Fire dragon's aura, burning tiny flames touching them causes injury. Flame basin, stepping on flames can increase speed and even burst forth with additional power. Accelerated void leap can leap into the air without spiritual energy. Requires immense spiritual energy. Primordial flame, ever burning, never extinguishing, fueled by spiritual energy, Uzio exclaimed as it read. Primordial flame, the attribute interface is burning. Is this the talent of the fourth tail, undying flame? The red wolf added, not only is it the undying flame, but even my body is difficult to destroy. Once the flames ignite, they will never extinguish unless spiritual energy is depleted. It also reaffirmed, is this the talent of the fourth tail, undying flame? The mutated yellow ant, seeing this, also made up its mind. I must also charge to rank 3. I can't be left behind any longer. Flash, Uzio, having everything it needed, said to Nine Tails. Nine Tails has advanced, the dragon egg has been retrieved, there's nothing left to stay here for, let's return to Misty Mountain. The spirit flower pointed to something and asked, Divine Tree, what about the fire ore? It smiled mysteriously. I have my ways. Even the spirit flower felt the warmth of this smile. The sky became beautiful again as usual, and the exotic beasts reappeared as they first did, returning to their daily lives. The red wolf's paw descended. It effortlessly rolled up stones and pulled them up. The red wolf transported them at the fastest speed. They sat on that stone lamenting, letting Nine Tails pull it from the sky. This is the method the Divine Tree came up with. At that time, Uzio ordered from below. Nine Tails, transport this ore to Old Nine's small mine. The red wolf obediently complied. Yes, then someone called Uzio, Divine Tree. Zixian stood on the cliff waving constantly. The dragon egg also gradually began to crack. Uzio watched them slowly compare. I didn't expect the European Exotic Beast Legion to have pursued them here. The other 2 dragon eggs will probably encounter trouble too. It felt a bit regretful. Although it could sense the powerful spiritual energy emanating from the dragon egg, it couldn't feel any life force. It seemed it was stillborn. Then Uzio looked at the one next to it. But thankfully there's still one, nothing must happen to it. In another place, at a top national hospital, a microscope was carefully observing massive bacteria. 2 doctors observed the patient and commented, the virus has been identified, but it's currently incurable with our treatment methods. Do we really have to ask for help from the exotic beasts of Misty Mountain? The 2 suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Wait, you can't move recklessly now. Xiaoling's heart suddenly pounded and her legs felt weak. Miss Linger was covered in sweat and said, enough, you alone can't save us. We'll prepare everything. She was determined to go to a place to depart from Misty Mountain. And a beam of light shot into the sky. The sky, it was straight and fantastical. A new form was gradually taking shape. The spirit flower had transformed into a beautiful girl possessing the innate ability, melody of nature, able to hear the voices of all creatures and to interfere with others using sound. Everyone present was amazed. The spirit flower has transformed into a human. She's so beautiful. She gently played a flute, but the sound hit others' ears like fists. Uzio, sweating profusely, stopped her. All right, quiet. The spirit flower still asked, does it sound good? It muttered, it sounded so good we almost died. The spirit flower approached Zixian, teasing, handsome, let's play a duet next time. Zixian was so scared he dodged. Enough, stay away from me. Uzio watched, sighing, if I get the chance I must find a musician for them. Suddenly the spirit flower sensed something. There's a bus moving in the dense fog. Someone's approaching, but not from the Federation, and they're not weak either. Uzio reassured her, don't worry. I've already sent people to stop them. White Tiger and Hong En have gone to intercept them. Then a person jumped out of the car and introduced himself. I am Benson from Luo Nation. I was poisoned in the battle with the Beast Legion in Australia a month ago. I heard that the Divine Tree has an antidote, so I came here to seek medicine. Benson from Luo Nation pleaded earnestly. Of course, we didn't come empty-handed. The car behind me is filled with spirit stones. Ling Ji immediately recognized what they were. Lightning spirit stones. Uzio directed them to go inside from behind. She said expressionlessly, follow me. Thick fog enveloped the road. The bus struggled through the unfamiliar terrain. The driver driving suddenly saw a white shadow and was startled. Benson from Luo Nation next to him said, this forest might cause hallucinations, don't get trapped. The driver nodded in response. Yes, he also has some precautions. Perhaps, but the bus still drove towards the indicated location with a hint of suspicion. That woman is leading us into the deep darkness. This might be a trap. Then they were suddenly stunned. They're gone. That woman and White Tiger had abandoned them. A subordinate turned and asked Benson from Luo Nation, boss, what should we do? He lowered his head slightly, but still showed a resolute look. Even if we retreat, we'll die from the poison. Keep moving forward. The bus continued into the deep night and a light slowly emanated. It grew closer and closer, revealing a sacred natural area. The people gradually got off the bus and the spirit flower loudly said to them, come here. Benson from Luo Nation said nothing, his gaze following a rotating circle. She commanded them, offer what you brought to the spirit stone vortex and you will get what you want. The spirit stones were placed into the opening, gradually squeezed and then sucked in. Benson from Luo Nation thought, this is a sacrificial altar. Then it glowed from above. That light made him exclaim, what powerful spiritual energy, this is life essence. The subordinates below were also astonished, incredible spiritual fluctuations. The transaction is successful. That light shot directly into Benson from Luo Nation's chest, making him feel a surging power. Benson from Luo Nation realized, not only did it cure the poison, but my physical perception has also become stronger. Most importantly, I feel like I'm about to break through. Then he showed a strange smile. If I can get a few more drops of life essence, maybe I can, Benson from Luo Nation shouted. Vine Tree, I want to make another trade. This time Yu-Zio appeared. It had already anticipated this step. As expected, a greedy person. The poison has been cured and you're still not satisfied. The spirit flower then gave Yu-Zio's order, go down, everyone only gets one chance. Hearing this, his tone was somewhat regretful. Only one chance? Then the spirit flower's attitude changed abruptly, becoming murderous. Unless you sign a blood pact. Benson from Luo Nation asked. Blood pact, she confirmed. That's right. The spirit flower faced him and explained, the blood pact is an exclusive skill of the divine tree. It uses blood as a medium to form an absolute contract. First, you will no longer be an enemy of Misty Mountain. Second, if Misty Mountain encounters any trouble, you must provide assistance. She laid out harsh conditions. Third, the person who signs the contract will not commit any acts of betrayal or injustice, nor will they be forced to become an enemy of humanity. Benson from Luo Nation said seriously, if I don't have to become an enemy of humanity, I'll sign. The tree trunk next to Yu-Zio extended. It looked directly at Benson from Luo Nation, recalling the past. Previously, I used a contract to control the Buddhist saint, but that could only control 2 or 3 people. I don't really want to completely control humans. I hope powerful humans will voluntarily sign blood pacts with me. This way I can use them to influence human society. Yu-Zio poked his body, performing the contract ritual. Over time they won't consider me an enemy anymore. The movement was a bit fast. Benson from Luo Nation asked in confusion, is that it? The spirit flower replied casually, yes, if you violate any rule, you will explode and die. Subsequently, Yu-Zio absorbed his blood, taking 3 drops of life essence in exchange for everything he brought. Benson from Luo Nation grinned, thinking his plan was about to succeed, but the spirit flower's expression grew increasingly grim. At this moment a convoy was entering the forest. A spirit flower with puffed cheeks angrily watched them and asked, Divine Tree, why help humans? What good is it for us if they become stronger? Yu-Zio replied, they were already transcendent rank 2 powerhouses. You say it has nothing to do with me. Do you think humans would believe it? Just detoxifying them, why can they still become so strong? Humans are a very contradictory race. They always suspect each other and distrust each other. Everyone believes that when you are evil, no matter how good you are, it's useless. Conversely, it's not that they are stupid, but that they don't care about the truth of the matter at all, only thinking about how to make their own interests stronger. I believe that before long, humans will push them little by little to our Misty Mountain side. But ultimately, this is not the result I want. I want them to be their own masters, to become regional lords, not just him, but also those who come to Misty Mountain in the future. After saying that, it thought of its system. Darkness is coming, it continued. I want to borrow the power of more races before that battle arrives. After hearing Yu-Zio's words, the spirit flower was stunned and said, Divine Tree, you just now sounded very much like a human. Yu-Zio quickly retorted, perhaps it's because I've been with Jing-Ji for too long. The camera switches, looking at the glittering ore before it. Yu-Zio secretly rejoiced. This time, only 4 drops of life essence were used to exchange for 8 carts of lightning ore. What a bargain! Most importantly, the lightning spirit grass spirit flower condensed from the ore is the same kind of spirit flower that Jing-Ji absorbed before. I've already left 100 drops of life essence on the altar. In the future, if humans come, let the spirit flower handle it. It's time for me to advance to rank 4. Suddenly, Yu-Zio noticed the honey badger holding several pieces of ore, happily humming a tune while eating. Seeing this, it thought, I'll leave some for other lightning attribute exotic beasts too. Anyway, they also need these things to advance. Thinking this, it threw a huge piece of ore next to the honey badger. Looking at the enormous ore before it, it wept tears of joy, then looked at Yu-Zio with gratitude. At this moment a lightning bolt struck down from the sky. The lightning bolt directly hit Yu-Zio's body. In the distance, Nine Tails stood quietly on a rock watching Yu-Zio. It secretly thought, it has begun. The divine tree will be completely different after it awakens. Old Ox, give that shattered dragon egg to Old 4. If it can successfully fuse with this legendary bloodline species, a qualitative change will definitely occur. The scene switched to a lake. The ox demon gently called out, Old 4. Then something suddenly emerged from the lake. It was the imperial crocodile. Looking at the size of its body, the ox demon couldn't help but exclaim, my goodness, it's that big already. This is the sub-dragon egg the divine tree asked me to give you. The divine tree isn't here. You've always guarded Misty Mountain. So this is what you deserve. Upon hearing this, it murmured, sub-dragon egg. Then the ox demon threw the egg into its mouth. Its eyes lit up. Not far away, an armored creature also seemed to sense something, and the imperial crocodile's body glowed. The ox demon said, absorb it, I'll protect you. Meanwhile, not far away, Nine Tails was also standing there observing its entire breakthrough process. Nine Tails thought to itself, this time 2 of them are breaking through together. In the distance, someone felt Zayu's aura and said, "The divine tree's breakthrough this time will affect the world's overall situation." At the same time, the imperial crocodile was roaring. The spiritual energy within it was continuously growing. Its arms gradually shed their old skin, then it widened its eyes and a burst of spiritual energy erupted. The ox demon also struggled to hold on at this moment, lest it be blown away by the spiritual energy. This spiritual energy spread in all directions, and now it had evolved into the king crocodile state. The ox demon looked at the imperial crocodile in surprise and asked, "Old Four, did you succeed?" The imperial crocodile replied, "No, it can still evolve." Saying that, it roared and slammed its feet to the ground, and the ox demon watched in horror. It had now transformed into a dragon, becoming the legendary rock dragon. The imperial crocodile opened its massive mouth, forming a huge fireball, and then a powerful flame shot out, the huge fireball rapidly rushing towards the ground. A second later, both the imperial crocodile and the ox demon stared with wide smoke-emitting mouths in surprise. Ninetails sat on a high rock thinking, "It seems to have succeeded, right?" However, over here, the fireball quickly extinguished as soon as it ignited. The imperial crocodile's face showed both confusion and surprise, somewhat unable to accept it, and asked itself, "This ability consumes too much stamina, right? It can't last." Just then, the ox demon suddenly turned and ran away. The imperial crocodile asked in confusion, "Old ox, are you leaving?" And over here, Ninetails also sensed something, and it immediately turned to look, feeling an extremely familiar sensation in its heart. This aura was, under the big tree there were two figures and an exotic beast. The masked person came to her and asked, "Does this count as detoxification?" The spirit flower confirmed with a displeased expression. Yes, the masked person hearing this thought with some reluctance, "We couldn't detoxify no matter what," yet they easily solved it after getting the result. He turned and left. Thunder Leopard asked in confusion why she didn't sign a contract with him. The spirit flower replied expressionlessly because he didn't have too many desires. This person's will was beyond imagination and would never easily submit to them. The masked person met someone on the road, stopped and said, "I still have a mission, so I must leave first. You come later." Only when this person approached did she clearly see her appearance. The spirit flower said with some surprise in a low voice, "He Xiaoling." She tilted her head and said without joy or sorrow, "Long time no see." Then another call sounded. Little Ching saw several exotic beasts running over a second later. It turned out to be Ninetails and another fox. He Xiaoling happily said, "Finally I can openly see you all." Saying that, she turned to the spirit flower and said, "I've brought a large amount of goods. My butler will be responsible for counting them for you later." Then Little Ching turned to Cold Wind and said, "You come with me." He obediently agreed. Soon He Xiaoling went to meet Yu Zio with Ninetails. She looked at it and asked, "Master, how long has it been like this?" Ninetails replied, "It's been over a month." At this moment Yu Zio was still in deep sleep with two figures secretly watching from afar. The snake woman asked curiously, "Who is that girl?" Zixian then told her, "She is the divine tree's biological daughter, and besides me she is the person the divine tree trusts most." Over here, He Xiaoling clenched her hands and countless golden lights shone forth. Seeing that Yu Zio had no reaction for a long time, she thought to herself, "It seems to have entered deep cultivation." He Zhaoqing opened her hand, revealing a colorful stone, and secretly said, "Thunder Spirit Stone IVN. It is formed by the convergence of countless treasures, far exceeding the attributes of ordinary Thunder Spirit stones." She slowly released the Thunder Spirit Stone next to Yu Zio. It easily penetrated Yu Zio's protective membrane and then began to integrate into its body. At this moment, He Xiaoling suddenly turned her head, and both the snake woman and Juxian were immediately startled while Cold Wind still leaned indifferently against the tree trunk. He felt puzzled and asked, "Why are you looking at me?" Only then did she speak, "I helped you bring her over. Now your sister is still waiting for you in the bamboo forest." Cold Wind's face immediately showed emotion when he heard "sister." He immediately dashed away like the wind. Then He Xiaoling turned to Yu Zio and bid farewell. "Then I must leave too after coming here this time. Many people noticed. I can't stay here long. I still have something to deal with." At this moment, something suddenly flew out from the tree trunk. It turned out to be a leaf accompanied by Yu Zio's telepathic message. "If you encounter danger, this willow leaf will protect your life." She smiled lightly and said, "Thank you, Master." Over with Benson from Luo Nation, he was standing in front of a patch of black-gray smoke. Benson from Luo Nation tried to explain, "I didn't betray humanity. Why won't you believe me?" he asked helplessly in front of a group of people. The others opposite still didn't believe him, repeatedly questioning, "Tyrant, you've broken through so powerfully. Is it related to Misty Mountain?" Another person also shouted angrily, "If it's just detoxification, why didn't the people from the Washaw Federation become stronger? You still say you're not suspicious?" Benson from Luo Nation took out a few small potions and answered decisively, "Because I changed this." Seeing this, everyone was stunned. "That's," he frowned and shouted, "if you want it, go get it. Don't bother me again." After saying that, Benson from Luo Nation indeed threw several potions at them. 2 bottles of potions slowly floated in the air, and that group of people immediately stopped pretending, rushing forward to snatch them. "That's mine." Benson from Luo Nation turned and left, leaving behind only the shouts of arguments and fights. "Damn it, get out of the way." He now revealed a terrifying smile as if his goal had been achieved. Clyde reported to He Xiaoling, Miss, this forest has revealed Misty Mountain's life essence to the public. Through our cooperation, we successfully broke with Luo Nation's high-ranking officials and established our own kingdom. Suddenly a bottle of yellow water flew over, but he easily caught it. It was he Xiaoling who threw it, and she sternly instructed, "There are 5 drops for you inside. Take the remaining 10 to win over more powerful individuals." Clyde Horn happily replied loudly, "Yes, thank you, miss." At this moment he deliberately reminded her, "Miss, our organization should also have a name." She pondered for a moment before replying, "Let's call it the Dark Council." Since the life essence appeared to the world, countless strong individuals flocked to Misty Mountain to seek opportunities, but most people with insufficient strength would be blocked outside the mountain by fog beasts. Sure enough, now countless strong individuals are desperately fighting against fog beasts. These fog beasts are immortal and indestructible. How can we defeat them? A strong individual shouted through gritted teeth. The Spirit Flower and Jingji watched the power erupting in the distance from the valley. The Spirit Flower said in confusion, "They're clearly afraid of us, yet they keep coming over one by one." Jingji was also very hesitant about the current situation. What should they do next? Do the people who pass through the fog beasts count as meeting the standard? The Spirit Flower replied, "Not exactly." She lowered her eyes, thinking while speaking, "Even if they pass, if their strength hasn't reached Transcendent Rank 2, we won't let others approach, and the resources they offer must satisfy us." Jingji began to guess Yu Zayu's intention. It seems Master doesn't plan to give out life essence casually. Just then a familiar howl suddenly came from behind. She turned her head, her face showing some unease, and said, "Nine Tails seems to be still calling us." Soon all the beasts gathered. The Ox Demon asked, "Big Sister, did something happen for you to suddenly call us together?" Nine Tails didn't say directly, but handed it over to the Snake Princess. "Snake Princess, you tell them." She, covered in sweat, fearfully acknowledged the command. The Snake Princess solemnly informed everyone that on this continent besides our Misty Mountain there are many forces of mutated beasts. The Australian beast horde we encountered before was one of them. Although there are differences in strength, they are more or less overlords, and we are not the only force. She began to list some names: the Desert Tyrant, hidden deep in the dark wilderness B-Zone, the Stone Twin Foxes of Qingchu, the Sky Overlord Black Crow of the North Sea, the Blood Wolves of the Great Grassland, and the 4 Arctic Kings deep in the Northern Reaches. Thunder Leopard said, "I lived in the Northern Reaches for so long and never discovered the 4 Arctic Kings." The Snake Princess's expression remained very tense, and she replied, "That's because the Divine Tree kept them from showing themselves." At this point her voice suddenly lowered, making the statement even more dangerous. "And among these many forces only one can rival us, and that is the Australian Exotic Beast Legion." The Snake Princess frowned, her eyes serious, and said, "They might be even stronger than us now." At this moment Nine Tails finally spoke. "Everyone is here today not only to tell you about the various major forces, but the key point is that the Australian Exotic Beast Legion has already declared war on us. We must prepare to absorb other forces. We must do it. We cannot sit idly by and wait to be attacked, nor can we forever live under the Master's protection." Glacier asked, "That being said, what should we do?" Duzun also joined the discussion. "Just a while ago it was discovered that the Fox Clan's Qingchu mountain range has already erupted in war, and countless mutated beasts are engaged in slaughter." Nine Tails stated its intention. "It's still unclear why the slaughter is happening, so I'm still considering whether to intervene." The Ox Demon then tried to guess. "Is the slaughter among us exotic beasts for territory and resources, or perhaps valuable treasures?" Jingji remained silent, only thinking to herself, if the Qingchu Fox Clan can be incorporated, it would indeed be a rare fighting force for Misty Mountain. But the Qingchu exotic beasts are quite dangerous, not to mention having to intervene in their war now. Just then a figure leapt in front of Nine Tails, volunteering, "I'm willing to go, leave this matter to me." It was Flash. It firmly said, "Whether it's for territory or treasures, I will handle it well. I cannot live in the shadow of the Divine Tree, so let me go." Next was Armor, who loudly said with determination, "I'm also tired of this peaceful life. I crave battle, and even more I crave blood, craving to tear apart every enemy's body piece by piece." However, its words were too terrifying, making Honey Badger and the monkey triplets hold their breath. At this moment Jingji pushed Flash down and said, "If Flash goes, I'll go too. It's too excited, I can watch over it." The green cockroach also stepped forward, requesting to go along. "Then I'll go too, Flash and I are partners." Next was White Tiger, who let out a fierce roar, meaning "You'll all die," but what it actually wanted to say was, "I want to go too." Nine Tails didn't stop them, but just seriously asked, "Do you know the consequences of going out? If you leave here, your life and death are your own responsibility." Everyone shouted loudly without hesitation, "I know." Nine Tails secretly assessed them, its eyes very firm, and then it spoke, "I understand, but you must promise me one thing: you must return alive." As soon as this instruction was given, the entire team set off after they left. Only the Ox Demon and Nine Tails remained on the rock. The Ox Demon said uneasily, "Big Sister, I'm a little worried about them going." Nine Tails, though worried, also trusted them very much, so it comforted, "There will always be a day like this, don't worry with Jingji there." It looked at its brother and reminded, "Old Ox, it's time to send them." The Ox Demon obediently complied. In fact, it also saw through Nine Tails' thoughts. It seemed Big Sister was calm on the surface, but also very worried about them deep down. Even if it's just a small mountain, if a few great monsters jump out, it's still possible, let alone that vast, boundless battlefield. Meanwhile on the other side the Spider Queen and Honey Badger were taking turns comforting the dejected white tiger. Big brother, not letting you go is just because we're afraid you won't be able to distinguish between friend and foe. Big brother, you have to cheer up. The camera switched to Jing-Ji's side. Yao Demon looked at it and said, it's time for you to act. Jing-Ji didn't speak, its eyes red with murderous intent as if already prepared for battle. Meanwhile over the ocean a ray of light shot straight down into the seabed from somewhere unknown. The backlight blurred the forms of creatures. A gigantic fish looked at them and instructed, my time is running out, I'm about to enter dormancy. When I open my eyes next time I hope to see the glory of the Sea Clan retreating to every corner of the sea and even every inch of the land. Your mission is to take over the continent at all costs. Its gaze was fierce, full of ambition as it commanded, prepare for war. This world will completely belong to the ocean. In a remote abandoned building a mutated human was intently watching a screen, then asked Horn, can this guy really hold on? He immediately replied, I don't know. Anyway, this is also our first time modifying a transcendent rank 2 powerhouse. On the screen Silvermoon was desperately enduring this change. Horn watched this scene thinking to himself, powerful individuals use the allure of life essence to become stronger through genetic modification. Even his own cell modification was a high-level gene of the Dark Council. Thinking this, he said, failure is not an option. The drastic changes made Silvermoon scream in pain. Ah, the mutated human looked at the various indicators and said worriedly to Horn, the indicators are a bit abnormal. Genetic fusion is overloaded. If this continues he'll lose control. Silvermoon screamed more and more frantically. Moments later a loud bang echoed from behind the abandoned building. As a massive flow of power surrounded his body, bursting through the ground, Hong En and the mutant ran over, greatly astonished by this force. The area around the building was covered in dust and Silvermoon vaguely emerged from it. The mutation complete, he returned to his original state, clearly feeling the changes, thinking, my body is so light, my strength has become greater, my senses are more acute. Suddenly, a beam of light shot down from the sky towards him. Silvermoon detected the danger, leapt and dodged the attack. From above he saw a human figure and wondered, where is the enemy? Pinpointing his opponent's location, he immediately unleashed a skill, a powerful attack that broke all the trees and rushed towards the person in front. Such an attack was easily deflected by her. Xiaoling looked at him coldly, her eyes sharp. He didn't back down, charging at her again. Xiaoling remained motionless, standing still and waiting for him. The mutant and Hong En were obscured by smoke and dust, unable to see what was happening. Seeing this, the mutant exclaimed in surprise, the genetic fusion of the Blood Sky Wolf is so powerful that he can fight evenly with Miss. In the battle, Silvermoon was struck flying by Xiaoling. Xiaoling stood on a high branch looking down at him. When the smoke and dust cleared, Hong En and the mutant bowed first, respectfully saying, greetings, speaker. Only then did Silvermoon wonder, speaker. Xiaoling offered no further explanation, only saying, you are strong, follow me from now on. With that, she threw her treasured sword before Silvermoon. Xiaoling introduced the sword to him. This demon blade was forged by a transcendent rank 2 blood wolf mutant. It's for you. He stepped forward, took the sword and thanked her. Thank you, speaker. Xiaoling looked at him, smiling and nodded in satisfaction. At this moment the dark forest was illuminated by the moonlight on the cliff. Hong En reported to Xiaoling, Mist Mountain appeared 3 days ago and will choose someone for a transaction. The high-ranking officials of various nations seem to have noticed something, and have already taken measures strictly prohibiting strong individuals from approaching Mist Mountain. Hearing this, she frowned and replied, the high-ranking officials cannot stop those strong individuals. There's no need to worry about that. She continued, explaining to the Federation, the Federation is not suitable for our development. I plan to move the Dark Council to the vicinity of smaller nations. The people behind her listened silently and intently. In less than half a year, our Dark Council will be several times larger than it is now. Hong En, fully understanding her plan, said resolutely, your subordinate is willing to charge ahead. Xiaoling remained silent, revealing a meaningful smile. On the other side, a massive lightning bolt struck the mountain. As the lightning struck, the ancient tree opened its eyes, and at the same time Zio within the tree also opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he asked Ninetails, how long have I been cultivating? Ninetails immediately replied, a month and a half. After hearing this, Zio thought, it seems I'll soon break through to Transcendent Rank 4. It's time to devour that Thunder Spirit Grass. As he thought, he split the Thunder Spirit Grass in half, saying, this is the Thunder Spirit Grass that Luo Nation traded for. I'm giving you half. With that, half of the Thunder Spirit Grass flew towards the egg, which immediately absorbed the spiritual energy. Zio, on his side, was also absorbing the remaining half. Suddenly, a system panel popped up with a notification. Innate skill, gathering thunder, added to innate talent. Do you want to enhance it? Zio looked at the system panel and replied without hesitation, enhance directly to level 4. The system panel displayed the information. Innate talent, thunder control, LV4 can freely control violent thunder elements. After reading, Zio said in confusion, with this skill, can I massive invoke heavenly thunder? Perhaps this will help me cultivate more effectively, but there's a risk of accidentally harming everyone. Sounds very dangerous. Zio immediately instructed Ninetails. Ninetails led them back. For now, don't approach this area. It immediately replied, yes. After receiving Ninetails' assurance, lightning struck Zio again. At this moment, everyone was far away from Zio. Seeing the power of the lightning, Ninetales was somewhat shocked. That heavenly thunderbolt is strong enough to kill a transcendent rank 1 exotic beast. At this moment it glanced at White Tiger. Seeing White Tiger's bewildered expression, Ninetales seemed to realize something, shouting, "Old 3, where's the dragon egg? Everyone's going to die." It rushed forward angrily, saying, "Do you really have no brain at all? I'll go get it back." At this moment the dragon egg was being struck by lightning. Lightning continuously struck the ground. Ninetales rushed forward to retrieve the dragon egg but was helpless in the face of the lightning. It frowned worriedly, thinking if this continues the dragon egg will be damaged. As Ninetales prepared to rush in, Zayu's voice suddenly rang out, "No need to come. It's fine." Hearing this, it was slightly surprised. Zayu slowly explained to it, "Let it be baptized by the power of thunder to purify its bloodline and become a true dragon. It will hatch soon." Just as Zayu said, cracks had already appeared on the dragon egg, and the violent thunder was becoming more intense. Unlike Zayu's forest, the adjacent forest was exceptionally quiet, but in reality a battle was also taking place here. The 4th and 3rd kings of the Tiger clan, Transcendent Rank 2, were stepping on several foxes. It roared arrogantly, "Ha ha ha ha, wouldn't it be better for the Fox clan to obediently offer the spirit flower? You have to fight to the death as an entire clan before you're satisfied?" The Black Fox led its clan. Despite its body being covered in scars, its eyes remained firm. It looked at the 3rd king and the Tiger clan, angrily replying, "3rd king, you probably know that the spirit grass is our Fox clan's treasure. We've waited for years. How can we hand it over to you?" Seeing the Black Fox's disobedience, the 3rd king and the Tiger clan rushed forward, saying, "Then you can die." The Black Fox and its clan rushed forward fearlessly, saying, "That's my line." Both sides charged simultaneously, biting at each other. The 3rd king swung its sharp claws to attack. Before long it had the Black Fox pinned under its foot. The Black Fox, with old wounds unhealed and new ones added, let out a painful cry and spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, the White Fox rushed forward to assist, shouting, "Big sister." But as soon as it got close, it was flung away by the 3rd king's tail, which cursed, "Stop getting in the way." That strike sent the White Fox flying several meters, spitting blood. The 3rd king became excited, cackling, "Ha ha ha, now if I just kill the 2 of you, everything will be settled." On this side, a group of tigers were also frantically biting at foxes. "Look at your Fox clan being beaten back by us." The 3rd king gripped the Black Fox's neck tightly, mocking with a venomous tone, "How can your tiny bodies possibly defeat me? In a contest between races, it's all about sharp teeth and claws." It tightened its grip as it spoke, choking the Black Fox until its whole body trembled. Size is the key to victory. Seeing its big sister almost unable to hold on, the White Fox tearfully cried out helplessly, "Stop!" Suddenly, something flew towards the 3rd king. It was too fast. The 3rd king felt nothing, only seeing blood spray before its eyes, and then its palm fell to the ground. The Black Fox was thus able to escape. It was Flash who had made the move. He calmly said, "Just now you said that size is the key to victory." Standing before the 3rd king's massive form, he asked provocatively, "Can you defeat me?" The 3rd king, hearing this, charged forward in a rage, roaring, "HMPH, more reinforcements?" The White Fox looked at Flash's size, saying worriedly, "Big sister." The Black Fox seemed to sense something, saying, "The body in the light is correct." They looked at Flash, exclaiming, "The yellow ant of Mist Mountain?" The Tiger Pack, unaware of this, simply charged forward to attack Flash. But before they could make a move, they were dealt with by those tentacles. Those tentacles belonged to Jingji. A ferocious tiger rushed from behind, attempting a sneak attack on her. But before it could act, it was crushed by armor. 3 exotic beasts from Mist Mountain had arrived here. This battle had now turned from 2 races fighting into Mist Mountain's exotic beasts joining in. The Black Fox looked at the thorns and asked, "Why are these guys from Mist Mountain here?" The green cockroach appeared from somewhere, stood next to the Black Fox and replied, "Because we need to expand our ranks. In exchange, we can shield you from external enemies." With that, the green cockroach looked at the Black Fox and asked, "What do you choose?" On this side, Flash arrogantly asked the 3rd king, "Stupid tiger, 2 choices, either join us or die here." The 3rd king refused to yield, struggling angrily, saying, "I choose the 3rd, you die here." With that, spiritual energy surged from its body and it majestically walked towards Flash. As soon as it got close, it condensed spiritual energy, swung its claws and roared, "Die!" Seeing this, the White Fox shouted a warning, "That guy's body is also very strong, don't be careless." Flash remained calm, leisurely shouting, "Triple slash." When the 2 attacks collided, a huge explosion erupted, shaking everything around. On a nearby cliff, a group of gorillas had already witnessed all this. One of them, seeing the scene, thought, "It seems the Black Fox and White Fox are both stunned by the sight before them." Flash's single strike easily killed the 3rd king, so we don't need to act for now. Beneath a tree not far away, a spirit grass also witnessed this. On the other side, in a huge cave, another giant tiger had not yet joined the battle. It was Tiger King, Transcendent Rank 2 Peak. The black tiger's eyes glowed with deathly light as it retorted, "You mean the 3rd king is dead?" Before the Tiger King's majesty, the Spirit Hound immediately replied, "Yes, the Fox clan received reinforcements and the situation was reversed in the blink of an eye." Hearing this, the black tiger stood up from the ground. It walked forward, then ordered the 5th one to be called back. "This time I will go with you." The Spirit Hound, obeying the command, bowed its head and replied, "Yes." On the other side, in the Fox clan village, the blood spirit fruit fell into Jingji's hands and it angrily threatened, "What are you looking at? I'll kill you." Jingji and the green cockroach looked at it, somewhat speechless. The White Fox smiled and explained to them, "This is the blood spirit fruit which can nourish chi and blood, strengthen the body. Eat it quickly." Jingji reluctantly chuckled, "Haha, all right. Holding the blood spirit fruit, she looked around and asked the Black Fox sisters, "You actually know how to build houses? You've learned quite a bit of human culture." The Black Fox looked at the sturdy houses in the trees and replied, "Although we don't get along with humans, their culture is worth learning." At this moment, Jing-Ji handed the blood spirit fruit to Flash, saying, "Flash, my blood spirit fruit is for you." "I'm not in need of food," the green cockroach also shyly said. "Mine's for you too." Flash turned and refused. "No, deal with it yourselves." The nearby Black Fox, seeing this scene, remembered Flash's question. "What do you choose, join Mist Mountain or die here?" The Black Fox was still hesitating over Flash's proposal. Instead of surrendering to the Five Tiger Clan, joining Mist Mountain would be the correct choice. With that, it asked the Black Fox again, "Black Fox, now that the third king is dead, what about the strength of the remaining 4 Tiger Kings?" The Black Fox looked at them seriously and replied, "Besides the third king, there are a total of 4 leaders, among whom the most striking is the great leader Black Tiger. The 5th one has cultivated a human form." Jing-Ji thought humanoid, then said, "Probably similar to the ox demon." The Black Fox looked at her and continued, "The number of tigers is currently greater than ours. If a full-scale war breaks out, victory or defeat is unpredictable. We should wait for the right moment." After hearing this, Jing-Ji turned to Flash and said, "I understand. We will also call for reinforcements." Flash replied in surprise, "Ah, call for reinforcements?" She smiled lightly and nodded at him. "That's right, it's more suitable than anyone else." On the mountain, a figure was swiftly moving. As soon as it arrived, White Tiger smiled sweetly, saying, "Everyone's going to die." Spider Queen, seeing this, said, "Big Brother is mighty. I've always said that heroes appear at the last moment." The hedgehog next to her also praised, "They really can't do without Big Brother." Hearing these compliments, White Tiger flew away proudly. "Everyone's going to die." The exotic beast behind it all said, "Goodbye, Big Brother." They stood there watching White Tiger gradually disappear into the clouds, but before it flew far, White Tiger returned, smiling apologetically. "Everyone's going to die," the White Bear replied knowingly. "The location is to the east." They watched White Tiger leave again. Before it flew for 2 minutes, White Tiger returned again, saying apologetically, "Everyone's going to die." The White Bear replied helplessly, "I'll go with you." Watching them leave, the Spider Queen said uneasily, "Is it really okay?" The hedgehog affirmed, "It's definitely not okay." At this moment, night had already fallen over the Fox clan's territory, and suddenly heavy footsteps echoed. Black Tiger and its companions walked step by step, entering the Fox clan village. A sound from the branches caught Black Tiger's attention. It was Flash and its group. It looked at Black Tiger and asked, "Are you Black Tiger?" Black Tiger also looked at them and retorted, "Are you the Fox clan's reinforcements?" The White Fox stood behind Jing-Ji, whispering, "Jing-Ji, look, the 3 tigers next to Black Tiger." It looked at the roaring Blood Tiger. That was the second leader, Blood Tiger King, brutal and bloodthirsty. Then it glanced at the Cat King, introducing, "And that is the third king, the Cat King." And finally, Nameless is baring its sharp teeth. The most terrifying of all is the 5th king. Nameless stood before the 5 Tiger Kings in the Tiger Clan. The White Fox reminded everyone, "If we weren't well informed, we wouldn't have known this guy existed before, so don't be careless." Black Tiger exuded killing intent, roaring angrily, "No wonder you could kill the third king, and now you have reinforcements, but you too will not escape death." With that, it let out an earth-shattering roar, a tiger's roar. A terrifying roar accompanied by extremely strong penetrative power capable of transforming into sound waves. Burly Tiger also roared back, showing no weakness, and the 2 sound waves intertwined, immediately causing a large explosion. Black Tiger roared, ordering them to exterminate these foxes. Black Fox also rushed forward, ordering that their Qingchu territory would never allow the Fox clan to be massacred wantonly. Both sides rushed forward aggressively to attack each other. At this moment, Green Cockroach killed 2 foxes in one go. Cat King suddenly rushed towards Green Cockroach from somewhere, but before it could make a move, it was thrown aside by Jing-Ji's tentacles. She looked at Cat King with murderous eyes, and Cat King also glared back fiercely, showing no weakness. Tiger Clan, Third King, Cat King, and Flash were also not idle. Power surge, triple slash. A loud roar sounded, and the Fox Clan's 5th king, Nameless, charged fiercely. The 2 spiritual energies collided, causing an earthquake, and shattered rocks flew everywhere. Black Fox and White Fox were fighting against Tiger Clan's 2nd king, Blood Tiger. Blood Tiger roared madly in a bloodthirsty frenzy, "I need more blood." The burly tiger also rushed forward to attack Black Tiger at this moment. Looking at everything before it, Black Tiger was extremely enraged and roared, "Do you think you can fight me just by defeating my tiger's roar? Don't be too arrogant." Its power also increased, spiritual energy rising to 100,000, 300,000, 500,000. The burly tiger opened its mouth and shot out a huge flash of fire, and red flames burned fiercely in the forest. Black Fox leaped into the air, springing from the vast forest. It opened its mouth, and a strong wind suddenly struck. The burly tiger's eyes widened in surprise at this sudden attack. Black Tiger leaped into the air, its attack causing an explosion. It roared fiercely, "I possess strength comparable to the 10 Fiends continent." Tiger King, Black Tiger, Transcendent Rank 2 Peak. The burly tiger suddenly rushed out of the mist and attacked it. The burly tiger, Transcendent Rank 2 Early Stage. It bit Black Tiger's neck. The burly tiger's sharp teeth were suddenly entangled by deep purple liquid, infected. It roared in pain, its entire mouth covered in poison. Black Tiger's eyes widened triumphantly. "I am a dark element. Your body will be corroded by me little by little." Qingfeng looked back in panic. "Not good. The burly tiger can't defeat that Black Tiger." Black Tiger bit its neck horizontally, violently flinging it down. Its purple spotted legs slammed onto the ground. The burly tiger was violently thrown, its entire body crashing into a nearby large tree. It fell backward in pain, opening its mouth to spit out a large mouthful of blood. The burly tiger trembled all over, swaying as it tried to stand up. Qingfeng quickly turned and came over. "This is bad, burly tiger." Black Tiger let out a low growl, spewing black-purple smoke from its mouth, enveloping its entire body. "You will be the first one to be defeated." The burly tiger roared fiercely, the poison spots still clearly imprinted on its face. Black Tiger leapt and shot a huge force at it. Qingfeng was blown away by that wind. Black Tiger's eyes flickered with fierce light and thick smoke billowed from its mouth. The mist gradually dispersed, revealing its pure white wings. White Tiger narrowed its eyes, blocking in front of the burly tiger. Flash also quickly ran over, softly cursing, "Stupid tiger." Jingji's eyes widened and she turned to look in surprise. Little white Black Tiger gritted its teeth and roared, exuding a strong murderous aura. It lowered its eyes and growled, secretly assessing the winged white tiger. "This guy is not simple, at least stronger than that one," White Tiger said in a deep voice, its words making the burly tiger freeze, bewildered. "Everyone will die." It widened its eyes, opened its mouth, stretched its neck and roared, "Everyone will die." White Tiger flapped its wings and charged towards Black Tiger. The two giant tigers gritted their teeth and collided heads against heads. White Tiger's eyes widened. Inches away were Black Tiger's crimson pupils. In the instant it failed to notice, White Tiger swiftly brandished its claws. Black Tiger was scratched with a long wound. Its entire body bounced back and it let out a painful growl. A scratch, its body bounced backward, dragging a long trail of blood on the ground, blood splattering. Black Fox quickly stood up, breathing heavily, its eyes filled with unwillingness, roaring, "Damn it, I'm actually injured." Black Tiger looked around at the messy scene. Escape? Where to escape? Before it could finish thinking, White Tiger accumulated spiritual energy in its mouth from above. It widened its eyes and shot out a powerful current, incredibly potent and destructive, also destroying the surrounding area. The beam of light hit the ground, radiating in all directions, and a painful roar came from within. When the wolves and exotic beasts saw this, they all pressed their lips together, pulling back their ears. Mist Mountain's White Tiger is really strong. The place where the beam of light struck formed a bottomless crater. Little White roared, slowly landing in the swirling smoke. From the bottom of the pit a black shadow rushed up madly. Black Tiger spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted at White Tiger, "It makes you suffer." Another clone separated from its body, a special ability, Shadow Tiger, empowering its own shadow with strong spiritual energy, possessing 70 of the main body's combat power. Two Black Tigers rushed towards it simultaneously. "Fight too, let's see what you'll do." Little White spread its wings and roared, "Everyone will die." Black Tiger's pupils turned red and it also roared loudly, "It seems you know yourself quite well." A violent tremor erupted, smoke and dust rose into the sky, the ground also trembled, and Blood Tiger was sent flying, its entire body crashing into a nearby rock. It screamed loudly, simultaneously spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Damn bug, I'm going to tear you apart." Flash waved its hand, which was covered in crisscrossing wounds. "You're strong, but unfortunately I'm stronger." Murderous intent flickered in its pupils. Power surge. Triple slash wounds were carved onto Blood Tiger's body, causing it immense pain, and it spat out a large mouthful of blood. White Tiger and Black Fox stood side by side, their bodies covered in crimson wounds. Opposite them lay a massive tiger corpse, its eyes closed motionless. This guy was really tough to deal with. If I had fought it alone, I definitely wouldn't have been its match. The second Tiger King, Jingji, laughed, her eyes narrowed in delight. As her vines wrapped around a cute little exotic beast, "So cute, let me see if your master is good or bad." The third Tiger King, Qingfeng, sat on Blood Tiger's corpse, pondering. The battle here is over. Now it's just White Light's side. Suddenly, a whirlwind whistled past and two Black Tigers opened their mouths and roared, attacking simultaneously. A black magical beam of light shot out like a winding snake towards White Tiger. Darkness gradually expanded, obscuring the light from the sky, and Black Tiger's eyes widened in surprise. The smoke and dust gradually cleared, revealing the unharmed White Tiger, who opened its mouth and roared. Black Tiger was stunned, its pupils trembling. "What? My strongest attack only got its body dirty?" White Tiger revealed its sharp fangs, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone will die." Black Tiger's face turned pale, clearly showing fear. "I see." It watched White Tiger spread its wings, giving up the struggle in its heart. "Everyone will die," referring not to them but to them fighting against us. White Tiger wielded its strong claws and charged. "This guy saw through our strength from the beginning." Black Tiger's eyes widened in horror. "Not only is it powerful, but it's also very smart." White Tiger flapped its wings and flew over to bite its neck. Truly formidable. The ground trembled violently, shattered rocks flew everywhere. Smoke and dust billowed, and Black Tiger was deeply pressed into the ground, its entire body motionless. White Tiger looked down from above, murderous intent flickering in its pupils. It roared and brought its mouth close to Black Tiger's body. Suddenly a voice sounded, stopping White Tiger, making it look over in confusion. "Wait a minute." The four tigers were covered in wounds, tied to the ground, crying and shouting, "Please don't kill my big brother, fifth brother, you can talk after all." Jingji frowned, her face grim as she approached them. "If you are willing to lead the Fox clan to join us, we can spare its life." The fifth Tiger and Blood Tiger quickly agreed. "As long as you don't hurt my big brother, we can agree, and so can I." Black Tiger struggled to stand upright, its entire body trembling. "I haven't lost yet." It gritted its teeth and glared. "I won't let them take you away." Blood Tiger frowned, its eyes filled with worry. "Enough, big brother, we can't defeat them." Black Tiger froze, falling into contemplation at its words. White Tiger revealed its sharp fangs, its emerald pupils flickering with keen light. It held a flower in its mouth. Leading a group of tigers away, 2 days later, Flash hovered above the mutated wolf pack's camp. Stupid tiger, are you leaving? White tiger glanced. Big sister, is it okay to just give away the treasure like that? Black fox narrowed its eyes. Even if we keep it, we can't protect it. It's better as a condition for joining Mist Mountain, and besides, we will continuously obtain life essence in the future. Jingji smiled, joyful in her heart. This time she had subdued 3 kings of the 5 tiger clan and 10 transcendent rank 1 mutated tigers. Little White was beaming with joy. Mist Mountain now had its own clan members. Black Tiger walked alone along the cliff. It stood before Jingji, exclaiming in surprise, "What, you're letting me go?" She nodded. "That's right," White Tiger still roared in the background. "Everyone will die." She frowned, a cold smile on her face. Little White said, "It will wait for you in Mist Mountain 3 months from now if you can defeat it. Your clan members can return with you. If you lose, you must join Mist Mountain." Black Tiger's eyes gleamed with determination. "Next time I won't lose to you again." Zio stood solemnly in the massive forest, giant tree roots winding across the ground. In the following days, Jingji and Flash, along with the exotic beasts, continued to expand their territory and fight while Zio cultivated to break through to rank 4. Misty Mountain experienced a brief period of peace. In a huge city with hundreds of skyscrapers, as one of the most developed cities in the Federation, it was also a coastal city. A wine-red car drove on the road, and the green-haired girl sitting in the car closed her eyes, resting her head in her hands, sleeping. Lin Zi, Transcendent Rank 1, one of the Federation's prodigies. Suddenly, the waves surged and crashed against the shore. Zi slowly opened her eyes, revealing worry. The waves today are somewhat unusual and the seawater is sparkling. She turned to her companion, sweating profusely, and said, "Teacher, there's a situation at the seaside. I want to go and check it out." "Okay." Zi closed her eyes, her body gradually blurring in space. The teacher frowned, worried in his heart. He had never seen Zi so anxious, hoping nothing bad had happened. In an instant, space seemed distorted, and she appeared above the sea. Zi pursed her lips, slowly opening her eyes. As she looked up, the breeze gently brushed her hair and a gigantic sea beast swept past her. Zi's eyes widened in horror, cold sweat pouring down as a dense swarm of mutated marine creatures emerged from the water. Sea beast. Zi gritted her teeth, her face pale, turning to flee in such a massive scale. The leading sea beast lowered its head and the horn on its head suddenly shot out. This horn flew like an arrow directly towards the land, causing a huge explosion nearby with extremely violent tremors. Zi's body also curled up due to the impact. "Ah," she gritted her teeth, looking over in horror. This destructive power. The gigantic sea beast opened its massive mouth and charged towards her. Zi gritted her teeth, her face turning pale with fright. The car sped across the overpass. The teacher looked worriedly at her, who had just returned, trembling all over, her face filled with horror. "Student Lin, are you okay?" Zi's pupils trembled, bloodshot, and she frantically clutched her head. "Hurry, leave this city or it will be too late, hurry." In the city, the sea beast's horn stood tall amidst the swirling smoke. "Red alert, highest level, red alert, highest level. Non-essential personnel, please evacuate immediately. Reiterate, abnormal invasion from the coast, massive scale, roads congested, vehicles in long queues, traffic jam. Red alert, highest level, red alert, fastest." National personnel all looked serious, worriedly observing the situation. Reiterate. This time, among the sea beasts there were several transcendent rank 3 sea beasts. Spiritual energy up to 4 million. The man from the Spiritual Energy Detection Bureau, who was controlling the situation, hurriedly turned around and shouted loudly, "Not good, Director." The Federation personnel's eyes widened and they frowned in surprise. "Let's get straight to the point." The sea beasts rushed ashore fiercely. "Not just us, all areas have been attacked by sea beasts." The waves surged, and in the 7 Nations Alliance a figure appeared at the crest of a wave. In Luo Nation, all coastal countries. A gigantic mutated octopus moved on land, its tentacles wrapped around high-rise buildings. All were attacked by sea beasts. The mutated crab opened its massive mouth, revealing sharp teeth. The Federation girl's pupils contracted, turning blood red with horror. What exactly is happening? Is the sea going to war with the land, outside the flat mountain? Are you sure? Lake Jingji surfaced, urging Qinggang, "Absolutely correct. Staying in coastal areas will affect you. Hurry back to Misty Mountain." This sea beast invasion was initiated by several powerful beings from the deep sea. It eagerly opened its mouth. "All sea beasts have been summoned. Even me." Qinggang frowned, worried. "Okay, I understand. You be careful." He quickly climbed onto the Arctic white bear's back and left. "Don't worry, I'm good at fishing in troubled waters." 8 land exotic beasts followed a fierce exotic beast, blocking its path. "Ali?" The exotic beast Ali glared angrily. Opposite it was a white dragon, the king of the 7 seas, Dragon King Zhao, Transcendent Rank 3 peak. Beside it were a red dragon, Red Army Transcendent Rank 3, and a giant snake. The Abyssal Serpent, Transcendent Rank 3. The Dragon King Zhao looked up and shouted, "I am one of the 7 kings of the deep sea, Dragon King Zhao. Don't even think of resisting. Surrender this land." The Australian exotic beasts lowered their heads, glaring. They had long been uneasy about the deep sea, but they never expected such a rampant invasion of the continent. Its pupils contracted, glowing. "You will regret this." Deep-sea insects swirled like mist, covering the city filled with skyscrapers. The old doctor in the lab looked up and observed, "How is it? Can we communicate yet?" The person next to him carefully recorded, "Not yet." Across from them, a massive exotic dinosaur lay motionless, showing no reaction. The doctor frowned. Now with the sea beast invasion in just half a day, all coastal cities have fallen. It is the only way to deal with the sea beasts. My ability is to communicate with exotic beasts. If we can control it, we can be saved. Suddenly, a roar erupted and his face turned pale. Roar, the exotic beast, bound and unable to speak clearly, still conveyed it's useless. I can hardly defeat them. Humanity is destined to be annihilated. The doctor and his assistant both gasped in surprise. It spoke. He gnashed his teeth. Humanity is destined to be annihilated? Impossible. The doctor looked up at the exotic beast. The number of sea beasts and the spiritual energy they radiated were indeed very powerful, but not unconquerable. You are the perfect exotic beast we researched. Your skeleton is made of metal wires, and all your cells emit electromagnetic coils capable of generating a massive electromagnetic field. He frowned tightly and said loudly, "Your body structure has long surpassed human understanding." The doctor bit his lip and took out an egg. "As long as you help us drive away the sea beast, this sub-dragon egg can not only replenish your consumption but also make you stronger." He tried hard to persuade, "But after driving away those sea beasts, you are not allowed to destroy this country. Choose." The exotic beast's pupils lit up. It pondered. Suddenly a massive explosion occurred in the water city. 2 exotic beasts attacked in turns, and surging waves crashed into the streets. The tortoise spirit opened its mouth, spewing immense power. The light gradually extinguished and blue light flickered in its mouth. A group of fish poured into the Washaw Federation city in a line. They furiously opened their mouths and roared. A gigantic mutated anglerfish bared its teeth at the skyscrapers. The mutated humans quickly attacked them. Waves rolled and both sides clashed in battle. HMPH, they gnashed their teeth, all shocked. Damn it, the sea beasts are increasing. In another city, the water level had already risen, causing floods. In Fire City, sea beasts swam around. 2 awakened individuals hid in a corner for cover. In the city center, the mist had grown very thick. The person next to him knelt down, gritting his teeth to check. This isn't mist, it's water vapor. They stood on a high floor overlooking the water level. The seawater was boiling. Not far away, a pillar of light shot into the sky. Xiaoling clenched her fists, releasing spiritual energy that enveloped her body. Gigantic sea beasts approached, surrounding her. Drew closer and closer to her. Xiaoling pursed her lips, her gaze icy. He Xiaoling, Transcendent Rank 3, Mount Tianshan was bathed in sunlight at this moment. The white jade elephant let out a thunderous roar. It thought to itself with displeasure, more suffering in the world. I must bravely move forward and quell everything. Meanwhile, a tsunami once again struck the world's second continent. Zhou Fei's sea beasts poured in, threatening land creatures. In another place, humans were already cornered. The person standing in front was praying while those opposite listened quietly. But they were interrupted midway by the appearance of a sea beast. This sea beast was the twin-horned king, Transcendent Rank 3 Peak. The strong individual observed it grimly, returning to Misty Mountain. Sunlight also pierced through several clouds. Zai's eyes were still tightly closed at this moment, but soon it opened them. And Nine Tails was already waiting below. It looked up enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Master, you're finally awake. Have you broken through?" Zio calmly replied, "No, still one step away. I didn't expect the consumption this time to be so extravagant. Now only the final step remains, requiring 10 million evolution points." Nine Tails, what's happening in the outside world? Why is there so much powerful spiritual energy? Hearing this, Nine Tails stammered to recount the events. In fact, it quickly explained everything. Zio pondered the global situation. The 7 sea kings, the deep-sea exotic beasts, have finally invaded the land world. I just didn't expect the scale of the invasion to be so massive. However, if this is the case, there's no need to worry about evolution points anymore. If I intervene to help humanity at this time, then my reputation among humans will be even higher. This is a rare good opportunity. After planning, Zio began to give orders to Nine Tails. Nine Tails, you lead the exotic beasts of Misty Mountain. Take advantage of this sea beast disaster to go out and subdue some powerful mutated sea beasts, preparing for Misty Mountain's future expansion. I will go deal with these deep-sea creatures. Magic City had already sunk underwater, and sea beasts continuously invaded the land, unleashing all their abilities. Lin Zi fought desperately. Although the sea beasts were destroyed, their numbers were still enormous, and Lin Zi was already panting with exhaustion. She thought to herself, I have no strength left to escape, but by luring these sea beasts here, I can buy escape time for others. Just as she let her guard down, she fell into the sight of a large sea beast behind her. Lin Zi's face turned pale, and she quickly looked back. Am I going to die here? However, before the sea beast could attack her, it was struck by a single blow and fell to the ground. Clearing a space, Lin Zi hovered in the air, looking down. She thought in surprise, a beam of light descending from the sky. The attacker was precisely the white jade elephant. White jade elephant, Transcendent Rank 3. Her face was pale as she thought, the gigantic white elephant floating in the sky. The white jade elephant continued to unleash its power, creating an energy orb. Several beams of light rotated, preparing to strike the sea beast below. The sea beast king watched with wide eyes as the attack shot down, directly targeting this creature. A powerful light thus pierced through its body, leaving behind a smoke-filled space. The white jade elephant frowned. The enemy could still stand up. On the other hand, Lin Zi had successfully moved to another location. She observed from afar, thinking exhaustedly, it's terrifying. If I hadn't escaped in time, I'd be dead there now. But now she also had no strength left to escape. Who knew that Xiaoling's gigantic elephant sound would ring out behind her again? Transcendent rank 3, Lin Zi exclaimed in surprise. You are the princess, several strong individuals behind them then said. We didn't expect you to be here too. So far, 27 coastal cities have been invaded by sea beasts and 5 cities have been reduced to ruins. The remaining dozens of cities are still resisting, but they will eventually be defeated. All we can do is delay their advance. This time, compared to the previous Ugwang, it feels more like the end of the world. Their opponent was the Sea Beast King. Transcendent rank 3 Peak Xiaoling stood upright, solemnly declaring, no matter what you say, I'm going to charge forward. Hearing this, another strong individual immediately shouted to stop her. Wait, with our current strength, we're just going to our deaths. It's better to preserve our combat power and wait for the Federation's high command to make the final decision. The country is already preparing to use the spiritual energy railgun. If it can be successfully launched, this sea beast disaster will also be completely resolved, Xiaoling pointed forward, softly replying, the people there can't wait. With that, she flew off. The strong individuals behind her could only watch, sighing. Spiritual energy transformation, that's something only Transcendent rank 3 powerhouses can do. Princess Ji is already Transcendent rank 3. Xiaoling charged out at her fastest speed. Several exotic beasts saw her and wanted to attack, but Xiaoling unhesitatingly struck them with spiritual energy. The exotic beasts were thus dragged into the sky by Xiaoling. The strong individuals looked at the smoke-filled scene before them, sighing again. The seawater also evaporated. A light emerged from the smoke and Xiaoling charged directly towards the gigantic exotic beast, causing havoc in the distance, launching an attack. She loudly questioned it. Are you having fun causing trouble? The Sea Beast King took a direct hit from Xiaoling, swaying unsteadily. He immediately retreated. Xiaoling, enveloped in purple flames, unleashed another move, Purple Flame Incineration. The Sea Beast King let out a painful roar as flames enveloped its entire body. Smoke filled the air before Xiaoling, but the Sea Beast King was not defeated in the slightest. She gritted her teeth, annoyed, thinking, too massive, insufficient damage range, damn it. The Sea Beast King roared again at this moment, white smoke billowing, almost covering its entire body. The white jade elephant flew to Xiaoling's side and asked, are you okay? She frowned, questioning with suspicion. Who exactly are you? It simply explained. I'll explain later, but I'm not an enemy. Their attention turned to the Sea Beast King as it began to gather power for a counterattack. A strike was thus launched, heading straight for them. Both the white jade elephant and Xiaoling's eyes widened. Not good, this attack is massive. The white jade elephant had already been hit in several places and exclaimed in panic, ha ha ha, why is this sea beast using my move? It was then that Xiaoling added, wait, its appearance has changed to resemble yours. Not only that, but my flames also appeared. Seeing this, the white jade elephant quickly came to a conclusion. Its ability might be to absorb other creatures' attacks. This would be troublesome. The Sea Beast King let out another roar, and at the same time on the other side, waves continuously crashed against the shore. City residents desperately fled from the pursuing sea beasts. Screams echoed everywhere. Don't eat me, run, don't push me, where's my child? Has anyone seen my child? Run faster up front. No, the snake was about to bite someone when Zio caught it. Not only it, but a large number of exotic beasts attacking humans were also captured in an instant. A notification flashed. Evolution point 74,124. All the surviving people were surprised, exclaiming, it's the Divine Tree. The Divine Tree has come to save us. Divine Tree, Divine Tree, Divine Tree. Zio was focused on moving forward at this moment, constantly calculating in its mind, having come all this way, the nearby areas are severely invaded by sea beasts. The situation ahead must be even worse than here. The battle between Xiaoling, the white jade elephant, and the Sea Beast King had already made the sea tumultuous. The Sea Beast King continuously shot out sharp spikes, showering them on Xiaoling. The white jade elephant unhesitatingly charged forward. It aimed at the Sea Beast King and attacked, then stomped heavily on the Sea Beast King. Die by my stomp. The Sea Beast King was struck, spitting out green liquid. It wasn't over yet. Xiaoling also rushed up. She shouted loudly, using her purple flame sword, and fiercely chopped at the Sea Beast King. However, at this moment its entire body underwent a change. Xiaoling immediately sensed something amiss. Not good, it's an earth breath. She barely had time to use her shield to protect herself, blocking its attack. The white jade elephant, seeing Xiaoling struck, anxiously shouted, human. The Sea Beast King's attack shot straight out, piercing through several buildings. Xiaoling took the full brunt of the hit, impaled against the wall. She stared wide-eyed at the scene before her, barely resisting the blow. The white jade elephant, seeing this, shouted loudly, human, are you okay? But Xiaoling, annoyed, damn it, is this guy unkillable? The white jade elephant continued to explain, it's not an ordinary sea beast, it's one of the 7 deep-sea kings, and one of the culprits behind this continental invasion. The Sea Beast King continued to unleash a torrent of attacks. The white jade elephant used its trunk as a shield. Damn it, I'll block it. Then it counterattacked with its Reach the Heavens ability, causing the space to be violently affected by spiritual energy. Seawater surged skyward, splashing onto several buildings, accompanied by lightning. Xiaoling, seeing this, gritted her teeth and thought, even space has shattered. Aside from Master's willow leaf flying daggers, this is the second time I've seen a creature capable of shattering space. The white jade elephant quietly observed the vortex before it. Xiaoling approached at this moment, testing the situation. Resolved, the white jade elephant continued, even if its hide is thick, it can't withstand that. who knew that as soon as it finished speaking they saw the Sea Beast King appear above their heads. It actually mimicked the white jade elephant's reach the heavens move, causing the white jade elephant to cry out in surprise, "What?" Then it had to brace its body to resist. The seawater splashed high a second time. The Sea Beast King let out a roar. The white jade elephant was actually struck down, falling unconscious. Xiaoling could only exclaim at this moment, "Truly formidable." The Sea Beast King then threatened, "The land belongs to the ocean. Everything belongs to the ocean. Those who resist will die," accompanied by another reach the heavens move. Xiaoling just watched quietly as the seawater splashed. The Sea Beast King's eyes widened, its face showing surprise. Because several of Zayu's branches appeared before it, Xiaoling was equally surprised. What is this? It appeared at just the right time, and the Sea Beast King, completely unaware, continued to charge forward. Zayu observed it, commenting unhurriedly, "So you're one of the 7 Sea Kings, as ugly as I expected." The Sea Beast King now gathered strength and then directly leapt towards Zayu, deciding to use its old move, Heaven Piercing, again. Xiaoling saw this attack and cried out in warning, "Master, be careful, this move can shatter space." However, Zayu merely stood still, observing. It decided to take on the Sea Beast King's attack, but the immense pressure blew Xiaoling and many other things away. Fortunately, she was pulled back by other exotic beasts. Xiaoling looked at the white jade elephant, exclaiming in surprise, "White elephant!" Sweating coldly, it warily assessed the move the Sea Beast King unleashed. Its power was not only several times greater than before, but it also caused no damage to the exotic beast. The spiritual energy radiating from it was simply too powerful. Zayu remained calm as ever. It stared at its opponent, mocking, "Is that all you've got?" The Sea Beast King immediately felt the tension. It continuously repeated Heaven Piercing, but the pressure it caused was negligible. Suddenly, Zayu's branches extended. The Sea Beast King, pierced, spat out a large amount of viscous liquid, its eyes fixed on the branches impaled in its body. Zayu continued to question loudly, "Do you only know this stolen move?" Immediately after, several of its branches continuously coiled around the Sea Beast King, lifting its body into the air. Zayu said grimly, "Divine ability, Thunder Kill." The immense power instantly struck down violently. The Sea Beast King was thus knocked to the ground by Zayu with a single blow. The white jade elephant and Xiaoling both exclaimed in unison at this moment. "We won!" Zayu continued to look around, secretly assessing the damage to this coastal city, which was even worse than when I fought Uguang. Subsequently, several branches began to appear, and Zayu created a forest within minutes. All the surviving people looked there, exclaiming, "It's the divine tree of Misty Mountain. It saved us again." Meanwhile, in the Free Federation, the Octopus King, one of the 7 Sea Kings, was rampaging through the city, grabbing one building with its tentacles and throwing it at another. Seawater continuously poured into the city. The Free Federation command center was bustling with activity. "Commander, our southern city has been destroyed and now the sea beasts are attacking inland cities," reported the purple-haired young man, Hersman. The commander anxiously demanded his report, and he, with a furrowed brow, began to read, "The exotic beasts of the Washa Federation have defeated a 7 Sea King, currently out of danger for now. The exotic beasts are now occupying the coastal cities, and according to our assessment they will launch the next wave of attacks." Hearing this, he gritted his teeth and replied, "We don't have exotic beasts as powerful as Washas. Currently we can only rely on ourselves, but even so, victory is questionable." However, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "Who says we don't have powerful exotic beasts?" The commander stammered. Dr. Jinsho. As Dr. Jinsho reported, the spirit mech was being lowered, its fate uncertain. It landed heavily, preparing to confront the Octopus King before it. Dr. Jinsho frowned and solemnly declared, "The battle has only just begun," the spirit mech roared, intimidating its opponent. In Africa, the Twin King, one of the 7 Sea Kings, a transcendent rank 3 peak, was rampaging, but a strong individual had appeared to stop it. The battle was temporarily evenly matched, with the African strong individual desperately holding back the exotic beast, while in Australia the kangaroo was directly participating in the battle. It opened its massive mouth and ordered, "Don't let these small fry enter the land." The Dragon King Zhao responded with equal momentum, "Aren't you a creature that evolved from our ocean?" However, at this moment it was suddenly startled. The Dragon King Zhao looked back in one direction, thinking to itself, "The Sea Beast King's spiritual energy has disappeared. It has been defeated. The inland actually possesses the power to contend with the 7 seas so quickly. This is a forest created by an exotic beast. Humans have no hope against it." In another place, Lin Zi was standing in front of a forest. She looked around, secretly assessing, "This is a forest created by an exotic beast. Humans have no hope against it." Just then, Zayu's voice came from behind. "Is your ability teleportation? What an amazing ability." Lin Zi hastily turned around. She exclaimed in surprise, "Divine Tree, how are you here?" It chuckled and replied, "Because I am the master of this forest." Only then did she exclaim in horror, "Exotic beast," but then only the silence of the forest remained. This clone of Zayu quickly returned. Xiaoling saw it and cried out, "Master, master, why have you turned into a child?" Zayu simply explained, "Because I have new abilities to test." Xiaoling happily leaned closer, but this form was very human-like. It grabbed Lin Zi with several branches while talking to Xiaoling. "Because I used an illusion on my body, it can make anyone who sees me subconsciously think I'm human. but I can't leave my main body for too long, so I must deal with these sea beasts next. A cage held a mutated giant turtle. Transcendent rank 2 innate talent. Turtle shell thorn shield. Its turtle shell inherently possesses extremely powerful strength. It has defensive and protective thorns while also having terrifying offensive power. Special ability tidal conversion creates giant waves capable of engulfing an entire city. Turtle roar. The turtle's unique roar is enough to cause dizziness. Zio then looked at another cage. This one was the same. Most sea beasts were useless, not worth subduing. It continued to observe, then directly commented, not worth subduing. Then it stopped at another exotic beast, getting straight to the point. Sea beast transcendent rank 3 peak innate talent. Absolute evolution can absorb and replicate external influences and transform them into its own abilities. It can be reborn and evolve after a single shattering. At the same time, it can directly copy the abilities of other creatures. Special ability, black lightning summons fatal lightning from the sky. Willow whip. Black thorny willow branches are enough to crush everything. The information panel shocked Zio. This guy really started evolving in my direction. I heard from Little Ching that it used to take only a few minutes to evolve into a giant elephant. Now, evolving into my main body is just the beginning. It seems the evolution process will be complete in less than 5.5 hours, however. This method of evolution will merge previously learned abilities, but if it completes its evolution, can it become a true willow tree? If I were to devour it then, could I gain its innate talent? I'll keep it for now, the rest will all become my evolution points. Notifications then continuously sounded. Killed swordfish, increased evolution points by 5,000. Killed mutated crocodile, increased evolution points by 3,000. Killed mutated lobster, increased evolution points by 1,000. Killed mutated crab, increased evolution points by 2,500. Evolution points, 18,719. Do you want to activate rank 4 evolution? Zio affirmed without hesitation. Confirm. The system panel then displayed several more notifications. Confirmed upgrade to rank 4, using 10 million evolution points. A pillar of light then surged violently into the sky. Only then did Zio begin to instruct. Little Ching, I'm going into hibernation, the rest is up to you, she replied succinctly. Yes, with that, Zio's entire body was enveloped in a powerful light. The white jade elephant beside it then exclaimed, Is your master upgrading again? Such immense spiritual energy, truly enviable. Xiaoling observed it, constantly asking herself, the peacock elephant can freely grow and shrink, changing so flexibly. By the way, who exactly are you? The white jade elephant then explained, I am from Mount Tianshan, a deity fighting against darkness. Zio was still in the process of evolution. Meanwhile, in the western wasteland, Seth was walking alone in the desert. However, even from afar, he could still feel the divine tree upgrading so quickly. Meanwhile, on Tianwu Mountain, an exotic beast looked into the distance, pondering, I didn't expect the upgrade fluctuations to reach even here. A similar thing also happened in the northern reaches in the deep sea. A creature's tightly closed eyes were awakened by Zayu's evolution fluctuations. The flying whale was talking to itself. This is the Transcendent Rank 4 breakthrough stage. No, this spiritual energy already surpasses Transcendent Rank 4. How can the continent possess Transcendent Rank 4 power so quickly? I need to achieve something quickly now. Zayu's entire body radiated light, becoming a focal point for survivors. The divine tree is getting stronger and stronger recently. The surrounding buildings appear so small before it. However, at this moment a lightning bolt struck down from the sky. Xiaoling and the white jade elephant watched the fleeing crowds below. It's the lightning tribulation. Run! Zio was completely unaffected by its surroundings. However, at this moment exotic beasts appeared on the sea again. One of the 7 sea kings, the sea dragon king, transcendent rank 3 peak, and another of the 7 sea kings, the sea snail king, transcendent rank 3 peak. They looked at Zio, discussing with each other. He's the one who killed the sea beast king. The spiritual energy he emits is truly terrifying. Now is the only chance to get rid of him. Xiaoling and the white jade elephant also sensed the enemy's presence. It almost cried out in alarm. Xiaoling, 2 immense spiritual energies are approaching, no mistake. They are 7 sea kings of different ranks. Their gaze turned to the sea, and the white jade elephant again exclaimed, There are 2 of them, not good, not good. Who knows if we can win or even escape? They've rushed here because the divine tree is upgrading, and they need to defeat it in one strike. The divine tree will need at least an hour to wake up. However, Xiaoling shouted loudly, her spiritual energy surging out so powerful that even the white jade elephant was astonished. She said to it, You don't need to fight, isn't there another way? Their target isn't you. If you want to leave, hurry now. Otherwise, if I die, no one can stop them, and it will be too late for you to leave. These words made the white jade elephant even more surprised. Has Xiaoling decided to die? She rushed out without a word, leaving it calling helplessly from behind. Wait! The sea dragon king began to puff out its mouth to attack. It used water snake shockwave. Xiaoling responded with flame on. The 2 powers collided and then cancelled each other out. The sea dragon king stared wide-eyed and shouted, Human. The sea snail king next to it followed up with another attack. Get out of the way! Xiaoling couldn't stop the second attack. She quickly turned when she saw it. 2 exotic beasts attacked her alone simultaneously. Xiaoling barely managed to cope, then activated her spiritual energy flame greatsword to attack the sea snail king again. It laughed loudly. Do you want to cut through my armor? It's useless. I am the creature with the strongest defense. Xiaoling's attack actually affected it. The Sea Snail King cried out in surprise. The Sea Dragon King intended to take the opportunity to sneak attack Xiaoling with a tail strike, but the White Jade Elephant had already charged into it. The Sea Dragon King was thus sent flying. The White Jade Elephant solemnly declared, "I won't let you fight alone here." The World Conference was very noisy at this moment. Everyone had their own opinions. We should abandon all coastal cities now. Reorganize forces inland and wait for the opportunity to counterattack. The land cannot accommodate so many people. Food shortages will inevitably lead to internal strife, so abandoning this group of people is necessary. What we need to do now is think about how to continue human civilization. Bastard, do you know what you're saying? What's the difference between abandoning the populace and having sea beasts slaughter them? Now is not the time to consider morality. The high-ranking official's face was ashen from overthinking, and the light from Zayu's side grew stronger. The Strongmen's Association could only watch helplessly, thinking to themselves. 2 more deep-sea exotic beasts have appeared in Magic City. 7 sea kings judging by their spiritual energy. Why did the tree demon break through just now? The deep-sea kings are clearly afraid of its growth, which is why they chose this time to attack, to kill it as much as possible. Now the whole world is being invaded by sea beasts and we are powerless. At this moment someone suddenly reported, "Director, we caught someone in the hands of the Sea Beast King." Hearing this, the director immediately asked for the footage to be played. On the screen was Xiaoling the Empress. How could she be there? Fighting sea beasts? Is she trying to buy time for the tree demon? Xiaoling charged forward, fighting with Flame's spiritual energy. Her flames intertwined with the Sea Dragon King's spiritual energy. Xiaoling then used another move. Spiritual energy flame greatsword. The Sea Dragon King took the full brunt of this attack. It looked at its smoking body secretly thinking, "I've been burned, her flames are not simple, I can't underestimate her." From a human perspective you can be considered a leader. On the other side the Sea Snail King and the White Jade Elephant collided violently again. The White Jade Elephant then used a horn attack. Its opponent was sent flying. The White Jade Elephant took the opportunity to continue using heaven piercing. The Sea Snail King countered with acid, but the White Jade Elephant's foot still successfully stomped down and the 2 opponents thus recoiled backward. The Sea Snail King was splashed all over with liquid, secretly thinking, "I didn't expect my hard shell to be stomped like this," but it was also equally uncomfortable having part of its left side sprayed with acid. Don't underestimate marine creatures. However, before the Sea Snail King could continue to counterattack, the White Jade Elephant had already condensed spiritual energy, preparing to attack. It wanted the attack to affect the entire city. Xiaoling used her disc, however. The Sea Dragon King defended with Water Stream Shield and Water Stream Armor, and it attacked her. Immediately after, the Sea Dragon King charged forward with its whole body. It shouted loudly, "I don't have time to waste with you here, don't get in the way." With that, to end the battle, the Sea Dragon King used Water Stream Shield. Xiaoling gritted her teeth and commented displeased, "Ly. A move originally for defense is now used for restraint." The Sea Dragon King then unleashed several water bomb explosions. Xiaoling skillfully dodged, but those exploding projectiles actually flew back along their trajectory. She exclaimed in shock, "It's bouncing back using the water flow." She then resisted with difficulty, letting out a scream. Xiaoling's entire body was enveloped in flames, fending off the Sea Dragon King's continuous attacks. It took the opportunity to leave the battlefield. The Sea Dragon King's target was Yu Zio. It gathered power in its mouth and loudly declared, "I can't drag this out any longer, one blow to end it." However, before it could launch, Xiaoling had already punched it in the face. Ketchup splattered from the Sea Dragon King's face. Xiaoling's body was covered in wounds, but she still tried to protect Yu Zio. This time it was thoroughly enraged. "This persistent nuisance, you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish." The order was conveyed to its companion. Sea Snail King used that move. The Sea Snail King simply responded with a brief "alright." The White Jade Elephant immediately became more vigilant. What does that mean? Do they have even more powerful moves? Xiaoling also silently observed the combo these 2 exotic beasts unleashed. The Sea Dragon King loudly declared, "Human, this is our strongest combined skill. I'm going to blow you and that exotic beast up together." They gathered their spiritual energy and then violently launched it forward. Xiaoling's eyes widened, unsure how to defend. Yu Zio, meanwhile, still showed no signs of waking up. Several of Yu Zio's branches were enveloped in dense spiritual energy. The White Jade Elephant tiredly looked up and muttered, "Finally I can rest." Xiaoling here was equally surprised. Master, Yu Zio used Rain of Life." The White Jade Elephant quickly stood up and murmured, "Stamina recovered." Yu Zio then gently admonished, "Rest well, leave the rest to me." The White Jade Elephant caught her and quickly left the battlefield. "Leave Xiaoling to me." Yu Zio faced the Sea Snail King and Sea Dragon King. The Sea Dragon King cursed furiously, "Damn it, this is bad." It still broke through to rank 4. The spiritual energy it's emitting now is truly terrifying. The Sea Snail King next to it hesitantly asked, "Can we win?" The one who answered it was none other than Yu Zio. "Can you win? Do you still need to ask?" "Of course not." The overwhelming spiritual energy made the 2 exotic beasts open their eyes wide. They muttered to each other, "It's come to this, we have no choice but to go all out, beast form." The Sea Dragon King used Water Stream Bullet, while the Sea Snail King continued its H2S4 enhanced acid liquid attack. several attacks directly rushed towards Yuzayo. Its branches began to dance, easily blocking all attacks and deflecting them in different directions, causing a series of explosions around. Yuzayo still stood unharmed and the two Sea Kings stammered in surprise. What? The Sea Dragon King continued to signal the Sea Snail King, and its companion responded with a brief "understood." Yuzayo observed them with a puzzled, grim expression. They actually used intermediate chain bomb. A powerful attack fiercely rushed towards Yuzayo. Yuzayo simply continued to observe the attack. It violently penetrated its body. The two sea beasts warily looked at the pervasive smoke. Yuzayo's voice came from inside. Is that your strongest ability? Feather Shard of Flame. It used scorching flames to counterattack these guys. Yuzayo continued to observe the enemy's movements. The Sea Snail King curled into a wheel and rushed to attack. It triumphantly declared loudly, "My shell won't be easily burned to death by you." Then it directly charged at Yuzayo. White smoke and seawater continuously splattered. The Sea Dragon King stood up with difficulty. It was astonished seeing the Sea Snail King already dead on the other side. Its body was strangled by several of Yuzayo's branches. It was only then that Yuzayo spoke again. "There's one thing I don't understand. You can't live on the continent. What's the point of invading the continent? What can you do even if you take the land?" The Sea Dragon King instantly decided to retreat. "Not good. I must escape." However, before it could run far, it was caught. Yuzayo questioned it grimly. Still trying to run, branches wrapped around the Sea Dragon King, tightening their grip, its eyes bloodshot from pain. Yuzayo continued to urge it, "Answer my question." However, at this moment the Sea Dragon King laughed. It retorted to Yuzayo, "What are you afraid of? Does not knowing how to answer a question make you so uneasy? Is that it? Stop talking nonsense. Kill me." Hearing this, Yuzayo didn't hesitate. "It seems it won't talk. Then die." Ice Age. The two sea beasts were defeated just like that. However, Yuzayo felt something unusual at this moment. It muttered, looking up. Why is the sky so dark? Above Yuzayo's head was the shadow of the flying whale. The flying whale grimly looked down. It saw the two sea beasts frozen by Yuzayo. Yuzayo also looked up, secretly assessing in its heart. A flying whale in the sky, but this size is a bit unbelievable. The appearance of the flying whale was seen by the people in the research center. The director exclaimed in surprise, "That's a whale." Back in another city, Xiaoling was confronting the Octopus King. She shot an attack at this sea beast. The Octopus King was immediately repelled. This sea beast resisted painfully, and as a result several of its tentacles were broken. This was the King of the Seven Seas, the Octopus King, Transcendent Rank 3 peak. Confronting it was Xiaoling, Transcendent Rank 3. The Octopus King couldn't help but feel surprised. "I didn't expect humans to have such a weapon." However, its eyes suddenly widened in surprise. The Octopus King looked back in one direction and cried out, "This aura." The King of the Seven Seas, the Twin King, Transcendent Rank 3 peak, also had the same expression. "It's the Prophet, wasn't it asleep?" The King of the Seven Seas, the Mermaid, Transcendent Rank 3 peak, also looked up, muttering in confusion, "What happened? Did it wake up early?" The Sea Beast King, the Seahorse King, and the Sea Snail King have all been killed, so the Prophet awakened. People who were gradually returning to normal were also confused by this. An unprecedented gigantic creature appeared in the sky above the coast of Washa. Half the city's sky was obscured. "I can no longer see through this world." The flying whale grimly observed from above. Its massive body completely blocked the sky above Yuzayo's head. It spoke first, slowly asking, "Are you the exotic tree? Even Deep B felt your spiritual energy fluctuations." Yuzayo was also assessing the enemy. "This guy's spiritual energy is strange, unlike what I've encountered before. Are you the boss of the Seven Sea Kings? Why did you enter the continent? You clearly can't live on land. What can you do even if you seize the land?" The flying whale simply explained in confusion. "Because that sea area can no longer accommodate us." This sentence made Yuzayo look at it. The flying whale began to elaborate on their viewpoint. "With the resurgence of spiritual energy, all things thrive, and the land is sufficient for sea creatures to land and reproduce. Sea creatures will eventually complete their evolution and adapt to land life." Hearing this, Yuzayo's face showed a look of disgust. "Because you want to live on land, you want to exterminate all other creatures on land," the flying whale directly admitted. "That's right, between races the fittest must survive. Isn't that your human rule, Yuzayo?" These three words surprised Yuzayo. It questioned loudly, "How do you know my name? Who exactly are you?" That guy smiled sinisterly and announced, "I am Darkness." Yuzayo continued to respond, "Today, if you don't tell me everything you know, you won't leave here." With that, it launched another attack. The flying whale was unperturbed by these actions. It calmly and with a hint of mockery said, "We are isolated from the outside world. Are you afraid your secret will be known by humans? If your subordinate exotic beasts knew you were actually human, I wonder what their expressions would be." Yuzayo immediately reacted. It loudly declared, "They won't know. You will die at my feet." The flying whale was also not to be outdone. A barrier rose enveloping both of them. Here, Xiaoling and the white jade elephant couldn't help but exclaim, "It actually enveloped the entire city. The spiritual energy is truly exaggerated." She worriedly thought, "Master." Yuzayo decided to attack with 9 great tree roots, while the flying whale countered with sonar wave. Several of Yuzayo's tree roots aimed at the whale, striking. Space vibrated violently. The flying whale secretly thought with some apprehension, "The exotic tree is too strong. It went all out from the start." Then its entire body floated up and 8 spiritual energy convergence points appeared on its body. The flying whale loudly announced, "Turn into withered wood and rotten leaves." With that, it shot those attacks at Uzio. The light pressed down on Uzio's head. It showed no weakness using jauntization, and soon was on par with the flying whale, even delivering a heavy punch to the flying whale. The flying whale's eyes widened from the blow and ketchup splattered from its body. Uzio didn't stop there but continued to retreat, then used Earth Element. Dozens of sharp stones hit the flying whale. It thought, displeased, it actually knows Earth Elemental moves. Uzio then used Tree World Descent to entangle the flying whale. It stood grimly before the bound enemy, then tightened several branches. Spiritual energy elements flew everywhere in the air, aiming at the flying whale. They simultaneously shot at it, plowing the ground behind it thoroughly. The flying whale cried out in pain. It only now began to counterattack. The flying whale's grim voice rang out, "Rock eruption." Uzio exclaimed, "Rocks." The two forces thus collided, and the seawater instantly turned from blue to red. Scorching currents churned. The flying whale moved to a safe place, observing and secretly thinking, "I've overdone it a bit. The entire land is covered in rocks. Even the strongest exotic beasts will be completely dissolved. The ice circle formed by the exotic tree will also begin to melt, and without spiritual energy support, it will eventually collapse. I should also retreat." However, Uzio unexpectedly countered with thunder control. Lightning fiercely struck the flying whale. It cried out in pain continuously. Uzio roared threateningly from below. The flying whale was struck by lightning and fell downwards. Uzio then questioned again, "How do you know about me? What is this darkness you speak of?" However, the flying whale only explained halfway, "Our Lord is all-knowing, you don't need to ask me. Soon the Lord will descend upon this world, then you will understand. All I can tell you is this, knowing the rest is meaningless." The flying whale then stomped its foot violently again. It stood up, transformed into a land animal, and announced, "The Lord's power is enough to rule everything." Hearing this, Uzio could directly conclude, "It seems this is all you know." The flying whale opened its mouth intending to attack, and an attack was spewed at Uzio. Uzio sternly gave this guy its final words. "Go back and tell your lord, no matter how powerful he is, if he dares to provoke me, I will kill him. Get back to your deep sea." The barrier was still intact at this moment, but in just 1 second it was pierced by that attack. Uzio actually hit the flying whale, pushing it towards the sea. The flying whale tumbled over, falling powerlessly into the sea with a splash. Uzio still stood there observing. It was only then that the white jade elephant muttered, "We won." Xiaoling smiled faintly in satisfaction upon hearing this. Several members of the Spiritual Energy Research Center were muttering in surprise, "The exotic tree really won. Now there's no creature in the world that can defeat it." In Luo Nation, Isa directed those exotic beasts, "Return to the deep sea first. I can no longer sense the prophet's life aura. What on earth happened?" Similar things also happened in several other places. The Octopus King stopped fighting and turned to return to the sea. Xiaoling just watched from behind. The humans in this city cheered happily. "The sea beasts have retreated, have gone back to the sea. We won." Sea beasts all over the world had left, but the Dragon King Zhao's side was the worst off. In Australia, it was being held by the King of Australia like a toy, transcendent rank 4, which surprised you all greatly. Go back and tell the creatures of the deep sea to submit to me, or I will gather my forces and attack, understand? King of the deep sea. Light shot down from above and a dragon egg changed. The creature inside was hatching. A black dragon was thus born. Cold Dance muttered, sensing it. Crack, crack. Cold Wind wiped sweat and interjected, "I never thought I'd see this in my lifetime, the birth of a legend." The light of spiritual energy also fell into Ninetail's eyes. It frowned, observing grimly. Back in several cities at this moment, Zio quietly assessed the situation. The sea beasts had retreated, but they would definitely return. It seemed, as the system said, that darkness was coming. What kind of creature would it be? All I knew now was that the Lord's power was unfathomable. Then it turned to Xiaoling and commanded, "Xiao Qing, this time it's all up to you." She didn't answer, just smiled. Zio continued, turning to another mysterious figure, "And who exactly are you? I'm curious, why are you helping us, even going so far as to help humans? What's your goal?" The white jade elephant began to introduce itself. "I am a giant elephant from Mount Tianshan, a descendant of a god and a god fighting against darkness." The information it brought touched Zio's sensitive spot, immediately sparking its interest. Zio pressed somewhat loudly, "What exactly is darkness? How much do you know about these things?" The white jade elephant explained gravely. "Darkness is not a creature but an energy body." Zio was surprised by this information. "Not a creature but an energy body?" The white jade elephant continued to explain. "You know better than anyone what kind of energy body it is. All creatures have used it." Hearing this, Zio vaguely understood something. "Could it be?" The white jade elephant affirmed solemnly. "That's right, it's spiritual energy." These words shocked both Zio and Xiaoling. The white jade elephant further explained that, simply put, this planet is like a perpetual motion machine, constantly generating spiritual energy and continuously diffusing it outwards. The diffused spiritual energy is absorbed by living creatures and the unabsorbed remainder flies off the planet. It won't allow this planet to be in a state saturated with spiritual energy. So what happens to the spiritual energy within deceased creatures? Zio boldly speculated. Could it also be dispersed throughout the world like this? However, the white jade elephant interrupted. "No, the spiritual energy within deceased creatures disperses into another world. That is the so-called inner world. The spiritual energy of constantly dying creatures gathers into a mass. It cannot dissipate like spiritual energy, it can only accumulate continuously, eventually reaching an unimaginable and terrifying state. Eventually, it develops thoughts, form, and desires, finally breaking through into this world. The spiritual energy of all dead creatures is the true face of darkness. Hearing this, Zio asked with concern, "What will happen if it comes to this world?" The white jade elephant maintained its serious tone. "The spiritual energy of the world will conflict. The planet will split, falling into chaos. The last time darkness appeared, all the world's strongest individuals gathered to eradicate it from the world. After that, spiritual energy and darkness both dissipated from this world because they were originally one. If one dissipates, the other dissipates with it." It was only then that Zio began to connect the existing information. So the era's decline and all things returning to chaos, as recorded in General Lee's book, referred to the result of the conflict between two different spiritual energies. The white jade elephant added, "But it's strange. Darkness only appears once every 3,000 years, yet it has suddenly appeared now, at this moment," Xiaoling interjected worriedly. "If it comes here again, then this world," however, Zio comforted her, "there's nothing to worry about. As long as we know it can be killed, everything is much simpler. Xiao Qing, you should also go back to the human side. They definitely need you to handle the reconstruction work. I must return to Misty Mountain first. As for you," the white jade elephant interjected, "Zio, I might stay with Xiaoling for a while. I'm worried the sea beast might counterattack." Zio was still secretly calculating that the ocean creatures were now the pawns of darkness. Their current attack would only increase casualties, aiming to boost the spiritual energy of the undead. Bringing darkness to appear earlier. How ridiculous. I must become stronger to kill other creatures. The more I kill, the stronger darkness becomes. At this moment in the deep sea, the flying whale had already gathered the remaining sea beasts for a discussion. Isa looked at it, pondering. This attack not only failed to achieve the desired effect but also resulted in the deaths of 3 deep-sea kings. The situation is truly bad. Even Dragon King Zhao returned severely wounded. It was then that the flying whale finally spoke. "It's all my fault for being too hasty, not realizing there were also transcendent rank 4 beings on land. After I die, you must no longer attack the land, prioritize unifying the ocean. Then await the revival of that great one." The sea beasts responded briefly and in unison. With its instructions given, the flying whale plummeted into the abyss. A rift opened below and several tentacles slowly extended, wrapping around the flying whale's body, then beginning to devour it. Back in Misty Mountain, Zio had returned. A tree towering into the clouds, completely different from the tree it had been when it left. Seeing this, the exotic beasts came forward one after another, from the wind wolves to the earth dragons. The leading ones were also present. They all shouted in unison, "Greetings, divine tree." Cold Dance commented curiously from the side, "Is that the divine tree?" Who knew that? Zio then glanced in a certain direction. Black wings spread fiercely, dragon claws landed steadily, thunder dragon, transcendent rank 1, and the evolution of other young exotic beasts. Triple-headed snake, transcendent rank 2, twin-headed wolf, transcendent rank 2, big-eared monkey, transcendent rank 1, honey badger, transcendent rank 2, the giant dragon stammered, and master. Thunder dragon, transcendent rank 1, innate talent, elemental immunity, can reduce most elemental attacks. Dragon's breath, a flash of thunder that tears through the heavens and earth. Special ability, dragon's body, strength beyond the ordinary, can carry transcendent rank 2. Thunder dragon's roar, roar can affect local weather. Thunder devour can absorb lightning and nourish itself. Zio saw it and merely commented, "Finally hatched." Unconsciously, Misty Mountain is also welcoming a new generation. Everyone is striving to grow. It then handed a flower to Thunder and commanded, "This is a thunder elemental flower. Eating it will accelerate your growth. A legendary species like you has a very long life cycle. If you grow naturally, you might dominate the world, so use every method to accelerate your growth." Thunder responded obediently and succinctly. "Yes." Zio then summoned Qinggang, who appeared almost immediately. Subordinate present, Zio began to assign tasks. "I need you to continue expanding the map of Misty Mountain. If you encounter human cities, subdue them if possible, otherwise drive them out. Remember, prioritize fair treatment for those who surrender and make an example of those who resist." Qinggang acknowledged briefly. "Understood." Zio turned to another member, Linghua Yu, present. It succinctly stated, "Increase the altars and strive to subdue more human powerhouses." Linghua didn't ask further, simply acknowledged and acted. "Yes, this time the master is facing the sea beast attack. Perhaps I will find it easier to handle and explain correctly." Why, as soon as it returned, was it eager to expand Misty Mountain's influence? Could it be that even more powerful enemies were about to appear? Zio was currently calculating that expanding the map was just the first step. Next, it would subdue humans, establish research institutions for Misty Mountain, and create a supernatural sanctuary beyond this era. Once all the tribes of Misty Mountain had assistance, we would no longer be passive, and when the dark undead spiritual energy recovered, it would not be Misty Mountain's exotic beasts fighting it. Instead, all creatures of the world would want to survive. Back in the Washa Federation, humans were also holding a meeting. Uguang the exotic tree has also evolved to rank 4. If one day it no longer helps us humans, then our fate can be imagined, can't it? The high-ranking official expressed his view. Regarding the exotic tree, I think everyone might want to hear another person's perspective. Everyone incredulously asked, "Is there anyone else who can understand the exotic tree?" The high-ranking official now requested, "Let her in." He Xiaoling. Countless eyes in the room were fixed on one person, and they couldn't help but nod in agreement. If it's her, then it's certainly possible. Whether in the battle with Uguang or the invasion of sea beasts, she stood on the same front as the exotic tree. The high-ranking official began to ask, "Xiaoling, you've had close contact with the exotic tree. Briefly tell us what you know about it." Xiaoling repeated the word she had been told. "Although I have fought alongside it," rather than saying the exotic tree instilled fear in me, it felt more like it was simply beyond reach, much like the relationship between humans and ants. This comparison was an offense to some of those present. "Like ants? That's a good example. Do you think it will destroy humanity?" Xiaoling didn't mind but continued to explain. "From its current actions it seems unlikely. Unlike other exotic beasts that only possess simple intelligence, it has learned human culture. Whether it was its intervention with Uguang last time or opening the altar to bestow life essence upon humans or expelling the sea beast this time, it only wants to do one thing: become humanity's new faith." Zayu's message had already been conveyed to humanity. Several members in the room became even more confused, accompanied by the continuous degeneration of life and the unique demand for spiritual energy. The exotic tree wanted to use this method to continue coexisting with humans. The high-ranking official listened silently from the side when suddenly news came from outside. "Bad news, Half Moon City just received word that Misty Mountain's fog is visibly expanding. Yancheng, by now we have 2 cities. The people in the room all turned pale with fright. Has Misty Mountain expanded again? Its expansion is in all directions. Not only our federation but even the western wasteland and the northern reaches are being continuously encroached upon." Faced with this situation, the high-ranking official immediately concluded, "We cannot fight it now." The others could only curse along. "Damn it, are we just going to let it do as it pleases? What else can we do?" He began to issue orders. "Notify everyone, no conflicts with Misty Mountain's exotic beasts, arrange for citizens to evacuate the 2 cities. Furthermore, we must always pay attention to the direction of Misty Mountain." Half Moon City was still calm at this moment. However, outside the city, Qinggang had already appeared. Half Moon City was still peaceful at this moment, residents living normally, until a layer of mist enveloped them, causing panic. "Mist," the alarm quickly sounded. "Intruder alert, all city units, intruder alert." At the same time, several strong individuals also appeared, ready to fight. They were half familiar, half unfamiliar, muttering guesses. "Is this Mist?" As if to confirm this statement, Qinggang's figure had already appeared outside the city. They exclaimed, "Misty Mountain?" Qinggang frowned deeply and announced loudly, "I am a general of Misty Mountain. From today on, Half Moon City will be taken over by Misty Mountain. Those unwilling to surrender to Misty Mountain, please leave." This domineering declaration made those strong individuals exclaim, "What kind of joke is this? You alone can capture this city? Are you out of your mind?" Hearing this, Qinggang merely sneered. The figures of exotic beasts began to appear. He powerfully retorted the question, "Indeed, only I, returning to Misty Mountain, Bayou Canyon." The system panel appeared before TVRU with 112008 evolution points. It looked at this astonishing number and thought to itself, "When I first came to this world I only had 0.1 evolution points. And now I have tens of millions. After advancing to rank 4 I haven't checked my spiritual energy panel yet." The system opened the attribute panel. Mutated willow tree, transcendent rank 4. Innate talent, infinite growth LV4, spiritual energy never depletes, infinite vitality. Seed of life LV4 can create an ancient forest in a few breaths, can instantly freeze time, comprehended 20. Thunder control LV4 can summon heavenly thunder. Special abilities, mutated branch LV4, mutated root LV4, spiritual field LV4, mist control LV4, illusion LV4, great river of earth LV4, willow leaf dagger LV4, blood pact LV4, ice storm LV4, wood dragon LV3, minor divine ability, mimicry entry, feather shard of flame entry, ice age entry, thunder kill entry, size manipulation entry. After reading, Zio muttered, "Such a magnificent panel, I believe there's no second one in the world. If I want to go further, these abilities need to be integrated and refined. Mist control is the best ability. As my spiritual energy grows stronger, the coverage and activation range also increase, and it can be combined with illusion. Not only can it envelop the land and terrain in mist, but wherever there is mist, there is my Misty Mountain." Here, Qinggang successfully pacified Half Moon City, and the resisting strong individuals were almost immediately defeated. He had a few drops of the enemy's ketchup on him, and the city was now surrounded by the Rat King, with wind wolves and gorillas patrolling the perimeter, moving in groups while other strong individuals were still struggling. Qinggang reiterated his previous proposal, this time taking over Half Moon City, those who surrender live, and in Mountain Valley. Sea of Flowers was born. Nine Tails gracefully stepped into the flower field, looking ahead with a serious expression. Opposite Nine Tails at this moment was the light of a breakthrough. Another exotic beast had appeared. This was a golden-spotted swallowtail, transcendent rank 2. In the midst of breaking through, Nine Tails frowned. Lightning was dancing over there. It was the Thunder Dragon, transcendent rank 1, and also a nightmare beast, transcendent rank 2. The nightmare beast attacked first, and the two forces collided, the powerful momentum astonishing the golden-haired monkeys, honey badgers, and wild boars. The battle between the nightmare beast and thunder continued. Zio observed quietly, assessing that a transcendent rank 1 could actually fight a transcendent rank 2 nightmare beast to a standstill. The thunder dragon's potential was indeed very powerful, and it wouldn't be long before it surpassed the nightmare beast's strength. Enough, come back. The two little creatures quickly returned to Zio, standing at attention. It observed the nightmare beast, then silently thought, this nightmare beast was only subdued a few days ago, and it, like the thunder dragon, belongs to a legendary species. Its future growth will be immeasurable. At this moment Linghua came to report. Divine Tree, the white fox of Qingchu is here. Zio briefly replied, The white fox bowed to Zio, greeting the divine tree. It held a spiritual flower with a missing part in its hand. I didn't call you here for anything else this time. The white fox previously obtained a spiritual grass from your kind which originally had 9 leaves but now has 8. One was secretly eaten. The 9-leaf creation spirit grass, if it condenses 81 circles, can evolve into creation. 1 less circle won't do. The white fox trembled, not daring to look up. Zio grimly asked again, Who did it? The white fox, sweating profusely, trembled as it admitted, I ate it. I was young and ignorant then, and later my big sister scolded me. We didn't intentionally bring a flawed spiritual grass to deceive our master. Zio observed it, continuing to ponder. The powerful Qingchu fox clan, if properly cultivated, might produce a second 9 tails. Who knows? Eat it. You've already eaten 1 leaf of this spiritual flower. It's not much use to me. But it will complete you. Zio directly ordered the white fox to eat it. To allow you to absorb the spiritual flower to the maximum extent, I bestow upon you a drop of life essence to strengthen yourself. The white fox ate it without hesitation, and its body immediately changed. Linghua sighed from the side. It has a bit of 9 tails shadow. At this moment 9 tails appeared behind them with the swallowtail. The swallowtail saw Zio and exclaimed, Is this the divine tree? It's truly massive. Linghua was ecstatic, her voice rising several octaves when she saw it. This butterfly, master, it's so beautiful. 9 tails unhurriedly introduced. This is a new companion. Zio observed the creature, a golden-spotted swallowtail, transcendent rank 3, innate talent, dazzling radiance enough to crush the sky, special ability. Dreamland integrates its body into the void. Butterfly wings, its wings are like weapons of light. Light of annihilation condenses light that fills the sky, transforming into a destructive beam. It continued to comment, This is our first transcendent rank 3 edition. Zio's body changed. It held the swallowtail in its hand and said, Welcome to our family. This treatment made Zixian somewhat unhappy. Transcendent rank 3, what's so great about that? I'm also transcendent rank 3. Eat, sleep, and wake up as transcendent rank 3. Zio then turned to Linghua. Linghua, you're about to break through too, aren't you? She nodded, briefly replying. It asked about other matters. How's the altar recently? Linghua quickly reported. Currently more than 28 human powerhouses have signed contracts with me, including 1 very powerful transcendent rank 2 powerhouse, also known as the Iron Fist Tyrant, and 6 transcendent mid-stage powerhouses. The rest are early stage rank 2. Hearing this, Zio was somewhat displeased. Only 28 people, fewer than I expected. Continue to recruit as many as possible. Also inform the powerhouses who have joined us to strengthen their forces and develop themselves. If needed, Misty Mountain can also provide some assistance. Linghua couldn't help but ask curiously, Divine Tree, can I ask you a question? Zio briefly replied, Speak. She continued, Recently you've always been eager to expand your influence. Do you have an enemy to deal with? Hearing this, Zio merely slowly explained, It's meaningless to tell you now, just focus on your own tasks. Linghua was somewhat disheartened by this blunt answer. Over here, Qinggang had already found the divine tree. Half Moon City has been subdued as per your instructions. No buildings were damaged, and only those unwilling to surrender were led out of the city. But I forcibly kept all researchers, Zio replied with satisfaction. Very good, bring them over and then continue to advance. He bowed and accepted the order. Yes, Zio clenched its hands, muttering in dissatisfaction. Darkness, I will never let you destroy this world. I will summon countless companions to fight you. I will definitely defeat you. Its serious expression made Linghua worried. In Luo Nation, several powerhouses shouted loudly, chasing a person, Stop, alien, give back what's in your hand. This was Kangfeng Silvermoon, a member of the Dark Council. He held a small piece of cloth in his hand and those powerhouses relentlessly pursued him. Die. 2 attacks went straight for him, causing a considerable explosion. However, Silvermoon was unharmed. He stood face to face with those powerhouses who seriously threatened, Hand him over or you won't leave here alive tonight. Silvermoon heard this and remained silent. He actually held a person in his hand. Silvermoon's gaze sharpened. Then he declared, What a joke, you're the ones who will die tonight. The moonlight was now falling below, and the system issued a reminder. The 3rd spiritual energy tide is about to appear. All races are about to return, and legacies and bloodlines will be activated. But you seem unprepared. This surprised Zio. The 3rd spiritual energy tide is coming? I didn't even notice. Originally the 2nd spiritual energy tide bloomed, and all things underwent a great evolution. The entire world's evolution speed was pushed forward within 10 years, and it also changed the world's food chain. What results will this spiritual energy tide bring? The system then reminded it. Legacies and bloodlines are opening. All races will return in this tide. You are already transcendent rank 4. After you experience the baptism of the third spiritual energy tide, you will transform again. Zio couldn't help but ask directly, why is this spiritual energy tide coming so quickly? The system explained without concealment. Darkness has already detected your existence. It triggered the spiritual energy tide early. It fears that your growth will pose a threat to it. Chapter 168. The system now explained, it triggered this spiritual energy tide early. It fears that your growth will pose a threat to it. Hearing this, Zio was immediately surprised. It looked up, curiously asking back, threat? If I want to become stronger, I must kill other creatures. And haven't all the creatures I've killed been converted into undead and absorbed by darkness? Doesn't my growth also make it stronger? The system explained. The struggle between other creatures and the generation of death help darkness grow stronger. But you are not. Zio didn't understand and asked sharply, what do you mean? At this moment, the system explained the teaching content. The deaths you cause will not be converted into undead and absorbed by darkness, but will become evolution points absorbed by you. It can be said that you are the second darkness. But now it is still more powerful than you, at least an existence capable of triggering the spiritual energy tide. What the system said made Zio fall into contemplation, so powerful that it can dominate the evolution of the entire planet. I actually have to fight such an opponent. Can I win? Perhaps I will die miserably. But I can't sit back and do nothing. Hearing its hearty laughter, the system was incoherent with surprise. Zio then sighed again. I'm really excited. I seem to understand why I came to this world. The meaning of my rebirth in this world. The system continued its words. The tide is very likely not to start from the depths of this planet. Most likely it will appear somewhere in the sky or the depths of the void. This spiritual energy tide will be the most terrifying spiritual energy tide in history, sweeping across the entire universe. Seize this opportunity. Zio was still in the system at this moment. However, it had already opened its eyes and immediately issued orders to Nine Tails. Nine Tails, call Qinggang, Jingji, Ox Demon and Imperial Crocodile here. I have something to tell them. It bowed and briefly replied, yes. The moon was now high in the sky and the summoned personnel had all arrived. Jingji frowned, feeling a sense of unease. Why did Master suddenly call us here? Zio looked down at them, then stated, everyone's here. Soon I will fall into slumber again due to cultivation. Before that, I need to tell you a few things. Besides Half Moon City, another city, Yancheng, has been captured these past few days. That city will be managed by Jingji. Zio looked at Qinggang and continued, you will take the researchers from Half Moon City and Yancheng to the underground city in Bayou Canyon and let them continue their gene modification projects. Give them whatever they want, including life essence. Try to meet their demands. He briefly replied, yes. Hearing this, Zio added, Imperial Crocodile, you no longer need to manage the internal affairs of Misty Mountain. You will be responsible for the entire outer perimeter of the mountain. Internal affairs will be handled by the Ox Demon. Ox Demon, from now on all exotic beasts in Misty Mountain will be under your management, including battles, support, and external allies. Yes, and finally Nine Tails, the task of finding new companions is yours. If you need help from any exotic beast, go to the Ox Demon. Nine Tails softly replied, yes. Jingji curiously asked an additional question. Master, how long will you sleep this time? Zio murmured in reply, I don't know. Perhaps half a year, perhaps a year, but in any case it won't be a short time. All matters of Misty Mountain during this period are entrusted to you. The people below replied in unison, yes. Zio was secretly planning to cope with the coming spiritual energy tide. I have to try to extend my tentacles into the void. After all, it's very likely to come from the void. Just wait, darkness. I will never lose, even if the spiritual energy of this world dissipates because of you, I will never. The sight before Jingji made her stare intently. She murmured in admiration. So beautiful, Zio's voice came from afar. Continue to live. A tree enveloped in light, Zio entered a state of cultivation on Mount Tiantian. A figure appeared on the delicate petals. In Dragon God Canyon, a powerful exotic beast heavily stomped the ground, letting out a menacing roar. In Europe, the King of Australia was continuously developing. In a hidden corner, its commentary sounded, this world is about to change again. Deep in the dense forest, an exotic beast was carrying a human in its mouth. Little Lan's face was grim, and she cried out in fear. No! The exotic beast charged over, wanting to bite her. Little Lan screamed in horror, but luckily White Tiger appeared in time to stop it. White Tiger's eyes were exceptionally sharp. It struck down the exotic beast with a single blow, then growled, looking at the defeated creature. Little Lan was still in a panic. However, she looked up and saw Jingji standing beside her, and the forest was unusually quiet. Little Lan lay on the ground, slowly opening her eyes, and Jingji smiled. You're awake. White Tiger again bared its teeth, its smile menacing. Little Lan quickly retreated. Looking at her hands, she exclaimed in surprise, I'm not dead. After that, White Tiger brought both of them back. Little Lan exclaimed in surprise, this tiger didn't eat me. Big sister, is it your pet? Jingji curiously asked at this moment. Why, you appeared in that forest which has countless exotic beasts. It's very dangerous, Little Lan recounted glumly. Uncle asked me to do it. I have to go to this forest to find a herb because I can feel the spiritual energy emanating from the herb. Hearing this, Jingji couldn't help but be surprised. Your uncle actually asked you to do such a dangerous thing. Is he even human? Little Lan continued to explain. I was tricked into coming. If I can't bring him the herb in time, he will gouge out my brother's eyes and sell his organs." Hearing this, she grew even angrier. "There's no shortage of such corrupt people in any era. Take me to him. I'll help you rescue your brother." "Where are they?" Little Land briefly replied. "In Yanchang." White Tiger moved at the mention of the name. However, at this moment a flock of crows blocked their path and Jingji cried out, "Crows not good, these are transcendent rank 1 black crows." White Tiger condensed power in its mouth and shot a blast piercing through the flock of crows. However, they retaliated and Jingji concentrated, preparing to fight. She leaped from White Tiger's back, piercing through several of them with her branches. White Tiger and Little Land dodged somewhat laboriously. Jingji looked back and gestured. "The air is too disadvantageous for us, Little White. Go down." It acted upon hearing this. A crow spread its wings. Its size was even larger than White Tiger's. This was the Black Crow King, Transcendent Rank 2. Jingji was surprised by its appearance. "This guy is too big." "This a Black Crow too?" An attack shot toward Shaolan. However, White Tiger blocked the attack with its wings. That Black Crow was also affected and spoke nervously. "Little White." However, the Black Crow King glared at it and rushed to attack Jingji. She shouted angrily, "Get out of the way, don't block my path." So the Black Crow King circled in the air. Below was a cliff and inside the cliff was a stretch of white mist. Shaolan and White Tiger fell together. Shaolan climbed up from White Tiger, her head pounding. White Tiger straightened itself and the little girl lay fallen on the ground. Its expression grew more vigilant as it saw what was ahead. A group of exotic beasts appeared before White Tiger and Shaolan. The little girl's face turned pale with fright. "Be big, too big, so disgusting." That group of exotic beasts, oblivious to their fate, charged forward to attack together. White Tiger roared and wherever the light of its attack reached, exotic beasts fell dead. One exotic beast bit its body. However, White Tiger severed this creature with its claws. The battle continued. Shaolan stuttered a comment from the side. Truly amazing. What, you want me to get on?" So White Tiger quickly left the cliff, but its way of moving left several new bumps on both their heads. "Ouch, that hurts," Shaolan muttered. "What if your wings are broken?" White Tiger calmly replied. "Everyone will die." The little girl continued to shout, "I don't want to." At this moment, Shaolan, hearing White Tiger's words, cowered in fear. However, she soon sensed something else. Shaolan's gaze turned in one direction. There was a spiritual energy fluctuation from a spirit herb, and it wasn't an ordinary one. Shaolan looked in one direction and commented, "There's a spirit herb's consciousness, and it's very strong, not an ordinary spirit herb. Little White Tiger, let's go take a look, maybe we can use it to heal your wings." However, White Tiger suddenly spat out blood at this moment. Shaolan, sweating, spoke worriedly, "What's wrong? This is where that bug just bit you. You're poisoned." White Tiger stammered in reply, "Everyone will die." Shaolan was silent for a brief moment, so she directly declared, "You won't die, your wings were injured because you saved me. I will definitely save you. The place is a bit far, you must try hard to hold on." White Tiger continued Shaolan's words, saying, "Everyone will die." The little girl replied somewhat impatiently, "I already said you won't die, you're so annoying." Over here, Jingji had already defeated the Black Crow. She watched it fly away. Jingji gritted her teeth, frowned deeply and looked annoyed. It ran away after losing. At this moment, several wind wolves appeared behind her. Jingji quickly ordered, "Wind wolves, their presence here means Yancheng isn't far. You've come at just the right time. Use your noses to help me find White Tiger. It might be injured." However, at this moment it started to rain again, and Jingji became several times more flustered than before. "It's raining this way. White Tiger's and the little girl's sense will disappear." Conversely, White Tiger continued to move with Shaolan. The little girl hid under its wings, muttering doubtfully, "This place won't get flooded, will it?" At this moment White Tiger, exhausted, lay down. Shaolan, seeing its condition, called out worriedly, "Little White Tiger." White Tiger stammered in reply, "Everyone will die." Shaolan observed its condition, secretly assessing. "The poison's onset is too strong. Little White Tiger won't make it, will it?" She looked at the precious herb in her pocket, hesitating. Time continued to pass. 2 hours later. White Tiger was surprised that it was able to recover. However, Shaolan had already begun to explain before it. The recovery spirit herb has detoxifying and pain-relieving effects. It can fetch 50,000 in the black market. This was originally for saving my brother, otherwise he would have his eyes gouged out, but I can't let you die like this. Now we can only pray that there are other valuable spirit herbs around the scarlet spirit herb. We must go all out to obtain the spirit herbs around the scarlet spirit herb. You want to heal your body, I want to save my brother. From now on we're in this together." These words made White Tiger fall into thought. After a moment it stammered in reply, "Everyone will die." Only then did Shaolan realize with a start, "Do you only know how to say that one phrase?" They began to enter the cave and a stone wall soon appeared before them. Shaolan reported, "The spirit herb's scent is emanating from here." "Jump down." White Tiger let the little girl ride on its back, then charged down. What awaited them was, below was a swarm of blood leeches. White Tiger flung Shaolan aside, fighting alone. Then they continued to move. At this moment a sticky green object fell onto Shaolan's head. She picked up the blood-sucking bug, her face pale. White Tiger saw her panicked expression and laughed. However, there were even more on Shaolan's head. She frantically patted White Tiger, urging it to speed up. When they reached another resting place, they were again harassed by exotic beasts. Shaolan froze, her face pale, as the creature let out a threatening roar. The little girl continued to urge White Tiger to flee. Subsequently, when White Tiger was trapped, Shaolan assisted with all her might. After a monumental effort, they finally managed to leave. Shaolan was already exhausted to the point of delirium. When the two reached the end of the cave, the light before them astonished them. The tree glittered amidst a sea of flowers. Xiaolon let out a sigh of admiration. How beautiful, there's actually such a beautiful place here. The two stopped before the tree. Xiaolon continued to mutter, "It looks like this cave entrance is V-shaped." White Tiger then continued the little girl's words, saying, "Everyone will die." Hearing this, Xiaolon also cheerfully added, "Don't you think it's beautiful too? My hometown used to be beautiful too, until you exotic beasts invaded, destroyed my home, and killed my parents." Xiaolon continued to share, "At that time I hated exotic beasts fiercely, but I never expected your true nature to be the most terrifying. Big White Tiger, you injured your wings to save me. Thank you for saving me. Once your wings grow back, I'll take you to see the red trees that cover the mountains in my hometown." White Tiger smiled in response. "Everyone will die," Xiaolon asked, displeased. "Why do you always say that phrase? Can't you say anything else?" White Tiger continued. "Everyone will die, everyone will die." The little girl impatiently interrupted. "Enough, enough, it's such a downer." Xiaolon recalled a memory, saying, "You told us to find spirit herbs, but you led us to an exotic beast's cave. Were you trying to kill us? This old man spent a great deal of effort to buy you. Today I'll definitely teach you a lesson." Then came screams. "Stop hitting me, it hurts." The two abusers thus turned and left. "You hit them too hard just now. They'll be hard to sell. Then take out their organs, that way they'll sell for more." The two sisters huddled in the corner of the room, both in pain. "How long will we have to live like this?" Xiaolon merely whispered. "Just keep living. Only by continuing to live can we change this terrible life." So the little girl woke up groggily, and Xiaolon said in a panic, "Oh no, I accidentally overslept." Big White Tiger, wake up. "We should go?" Unexpectedly at this moment, part of White Tiger's body had already turned purple and it stammered, "Everyone?" Xiaolon looked at it in horror. Poison's spread has widened. Big White Tiger must be in great pain now. The little girl continued to look around, then began to search. "The spirit flower's location is very close. We can definitely find it by going through that small cave." White Tiger still softly called out in pain, "Everyone will die." Xiaolon looked at it worriedly, then resolved to leave. "Little White Tiger, just hold on a little longer." White Tiger looked tiredly at Xiaolon's retreating back. The little girl squeezed into a nearby hole. Several leaves here swayed slowly. Xiaolon desperately crawled through the dark tunnel. Several worms continuously touched the little girl. Soon light appeared before Xiaolon. "Great, I see the exit." However, before the little girl were countless dense holes. Xiaolon cried out, her face pale. "So many holes, there must be terrifying huge bugs inside. Only this cave, the spirit herb scent is emanating from it." "Big White Tiger, just hold on a little longer. It'll be over soon." Unexpectedly, when Xiaolon climbed to the top, dozens of exotic beasts were waiting for her below. The little girl exclaimed, "So big, that flower is over there." Xiaolon cried out excitedly. "Finally found it, just don't wake it up." The little girl moved cautiously, then climbed down from the cliff, but unexpectedly the spot Xiaolon grabbed cracked. That stone fell onto the animals below. Xiaolon cried out, her face pale, but the creature still didn't move. The little girl's hands desperately gripped the cliff. After much effort, Xiaolon finally climbed up here. Her face glowed with joy. "This is the revival grass. Little White Tiger is saved this time, but there's only this one, no other spirit herbs if there's only one." "What about my brother?" However, at this moment the creature had already appeared behind her. Xiaolon jumped to dodge, her small hand clutching the grass tightly. Xiaolon ran quickly. She gritted her teeth, thinking, oh no, what should I do? I'm going to die." The exotic beast relentlessly pursued. At this moment, Xiaolon encountered other exotic beasts, blood-sucking bugs. They pounced on the little girl. Xiaolon was attacked from two sides, several blood-sucking bugs lunging at her, and that exotic beast was also surrounded by them. It struggled desperately to break free. Seizing this opportunity, Xiaolon desperately fled. She soon came across several giant stone pillars. Xiaolon walked up to touch it, crying out in a panic, "No way out. Why, what should I do?" At this moment, the figure of an exotic beast appeared behind her again. A gigantic and threatening bug. Xiaolon screamed in fright. "Help!" The exotic beast thus charged forward to attack. Xiaolon's scream happened to ring out just as White Tiger appeared. "Help!" It rushed up and beat that exotic beast to a pulp. White Tiger took only a moment to bite the exotic beast to death. Xiaolon cried out excitedly. Big White Tiger continued to attack the exotic beasts before it. It fought fiercely alone against a group of exotic beasts. Soon Xiaolon cheered excitedly. We won." However, that exotic beast was still able to stand up. White Tiger, seeing this scene, was astonished. Then came the counterattack from those exotic beasts. It let out a terrifying cry. White Tiger quickly grabbed Xiaolon and fled. However, that attack could still penetrate the cliff, shooting directly outwards. At this moment, White Tiger rolled a few times on the ground, then fell into the sea of flowers below. So both of them fell unconscious. At this moment, Xiaolon's body was impaled by a huge thorny tree. She spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, then looked down at her body, secretly commenting, "It hurts so much, my stomach. Am I going to die?" The herb clutched tightly in Xiaolon's hand showed no signs of loosening. She continued to mutter to herself, "Brother, I will definitely save you." However, White Tiger was already immobilized at this moment. It recalled its battle with the honey badger, how it had majestically swollen the honey badger's head and then was hit by Zio. "What are you doing, kid? All you need to do is avoid being hit by iron nail head attacks. Although your body is very strong, you can't rely solely on it to block every move. Attacks that can be avoided must be avoided as much as possible. Don't let the opponent's moves hit you, as your body cannot withstand paralyzing or stunning toxins. Continue training. It'll be too late for regrets. Go find the divine tree quickly, or everyone will die. White Tiger looked around blankly, realizing it had just had a dream and its wings were completely healed. Shaolin weakly spoke from her side. You're awake. It seems the medicine worked. She looked bewildered, still impaled by the large tree. White Tiger immediately became frantic. Everyone will die. Everyone will die. The little girl slowly replied, So noisy, I'm not dead yet. Big White Tiger, can I ask you one thing? Can you rescue my brother? 15 li east from here, there's a dilapidated village. You should be able to smell my scent when you get close. My brother has suffered a lot. Don't let him suffer anymore. So you must rescue him. I can't take you to see the red forests all over the mountains anymore. Let my brother take you for me, okay? White Tiger's eyes were filled with sadness. It seemed to be able to envision the scene before it and softly replied, Okay. The little girl smiled faintly, and then her entire body became motionless. White Tiger softly called her name, Shaolin. However, Shaolin could no longer respond. Zayu's past teachings involuntarily surfaced in its mind. Your body cannot withstand paralyzing or stunning toxins, so attacks that can be avoided must be avoided as much as possible, or it will be too late for regrets. White Tiger cried and roared. Shaolin, its roar echoed throughout the entire area. Soon it attracted black crows and other exotic beasts. White Tiger stood quietly before the tree. It was crying, tears and snot streaming down. Shaolin was already motionless. Above, a black crow landed on the ground. Exotic beasts also appeared. They eyed White Tiger covetously, wanting to devour it. The black crow cried out, and that exotic beast also cried out in response. White Tiger underwent a change. Its gaze sharpened, its eyes filled with hatred. Time passed. This area was razed to the ground. Only then did Jingji arrive at the scene where White Tiger stood quietly looking at Shaolin. Jingji spoke. Little White, it's not responding, its eyes only fixated on the cold corpse. Jingji slowly approached. She reached out to lightly touch Shaolin, then suddenly startled, sensing something. In a nearby small house, several giant dogs barked one after another. An exploiter turned back to report, Hey, a commodity died sick. Another person followed. Damn it, wasted effort catching a sick one, just throw it away. He walked towards the trash can with the cloth bag, then asked again, Has that kid not returned yet? The guy smiled and picked up, No need to worry. Its brother is here so it can't run away. Once it comes back with the herbs, we'll sell their organs. What's going on outside? The dog barked, guarding its belongings. The man didn't get an answer. His dog was dead. The two men screamed in panic. What's going on? The door flew off. Outside, Jingji slowly walked forward, her face filled with extreme rage. The two men gritted their teeth and yelled, Woman, you're the one causing trouble. This woman looks good. Let's catch her and sell her at the market. We can earn a lot of money. Grab her. White Tiger appeared, opening its huge mouth, ending the man's life. The remaining people were too scared to stand. They turned back, fleeing desperately. Run, help! However, several of Jingji's branches had already extended, directly impaling one person. White Tiger on its side broke another cage, rescuing the children. They cried incessantly in fear. Don't eat me, help! Little Lan's voice rang out from behind. Come out, stupid tiger! The little one cheered excitedly. Jingji frowned, pondering unhappily. I didn't expect so many children to be captured. Let's take them all with us. She silently watched little Lan and her sister reunite, recalling finding the little girl earlier. Jingji secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, she was only unconscious then, and life essence could still be used. If I had arrived a step later, these children, all captured from Yancheng, would have been gone. Let's take them back. She continued to stroke little Lan's head, smiling and suggesting, From now on you and your brother will follow me. The little girl smiled excitedly. Okay. Jingji secretly calculated. It seems Yancheng is very chaotic now. I must properly reorganize it upon our return. White Tiger, meanwhile, had long become a plaything for the children. At the same time, in a small country, Silvermoon, holding a child in his arms, reported to Xiaoling, Speaker, this is a mutant human, a creature with beast bloodline. The child was being carefully observed. Xiaoling now instructed, It's not enough. Continue searching. Find more helpers before the great battle arrives. Silvermoon bowed his head and acknowledged, Yes. Spring passed and autumn came. Yu Zio had fallen into a meditative slumber. During this time, Yu Zio would occasionally wake up, only to fall back into slumber. And in these 3 years, 9 giant branches transformed into 81 like massive tentacles. One of them, while exploring the void, eventually mutated into a split branch. The number of branches also increased to 300. In these 3 years of immersion, Yu Zio underwent a qualitative transformation. And after Yu Zio entered deep sleep, the entire world underwent earth-shattering changes, among which the flash tree caused quite a stir in Alutu. He Xiaoling developed Yancheng into one of the continent's 10 major cities, with numerous powerful individuals under her command. She herself was a transcendent rank 3 powerhouse, a peak human expert. Meanwhile, the entire world underwent earth-shattering changes. Strange creatures appeared in the sky, on land, and in the ocean. One after another, they were born in forbidden zones, and powerful monsters continuously emerged, only to strangely disappear again. Various powerful factions also rose rapidly. The Federation had lost control over major cities, and the 4 great clans began to emerge. Misty Mountain was hailed as the Forbidden Zone among forbidden zones. 5 or 6 years have passed since the advent of the Transcendent Era, but Misty Mountain has been dormant for 3 years. One can imagine what that means. Misty Mountain has been silent for so long that countless humans and even mutated beasts have almost forgotten the name Misty Mountain. Many people have given it a new name. Lost land. Time flew by and 3 years passed in a flash. Jingji, sitting on White Tiger's back, instructed, Little Lan, I and Little White will be away these next few days. Yan Cheng will be left to Jiu. Little Lan, Transcendent Rank 2, replied excitedly. Don't worry, Sister Jin. Everything will be as stable as before. They arrived at Beiyu Canyon, where Qinggang, Ling Feng, and Ling Wu were already waiting. Ling Wu, seeing Jingji, waved vigorously. Sister Jin, she continued. Ling Wu Ling Feng then commented, the Divine Tree's spiritual energy fluctuations have become stronger recently. The Divine Tree is probably about to wake up. Nine Tails and other exotic beasts all sense the energy. Zayu's body changed and something began to condense from a few branches. Zayu's form gradually took shape and finally, it opened its eyes for the first time in 3 years. The surrounding exotic beasts spoke. Master, you've finally woken up, Qinggang silently commented from the side. The Divine Tree's spiritual energy is getting stronger and stronger. Zio himself was assessing his body. I didn't expect to sleep for 3 years this time. Has everyone arrived? At this moment Zio lifted the Sea Beast King into the air again. It is now a Dark Willow, Transcendent Rank 3, Innate Talent, Absolute Evolution, replicates other creatures' abilities, Thunder Gathering, Seed of Life, Special Ability, Mutated Silk, Mutated Branch. Qinggang asked curiously, is that one of the 7 Sea Kings? Zio then told him, it has completed its evolution in these 3 years, but its divine abilities cannot be replicated. I'll erase its memories with illusion but preserve its body. Now tell me what has happened in these 3 years. Meanwhile, outside Misty Mountain, a person stood on a high vantage point observing, is this the first forbidden zone? Is the exotic tree hiding here? 3 years ago, the renowned beast demon fought against the sea beasts and after suffering severe injuries came here to heal, if its foundation wasn't damaged. Why would it hide for 3 years? Mu Tian of the Three-Eyed Clan, Transcendent Rank 3, showed a mocking smile. This three-eyed person then began to act after receiving the information. Zio murmured, so the outside world now believes I'm injured. Everything about Misty Mountain has faded from people's minds. It suddenly cast its gaze in one direction. Ox Demon asked curiously at this moment, what's wrong, Master? Zio simply replied calmly, we have a guest. I'll go meet him first. The three-eyed man moved leisurely through the forest. Before him was the honey badger. The three-eyed man smiled and commented, it's a honey badger, one of Misty Mountain's exotic beasts. The honey badger charged to attack. He watched it and continued, its speed is fast but its movements are clear. I can dodge it with my eyes closed, the honey badger retorted unhappily, throwing a stone at the man. The three-eyed man easily caught it. Even hidden weapons are useless. However, looking again, the object in his hand was actually honey badger's feces. Honey badger laughed heartily on its side. The three-eyed man roared furiously, you damned bastard, I'll kill you. Unexpectedly, another bolt of lightning appeared behind the honey badger. The three-eyed man exclaimed in surprise, what, a dragon? Thunder said nothing, directly striking him with one blow. Thunder's attack landed violently in the area ahead. It and Honey Badger were ready for battle. Opposite them was the three-eyed man with a shield. His face was grim, and he secretly thought, there's a dragon in Misty Mountain. The data didn't mention it. Before he could stop, Frost attacked the man fiercely again. In the distant sky, that was Frost's master White Snake, who had also joined the battle. The three-eyed man dodged quickly, lamenting somewhat unhappily. That was the White Snake appearing before him with a hint of a mocking smile. This guy gritted his teeth, shouting in disbelief, 2 dragons, and they even possess ice element abilities. Another attack directly pursued him. The White Snake flung its body at the man, sending him flying. The three-eyed man was struck flying, crashing into the rock wall behind him. Dust filled the air. When he struggled to stand, he coughed violently and spat out blood. Then he rushed forward desperately to attack. Damn it! However, several earthen hands appeared, stopping him. The three-eyed man exclaimed in surprise, what is this? The 2 hands directly clasped together, sandwiching him in between. The three-eyed man easily broke through these 2 hands, even tearing them apart, preventing them from trapping him further. The three-eyed man's appearance changed somewhat. As he confronted the earthen figure before him, are you all queuing up to fight me? His third eye shot out a ray of light. This ray of light thus pierced through the earthen figure's body. Its hand was raised high and then slammed violently towards the three-eyed man. It stopped and observed in the dust, however. The three-eyed man had already passed over the earthen figure's head and flew straight up. He loudly declared, don't think I'm easy to bully. Unexpectedly, he was met with a punch from Qinggang, and the tremor resounded throughout the entire valley. The three-eyed man was thus knocked to the ground. Zio murmured from the side, it seems everyone's strength has increased a lot in these years. Qinggang grabbed the three-eyed man's head. He secretly thought, I'll take him to master. However, he still didn't give up, shooting his third eye at Qinggang. He had to put the man down with almost half of his face smashed. The three-eyed man frantically yelled, hit your head, let's see how you deal with me. However, soon he had to widen his eyes because Qinggang gradually recovered, finally healing completely. He retorted seriously, happy now? The man, seeing this, yelled even louder, let's see how many more times you can withstand this. Thunder attacked again at this moment. The three-eyed man screamed, desperately fending it off. As soon as Thunder stopped, White Snake attacked. The three-eyed man dodged clumsily. Even so, he couldn't get rid of Honey Badger. He was sent flying. The three-eyed man struggled to stand up. Before him were 3 exotic beasts and 1 person. All 4 were staring intently at him. He gritted his teeth, thinking, no, I must leave here. I only wanted to investigate, but I didn't expect to encounter such powerful exotic beasts. It seems I can only retreat. The next skill he hadn't had time to use was the minor divine ability, Void Escape. He didn't forget to leave a message. Wait for me, I will definitely return for revenge. This time Zio was the one who answered. Where do you think you're going? It slowly emerged from the mist. The three-eyed man stared wide-eyed, gasping in shock. Are you? Zio's aura was grim and menacing. Zio's appearance was a surprise to the three-eyed man. He stammered. You are? Zio said nothing, directly waving its hand. A spatial gate, which he had intended to use for escape, thus closed. The three-eyed man quickly looked back, then screamed in terror. The gates closed. At this moment Zio continued to entangle him with several tree roots. The three-eyed man became increasingly panicked, begging desperately, wait. However, Zio didn't give him the chance. He directly clenched its fist, and several tree roots tightened simultaneously, taking the three-eyed man's life. A notification sounded. Evolution points 12 million. The three-eyed man's life thus ended. At this moment in Misty Mountain, Zio slowly lowered the deceased three-eyed man. Another notification appeared. Special ability. Insight. All things have heavenly eyes. Zio murmured with some interest. Insight. I've gained a new ability. What? It became dim after being dug out. Let me try injecting spiritual energy. The heavenly eye treasure clan's three-eyed. This eye actually glowed. Zio looked at it somewhat unexpectedly. Zio's eyes changed. It commented in surprise. After testing, the effect is X-ray vision. Not only that, but dynamic vision is also clearer. The world seems to slow down. Having this vision in battle is like having wings, but it's not very useful to me. Just then, White Tiger flew down from the sky again. Everyone will die. Die? Zio looked at it, then threw the three-eyed man towards White Tiger. Perfect timing, you're in luck. That eye actually fused with it. Zio continued to instruct. Go check out the underground market. It's operational now. Zio looked around, secretly commenting, the changes over these 3 years are quite significant, like an underground factory. A person appeared before it, bowing and greeting. Divine Tree. No need to be formal. I'm just here to see the research progress. In these 3 years we've gained new insights into the evolution of all things. We've developed drugs that can accelerate biological evolution, and not only that, we've also developed talent-enhancing drugs. This news directly surprised Zio. The person continued, this is a drug researched from ant cells, then injected into a beetle, which is also an insect. A drop of liquid fell onto the beetle, instantly causing it to mutate, granting it the strength of a Hercules beetle, 10 times its original power. Seeing this fantastical transformation, Zio couldn't help but sigh. The talent ability was successfully injected. So, can my abilities also be injected into Nine Tails and the others? The person concisely stated. Currently it can only be used on insects, not yet on higher-level life forms, but it should be achievable soon. After that, these are elemental powers researched from the blood of Nine Tails and the Flood Dragon. These are ordinary wolves. After injecting elemental power, their bodies immediately mutate, and their attack power greatly increases, becoming entirely elemental attacks. One is ice, one is fire. Zio could only exclaim, Ice Wolf and Fire Wolf. The person began to explain, elemental power not only strengthens them but also elevates their rank. Not only that, we've also researched a large number of weapons and protective gear. A large number of spiritual energy weapons developed later were also rapidly put into use, including new elemental powers. The more Zio listened, the more it pondered. It was definitely the right decision to establish the laboratory back then. Excellent. In the future, if you need anything else, go to Ling Feng. The person watched it leave and said, Divine Tree, please take care. Zio reverted to its human form alone and began to murmur to itself, calculating, Void Tree Roots, this is probably the biggest gain in these 3 years. But fortunately, by continuously exploring underground, I can probably determine the time of the third tide's arrival. Zio's tree roots extended, exploring the space before it, and quickly concluded. In about half a year, the third spiritual energy tide will begin. The first spiritual energy tide altered all genes, the second awakened the sentience of all living things, and the third may push lifeforms to evolve in a higher direction. Now the three-eyed clan has also appeared, and subsequently, more powerful races will gradually emerge. When the third spiritual energy tide arrives, the entire planet will likely undergo changes. Evolution, I must continue to evolve and then wage war against darkness. Zio's branches swayed continuously in the wind, its main body remaining motionless, while Zio's consciousness avatar was beside Manhwa. After listening to her brief report, it spoke, So during my slumber many humans have been quite restless. Manhwa slowly recounted, in these 3 years factions have risen, and some powerhouses complain daily. Quite a few human powerhouses have come to investigate Misty Mountain. In their eyes, Master perished 3 years ago in the battle against the Deep Sea Kings. Zio asked about other matters. What about the humans who signed contracts with us? Manhwa continued to reply. Some still follow orders, but others are observing. Hearing this, Zio merely commented grimly, Misty Mountain's deterrent power has diminished during these years of absence. Having said that, it moved again. Manhwa merely watched silently from behind. Zio revealed a shrewd and calculating expression. It seems we must re-emerge. Most of Misty Mountain's sky was obscured, but in a small corner powerhouses were hunting exotic beasts. They looked at the dead exotic beasts on the ground and murmured, These are all high-level creatures that have just broken through to rank 8. These things can't be sold for much money anymore. The dark-skinned man cautiously warned, This is very close to Misty Mountain, let's leave quickly, I'm afraid of danger. However, the long-haired hunter paid no attention to these words. Don't worry, it's still over 50 kilometers from Misty Mountain. There won't be any danger. If one really appears with our current strength, hunting it down is nothing. Before he finished speaking, an earth-shattering roar came from behind them. White Tiger's powerful footsteps moved forward, leading the charge, followed by the Tiger Clan and other exotic beasts, all rushing towards the hunters. They turned pale with fright and fled frantically. Run, the man, sweating, cried out in confusion. How can so many exotic beasts be rushing over and bringing so much mist? Have Misty Mountain's exotic beasts become active again? Xiaolan was currently sitting on White Tiger's back, pointing the way while looking at something in her hand. Big White, continue 300 kilometers east and you'll reach the destination, the Steel Realm, the Metal Lifeform Zone, a special forbidden area, Sister Jing had instructed. Master wants to use this forbidden area to declare her return to the world. This is the first mission Sister Jing gave me, and the continent's 10 fiends are there, so we must also take that place. White Tiger's eyes immediately became more serious, and it replied, Don't worry, Xiaolan, I will protect you well. Xiaolan smiled upon hearing this. In another place, the Prodigy Conference was being held. A representative spoke, I believe everyone knows why we've gathered here today. The long-dormant Misty Mountain has reappeared and powerhouses are all looking in its direction. A man spoke, things are different now. In these 3 years, our federation has grown stronger and stronger with powerhouses continuously emerging, not to mention an outdated Misty Mountain. Even other forbidden areas dare not act against us. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerhouse next to him curtly cursed. Idiot, what are you saying? The blonde powerhouse began to explain. Misty Mountain has only been dormant, which doesn't mean it has declined. It disappeared after the battle with the 7 Sea Kings back then, but there's no news proving Misty Mountain's strength has decreased. Your overly confident remarks will only harm us. Shu Zi continued, agreeing with the above point. That's right, their open reappearance now precisely proves that their strength is still formidable. Use your brain and think carefully, don't just use your muscles. That powerhouse's face had already turned ashen with rage. That damned woman. The commander then spoke again. Their target this time is the Steel Realm, most likely for that item, another person interjected. We absolutely cannot let it get that item, otherwise it will be impossible to eliminate it in the future. The masked powerhouse added, The Steel Realm, a paradise for metal lifeforms. If it takes that place, our previous deployment plan will have been for nothing, the green-haired powerhouse commented with a sneer. But even if we try to snatch it now, the chances of taking it from its grasp are very low. At this moment, a voice of agreement sounded from a corner. You're right. Everyone's attention in the room focused in one direction. Lin Zi appeared with a faint smile. I am here on the Divine Tree's orders, and I hope you all will not interfere, otherwise the Divine Tree will certainly not spare you. Bearded Powerhouse lost his temper and rushed to attack without a word. The attack landed accompanied by white smoke and his eyes widened in surprise. That's when Lin Zi blocked it with a spatial gate. Ah, the bearded powerhouse still looked at Lin Zi in disbelief. He loudly questioned her. Why are you unharmed on this side? Other powerhouses cursed displeased Ly. Damn it, don't just act rashly. The commander, as the representative, spoke. What exactly do you want to say? Lin Zi slowly explained. The Divine Tree's action this time is not just for itself. The Divine Tree hopes you can preserve your strength and not sacrifice your lives in vain by opposing it. You will be needed someday. These words surprised the powerhouses present. One couldn't help but ask, the exotic tree is so powerful, will it still need us? What exactly are you planning? Lin Zi answered vaguely. The words have been said, how you choose is up to you. At this moment, Shu Zi suddenly spoke. Wait. I, Shu Zi, we used to be in the same military zone. Why did you betray us to join the exotic tree? She replied as she entered her own space. Go think about it yourself. A group of powerhouses was thus left in the room, and the atmosphere here immediately became a bit more tense. The commander angrily slammed the table, his expression both annoyed and helpless. Shu Zi watched silently, secretly thinking, not only can they not eliminate the exotic tree, but they are also openly commanded by it. It must be very unpleasant, right? Back in Misty Mountain, Lin Zi emerged from her spatial gate. She looked up and reported to Zio. Divine Tree, I have delivered your message, it replied with satisfaction. Very good, it's convenient to work with someone who uses spatial powers. There's one more thing I need you to do. Go to the 10 Nations Alliance. Isa needs your help. Lin Zi didn't ask further, simply accepted the order. Yes, Zio began to calculate. In these 3 years, although I missed the best opportunity to subdue the 10 Nations Alliance, from now on I will not miss it again. Somewhere in the 10 Nations Alliance, Isa stood alone, distractedly gazing into the distance. At this moment a report came from behind. Lady Isa, everything is ready. It's your turn to enter. Steel Realm. She slowly turned her head and then walked towards her destination. Isa's face was expressionless, and opposite her sat a condescending bishop. The bishop looked at her with a sneer. Back in the Steel Realm, Xiaolan and White Tiger were currently investigating the area. Xiaolan continuously scanned her surroundings, sighing inwardly, everything is metal. These metals are all top-grade materials, but the problem is they all contain life aura. Although they are currently dormant, once they awaken, the scale they form will be terrifying. Otherwise the Federation wouldn't be helpless. After all, this is the metallic material that determines the Federation's strength. This area seemed to be encased in minerals, and Qing Gang stood in one spot observing. He held a piece of metal lifeform ore in his hand. The Tiger Clan was marching, preparing to seize the items here. In a dark corner, two exotic beasts were discussing. The exotic beasts of Misty Mountain still couldn't defeat them. What to do? What else can we do? Of course, while they are fighting fiercely, we'll seize the opportunity to snatch that item. Excellent. They laughed, discussing their grand plan. At this moment, Shaolin cried out in surprise, "Earthquake, why?" A gigantic hand suddenly appeared, and with it, an exotic beast. Now before them was Black Tier, Transcendent Rank 3. White Tiger roared, declaring war. Shaolin on her side loudly warned, "They've all come out, everyone be careful." Black Tier also responded with another roar. At Black Tier's feet several alloy spiders then appeared, thus sighed, using its roar to awaken the dormant metal. At the same time, Black Tier began to command the metal spider swarm to attack them. Shaolin and White Tiger charged forward to confront Black Tier. It seems that if they resolve it, everything will be over. Meanwhile, the other exotic beast dealt with the small fry below. The Tiger Clan also fought valiantly. Black Tiger unleashing a roar bomb, eliminating many enemies in one strike. At the same time, White Tiger was accelerating towards Black Tier. It aimed at this exotic beast and charged, then directly passed through Black Tier's body. Black Tier's face twisted in pain and surprise, and its massive body thus fell to the ground. White Tiger's face was already swollen with a large bump. Shaolin asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" It curtly replied, "Everyone will die." However, suddenly a beam of light swept towards it. Black Tier actually directly struck White Tiger, sending it flying. Shaolin used her power, simultaneously saying, "Leave defense to me, you go all out on offense." The other exotic beasts began to watch the battle. Nameless, 5th Tiger King, Transcendent Rank 3, and Blood Tiger, 2nd Tiger King, Transcendent Rank 3, also looked up. They were facing Transcendent Rank 3. Bronze Tier Shaolin then cried out, "Colossal metallic elephants, there are two of them before them." That creature began to move. The two lurking monsters also couldn't help but exclaim, "The rulers of the Steel Realm have already appeared, two of them." The exotic beasts of Misty Mountain actually managed to draw them out. Black Tiger rushed to attack, and the incoming attack hit the exotic beast, leaving a large hole in its body. But in an instant the material there fused. Black Tiger continued to use a roar bomb. The attack penetrated the exotic beast's body, leaving an even larger hole. However, the material fused once again. Black Tiger thought, displeased, hyper-regeneration again. But darkness element has corrosive properties. At the same time, White Tiger was attacking the other one. It directly hit the enemy's face. A power was condensing in the center of White Tiger's forehead. That beam of light shot straight at the exotic beast's face. Its face was almost half blown off. Shaolin looked at the beam of light and cried out excitedly, "When did you learn that?" The idiotic White Tiger erratically fired the beam of light, and the other exotic beasts quickly dodged. At this moment, Shaolin punched White Tiger, reminding it, "Don't aim at teammates, don't waste time. Knock them down in one go." She now used her treasure eye. Soon, Shaolin pinpointed their center of attack on the left shoulder and aimed there. After being hit, a part of Bronze Tier's body was completely corroded. Black Tiger still didn't dare to relax its guard, observing cautiously. After a while, it confirmed with relief that it seemed to be resolved this way. Here, White Tiger gathered energy, then roared, unleashing its power onto its opponent. White Tiger calculated precisely, aiming at Black Tier's weak point. As expected, its arm immediately broke. That thick arm thus fell straight to the ground. Now, Bronze Tier and Black Tier were both critically wounded after suffering fatal blows. After observing the situation for a while, the exotic beast softly commented, "They won," but the person next to it still didn't believe, not even raising their head. The mutated vines and the teammates here were still fighting fiercely. Why haven't those two colossal metallic elephants fallen yet? However, no matter what they did, the enemy's numbers didn't decrease. The metal lifeforms were increasing. Seeing this situation, the exotic beast immediately calculated its next plan. The signal to attack these metal lifeforms didn't come from those two, but from deeper within. As soon as it finished speaking, the signal was immediately transmitted. It said excitedly, "This way, they are now busy dealing with those metal insects." After resolving the surrounding problems, the exotic beast immediately began to consider other plans. Now is the best time to seize that Bronze Tier colossal metallic elephant, using tunneling technique to transfer it to another continent. Thinking of the wonderful future, it couldn't help but burst into laughter. "This idea is also good, let's do it." Suddenly, Qing Gang appeared behind them from somewhere. "You'll need to be alive to do that." He waved his hand, and the two people were immediately tightened by ropes. They screamed in terror, but were then gagged. At this moment, Qing Gang exuded a powerful killing intent, suppressing everything. However, the surrounding ground suddenly shook violently, startling all the beasts. Just as the colossal stone wall suddenly collapsed, he cried out in terror. The mountain split open at this moment. A colossal figure suddenly emerged from below. The steel progenitor gradually broke free from the hard rock. Seeing this, Shaolin couldn't hide her inner shock. From behind the rocks, a giant rock-skinned monster emerged. Its body was so enormous, 10 times taller than everything around it. It was truly immense. Once freed, a steel progenitor let out a deafening roar. The two exotic beasts also hadn't expected this to happen. It was the steel progenitor. It had awakened. Qing Gang cried out in surprise. The steel progenitor. It let out an earth-shattering roar as if it wanted to blow away everything around it. but White Tiger and Black Tiger still rushed forward to fight with reckless abandon. The two combined their efforts, directly attacking it. However, their attacks couldn't penetrate its hard skin. After the attacks, the steel progenitor was actually unharmed. Neither of them could believe what was happening before their eyes. This level of durability made Xiaolon's face turn pale. The strength was completely different. After enduring the attacks, the steel progenitor decided to retaliate. Seeing the situation was dire, she loudly warned everyone to retreat. The words had barely left her lips when it unleashed a massive force. White Tiger immediately heightened its vigilance. The attack range stretched for hundreds of meters, sweeping away everything in its path. After that attack, the ground was gouged out, forming a massive crater. Witnessing this, the mutated vine couldn't help but feel horrified. What? The exotic beasts retreated in fear. Can we still win? Although everyone wanted to give up, White Tiger and Black Tiger still stood strong. Xiaolon loudly commanded them. Everyone, don't be afraid, take turns depleting its spiritual energy. Without spiritual energy, it's just a pile of scrap metal. Just then another voice suddenly rang out. Never mind, you all retreat. She turned around in surprise to see Yu Zhao had finally arrived in time. Leave it to me. Xiaolon looked back in astonishment at the gigantic figure behind her. Seeing Yu Zhao's appearance, she was extremely shocked. Divine Tree, nice to meet you. It suddenly turned to Xiaolon and asked, is your name Xiaolon? Yu Zhao praised her with a smile. You are very brave. Hearing these words, Xiaolon was overjoyed. The Divine Tree praised me. It wasted no more time. Swiftly extending its roots, these roots intertwined, lifting Yu Zhao towards the steel progenitor. They stopped only when they were face to face. Yu Zhao spoke, asking the steel progenitor, are you the ruler here? The creature said nothing, directly swinging its fist to attack it, but that terrifying attack was easily blocked by Yu Zhao. This left it very confused. The roots that extended from its hands stretched out, forming a barrier that prevented the attack from penetrating. Yu Zhao said solemnly, steel progenitor, you have quite a fiery temper. But the more it spoke, the more it infuriated the steel progenitor. It roared like a wild beast. Just then, countless metallic creatures scattered and fled. Seeing this, Xiaolon couldn't help but feel a little flustered. These metal bugs are running away, but she soon noticed something unusual. No, that's not right. These bugs suddenly gathered in only one direction. They swarmed onto the steel progenitor's body, all merging together. After gaining their power, it stomped its foot fiercely. In an instant, everything below turned into metal. Qinggang yelled in alarm, the ground has turned into steel. At this moment, the steel progenitor's body seemed to have been strengthened. Yu Zhao quietly sighed, it's even bigger than before. It continued to unleash its next move. As soon as it waved its hand, fierce winds howled. The wind was so strong that Yu Zhao felt as if it would be blown away after that move. The steel progenitor controlled sharp spikes, shooting them rapidly towards it. We can't just stand by. Xiaolon activated her ability. Divine Tree, Eye of Treasure. She immediately saw through the steel progenitor and discovered its weakness. Xiaolon loudly reported to Yu Zhao, Divine Tree, its heart is in its neck area. Hearing this, it couldn't help but be surprised by this ability, to be able to see the opponent's core. It seems the person Jing Ji possesses a very special ability. While Yu Zhao was distracted, the steel progenitor sprayed out a burst of scorching magma, its widespread reach even illuminating the entire space. That attack directly hit Yu Zhao. After that last hit, only devastation remained before their eyes. Xiaolon cried out anxiously, Divine Tree. Suddenly, as the thick smoke gradually dispersed, Yu Zhao's figure slowly emerged. Everyone will die. Are you in such a hurry to kill me? At this moment, a gigantic ancient tree suddenly appeared behind it. This ancient tree was 10 times larger than that creature. Seeing itself at a disadvantage, the steel progenitor immediately launched an attack, attempting to seize the initiative, but a giant python appeared from somewhere, tightly entangling its attack. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yu Zhao then continued to execute its plan. Next, our team will attack. It retreated to the back, merging with that ancient tree. As soon as it entered, vines began to entangle Yu Zhao. After a while, its body began to form a tougher protective layer. Yu Zhao's new form left everyone dumbfounded. This Xiaolon was also shocked by its appearance. From the swirling smoke, a massive monster with sharp teeth gradually revealed itself. Yu Zhao had now transformed into an enormous body, with densely coiled vines wrapped around its head. It's too big, bigger than a giant elephant. It exuded a monstrous killing aura, challenging. Come on, round 2. At this moment, the steel progenitor was completely dwarfed by Yu Zhao's size, but it didn't back down. The steel progenitor struck first, generating scorching sparks and shooting them directly at Yu Zhao. It showed no intention of dodging. Yu Zhao merely snorted, immediately commanding its vines to rush forward and directly engage. Those vines deftly passed through the sparks, charging straight towards the steel progenitor, tightly coiling around its body. Not only that, Yu Zhao continued to summon other abilities, thunder control. Those vines suddenly transmitted lethal currents. Seeing itself gradually falling into a disadvantage, it opened its mouth and sprayed out a huge burst of heat, but Yu Zhao was quick, creating a shield for itself. The steel progenitor also never expected this to happen. Yu Zhao seized the opportunity to rush forward, gathering immense energy, an energy orb continuously spinning in its hand. It said solemnly, "You've evolved to possess life, which is truly remarkable. Now hand everything over to me." With that, Yu-Zio slammed that massive energy orb into the steel progenitor, a terrifying force directly penetrating its vital point. Yu-Zio swiftly closed in, delivering another punch, sending the steel progenitor flying. It was repeatedly struck, only screaming in pain. Yu-Zio reached into the steel progenitor's chest, extracting the element. Heart of the element, the elemental treasure of the race, capable of transforming other elements into steel elements. It exerted all its strength to pull out that thing. That's your core, isn't it? I will utilize it little by little. The element gradually separated from the steel progenitor's body. You and it shall reside within my body. Ultimately, Yu-Zio successfully dismantled the element from its body. When its soul was stripped away, it also lost its source of life. That massive body thus crashed down with a thud. The wild beast shrieked in terror from the impact. The exotic beast couldn't believe what had just happened. The overlord of the Steel Realm had been defeated so easily. It only now realized how wrong its decision had been. I actually thought of taking something from this monster. Xiaolan was also full of surprise at the battle just now. Divine Tree, she couldn't help but praise. Truly amazing. In Misty Mountain, the captured exotic beasts were brought back to the base. Before them was Yu-Zio. It loudly questioned, "This time, even the territory of the Steel Realm has been seized and the Heart of Elements obtained. Qinggang also captured a large number of exotic beasts. How should I deal with you all?" Hearing this, the exotic beasts immediately turned pale, quickly flattering Yu-Zio. "Divine Tree, I am willing to follow you." "Oh, me too," it spoke suspiciously. "But I heard Qinggang say that both of you harbored ill intentions." They immediately pleaded for mercy. "We are willing to atone for our sins and hope the Divine Tree can forgive us." That's right. Yu-Zio accepted for the time being. "I plan to dig a prison cave to confine disobedient exotic beasts and humans. You two go in and guard it, but you must remember, betraying me won't be a simple death." The exotic beasts hastily bowed their heads in thanks. "Thank you, Divine Tree." Yu-Zio turned to the white deer, regarding the seven-colored deer, a creature from human legend. Then it looked behind it. "The crane, I leave it to you." The white crane reluctantly accepted the order. Then Yu-Zio looked at the orange creature in its hand, a lightning mouse, a mutated variant of the rat species, transcendent rank 3, innate talent. Swift as lightning, like golden lightning, freely traversing special abilities. Lightning flash erupts with lightning striking enemies instantly. Thunderous blast, a roar that can unleash city-destroying lightning. Afterimage when moving at high speed. Manifests a series of afterimages. After reading the information, it nodded in satisfaction. The attribute panel also looks good. Yu-Zio pondered. Although the number of rat swarms in Misty Mountain has formed a scale, there are still no exotic beasts like the lightning mouse. After a while it turned to Ling Feng and ordered, "This exotic beast is entrusted to you, train it well." Yes, having assigned the tasks, Yu-Zio returned to the main subject. "Next, it's time to deal with my own matters," it mused while reading the information panel. Evolution points, 5.1 million. The evolution points gained from the Steel Realm this time are sufficient for 5 million. All previous evolution points were used to upgrade my innate talent. Yu-Zio selected a skill, preparing to upgrade it. "This time I'll upgrade this one." Instantaneous time pause at 53. It quickly clicked agree. A flash of light passed and the progress bar gradually increased. Innate talent, instantaneous time pause at 92. Yu-Zio said with satisfaction, "It won't be long until this ability is fully unlocked." It suddenly remembered the spoils of war from earlier, and then Yu-Zio excitedly said, "The steel progenitor's heart of elements. Next I will devour you." Yu-Zio took out the element it had just acquired. It thoughtfully observed the glowing orb for a moment. Heart of steel, the core of life elements. Yu-Zio began to deduce, so following this logic, perhaps I am also a wood elemental body. Perhaps there are also fire and wind elemental life forms in this world. Thinking of this, it said with ambition, "One day I will absorb them all." With that, Yu-Zio placed the heart of life into its own body. After absorption, a new ripple suddenly spread throughout its entire body. Yu-Zio suddenly commanded Nine Tails loudly, "Nine Tails, give me the tree heart." Yes. It quickly opened its mouth. A vibrant green orb of light appeared. Yu-Zio took the orb, beginning to ponder how to use it. The tree heart was previously entrusted to Nine Tails. Now I will assimilate it with the heart of steel. It coiled around the orb, then slowly absorbed it into its body, merging with itself. As the two became compatible, a terrifying light suddenly erupted. The power was so immense it was enough to shake the entire area. Now thick smoke filled the air everywhere. Yu-Zio merely pondered, waiting to adapt after that process, while the system simultaneously displayed notifications. Assimilation can convert various elements into steel elements. Nurturing can use the heart of steel to nurture steel attributes. Devour can acquire the properties of metal itself by devouring metal. It gently glanced at the surrounding scene, lamenting, "The ground also just assimilated into steel during the skill." Then Yu-Zio looked at the information panel again, especially this Devour ability, which can acquire the properties of metal. "It seems I'll need to research it slowly." It then shifted its gaze to another piece of iron, softly complaining, "There's a lot of metal in the Steel Realm, but not much of it is useful." After a moment of thought, Yu-Zio turned to Nine Tails and ordered, "Nine Tails, notify everyone to keep an eye out for unique metals and send them to me." Yes, Nine Tails suddenly remembered another matter and spoke to it. "Sister Qing has recently been sent by the Federation to subjugate the White Dragon." I want to help her. Hearing this, Uzio was somewhat surprised but quickly agreed. White Dragon, I understand. Call Ox Demon to go along as well. I still need to continue assimilating the Heart of Steel recently. Ninetales immediately obeyed. Yes, in another place, covered in massive rocks with deep caves beneath the cliffs, a deafening roar suddenly echoed throughout the entire area. The White Dragon was furiously fighting countless people below. An assassin rushed up, taking advantage of its distraction. It charged forward, directly biting the White Dragon's abdomen. The White Dragon immediately retaliated, spraying a terrifying energy from its mouth. Xiaoling immediately rushed forward, vigorously waving her hands, spraying scorching flames, Inferno Butterfly. This terrifying heat successfully harmed it. Not only that, the White Jade Elephant seized the opportunity to charge forward and attack fiercely. It tried to suppress the White Dragon with its massive body, but unfortunately a dark flame came from afar, sending the White Jade Elephant flying. It only screamed in pain. Black flames. Nevertheless, it didn't give up, quickly regaining its balance. At this moment, everyone was exhausted from fighting the White Dragon. Not only that, but reinforcements had appeared from somewhere on its side. Seeing the creatures before them, everyone was startled. Fire Fox. They stared in horror. The exotic beasts emerging from this white cave were all white, and they hadn't expected other colored creatures to be hidden. Before them was an exotic beast surrounded by deep black flames. Meanwhile, in the distance, Carryhorn and others silently observed everything from afar. He suddenly spoke. It looks like it will be our turn to act soon. Kung Feng Yinyu next to him reminded, the speaker hasn't given the order yet. If we act directly, the risk of the speaker being exposed is too great. As they spoke, suddenly two figures rushed forward. Carryhorn, sensing the new aura, couldn't help but be startled. Kang Feng Yinyu was also startled, immediately raising his guard. There were two powerful spiritual energies. They descended from the sky, landing behind the two. The newcomers were Ox Demon and Ninetales. Both were massive in size and exuded murderous intent, suppressing Carryhorn and his group. Ninetales and Ox Demon were full of murderous intent. Carryhorn's group also showed no weakness, ready to meet the challenge. The four of them stood face to face. Just then, Kang Feng Yinyu reached out, preparing to draw his weapon. He waited for the order to charge forward and attack, but Carryhorn turned and told Kang Feng Yinyu, the exotic beasts of Misty Mountain are on our side. Ninetales then spoke. What's the situation now? He updated it on the situation. Not good. The human powerhouses can't help at all, and we can't intervene now. The speaker is always on the defensive, Carryhorn reluctantly added. Plus, there are still many exotic beasts secretly lurking, so the speaker doesn't dare to fight with full strength. Ninetales turned to observe the situation over there. Gently sighing, it's rare to see Chinger in such a miserable state. Seeing that the situation was not optimistic, it said to Ox Demon, go. Over here. Shao Qing desperately used fire to suppress the opponent's flames, but this move couldn't shake the White Jade Elephant. The White Dragon next to it quickly attacked, supporting its companion. Shao Qing stopped attacking at the sight and then jumped to dodge. While she was distracted, it seized the opportunity to rush up. The White Jade Elephant opened its sharp teeth, preparing to devour Shao Qing, saying, die. She turned around. Seeing this scene, others couldn't help but worry. Not good, but at the critical moment, Ox Demon had already arrived. It used its weapon to knock that guy away. The White Jade Elephant was enraged by the sudden attack, furious. Shao Qing immediately became happy when she saw the familiar figure. The people below all shouted in surprise, Ox Demon, an exotic beast from Misty Mountain. Not only that, Ox Demon continued to attack its body with heavy blows. Gravity Field, its heavy axe thus struck down the White Jade Elephant. The leader, seeing that the situation seemed to be improving, decided to rush up to help with fire, but Ninetales had already stepped forward to stop him. Stand back, human, this is not a place for you. Seeing it, the leader said movingly, are you here to help us? However, it poured cold water on him. Don't flatter yourselves, we just want to recover the dragon's corpse. Just then, an earth-shattering roar sounded, and a pure white ape appeared from somewhere, and at the same time, other creatures also rushed here. Seeing this scene, everyone turned pale with fright. Luo Ape and Snow Maiden, however, she did not flinch and loudly ordered. Sure enough, there were other helpers hidden. Xiaoling, let's go. At this moment, a group of massive and powerful exotic beasts was rushing towards them. They bared their sharp teeth, threatening their opponents, but Ninetales showed no weakness, determined to fight to the end. In another calm area, Qinggang bowed respectfully. Divine Tree, you called me. Uzio, cross-legged, greeted it. Qinggang, I hear you have a good relationship with Flash. Qinggang answered truthfully. Yes. Uzio then rebuked it. You and Flash fought side by side. In the future, you will be the heir to the Mantis Legion. You will also receive life essence and the assistance of all high-level resources, but 3 years have passed and you are still at rank 2. Hearing this, it remained silent. Uzio angrily continued to scold. Do you still have the right to fight alongside Flash like this? This time, Qinggang broke out in a cold sweat. Uzio suddenly took out something, brought it before Qinggang, and then ordered, eat this. The void worm devoured my tree roots for 3 years and has now mutated into this form. Uzio then reminded, successfully eating it will make you stronger. If you fail, you will become its puppet and eventually die. It sternly asked, choose. Qinggang agreed without hesitation. I am willing, it confidently declared. Rather than die as a weakling, I'd rather fall as a strong one. Uzio was very satisfied with this answer and then bestowed the void worm upon Qinggang. It immediately devoured the object. As soon as it swallowed it, Qing Gang roared loudly due to the transformation. Yu Zhao merely sat there silently observing, and at this moment an emerald light suddenly erupted. Ling Hua curiously peered out. Qing Gang was currently beginning the fusion process, roaring continuously. The shouting made Ling Hua tremble slightly. "This is Qing Gang." Qing Gang suddenly jumped up and rushed towards Yu Zhao. Seeing this, it quickly reached out to block, looking at Qing Gang about to attack itself. Yu Zhao asked itself, did it fail? At this moment it merely kept emitting piercing roars. Yu Zhao mercilessly subdued it directly with its tree roots, intending to end Qing Gang's life with its power. "What a pity, I will make your passing less painful." Ling Hua suddenly rushed over and spoke to stop it. "Wait, master, it's still trying." Qing Gang was gradually regaining its will, continuously shouting, "Divine tree, divine tree." Hearing this, Yu Zhao was slightly surprised. It's not over yet." It unleashed its ability, breaking the restraint, astonishing everyone. At this moment, Qing Gang's fusion process had yielded results transcendent rank 3. Seeing it in this state, Yu Zhao proudly said it succeeded. Qing Gang suddenly raised a sharp claw and swung it forward without a word. A long black line appeared in the void. Ling Hua, seeing this, couldn't help but exclaim, "Blade of Void." Yu Zhao looked at this new power with satisfaction. "Now you are worthy of fighting alongside Flash, Golden Body, and Purple. Calling you Qing Gang is no longer suitable." It pondered, trying to think of a new name for Qing Gang. The scythe swung out purple. "From now on, you'll be called Purple Scythe." With that done, Yu Zhao also made plans for the future. It seems that more exotic beasts with void powers can be cultivated in the future. Suddenly, the information panel abruptly appeared. Innate talent, absolute evolution, can change a portion of its life form in a short time based on its own cognition. After reading, Yu Zhao couldn't help but be surprised. Changing life form based on cognition, this was an ability acquired after devouring the King of the Seven Seas. After a while, it decided to test its new ability. Yu Zhao charged forward madly, opening its mouth and releasing terrifying power. Yu Zhao's single blow made space tremble. Now all that remained was rubble enveloped in mist and dust. After some testing, Yu Zhao concluded that this was completely different from when it had previously taken human form. It was quite satisfied with this, as not only did the physical form change but the abilities changed as well. Yu Zhao happily thought, is this the absolute evolution ability? It's really like Sun Wukong's 72 transformations. Amazing. After trying for a while, it also reverted to its original form. However, using spiritual energy after changing forms is extremely exhausting, and due to insufficient understanding of biology it cannot fully succeed, but it doesn't matter. This is already very satisfying. Suddenly, a sound interrupted Yu Zhao's thoughts. It was none other than Nine Tails and Ox Demon. Nine Tails and Ox Demon had returned. They presented their spoils to it, both respectfully reporting, "Master, we're back." Yu Zhao smiled and praised, "You've worked hard." It tightly wrapped its tree roots around the corpse. After observing for a while, Yu Zhao exclaimed in surprise, "Its heart is gone." Nine Tails then spoke, "The heart has already been taken by Chinger. She wants to trade the heart with the Federation for some things." It nodded upon hearing this. "It's been 3 years, I wonder how she's doing. I hope she has everything arranged." 3 and 4 jumped out from somewhere excitedly saying, "I can't believe you caught a dragon. I'm going to take a picture and send it to Little Eye." "Me too." Yu Zhao quickly hung the spoils high, meticulously calculating. To obtain this white dragon 100 it needed to dissect its corpse. Yu Zhao formulated plans step by step, and afterward it would begin to conquer the depths of the northern reaches, the vast grasslands, and the yellow sands of the western wasteland. It ambitiously added, "Subdue all races and then together welcome the third spiritual energy tide." The territory of Misty Mountain now already surpasses the scale of a small country. The territory of Misty Mountain now already surpasses the scale of a small country. Half Moon City, Yancheng. And Yu Zhao has now launched a new round of operations. To gather more companions, almost all of Misty Mountain's exotic beasts were dispatched before the third spiritual energy tide arrived. Just in the Death Forest, an exotic beast with long horns was rampaging frantically. Not allowing it to continue its rampage, Qing Gang rushed forward. It used its new ability to suppress that exotic beast. With just one blow, that massive body immediately fell to the ground. Qing Gang was now enveloped in a scorching energy. Leng Feng approached the corpse and lightly ordered, "Transport it to Beihu Canyon, don't let it die." Witnessing Qing Gang's strike just now, he secretly sighed. Purple Scythe with its powerful void energy could instantly defeat opponents every time. Just then a swarm of beetles rushed forward together, but not allowing them to advance further. Thunder had appeared. It used its condensed flames to spew out, incinerating the swarm of bugs. Dragon's breath. Instantly, the swarm of bugs was torn into countless fragments. 5th year of spiritual energy resurgence, Misty Mountain once again expanded its influence outwards, continuously subduing and repelling beast tides. On the other side, Yu Zhayu's subordinates also fought desperately, destroying everything furiously, clearing all obstacles. But the numbers of other forces were not small. They came in droves to resist, and Yu Zhayu's forces did not flinch, fighting to the end. Just in the Federation, seeing this scene, everyone was surprised. What happened? Is Misty Mountain crazy? In the 10 Nations Alliance too, they kept discussing why Misty Mountain's exotic beasts appeared in the Forbidden Zone. The specific reason is still under investigation, and the situation remains unclear. They wouldn't break the agreement and attack humans, would they? Luo Nation was also in an uproar. Tomorrow I'll go find Iron Fist Dojo and ask him to inquire about Misty Mountain's situation. Someone has already been sent. They could never have imagined Uzayu's move. Misty Mountain has been silent for 3 years, now like a giant bear awakening from hibernation. In the Luo Nation conference room, everyone was confused. Iron Fist, don't you know about Misty Mountain's exotic beasts moving out and rampaging? Haven't you already signed a contract with them? Those people kept blaming each other. Didn't you also not know about this? Why should I have to know? A brawl erupted. Who among us is innocent? I don't need to explain in detail, don't lump me in with you. Just then the mutated sand eagle suddenly rushed in. Enough, how long are you going to argue? It sternly conveyed the message to them. By order of the Divine Tree, if you have information about powerful exotic beasts or prodigies of various races, you can inform Misty Mountain, and there will definitely be rewards, the Sand Eagle then emphasized. If not, then behave yourselves, otherwise kill without mercy. These words left everyone shocked. With that it flew away, leaving behind a bewildered group of people. Faced with that warning, they all turned pale with fright. In the depths of the northern reaches before the Frost Giant, Transcendent Rank 2, this was the Ice Dragon. Both charged fiercely at each other, vying in battle. But that guy was clearly at a disadvantage against the Ice Dragon's ability, and was completely defeated in just a moment. It spoke and ordered, Ice Dragon, take these things back, understand? In Misty Mountain, Uzayo looked at the results with satisfaction. This time's harvest was considerable, it happily continued. In just a few days such a large number of exotic beasts were captured. Uzayo gently glanced at the things brought back by the Ice Dragon. Among them, what caught my attention most were these 3 creatures. Frost Giant. It then turned its gaze to another, the golden-winged ice bird. This was a creature that resembled both a goblin and an orc. That goblin suddenly woke up. It launched a sneak attack, but Uzayo easily blocked it. It mercilessly retaliated against that previous strike. Uzayo sternly threatened that goblin, die if you don't want to come with me. I don't want to encounter traitors again when fighting against darkness. The system suddenly popped up a notification. Evolution points increased by 2 million, spiritual energy absorption increased by 500,000 after handling it. It turned to the remaining ones and said, now it's your turn to choose. That group of guys couldn't help but turn pale after seeing that scene. Surrender, Uzayo gritted its teeth and threatened, or die here over there on those lush highlands. Moonwolf and its companions stood silently observing. Witnessing the chaos, it softly spoke, have the beasts of the Misty Mountains finally run out of patience? The Blood Wolf next to it cautiously replied, it won't be long before they might attack here. However, Moonwolf showed no fear. Then let them come. They had already set up their formation ready to receive the enemy. We must ensure they never return. News has also reached the northern reaches and preparations are complete. The leader there couldn't help but worry if the northern reaches could overcome this challenge. In the Ghost Domain, the leaders there were quite surprised by Zayu's new appearance. In just over half a year, this exotic tree had grown to such an extent. In the desolate valley, Zayu's army had already begun to move out. On the other side, Moonwolf had also appeared. Ninetails stared intently at it. Its army was gradually growing stronger and Bloodwolf had also arrived. Moonwolf was full of fighting spirit at this moment. It laughed triumphantly. Seeing that smile, Ninetails finally spoke, it seems they've been waiting for us for a long time. Zixian looked at the opposing army and couldn't help but sigh. There are too many of them. Ox Demon also secretly anticipated the future. It seemed a fierce battle was unavoidable. Before going into battle, Ninetails reminded, don't underestimate them. In terms of both numbers and strength, they are no less than the Deep Sea Kings. On the other side, Moonwolf looked at the sparse group opposite and unhappily said, only a few exotic beasts. How arrogant. As soon as it finished speaking, it ordered its subordinates to go and test their strength. Seeing them make a move, those small fry also moved out. Ox Demon drew its weapon and violently struck those subordinates with its gravity battle axe. The axe's power was too great, sending those small fry flying far away. Zixian excitedly rushed to the front, just in time to test my newly developed ability. Its arm is now covered in a layer of sharp ice blade. That petite body charged forward, chopping those massive creatures to pieces. 2 higher-ranked creatures saw the situation was unfavorable and immediately took action. Black Wind, Blood, Soulfoot, a deep black tornado and a blood-red airflow converged, striking Ninetails fiercely. But it didn't dodge, immediately unleashing its flames, Inferno's wrath. Ninetails' flames burned fiercely, incinerating that group of creatures in a single move. Moonwolf and Bloodwolf couldn't help but be surprised by this strike. It couldn't help but praise, as expected of an exotic beast from Misty Mountain, truly powerful. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Moonwolf was startled. A swarm of Rat Kings was pouring in, suppressed by the sudden attack. The opponents had no time to react. The rat tide brought countless soldiers, as if to drown Moonwolf, but it quickly recovered, sweeping them all away with a single move. Bloodwolf also lent a hand. Bloodlight Mad Slash. Taking advantage of their distraction, a sudden attack struck down fiercely. But Moonwolf still reacted in time, blocking the blow with a move. The person who just attacked was precisely Lightning Mouse. It looked at this creature and couldn't help but be shocked. This exotic beast was different from the others. Taking advantage of their distraction, Ninetails was rushing forward, its flames pushed to the limit. The two could only stand there stunned. A terrifying heatwave was hurled down by Ninetails. The entire space now seemed to be immersed in a sea of fire, filled with smoke. but surprisingly the two were unharmed. The remaining wolf pack also rushed up to support their master. The Rat Kings also charged forward fiercely to fight. They thus erupted in this fierce battle. Although the Rat Kings were small, their attack power was terrifying. The wolf pack was no pushover, savagely tearing at their prey. Lightning Mouse also went forward to assist, punishing those enemies. Its lightning made a large group of creatures fall in an instant. When the wolf pack was at a disadvantage, another support arrived. The savage giant wolf finally arrived in time for support. It opened its mouth and let out a roar, terrifying energy surging out, sweeping the surroundings. Subsequently, the savage giant wolf kicked the remaining small fry away. The Rat Kings desperately clung on lest they be blown away. Suddenly, something massive emerged from underground. Ching Gang and its strong body also came to support. This creature enthusiastically challenged the savage giant wolf. "Let me be your opponent." As soon as it finished speaking, it kicked Ching Gang on the other side. Nine Tails shouted loudly, "Moonwolf King." Moonwolf also roared, "Stupid fox." As soon as it finished speaking, the two charged at each other, ready for a decisive battle. Here, Ox Demon and Blood Wolf were also sparring with each other. Ox Demon furiously wielded its axe, smashing at its opponent. Die. The immense power caused a shocking explosion. Far from the battle zone, Zio quietly watched from a distance. Nine Tails and the others should be at the grassland by now, right? It silently prayed. Their opponent was the grassland Wolf King. It hoped they wouldn't be careless. Meanwhile, in Europe, Flash and the others were gathered together. After understanding the situation, it made a decision. It seems it's time to return. Back on the battlefield, the surroundings were filled with corpses. Ox Demon was now in its beast form. It charged forward, using its hard horns to push its opponent back. Blood Wolf was knocked back, but desperately supported itself with its legs, yet still suffered injuries. Bleeding profusely, Ox Demon contemptuously said, "It seems your strength is not enough to lead the wolf pack. It's time for a new leader." Hearing this, Blood Wolf laughed heartily. "Is it so arrogant just because it has a slight advantage? Didn't the tree demon tell you that carelessness can be fatal?" it said, switching to another form to enhance its strength. "Another form? You're not alone." Silver Moon Guardian, Nine Tails was fighting when it was suddenly startled by this dark aura. It immediately turned and reminded Ox Demon, "Ox Demon, her aura has changed." At this moment, Blood Wolf jumped up, then gathered all its dark power into a gigantic sphere. After accumulating enough, it let out a roar, releasing the energy downwards. Its attack was so terrifying that the entire space was instantly engulfed in darkness. Ox Demon was now surrounded by smoke. Taking advantage of the smoke to obscure its vision, Blood Wolf jumped out from behind and grabbed its neck. Ox Demon let out a painful scream. The more it hurt, the deeper Blood Wolf bit its teeth. Subsequently, Blood Wolf slapped Ox Demon hard across the face. The powerful force sent it flying backward, but seeing the scene before it, Blood Wolf couldn't help but click its tongue lightly. Ox Demon was completely unharmed, truly durable. Here, Nine Tails and Moonwolf's battle continued. It laughed excitedly. "Stupid fox, your spiritual energy is truly powerful. I haven't had such a satisfying fight in a long time." At this moment, Nine Tails released its power, fierce flames engulfing its entire body. Seeing this heat, Moonwolf's face turned pale. Nine Tails solemnly replied, "I'm not here to play with you." Seeing this, it also revealed its abilities, loudly provoking, "Neither am I." Above the vast ocean, a figure was speeding by. That was Flash, followed by its strong and fierce companions. Back to Nine Tails. At this moment, it was full of fighting spirit, and Moonwolf was equally enthusiastic. "Don't think you're the only one hiding strength." The two monsters charged at each other, continuously roaring and provoking. Here, Ox Demon was suppressed by Blood Wolf's blood aura. Taking advantage of its distraction, Blood Wolf knocked Ox Demon's weapon away. Ox Demon's axe thus rolled to the side. Now it could only fight with its own strength. Losing its weapon and its stamina gradually depleting, had Ox Demon's speed and strength both increased significantly? Meanwhile, Blood Wolf was very satisfied with its ability, absorbing the moon's power, abandoning all defense and focusing solely on offense. Its body was now exceptionally strong, both strength and speed could be enhanced. Blood Wolf bared its sharp teeth and rushed forward. "Die!" But none of this made Ox Demon feel any fear. "Speed and strength, that's truly interesting." It became more hot-blooded than ever before. "For me, speed is the most useless ability." Blood Wolf had not expected this reaction. Ox Demon suddenly leaped high into the air. When it landed, the ground violently shook and soil and rocks shattered into countless fragments. At this moment, Blood Wolf seemed to be attracted by a strong gravity. The gravity range was actually so exaggerated that its body was too heavy to move. Taking advantage of the earthquake, Ox Demon also retrieved its weapon. "I never intended to fight you head-on. This is my ability." It immediately rushed towards Blood Wolf, preparing to deliver a fatal blow, often taking what its opponent prided itself on by surprise. Ox Demon gripped its axe tightly and shouted loudly, "Cleave the heavens and earth." Only at this moment did Blood Wolf beg for mercy. "Wait, I'm willing to lead the wolf pack to join Misty Mountain." But it was too late. Ox Demon had already mercilessly severed its head. Ox Demon arrogantly said, "Without you, we can still control the wolf pack." Seeing its companion defeated, Moonwolf anxiously shouted. Blood Wolf, losing its companion, enraged it. "I will use your lives to commemorate it." Nine Tails confidently replied, "You won't get that chance." Just then it summoned a gigantic flame giant, its entire body engulfed in fierce flames. Seeing Nine Tails in this form, Moonwolf was dumbfounded. It actually had 5 tails, when there were clearly only 4 before, but it didn't retreat, deciding to fight to the end. Even if you have 9 tails, I will kill you here. Moonwolf shot an explosive energy directly at it. However, 9 tails also quickly spewed flames, returning the attack. Its flames were increasingly gaining the upper hand. Seeing itself retreating steadily, Moonwolf felt extreme panic, but ultimately, it was engulfed by 9 tails' flames. The entire space now became a ruined sea of fire. 9 tails sighed tiredly, a strange feeling making it uneasy. Since then, the spiritual energy fluctuations have been very strange. Is it about to enter the immortal stage? Behind 9 tails, Moonwolf suddenly burst out of the sea of fire. It opened its blood-red mouth. Die! 9 tails was very surprised by this attack, but fortunately, Zixian arrived in time. Get lost, 9 tails surprisingly said. Old 9? Zixian asked worriedly. What's wrong, big sister? Your spiritual energy is strange. I might be about to advance. Hearing this, it couldn't help but panic. That's not good, I'll take you out of here. Suddenly, a piercing shriek came from the air. The two were startled and looked up at the sky. Ox Demon was also shocked by the shriek. That was Qing Gang, who had just defeated its opponent and was also startled. It detached from its gigantic form. Above Qing Gang's head there was a gigantic exotic bird which opened its huge mouth. Ox Demon finally recognized it as the Northern Underworld giant bird from 3 years ago. That giant bird mercilessly released energy, sweeping everything. All of you die here. Its ability had a wide range. No one could escape. The giant bird continuously circled a few times as if to burn everything to ashes. Zixian took the opportunity to pull out her phone to record. Damn it, I must kill you, but first let me take a picture for little I. Suddenly, a sword light shot out from somewhere. The giant bird had no time to react. That was Flash. That massive body was quickly wounded by the sharp blade. Flash had finally returned from Europe. Flash pressed the attack, landing several more fatal blows. The Northern Underworld giant bird's entire body thus crashed to the ground. 9 tails was also surprised by its appearance. 9 tails softly said, Flash. But the Northern Underworld giant bird didn't give up. It jumped up, preparing to retaliate. It opened its huge mouth and began to accumulate energy. Damn it, whether humans or stupid ants, and now exotic beasts from Misty Mountain again. Before you stopped me from taking the Spirit Flower, and now you disturbed me from taking the corpses of the Blood Wolf King and Moon Wolf King. That power was increasingly gathering into a huge sphere. This love will only hinder me. I won't spare any of you. Qing Gang was scared and retreated upon seeing this. Not good. But Flash still stood there ready to meet the challenge. It gently extended its hand, blocking its vision. Meanwhile, the Northern Underworld giant bird unleashed all its power. Flash desperately jumped up, rushing straight towards that energy. It dodged little by little, gradually approaching the Northern Underworld giant bird. At the first opportunity, Flash launched an attack, striking it down on the spot. That massive body thus plummeted from the sky, falling straight to the ground. This time, the Northern Underworld giant bird was completely defeated at its hands. With the matter handled, Flash turned to greet. I'm back. Seeing it, everyone smiled. After that intense battle, it was also evening. Moonwolf's wolf pack had been gathered together. Qing Gang quietly surveyed the surroundings. All the wolf packs were confined, waiting to be tamed by the leader. After settling the wolf packs, it turned its gaze to the other side. Now the problem was 9 tails. Zixian couldn't help but worry as she looked at 9 tails' current state. What's wrong? Flash also came forward to check it. Big Sister has an unknown force in her body. 2 different forces are currently clashing within her. Ox Demon immediately urged after hearing this. Big Sister is in this state now, let's go back first. It turned to the Rat Kings and said, the wolf pack will be brought back by exotic beasts from underground. Zixian suddenly turned pale and Flash also became vigilant. Although Ox Demon hesitated, it also felt a strong spiritual energy. Other exotic beasts also noticed the anomaly. Just then, another group of exotic beasts suddenly rushed over from afar. They immediately became vigilant. Still more enemies. Qing Gang quickly recognized the leader. Not good, that's the Federation's killing knight. The killing intent of the opposing leader made them all shiver, especially the leader, whose killing intent was overflowing. Seeing the situation was not good, Flash immediately ordered, you guys take Big Sister and leave first, I'll cover the rear. But Zixian rejected that suggestion. No need, I'll handle it. At this moment, the enemies had also arrived. They approached step by step. That person opened their mouth and asked Zixian, why aren't you running with him? Do you think I'll let you go? The killing intent emanating from it made Zixian sweat. That person was Zishen's older brother. It said sternly, do you still think you can beat me? Zixian, hearing this, could only follow its lead and say, if you want to think that, then yes it is. These words further infuriated the brother. You've grown up and learned to talk back. The king of the Devouring Beast clan was also one of the pillars of the Federation. 2 years ago, it single-handedly suppressed a massive beast tide that threatened the Federation, nearly leveling the Forbidden Zone. That battle made its power known worldwide. The brother sternly ordered its subordinates, you all stand back. Yes, then it turned its head, staring intently at its sister. It was a family civil war. The brother didn't move immediately. It curiously asked Zixian, before I fight you, there's something I want to ask. The last time in Gilry City, what was your relationship with that girl you saved? It hadn't expected to receive this question. Seeing Zixian remain silent, the brother immediately unleashed overwhelming killing intent. Is she your girlfriend? It was momentarily stunned again by this sudden development. Understanding dawned, Zixian let out a light chuckle. Seeing this, the brother got its answer and immediately became enraged, preparing to die. It didn't understand what it had done wrong after hearing that. Blue electric light continuously emanated from the brother. What's your relationship with that girl? Is she your girlfriend? At this moment it seemed to have completely lost control, relentlessly pressing, answer me. But Zixian calmly replied, cannot say. At this point the brother could no longer bear it. Die, single strike punch of rage. It swung its electricity-charged fist toward Zixian, but fortunately Zixian dodged it. It cursed in annoyance. What's wrong with you? The brother's subordinates were already accustomed to this. Here we go again, jealous of others having girlfriends, the wrath of a single dog. It's precisely because of jealousy that the brother has gone mad. Today it's either me or you. Zixian didn't stand still and take it either, beginning to unleash its power. What exactly do you want to say? Forget it. I won't lose to you. Ice punch, flame punch. The brother charged straight into the air, unleashing its next move, Arhat bare hand stab. It directly stomped toward Zixian with astonishing force. It wasn't over. The brother continued to fight with its claws, 7 emotion punch. It pushed Zixian away forcefully with such power that the slender body flew far away. Zixian took the full brunt of this attack, its body flying like a ball. At this moment it had become utterly enraged. A fierce flame ignited surrounding Zixian, and it retaliated. Zixian charged forward, delivering a fatal blow to the brother's head. That plump body crashed heavily onto the hard ground out of the thick dust. When it saw those eyes, Zixian immediately became panicked. At this moment the brother had already enhanced its power. It sternly announced, it seems you've made some progress. Then I'll get a little serious. Zixian, seeing the unfavorable situation, also had to fight to the end. What? It seems I'll die if I don't get serious now. It immediately activated its ability, Red Lotus Blazing Sundog. This move made the brother recall memories from Gilry City where it had used this move. It suddenly laughed excitedly. Now this is interesting. Zixian used all its might. The flames fiercely rushed madly towards its opponent. The two thus charged towards each other for a decisive battle. When the two energies collided, a terrifying explosion also occurred. The brother roared jealously. Back in the beast garden I was clearly the most popular animal, so why did only you find a girlfriend? It rushed forward and bit Zixian's body. I'll bite you to death, you maniac. Zixian screamed in pain. My butt. It also turned its head and bit back. Brother, I'll bite you here. It was too painful. It immediately retreated backward. That hurt so much. Zixian also couldn't bear it anymore at this moment. Directly retorted, I'm the most popular panda in the zoo. Human children all love me. Hearing this, the brother loudly argued, nonsense, they all came for me. You didn't even have female university students taking your picture. Neither of them conceded, arguing loudly, at least my zookeepers were all beauties, yours were all aunties, my food was the best in the zoo and my home was the biggest. Let's not settle this with words anymore. Let's have another power duel. How about this? If you win, you're the most popular. Zixian also agreed. It's decided. The two guys fought to the end like wild beasts. After some time the battle seemed to be over. At this moment another person walked over. Qinggang stepped over rocks to reach its comrade. It asked worriedly, are you alright? At this moment Zixian could only cough a few times. After a while it weakly said, I took life essence but the injuries are too severe so recovery is a bit slow. Seeing Zixian in this state, Qinggang extended a hand to help. I'll take you back. The two walked and talked. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Even repelled them. Actually that wasn't the case. On the other side a group of knights was marching in formation, and one person asked, Boss, is it okay to just let it go back? I always feel it would be better to bring it back. He didn't get an answer from the brother and then asked doubtfully, Boss? At this moment it took out a small bottle and the brother suddenly smiled. It silently blessed its younger brother, wishing it to continue living well. The younger brother suddenly said something that startled the older brother. Ha? It said in a panic. Oh no, I was so caught up in fighting that I forgot to retrieve the corpses of the Blood Wolf and Moon Wolf. Hearing this, its subordinate reported, Boss, they've already taken them away. Damn it, we can't catch up now. Time passed like this and it was the next day in a flash. Yu Zio held a stone in its hand, examining it for a while before exclaiming, Light attributed ore. I didn't expect the steel realm to yield such ore, though the quantity was a bit small. Flash suddenly came to report, and seeing it, Yu Zio was slightly startled. Divine Tree, I'm back. It smiled in welcome. You finally returned. Yu Zio lightly scanned Flash. You've also accumulated many injuries over these 3 years. Seeing this, it used healing magic to treat Flash, who replied gratefully, Thank you, Divine Tree. At this moment, Ox Demon rushed over to report, Master, Big Sister, something happened. Ninetails was thus curled up in its hand. Yu Zio's face darkened as it sensed Ninetails' energy. Ninetails' spiritual energy was strange. There was an additional force within its body. It secretly speculated, could it be that its bloodline inheritance was awakening? After pondering, Yu Zio ordered, Take Ninetails to the spirit pool. It still needs time. Ox Demon immediately obeyed. Yes, strange. Flash, seeing the matter resolved, continued to report, Divine Tree, this time I brought back 3 companions. Yu Zio seemed to have noticed as well. From now on I can already sense several unfamiliar auras. Call them up. It immediately let out a sharp cry. Those exotic beasts quickly appeared. Each one made space tremble. Their massive bodies seemed to cover the entire space. Yu Zio exclaimed in surprise, 3-headed flood dragons. Flash explained, although they are only flood dragons now, evolving into true dragons by Master's side is only a matter of time. Looking at the rare exotic beast before it, it couldn't help but exclaim, Dragons, this time the combat power isn't just a little bit increased, you really brought back powerful creatures this time. In Yancheng, on the top floor of a skyscraper, Jingji concentrated energy on her body. Upon completion, she exclaimed with satisfaction, "My strength has increased again." Jingji, Transcendent Rank 3, Innate Talent, Absolute Defense. Whenever danger approaches, vines automatically defend or even counterattack. Special abilities: Blood Control can control blood. Blood Devour heals or enhances strength by devouring vital essence. Vine Strangulation transforms an area into a blood and flesh purgatory, unleashing countless vines to strangle everything. Blood Seed can remove all seeds from within the body, even from enemies. Jingji happily rushed to meet the mysterious person. It was time to meet her master. Elsewhere, Shaolin opened the door and announced, "Dinner?" Seeing the two guys completely absorbed in something, the little girl walked over to look. "What are you playing?" "I'm about to win." No sooner had she spoken than she lost the next second. White Tiger won and immediately burst into laughter. "All creatures must die." Seeing its smug look, the person immediately rushed over to hit it. "You stinky tiger, I'll beat you to death." And on Yu Ziyu's side, it contemplated, reading the information panel. Its total spiritual energy was now 40 million, 30 million more than during the Uguang incident. Then Yu Ziyu looked at its achievements. Its territory had also expanded significantly. Now even the grasslands and the steel realm were under its control. From now on it would no longer have to worry about the supply of spirit flowers, spirit grasses, and sand and stone. It began to plan for the future. With my current strength and the Legion's power, I should be able to wage war against all nations globally, right? Not including those humans who infiltrated various countries and pledged allegiance to us. Yu Ziyu ambitiously added, "Am I now strong enough to fight against darkness?" It suddenly remembered an old warning. Darkness will descend and you will lose everything. Yu Ziyu immediately restrained itself. "No, I can't be complacent yet. Until the battle ends, I must continue to grow stronger. Both myself and Misty Mountain must be stronger," it mused, looking at the system panel. Innate Talent, Absolute Evolution, can change a portion of its life form in a short time based on its own cognition, acquiring exclusive abilities. Yu Ziyu finally made a decision. "It's time to use this ability to open my celestial eye." The last time the Three-Eyed Clan arrived, I detected information from his celestial eye. If I use this as an opportunity to open the celestial eye, it shouldn't be difficult. Just don't know how long it will take. The system's information suddenly flooded in. Special ability, Open Eye. All things have celestial eyes, which a few individuals can open. At this moment the mutation process was underway, and everything began to crack. Ox Demon only turned around when it heard the commotion. Yu Ziyu's tree roots suddenly expanded, emerging from the ground. Other exotic beasts were also stunned by the scene before them. A dazzling bolt of lightning also descended from the sky. At this moment, Yu Ziyu had begun its metamorphosis. It roared continuously. From above the tree, a crack gradually appeared, and a beam of light suddenly shot out from within. The giant tree roots expanded more and more. That beam of light fell onto Ziyu, making it roar loudly. After a while, Yu Ziyu had also transformed into its beast form. It panted, secretly complaining, "So painful, so uncomfortable." But it wasn't over. The lightning tribulation continued to descend. It directly struck the crack on Yu Ziyu's forehead. Absorbing that energy, the crack grew wider and wider. Finally, it fully split open, and a deep red color suddenly appeared within. At this moment, the lightning tribulation also stopped, and Yu Ziyu's celestial eye had successfully opened. The scene was also filled with rolling smoke at this time. Its subordinates, seeing this, said joyfully, "Master, the celestial eye has opened." After the recent process, Yu Ziyu complained exhaustedly, "Opening the celestial eye is really not easy. I also had to endure the lightning tribulation, and more than half of my spiritual energy was consumed, but when it saw the results it also felt satisfied. But fortunately, the celestial eye successfully opened." Yu Ziyu looked at the shimmering particles, curiously asking, "Are these dazzling particles in the air spiritual energy, truly magical?" It used its new ability to look up at the sky, seeming to only feel the wonder of this world after opening the celestial eye. After enjoying it for a while, Yu Ziyu also returned to the main topic, first transforming back into its main body, then studying the celestial eye. It focused on observing every detail. The eyes are red and there are 7 jade trees in the pupils. The information panel suddenly appeared. Divine ability. Celestial Eye, 9 heavenly realms possessing earth space, flame space, ice space, thunder space, vitality space, void space, light space. Each space can grow until it transforms into a world dimension. The thunder space has expanded to several thousand square meters after devouring thunderclouds. Reading this, it couldn't help but be surprised. The celestial eye space actually has dimensions. Yu Ziyu immediately busied itself searching. Where is it? Why don't I see it? Could it be these jade trees? But indeed from these jade trees. Sensing various powerful elemental forces, the respective colors within the celestial eye. Earthy, earth element, yellow, metal element, blue, ice element, purple, void element, light red, fire element, white, light element, green, vitality element. It stared intently at them, curiously asking, "But how can I open the space? Is there a spell?" An element suddenly enlarged and a space immediately appeared. Uzio recoiled in surprise. It exclaimed happily, "The space is open." Uzio quickly reached in to check, but the space was really small, only about 10 meters. It mused, for itself it could also be considered a small pocket. Uzio suddenly remembered the information from just now. Fortunately, these spaces can all grow until they become a world dimension. When all 7 spaces grow to their limit, it laughed excitedly. It will possess 7 worlds as a tree god. Just then Ninetails walked over. Ninetails asked, "Master, have you opened your celestial eye?" Uzio was also surprised by its current appearance. "You've broken through." Ninetails, transcendent rank 3 peak. Seeing this, it made plans for the future. Ninetails is the fastest growing exotic beast in this great mountain, apart from the panda. After the spiritual energy tide arrives, it might grow to transcendent rank 4. Uzio suddenly had an idea and ordered, "Right, you've come at just the right time. Quickly spray fire on me, don't ask why yet, just do as I say," it cried out in alarm. "What?" But Ninetails still obediently sprayed fire, and its fire was immediately absorbed into the fire space. Ninetails was incredibly surprised by this ability. "My fire has been swallowed." Uzio meanwhile looked at the information panel with satisfaction. Absorbing pure fire element, the fire space has grown to 3 square meters. Indeed, absorbing thunderclouds made the thunder space grow, and absorbing fire made the fire space grow too. Not to be outdone, Ninetails unleashed its ability. Damn it, it furiously spewed fire at Uzio. A terrifying flame struck it. It was only then that Ninetails cried out in a panic, "Ah, master!" Uzio cursed, displeased. "Ly, it hurts, it hurts." "What are you doing?" After that last attack, the system only warned that the fire space was about to crack. Seeing this, Uzio had to adjust its plan. The space had only just formed, and absorbing too many elements at once could easily cause it to collapse. "Forget it. To be safe, I'll start by absorbing spirit stones." Wachi Valley was where Misty Mountain cultivated various spirit flowers and herbs. All the exotic beasts of Misty Mountain obtained their needed spirit flowers and herbs here. Linghua looked at the flowers before her with excitement. "Butterfly sister, look, it's blooming." She and the golden-spotted swallowtail continuously praised each other. "This is all thanks to Sister Linghua's meticulous care." "Oh no, it's all thanks to Sister Butterfly's help," the two laughed like that. Suddenly, Uzio appeared behind them. Seeing this, the two ran off in fright. "Oh no, run!" Looking at its flowers, it absorbed them. The two cried sadly, "It's bare, I don't want to try anymore." Uzio returned to its original position after absorbing the energy, it said with satisfaction. "The celestial eye can move to various parts of the body. It's simply too convenient." At this moment, the information had also been updated. Life space has grown to 1,000 square meters. It's large enough to cover a small villa. Suddenly, someone walked over. It was none other than Shangda. Seeing it here, Uzio couldn't help but wonder, "Shangda, why aren't you guarding the northern reaches? What are you doing here?" Shangda began to tell it what had happened. "Jing Luo just came to me and told me some things about the seabed." Hearing this, Uzio was startled. It immediately summoned everyone. Upon receiving the message, all exotic beasts quickly gathered. A discussion immediately began. Except for White Tiger and Jing Ji, who were not there, they were probably still handling things in Yanchang. The other 9 great fierce beasts, Qing Gang and Leng Feng, were all present. Leng Feng commented, "The 7 Sea Kings are still consolidating their power, uniting the entire ocean. We can't let them descend casually." Ninetails frowned, trying to figure out how they should fight if they went to war with the sea race. Glacier also pointed out their disadvantage. Compared to the sea race, it's still unknown who is stronger, as we have very little intelligence on the seabed. Zixian offered some information. "I heard from Little Eye that humans gave up searching for the sea race 3 years ago, but it's undeniable that deep-sea creatures have stopped investigating the continent." Chan Guang also chimed in. "In the past few years in Australia, I've also gotten some news about the deep sea from those exotic beasts. Besides the deep-sea monarch, there are actually many other sea races, if we could ally with them." Qing Gang loudly expressed its opinion. "Master, I have a question. Although the sea race invaded the continent 3 years ago, they didn't harm us. We have no reason to go to war with them." But Uzio refuted its opinion. "No, they are our enemies," it sternly stated. 3 years ago, they came for me. They know about me," Uzio confidently added. "Although the deep-sea monarch is powerful, other races are not weak. Now, if we gather the remaining forces, I believe it will be a formidable power." Then it turned to Zixian and instructed, "Panda, this task is entrusted to you. Only you can travel across the sea, and communicating with the sea race is most convenient for you." Yes, Uzio began to calculate its next step. "The spiritual energy tide will erupt in about 15 days. Before that, I need to recruit more companions." On the cold sea surface of the northern reaches, something suddenly flew across the calm water. It was Zixian. It tiredly said, "I'm exhausted. If I had known this, I wouldn't have taken this task." Suddenly, there was a movement behind it, startling it. 5-headed snake, transcendent rank 3. Midstage and Jing Luo, transcendent rank 3, appeared. As soon as it saw them, Zixian complained, "I finally found you. I ran hundreds of kilometers to meet you." Jing Luo quickly explained, "We were also busy gathering information about other sea races. Now the seabed is full of the 7 Kings' eyes and ears, especially the coastal areas. Only this sea area can avoid them." It listened and nodded in understanding. So that's it. It seems it's time for a double cross. Zixian suddenly noticed the five-headed snake. But you've grown so fast, you only had 3 heads before. After talking for a long time, it finally remembered its command. Oh right, the divine tree has ordered you to rally other sea races to fight against the monarch. Hearing this, Jingluo was somewhat surprised. Has the divine tree already decided to go to war? It nodded and replied, that's right, if war breaks out, your whale clan will lead the charge, and your casualty rate will definitely be the highest then. This news made Jingluo silent for a while. Afterwards it also spoke, I understand. Jingluo then returned to the main topic, with the divine tree as our backing. If we go to war with the 7 kings, we can definitely win over many sea races to join us. With that, it went to execute the order without hesitation. Then I will go execute the mission. Zixian couldn't help but worry about them. It suddenly shouted, hey, wait a minute. It was about to say something, but Zixian decided to stop. Nothing. Seeing this, Jingluo didn't ask further. Let's go. It stood there watching them leave. My wish, you must be safe. That exotic beast was still encased in a sphere. It was not very intelligent but very dangerous. Sea Beast King, one of the 7 deep-sea kings, had a tendency for reverse evolution. They didn't possess much intelligence, more of a killing instinct. Although it had lost its vital signs, the king's mark was still on it. If it could be used to control the sea beast race and declare war on the sea race, the shell encasing the sea beast king had already begun to stir. It plunged its upper body into the calm lake below, splashing water. A bright red light also appeared in the air at this time. The water at the bottom of the lake was deep blue with no light penetrating. The scene was immersed in a terrifying silence. However, the next second a powerful movement from it broke this silence. The shell that encased it still lay quietly at the bottom of the lake. The Sea Beast King was now about to appear. With its special ability, the Sea Beast King had been chosen as a useful tool to use the Sea Beast King's mark to summon all sea beast races. At this moment, branches extended and pierced inward. The Sea Beast King's eyes were entwined with slender branches. These unconscious branches were then injected with life energy. In just a moment, the Sea Beast King's eyes lit up. The Sea Beast King had now officially appeared and let out an earth-shattering roar. It opened its massive mouth, roaring and shaking the entire space. The silence was now completely broken. Its roar was like an earth-shattering explosion, causing tremors everywhere. In an instant, the air returned to calm again, and a question began to emerge. None of them came. Did I choose the wrong place? Suddenly, it noticed something. In just a blink of an eye, many aquatic exotic beasts appeared. At this moment, the roaring sounded again. Those exotic beasts became incredibly vigilant. To think there's such a powerful sea beast. If they had all participated in the battle back then, perhaps humanity would have been wiped out, Zio now exclaimed softly. The Sea Beast Kings all kept their trump cards. The remaining 6 kings are probably the same. As expected, one cannot underestimate deep-sea creatures. Follow your new king, it emphasized again. However, at this moment, the exotic beast simply stood still. Deep in the ocean, the coral entity suddenly lit up. This attracted Ice's attention. Seeing the commotion, she wondered, what's happening? Why are the dormant sea beast races awakening now? Has the Sea Beast King returned? Impossible. Could it be that a new king has been born? She couldn't sit by and do nothing, deciding to go confirm. At this moment, there was more movement in the deep sea. Zio quickly sensed something approaching. A creature was getting close, and its strength was not to be underestimated. Isa appeared where Zio was in just a blink of an eye. The deep-sea king, Mermaid Isa, Transcendent Rank 3 peak. Zio looked up at this moment. It was the Mermaid King. She observed Zio for a while, still unclear what creature it was. Suddenly it had the urge to act. This is a good opportunity to test the strength of these sea beasts. Capture it. The exotic beast rushed towards Isa in an instant. She didn't sit idly by either, but ordered, damn it, attack. So the exotic beasts from both sides rushed to confront each other. Meanwhile, Isa stood alone in the vast space. She looked around, not seeing Zio, and couldn't help but feel very puzzled. Where's that creature from just now? Suddenly it appeared behind her. Isa quickly created a barrier to protect herself. But Zio was very confident. It could directly destroy this defensive barrier. In just an instant, the barrier shattered into countless fragments. Isa was not to be outdone, blowing bubbles for a surprise attack. Facing her novel move, Zio was somewhat surprised, and a white foam immediately enveloped it. Zio was unable to resist at this moment. However, when it recovered, it immediately unleashed Ice Age. A burst of ice flame energy shot towards Isa. In just a blink of an eye, she was frozen in place. A huge block of ice flame was then created by Zio. Isa was now trapped in that block of ice flame, unable to move. However, she would not sit idly by. Isa used her internal power to break the ice flame. Immediately, the entire ice block was broken into small pieces. Isa, having broken free from her restraints, gasped for breath, very exhausted. She didn't hesitate to pick up her weapon and stab at Zio. Power of the sea. Bursts of energy were immediately created and fully attacked it. However, Zio was not afraid either. It quickly wrapped its body. It created a sturdy barrier to protect itself from attacks. A flash of light suddenly appeared, illuminating the entire space. Isa still stood calmly in place, her gaze fixed forward. After fighting with her for a while, Zio also highly praised. It seems this form alone cannot defeat you. To contend with such a powerful opponent, Zio had to become stronger. I will defeat you, mermaid. With this form, Isa showed no fear but instead provoked. So that's it. You want to make the first move before us, the exotic tree of Misty Mountain. However, the next second she suddenly realized she had misspoken and corrected herself. No, you Zio. Isa already knew its true identity and spoke with a frown. Hearing this, it also admitted, it seems you know quite a lot. In another place, the Free Federation with humanity's top technology, the Steel City, overshadowed the sky. At this moment, an exchange was taking place here. This masked man was the Lord of Power. Your transcendent rank 3. He stood at a high point facing the wind and couldn't help but ask himself, this Washa nation is truly ravaged by war. I wonder how long they can hold on with an existence like the exotic tree, a forbidden one in a human nation. It's already a blessing. I remember the first human to break through to rank 3 was he Linger, a Washenrite. He stepped forward to confirm, yes sir. Next were the Night King of the Sun Never Sets Empire, and the Holy Son and Holy Daughter of the Odin Court, and the new High Priest of the 10 Nations Alliance. And the last one is you, sir. Among these, the strongest is you, sir, and at this moment Yor was the one being spoken of. He pondered for a moment before speaking, but no matter how strong humans are, it's useless. Facing an exotic beast like the exotic tree, humans are like scattered sand, simply unable to defeat it. If humanity wants to survive, it must change the current situation. As previously mentioned, this is why the prodigies of various nations were gathered here to discuss the future of humanity. Suddenly Yor now wondered, what exactly is the exotic tree to humanity? In Yan City of the Washa Federation, at this moment she held a piece of paper in her hand. The Free Federation's letter has really arrived. The paper was then burned and flew away. She realized it had been a long time since she had seen Zio and decided, it's time to see Master. In the vast and deep ocean at this moment the fish were undergoing a fierce battle. They gave no quarter, fiercely pouncing on each other, tearing and biting. Isa was now attacking Zio with all her might while it retaliated with willow leaf dagger. Isa summoned a barrier blocking all its attacks. The next second she continued to suppress Zio with sound waves. That powerful sound wave instantly released terrifying energy. Zio couldn't help but ask itself, can the Deep Sea King's strength double underwater? Isa was not to be outdone. Transforming into her beast form, she rushed towards Zio without hesitation. Isa extended her hands, touching its body. Parasitic entities quickly grew on Zio. In just a blink of an eye they reproduced uncontrollably. And Zio immediately realized the threat was approaching. They're absorbing my spiritual energy, Isa shouted, revealing a fact. The more spiritual energy you have, the faster they grow until they drain you dry. The sea has truly buried your talent. Come with me to the mainland. Zio immediately extended an invitation. The next second she suddenly felt an itch all over her body, and a dazzling light immediately struck where Isa was standing. Zio had now used all its strength to destroy the thick shell created by the parasitic creatures, and in an instant it was completely free. Isa was entangled by several of Zio's tree roots. In a flash it turned the tide and a huge space suddenly opened in the air. Zio naturally took Isa with her. Come on, follow me. At this moment she had no choice but to obey Zio. The air suddenly became unusually gloomy. Isa was firmly bound by Zio after a struggle. Damn it, she looked around, surprised. Where is this? Zio didn't want to waste any more time, intending to finish it with one blow and first imprison her in the vitality space. The subordinates sent by the Mermaid King had also been dealt with. Those fish were easily taken care of by Zio. It no longer hesitated, immediately ordering its servants, go and notify your other companions to come over and prepare for the upcoming battle. It won't be long until Zio will personally reveal everything. The 7 Deep Sea Kings, it's time for your curtain call. It raised its head, looking at the dark green deep sea before it. The situation was currently under control. Everything was going even more smoothly than expected. The Sea Beast King's corpse will remain here for now, and I should return as well. It raised its head, its gaze profound. I hope everything is going well with Jingla. Night now enveloped the entire space with only the bright moonlight remaining. Xiao Qing stepped softly on the ground. She stood at the edge of the cliff, still and serene. Long time no see, master. Xiao Qing's sudden appearance greatly surprised Zio. Oh, it couldn't suppress its curiosity and immediately asked, why are you here? If the humans find out you're gone, it will definitely arouse suspicion. She confidently boasted to Zio, Yancheng is all mine now. Even if I'm not there for a year, no one will suspect anything. The next second she handed it a white box. This is what I exchanged for the white dragon's heart, a gift for master. Zio accepted Xiao Qing's sincerity. Let me see. After opening the box it was shocked by what it saw. Inside the box was a crystal glowing with blue light. Xiao Qing then briefly introduced it. This is a laurel tree seed. 2 years ago, the Federation accidentally discovered a sentient laurel tree in a forbidden zone. Considering Master's situation, the Federation mobilized a considerable force to kill it and then discovered this seed when cutting down the laurel tree. Zio immediately took out a magnifying glass to observe carefully. This is probably its heart. This seed is a treasure to me. It would be a shame to just absorb it like this. Zio then thought a few steps ahead. I'll put it in my space for now and decide later. Xiao Qing, witnessing all this, couldn't help but be surprised. Master, is that the celestial eye? Have you already opened your celestial eye? Zio quickly boasted to her. How about it? Impressive, right? Impressive. Suddenly, the next second it felt another wave of nausea and the urge to vomit. Seeing Zio vomit so violently, Xiao Qing was very worried. Master, what's wrong? Are you vomiting? Do trees vomit too? It was covered in cold sweat, guessing if something extra had entered its body from the vitality space. Was the Mermaid King playing tricks? Suddenly, an urgent feeling arose in Zayu's heart. It no longer hesitated, immediately urging, "Let's go, Shao Qing. I'll take you to see the Mermaid King. I've captured her." Shao Qing was shocked to hear this. Captured the Mermaid King, Zayo then took her to a space covered in pearls. Shao Qing held pearl after pearl, examining them closely. "These are all pearls and they're huge. That must be the Mermaid King." When she looked up, she immediately recognized Isa. Isa was suddenly awakened by Shao Qing's voice. She quickly shouted, "Exotic tree, you stinky tree, let me go." Hearing this, Shao Qing also admitted, "She does have a bad temper." She even cursed, "I'll roast you, you crybaby." Isa immediately retorted, "What? I didn't cry. What about those pearls?" Zayo then mocked her, scared into running away, truly undignified. "I have something to confirm with you. Will darkness descend upon this world along with the third spiritual energy tide?" Isa confirmed without concealment. "That's right, at that time the gods and sea tribes will together submerge this continent. Everything will be destroyed, and then a world composed entirely of sea tribes will be created." Shao Qing, hearing this, also confirmed, "Indeed, just as Little White said before." Zayo didn't stop and asked again, "My true name was also told to you by darkness, right?" Isa continued to confirm, "That's right, our god is omnipotent. After the spiritual energy tide erupts, it will descend upon the sea, and then the mainland will face its ultimate demise." Zayo was somewhat concerned and asked, "Is it okay to tell me even this much?" Isa's face was gloomy and she slyly said, "Even if you know everything, it won't change anything." Zayo fell into contemplation. It didn't linger, urging her, "Let's go, Shao Qing." Yes, Isa could no longer hold back and questioned, "How long do you plan to keep me captive?" Zayo then uttered a shocking statement, "Until I'm killed by darkness." Hearing this, she fell silent as if gagged. It didn't stop, adding, "Or I will kill darkness." The atmosphere suddenly became silent. Zayo remembered something and then announced, "In 2 months, humanity will hold a world conference." Shao Qing felt a sense of unease rising in her heart upon hearing this, and the spiritual energy tide would arrive in 10 days. By then, who knows what this world will become. Zayo also didn't want any accidents to happen, so it said, "I hope the spiritual energy tide can push us to rank 4 peak by then." Zayo then looked up at the full moon. Recently, the spiritual energy emanating from the moon has also become increasingly dense. Or how about planting the laurel tree seed on the moon, relying on the moon's spiritual energy to grow? However, as soon as this thought arose, Zayo quickly dismissed it. "But with my current ability, can I reach the moon?" Suddenly, the next second it began to wiggle constantly. After some thought, Zayo decided, "Shao Qing, I'm going to the moon." Soon, Zayo transformed into a dragon, concentrating all its spiritual energy on its void tree roots and charged upwards. It didn't hesitate, rushing straight into the air. Zayo extended its body forward at an extremely fast speed. At this moment it was quite far from the ground. Zayu's target, the moon, hung high above. Shao Qing watched it at this moment, a faint smile gracing her lips. The dark night sky was illuminated by twinkling stars. At this moment, Zayo was simply like a meteor streaking across the night sky. What is that? In just a flash it had already rushed out of the vast cosmic space, and the enormous earth was now behind it. At this moment, Zayo also pondered for a while. Seeing the place it relied on for the first time not as a human, but as a tree, it never expected that one day it would set foot on the moon, flying to the moon. Something unimaginable even in its previous life. In just a flash, Zayo landed safely on the moon. Before it was the beloved Earth. Zayo could not deny the absurdity of this event. Finally arrived, it consumes too much spiritual energy. This will be your place of existence from now on. Good, it's easy to take root here. At this moment, Zayo had set foot on the moon. People on Earth were very curious when they saw a purple light emitted. What kind of creature is that? It goes directly to the end of the moon, the media also quickly reported at this time. Now we bring you tonight's news. An unidentified creature appeared in the sky just now. According to rumors, it was a giant python. All of us at this moment are very interested in Zayu's appearance. How long is it? Snake meat is delicious. At this moment, the cosmic sky was dotted with stars, and a rockman jumped down from somewhere. It looked around and quickly recognized, "That's a titan, our titan prophet. It has finally appeared." Zayo had also finished what needed to be done at this moment. "Alright, that's enough for now." The moon was full of ice element spiritual energy. "Unfortunately, my spiritual energy is not enough, otherwise I really want to explore it directly." Zayo then continued its journey. Just as Zayo set foot on the moon, the entire world vibrated. An exotic snake, similar to a transcendent rank 4, appeared, making all humans and exotic beasts feel a sense of crisis. It turned out that the human conference had been moved from 2 months later to 3 days later. And under the sea, the disappearance of the Mermaid King brought no small crisis to the deep sea. When Shao Qing saw Zayo, she couldn't help but get excited. "Master, you're amazing. You can even fly to the moon by yourself." However, Zayo was exhausted at this moment. "I'm tired. I can feel the spiritual energy emanating from the laurel tree from here." Shao Qing was also a little surprised to hear this. "Master can feel the aura from the moon from here." Suddenly, Awu flew over. Zayo and Shao Qing were both surprised by its appearance. Awu and Alu were responsible for patrolling the sea. So why was it back? It immediately reported, Master, bad news. Zio immediately felt disaster approaching. The sea surface also began to stir at this moment. Contrary to its usual calm, an anomaly occurred again here. The black flood dragon had also awakened after a period of slumber. Ewu immediately reported, the 7 deep-sea kings are about to advance to rank 4. Human warships have already moved to the front. Ewu then flew to the ocean to scout. Its eyes immediately looked downwards. The fleet had all appeared at this moment. The battle between humans and the 7 deep-sea kings was about to begin, and it would be Yor who fired the first shot. His eyes full of murderous intent gazed forward. The Lord of Power, Transcendent Rank 3, Free Federation. When the sun was high, the warships also began to set sail. Washa Federation. At this moment, those steel behemoths also gradually cut through the waves, speeding across the sea. Yor stood in the wind, sighing with emotion. Now even the sea is filled with a stench. The corpses of marine creatures are everywhere. Those dead fish were all floating on the water at this moment. The 2 federations had now officially clashed. Yor also realized that the decisive battle had arrived. It seems the main target is right in front of me, he quickly ordered, stopping all external attacks. Notify the fleet to stop. I'll go ahead and see. He didn't hesitate, rushing straight to the front. The sea monsters surfaced at this moment, determined to stop Yor. They formed a circle, not allowing it to escape. Yor was blocked and had to stop for a moment. Want to stop me? Yor would never allow anyone to delay his work, immediately activating his skill, launching spiritual energy rockets. The warship quickly received the signal and launched spiritual energy rockets. In just a flash, the shells were fired and the sea monsters were engulfed in flames. Upon receiving the news, her face immediately turned grim. The Free Federation had launched spiritual energy rockets. The leader of the Washa Federation also decided to retaliate at this moment. We will also launch spiritual energy railguns. No more rank 4 creatures can be added to this world. The black flood dragon immediately surfaced from under the water. It stood proudly and arrogantly before everyone. The water surface suddenly lit up at this moment, and a powerful bolt of lightning immediately struck where the black flood dragon was. It showed no fear, rushing straight up. Come on, heavenly tribulation. I must break through to rank 4 today. The Washa Federation immediately locked onto the target, preparing to fire. Target confirmed. Spiritual energy railgun charged. She didn't want to delay another second, so she ordered, fire! From space beyond Earth, a powerful machine immediately fired a stream of energy. The sky suddenly flashed with a dazzling light at this moment, and in just a flash, the black flood dragon was struck by a powerful lightning energy. Faced with that terrifying power, it simply couldn't resist. At the same time, Yor was also rushing towards the black flood dragon with all his might. Seeing the golden light before him, he immediately realized it was Washa's railgun. It seems everyone is very afraid of the birth of this transcendent rank 4. It seems you are destined to die here today. The black flood dragon suddenly realized at this moment that everyone was focusing their attacks on it. Rockets now surrounded it from all directions. They quickly exploded violently, instantly forming a sea of fire. Yor didn't stop, throwing another rocket at it. A more powerful blow followed closely behind. Yor pressed the attack, gaining the upper hand. From outer space, the next round of attacks was also ready. Continue charging and firing the railgun, she reminded loudly. Stop this exotic beast from advancing at all costs. The railgun continued to fire a dazzling beam of light downwards. The entire beam of light now enveloped the black flood dragon. A violent giant wave suddenly rushed into the air, pushing Yor back. His eyes now filled with confusion as he looked forward. From the blurring smoke, the black flood dragon reappeared, looking very dangerous. It had suddenly become more ferocious than ever before. Yor was annoyed to see that it hadn't been subdued. Damn it, the black flood dragon seemed to have fully recovered, releasing powerful energy. That energy was even more powerful than before. The news spread quickly. The target hasn't been eliminated and its spiritual energy is rising. She looked ahead with venom. It's about to advance, damn it. In the nearby sea at this moment, a group of exotic beasts was observing the battle. Zio and Xiaojing stood in the distance. Seeing that humans were at a disadvantage, Xiaojing asked, Master, should we help? Zio, however, wanted to be patient. Not yet, let them fight for a while, Xiaojing then asked with concern. What if it breaks through? It immediately replied. Then let the Void Snake scout the situation. As soon as it finished speaking, Zio let out a roar. The Free Federation was now firing forward and the entire space was engulfed in flames. Several aquatic creatures were hit, none spared. The Washa Federation was also not to be outdone, continuously firing forward. Those aquatic creatures were constantly being hit by flames and cannons, unable to retaliate. The aquatic creatures still charged forward like moths to a flame. Yor was also merciless, extending his hand, his eyes gleaming. Go, he launched massive shells forward. Those aquatic creatures didn't just sit there but released energy to counterattack, and the two sides immediately engaged. The black flood dragon also became cautious, realizing they were formidable opponents. Humans, your weapons are truly endless. Yor was determined not to let the black flood dragon escape. To deal with you, we've used tens of thousands of rounds of firepower. We've only used a few hundred so far. At this moment, rows of huge rockets fell from the sky and the black flood dragon couldn't give up either. It immediately created a whirlwind. Countless fierce whirlwinds immediately appeared around the black flood dragon. The fleet members also noticed this change at this moment. Huge Category 10 whirlwinds appeared on the sea surface. That black dragon was still changing the weather. The black dragon was also determined to go all out against them now. Bring out all your moves. Yor had already rushed up at this moment, launching countless rockets. The scene became unusually tense. When the rockets were neutralized by the whirlwinds, he immediately realized their counterattack had encountered great obstacles. The whirlwinds swallowed the rockets. Those waterspouts tried to swallow the rockets one by one. However, one rocket slipped through, plummeting straight down to the black flood dragon's position. With its wind-like agile body, it successfully dodged. Everyone was now stunned. The target wasn't hit, and it was still accumulating power. Now the black flood dragon was preparing to unleash a powerful blow. She immediately looked ahead in surprise. Wait, is that guy trying to attack the spiritual energy railgun? An extremely powerful energy was released, not aimed at humans, but at something else. The railgun was completely destroyed in the blink of an eye. A dazzling light suddenly flashed in the air. He stood in the distance observing, unable to believe his eyes. What? Its range is actually so exaggerated. The black flood dragon didn't stop there. It also intended to raze this place to the ground. Yor was charging forward, but suddenly stopped because he sensed danger. Not good. Those giant rocks scattered and flew in the air in an instant. Yor felt the current situation was unstable, so he came up with another plan, using rocket debris for defense. When you're done, I'll go find the King of Australia. It mercilessly fired a powerful energy stream at Yor. He seemed to be thrown far away at this moment, unable to resist. An energy orb spread out, enveloping the entire city. Yor's hands were now stained with quite a bit of blood. He floated in the air, motionless. Meanwhile, everyone on the warship was very worried about him. The king is about to be killed. Drive the battleship over, at least buy him time to escape. Exotic beasts suddenly surged out from under the water, and the Washaw battleship was also in a state of extreme urgency at this moment. The king of the Free Federation was about to be killed. Faced with this situation, he quickly gave orders, "Cover him by all means, don't let him die." Suddenly, another urgent report came. "Captain, there's a change. There's a creature approaching on the radar. Are there other sea beasts?" After careful observation, he immediately corrected. "Not a giant python, it's heading towards the moon." Zio had appeared at this moment, gliding forward like a gust of wind. The black flood dragon quickly recognized it too. Yor had now regained his composure and seized the opportunity to charge forward. Zio also unhesitatingly released an energy orb. The black flood dragon was very annoyed by its interference in its affairs. Damn it, one after another. The powerful energies of both sides instantly collided. The black flood dragon was temporarily suppressed by Zio. Suddenly, from the blurring smoke, Zio charged again. Zio immediately bit the black flood dragon's neck. The black flood dragon was being bitten by Zio's neck at this moment. Yor also noticed this incredible scene from a distance. The fleet members were surprised by its sudden appearance. A purple giant python. Is it here to help us? Zio not only crushed the black flood dragon but also released powerful lightning. It was determined not to let the black flood dragon continue to rampage. Get back to the sea. It was controlled by Zio and thrown down. Zio pursued relentlessly, rushing straight into the cold seawater with it. At this moment it was still tightly biting the black flood dragon's neck. Zio's massive body continuously stirred the calm water surface. The black flood dragon could do nothing but scream in pain at this moment. Zio would definitely finish it today, to prevent future trouble. It couldn't be let go. Kill it now. If it grew up, it would definitely be a huge problem. Zio immediately released a dazzling light at it. Million shockwave. The black flood dragon withstood the previous blow, being thrown several meters away, and heaven and earth seemed to tremble in their fierce battle. Zio fired another shockwave downwards as if leaving no escape route. In a vast expanse of white smoke, its eyes shone like star lamps. The black flood dragon was covered in wounds at this moment, lying motionless. Zio didn't rush to act but stood there observing. The opponent's spiritual energy is decreasing, and I can't feel its spiritual energy anymore. Suddenly it paused again as if sensing something. A killing intent immediately enveloped Zio. It immediately went into high alert. The spiritual energy just now, a new enemy is approaching. Suddenly, at this moment, it heard a very familiar voice again. "You, Zio, I've finally met you." Zio immediately recognized who the opponent before it was. Deep Sea Dragon King. No, it's darkness. It couldn't help but be surprised to see darkness here. Zio couldn't hide its curiosity and asked directly, "Have you already come to this world?" Darkness didn't waste much time, cutting straight to the chase. "Just a wisp of soul, it will dissipate soon. This time I have something to tell you." It unhesitatingly offered a suggestion. "Are you willing to join us? You and I have no conflict of interest, no grievances. We have no reason to be enemies." It narrowed its eyes dangerously at this moment. "And no reason to go to war. We can completely join forces." Darkness meant to make it and Zio allies. Seeing Zio remain silent, it urged, "How about it? Tell me your thoughts." After a moment of consideration, it stated its choice. "I refuse. Your existence will accelerate the collapse of this world, making it impossible for us to survive. All creatures struggle for survival. Perhaps they will die of illness, but they all want to live in this world. There are traces of their existence here, but you will disrupt the operation of this world. Darkness, I hereby declare war on you. I will never let you destroy this world. Hearing its impassioned words, Darkness laughed instead. Interesting, you Zio, we will meet again soon, and you might become even stronger. I'm looking forward to fighting you even more now, but I can't let you kill my subordinate now. Seeing Darkness leave, Zio had no intention of pursuing. It ran away. Forget it. The tier 4 form that just condensed. After an attack like that from me, its spiritual energy is probably completely scattered. Leave the rest to humans. Retreat. Without further thought, Zio also left here. Meanwhile, Darkness was rampaging elsewhere again. Scarlet blood slowly dripped from its mouth. At this moment, Darkness still held a grudge against Zio. Damn Python and humans, I will kill you all eventually. Darkness then rushed to a certain place. On the shore, Yor continuously urged, that sea dragon's spiritual energy has decreased. Find it quickly. Don't let it escape. They decided to fight to the end from now on. Yancheng was still very calm at this moment. Zixian, after a period of effort, also successfully broke through. I feel stronger again. Iron armored beast. Transcendent rank 3 peak. She stood in the distance and everyone applauded. Handsome is amazing. Zio also noticed Zishin's progress at this moment. Old 9 has broken through again. He looks so relaxed. 3 days have passed since the battle with the Black Flood Dragon. The day of the spiritual energy tide is getting closer. It's time to call you back. Immediately after, Zio took action. Ada Arasan, go notify all legions to return to Misty Mountain. They dared not delay and immediately obeyed. Yes. Immediately after, Zio turned to Xiao Jing and instructed, Xiao Jing, can Yancheng produce human spiritual energy rockets and railguns? Based on the information she currently possessed, she replied, Yancheng currently lacks the capability to produce railguns, but spiritual energy rockets are not a problem. Hearing this, Zio instructed, first produce spiritual energy rockets, as many as possible. Xiao Jing immediately accepted the order. Yes. Then Zio asked again, Qinggong, how are the 3 cities being managed now? After a period of information gathering, Qinggong returned to report. Humans in the 3 cities are now able to coexist peacefully with exotic beasts, and many exotic beasts and humans have signed contracts to become battle partners. According to the information he collected, humans are now closely connecting everything. After hearing this, Zio made a decision without hesitation, announced that the 3rd spiritual energy tide is about to descend and tell them to prepare for absorption. Qinggong immediately obeyed. Yes. Xiao Jing suddenly put forward her opinion. Don't say tide, say miracle, and let the people in the cities maintain their faith. Zio was surprised to hear this. You can play it that way? Qinggong dared not delay, and immediately confirmed, I will notify them to adjust their state. He then disappeared into the air to execute the mission. Seeing the timing was right, Zio revealed, Xiao Jing, I saw it. Who? Darkness. When she heard that name, Xiao Jing was stunned speechless. What? It recalled that feeling and shared. Although it was just a part of its consciousness, it gave me a strange feeling. Zio extended its hand, gazing intently. I thought I was strong enough, but seeing it, I still felt a deep fear. Darkness indeed put pressure on it. After that experience, Zio couldn't help but fall into contemplation. That was an emotion I had as a human, and it has been reawakened this time. Xiao Jing stood quietly beside it, then stated her resolve, we must defeat it, not just exotic beasts but humans too, we must live on. Zio listened, falling into a terrifying silence, and the next second it expressed the same resolve as her, we will never lose. Zio could now more clearly define its goal. There's no need to think too much now, just focus on preparing for the tide. Those red ropes still hung from the tree, and the full moon high in the sky cast a gentle light. On the moon at this moment a new life was beginning to sprout. From deep underground the laurel tree grew straight up through layers of rock. In the blink of an eye the initial branches had formed. Subsequently, the laurel tree was adorned with crystal-clear crystal flowers exquisitely beautiful. Soon after, the laurel tree officially grew. Zio on Earth at this moment also cast its gaze towards the moon. Before long it felt the aura of the laurel tree. It's grown, but in its current form it's not fully mature. Continue to grow? Humans had already studied the moon in the old era. After the spiritual energy recovered in the transcendent era, the moon was the only planet that humans could continuously observe, and it was never overlooked in the sky. The mysteries of the moon made humans immensely curious. A tree grew on the moon? Are you stupid from playing games, kid? Go study. At the observatory, everyone was extremely anxious at this moment. Quickly inform the Spiritual Energy Detection Bureau. Plants have grown on the moon. The laurel tree was quickly discovered by scientists. The professor glanced through the telescope and then shared some information. Is that a laurel tree? A laurel tree growing on the moon is not a good omen. If it tries to grow into an exotic tree, the consequences will be unimaginable. The Earth and Moon's magnetic fields might even disappear. At this moment, the sky over Yancheng was still clear blue. The exotic beasts had all gathered now. Exotic beasts surged from all directions, their claws scratching the rocks, emitting a terrifying cacophony of chaos. The entire space trembled under the footsteps of hundreds of grotesque creatures. Their breaths intertwined into a thick mist. A pungent fishy smell filled the air, and eyes flashing in the darkness, thousands of gazes converged in one direction as if awaiting a command. Roars, growls, and the flapping of wings rose and fell, merging into a terrifying storm of sound. Each one was twisted in form, but when they gathered they were like a giant living body wriggling. The space seemed to feel fear, even heaven and earth, at such an appearance. An invisible force spread from the horde of exotic beasts. The entire sky turned dark. They stood densely packed, silent for a moment as if declaring that this world was about to change dynasties. The exotic tree did not keep them waiting and appeared. It stood before all the exotic beasts and said, "Everyone is here except for Great Snake and Jingluo." A purple tree root emerged from the ground. Zio immediately introduced, preparing to welcome the third spiritual energy tide. The tree root now twisted, receiving a beam of light. Zio shouted, "Shatter!" In just an instant a crack appeared in the sky. The crack grew wider and wider. Zio now wanted to distribute spiritual energy to them, absorbing it from the crack. A dazzling light shot straight down. At this moment, in the vast ocean, darkness suddenly surged from underwater into the sky. After a period of captivity, it now felt free again. Darkness opened its crimson eyes, vigilantly looking around. At this moment, darkness was suspended over the vast ocean, and it felt somewhat new to see the sunlight again. "I am finally out. After thousands of years I am no longer confined to the darkness of the deep sea. That dark ocean now only exists in the past. Although free again, darkness was still restricted. This body was still very weak. It was not eager to act, but wanted to slowly restore its prestige. First, it had to regain evolution points. The third spiritual energy tide had arrived. The exotic beasts of Misty Mountain were now evolving in the spiritual energy tide. From the sky, 9 tails suddenly appeared, bringing a flame interface. It looked forward, its eyes filled with burning fire and murderous intent. 9 tails was not alone. At this moment, Black Dragon also appeared. It immediately landed on the ground with its massive body. Black Dragon let out a deafening roar, as if to tear space apart. Black Dragon now stood before Flood Dragon in an unyielding posture, and Flood Dragon was now enveloped in dazzling light. Its eyes sparkled as if foretelling a new transformation. Zio also sensed at this moment that it seemed the dragon attributed exotic beasts had evolved first. White Tiger seemed to be close too. It was also undergoing its final transformation. Zio's gaze then fell on something else. "But what I care about most is you." The golden Heisha in its body vaguely emitted spiritual energy. Watching them all grow to this point, I am also very happy. The spiritual energy tide has just begun. Absorb it slowly. The great tree now emitted dazzling light. At this moment, beyond the vast ocean, 2 figures suddenly appeared, so small, situated in a giant space. Darkness was now absorbing human spiritual energy. The unfortunate humans, after being drained, collapsed limply to the ground. Darkness had raised its evolution points to a new level. Transcendent human rank. It also realized that it needed to find another more effective method. Killing so many humans only yielded 1,000 evolution points. Indeed, relying solely on humans was not enough. Suddenly, Darkness sensed something again, powerful spiritual energy. Darkness did not hesitate and quickly jumped into the sea. It swam forward, continuing to dive deeper. At this moment, before Darkness was a creature which it had no difficulty recognizing as a human chimera. This exotic beast, not yet realizing what was about to happen, suddenly something that shocked the world happened at the bottom of the sea. Darkness had now seized the exotic beast's body, then floated to the surface. At this moment, it immediately felt a powerful energy surging. Dark Spirit Beast, 1,000 evolution points, Transcendent rank 3. As expected, this physical body was stronger. The next second, the exotic beast continued to dive into the deep sea, so I'll go find it first. The Beast King's subordinate now stood alone on the cliff in Australia. It looked up at the sky, a hint of confusion in its eyes. Was the spiritual energy tide coming? Small amounts of spiritual energy continuously flowed from the sky. The Beast King was now hiding in a small cave. It looked up at the glowing dots and asked itself, before it came from underground, this time is it descending from the sky? It immediately realized, no, it's from space. Suddenly, the Beast King's subordinate saw something else. An exotic beast slowly walked ashore from the sea. It looked forward, its eyes showing no goodwill. The Beast King's subordinate immediately felt confused. That was a spirit beast of the Free Federation. What was it doing here? It didn't think much and blocked the exotic beast's path. "Stop, this is not a place you can approach, if you don't want us to go to war with the Free Federation." The exotic beast ignored its words and directly attacked. The Beast King's subordinate remained calm even in the midst of a huge spiritual energy flow. That powerful spiritual energy flow instantly leveled the area. And then the exotic beast suddenly stopped. Ice's Beast King had now appeared. The Beast King's subordinate looked up, a shocked expression on its face. This is the king, now it can no longer stay still, it has appeared. The Beast King immediately suggested retreating. You are no match for it. The Beast King now decided to have a good fight with the exotic beast. The Beast King and the Spirit Mechanical Beast now faced each other. It knew at a glance that its opponent was not simple, so it asked, "You are not a Spirit Beast? Who exactly are you?" The Spirit Mechanical Beast had no intention of answering and attacked the Beast King. The Beast King was startled by the sudden attack and extended its trunk to block. Seeing its polite question met with an attack, the Beast King couldn't help but feel annoyed. It no longer held back and immediately extended several tentacles towards the Spirit Mechanical Beast. The Spirit Mechanical Beast was now unable to break free, tightly entangled by its tentacles. The matter was not over. The Beast King's tentacles secreted venom. In just an instant, the Spirit Mechanical Beast was infiltrated by acidic substances. A green viscous liquid enveloped the Spirit Mechanical Beast. The Beast King no longer acted but observed from a distance. Now the fate of the Spirit Mechanical Beast was obvious. This time, the Beast King's acidic substance would turn it into blood. The green viscous liquid on its body suddenly turned red. It was thought to be completely defeated, but unexpectedly it could now break free from that formation. The Beast King immediately became vigilant. The spirit mechanical beast's strength had not only not weakened but had become stronger than before. But no matter how hard it tried, it was still surpassed by the Beast King. It grabbed the spirit mechanical beast's tail and then spun it in the air. A dazzling green light suddenly flashed across the sky. The Beast King and the spirit mechanical beast were now relentless. Heaven and earth also experienced quite a tremor. The spirit mechanical beast landed safely on the ground with its agile body. However, the next second it was again tightly entangled by the Beast King. In just an instant, the spirit mechanical beast was once again controlled by the Beast King. The Beast King tore its body apart with all its might. Soon after, the spirit mechanical beast screamed in pain as its body was torn apart. The Beast King's subordinate now immediately emitted golden spheres. The Beast King was merciless, determined to send its opponent to heaven. "Stop howling there, die." Dazzling lights continuously shot out. In just an instant, the exotic beast's body seemed to be mercilessly torn apart. It could not resist, only endure the attacks. The dazzling lights created an earth-shattering explosion. The Beast King still showed no sign of stopping but continued to emit those lights. Its eyes now turned crimson, looking very dangerous. The tentacles still tightly coiled around the exotic beast's body. Its opponent was now completely annihilated. The Beast King's subordinate soon saw the result. That guy was burned to a dry corpse. However, the next second the exotic beast revived again. Witnessing this incredible scene, the Beast King could not believe it. Revived? Impossible. If it had only revived after being severely wounded, perhaps it could have retained a last shred of consciousness to revive, I can understand. But it had clearly completely lost its vital signs. Could it still revive in such a situation? The Beast King stared with wide eyes looking forward and asked, "Who exactly are you?" After reviving, the exotic beast spoke. "It's truly surprising. I didn't expect there to be such powerful exotic beasts in this world. Besides exotic beasts, it was indeed right to come here first." The Beast King's subordinate also could not believe its eyes. "Still alive?" the Beast King immediately asked, its eyes crimson. "It was indeed right to come here first. What exactly is your purpose?" Suddenly, the exotic beast stomped fiercely. Its hand grabbed the Beast King. The exotic beast opened its mouth wide as if to devour the Beast King. What it wanted was to occupy this body. "Give me your body." However, the Beast King firmly refused. "Impossible." A dazzling light quickly spread. The exotic beast immediately sensed something. This power. The Beast King had now decided to go all out. It could destroy all material power. Even spiritual energy could be completely detonated. The Beast King's subordinate, seeing the situation was not good, rushed over. "No good." The Beast King's eyes are still crimson. The energy ball it emitted swelled larger and larger, emitting a dazzling light as if to explode the entire space. The earth now seemed to have just experienced a tremor. The vast blue ocean instantly turned into a huge sea of magma. The air now suddenly became heavy and tense. From afar, darkness floated in the air. It looked forward, its eyes crimson and full of murderous intent. The Beast King carefully observed darkness, then spoke. "Is this your true form?" It suddenly opened its mouth wide as if to devour something. The Beast King then looked up at the sky. The next second it confidently flaunted its top-notch abilities. "My most powerful ability is creation and combination. Creation, creating life forms like myself. Combination, transforming the abilities of devoured creatures into my own." The Beast King now clearly wanted to devour darkness. Darkness, hearing this, understood the problem. "So that's it." The Beast King's subordinate still stood in place. It suddenly became motionless, without any reaction. The Beast King now seemed to be enveloped in dark energy. Seeing the situation was not good, the subordinate shouted, "King, King." The Beast King now remained motionless, without any reaction. The dark energy was also devoured by the Beast King. The subordinate suddenly felt a moment of confusion. The next second. Did the king win or lose? A voice full of reproach sounded. "Do you think I would lose?" Even a simple sentence was enough to make the subordinate tremble. He immediately lowered his head and admitted his guilt. This subordinate overstepped, however. He faintly felt something was wrong in his heart. "Who exactly is it?" "It has both the king's aura and the enemy's aura. I can't distinguish. If I ask any further, I will die." Suddenly several of the Beast King's tentacles again approached him. The subordinate, fearing it would act, spoke, "King, wait, it's me." However, it was too late. In just an instant he was enveloped in lightning. This energy was not to attack him but to help him break through. Power continuously poured out. The subordinate now also felt the abundant energy in his body. The Beast King's subordinate clenched his fist tightly, an excited look on his face. "This is great. This new ability is too good. Capable of bestowing more powerful abilities upon other creatures." Suddenly, darkness again gave an order, "Call everyone over." Its tentacles seemed to sweep away everything around it. Other exotic beasts now also gathered and then rushed forward. In the air, strange bats were also flying forward. The exotic beasts in the distance had all arrived as per darkness's instructions. Not only that, but even Ao Chong had appeared. They gathered together, forming an army. Darkness had also transformed, now its eyes crimson, looking very dangerous. "Come on, become stronger." At this moment, everything in Yancheng remained calm. The system panel showed that the wood dragon had evolved into a true dragon. Now entering a half-dragon god form, Zio was now deep in thought. The wood dragon is also rank 3, half-dragon king Bati. If it fully transforms into a dragon, then I will be able to fly in the future. It had made rapid progress. Its spiritual energy had now increased to 80 million. The 7 spaces had also doubled in size due to the spiritual energy tide. Now each space was filled with spiritual energy, enough for exotic beasts to cultivate in the space even if I have to take them away later. I can also take them all away in the space. But now the most important thing is to continue expanding the space. Zio didn't think much and immediately took action. It was not difficult to foresee that it would continuously grow stronger by relying on spiritual energy in this way. In the space where Isa was bound, a ray of light suddenly appeared. She looked up at the sky and asked herself, "Spiritual energy?" Suddenly, the ray of light struck the ground again. The air instantly became quiet again. Just then, Zio seemed to sense something again. A feeling suddenly surged in its heart. That was the aura from Isa just now. It immediately recognized where that spiritual energy came from. It was darkness, in the vast ocean. At this moment, darkness and its subordinates were there. It couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Why did the king bring us to the sea?" The water surface suddenly parted, and the exotic beasts that had once slept at the bottom of the sea were now summoned again. The Beast King's subordinate immediately became vigilant. "Deep Sea King, the Deep Sea King is going to war again." They were not eager to act, but looked very calm. The Black Flood Dragon suddenly spoke. "King, you finally awakened." At this moment, the space lit up and the exotic beasts had all gathered. The subordinate looked up at the scene before him, unable to help but feel surprised. This is darkness. It no longer wanted to hesitate. "Let's start now." The creatures of the ocean and land were all present. "So now let's unleash the spiritual energy tide." It did not keep them waiting, immediately waving its tentacles forward. In just an instant, sparkling lights fell from the sky. All the exotic beasts now looked up at the sky, unable to help but feel astonished. Darkness with just a few movements had created a dazzling scene. Unexpected shifts occurred a week after darkness and Uzio prematurely triggered the spiritual energy tide. The outside world underwent immense changes as time ticked by. Consequently, spiritual energy tides began to erupt on a large scale across the world outside of Misty Mountain. In every corner of the world, black cracks ripped open in the void, and that wasn't all. Even stranger events followed. Then 9-colored spiritual light poured out. A dazzling, colorful halo suddenly appeared in the sky. A 1,000-meter-long crack appeared in the human world sky. But this excitement didn't last long before they were attacked by beast hordes from afar. People also saw giant mountain-like bears emerge from underground, a scene that deeply disturbed the nerves of every human and exotic beast. Cities and wildernesses wherever cracks appeared were accompanied by countless massacres. Even high-ranking figures lost control over humanity. The entire planet experienced unprecedented turmoil. Humanity now stood on the brink of extinction once again. As evening fell, the sun set. The higher-ups stood still, gazing outwards. He was lost in his thoughts, his expression unusually grave as those figures resurfaced in his mind. This cracked area belonged to the Darkness Council. No creature was allowed near it. Elsewhere, the cult leader stood before the general populace. The cult leader. They all stared at the dazzling light, filled with surprise. It's the spiritual energy tide, a miracle brought by the cult leader. The cult leader. At this moment, everyone regarded him as a god. 2 girls watched calmly and serenely, then took decisive measures. "Block this area. Don't let anyone near." Yes, the crack in the sky is getting bigger now. Zio looked up and then guessed. The cracks in the sky are increasing. It seems the tide has already erupted worldwide. Suddenly, a strong feeling surged within it. Zio couldn't help but wonder what was happening. Was it an illusion? "I feel like the Earth has expanded." Does that mean the Earth is also evolving? A powerful surge of energy now enveloped the Earth. The Black Flood Dragon also awakened after a period of slumber. It returned with a majestic and powerful demeanor and a vibrant state of mind. The Black Flood Dragon cast a murderous gaze towards the distant city. "Humans, I have come for revenge." Everyone was curious about its sudden appearance. In the 10 Nations Alliance, everyone eagerly filmed the Black Dragon appearing in the sky with their phones. From afar, the Black Flood Dragon immediately unleashed a huge energy blast towards the city. The entire space instantly lit up. In the blink of an eye, the city was covered in its catastrophic attack. After finishing, the Black Flood Dragon remained still, as if nothing had happened. The Beast King's subordinate witnessed this and asked, "King, are we just going to ignore the Black Dragon?" Darkness had no intention of interfering with its actions at this moment. "It's fine, humanity's fate is all the same anyway." Although Zio wasn't there, it immediately sensed the Black Flood Dragon King's appearance. Its injuries were completely healed. That was Isa and Z's country. Nothing must happen to them. "My perception has grown stronger recently, and my spiritual energy has already broken through to 90 million. Zio decided to accelerate all processes. It couldn't wait any longer. Today it would break through to rank 5. It realized the current situation was precarious. Darkness had awakened and the world had undergone earth-shattering changes. Any further hesitation would eventually lead to being abandoned by the world. It couldn't lose. Zayu's tree roots immediately caused a violent tremor, and a beam of light shot from the sky towards the exotic tree. The light emitted from the sky burst forth with immense power, and a cloud of smoke quickly spread, enveloping every corner. Zio now stood calmly in place. It closed its eyes, fully focused. The next second, Zio opened its eyes again as if just awakening. The entire exotic tree now received a new immensely powerful surge of energy. The great tree emitted an increasingly dazzling light. Zio now checked the system panel, completely surprised. What? Why haven't the skills changed at all? Faced with this sudden and strange phenomenon, it couldn't explain it. In previous advancements, whether it was innate talents or life skills, they would evolve to some extent, but this time there was no change at all. The system panel continuously displayed information. After advancing, Transcendent Rank 4 will choose its own direction, and the final evolutionary path will be determined by oneself. Zio only then realized, so that's how it is, I need to choose again myself. Zio looked up at the great tree, sensing its abundant vitality. With growth, do the choices also increase? The system panel continued to display. Seed of Life can transform into a world tree. Absolute Evolution, using myriad forms to become one. Thunder Control can transform into Thunderwood. Immortal Instant can stand in the river of time. Please choose manually. The remaining 3 require consuming evolution points. Faced with such a choice, it pondered for a moment. It could only choose one. The Seed of Life was its innate talent from birth, providing an endless source of spiritual energy and vitality. Zio then reviewed each option. Thunder Control, not suitable for it. Immortal Instant, powerful but also not suitable for it, as each use consumed a large amount of spiritual energy, and Absolute Evolution was also like 2 overly mysterious blades. If not used carefully, its own skills could be lost. After some deliberation, it found its true calling. I choose the Seed of Life. This is my innate talent, and my cultivation direction is towards the immortal stage of an undead tree. Among the several innate talents, Seed of Life is currently the best. While other talents are worthwhile, there will be opportunities to improve them later when enough evolution points are accumulated. Suddenly another beam of light appeared, shooting downwards. The Black Flood Dragon roared furiously in another location. In a severely damaged city, survivors were confronting it. The Black Flood Dragon had already destroyed 30 cities. The 10 Nations Federation suffered the greatest losses. Now this Flood Dragon had arrived at the Washaw Federation. They were also hesitant at this moment, unsure what to do. Should we retreat? We can't defeat this rank 4 evil dragon. If we retreat, what about the cities behind us? One person, quick-witted, came up with an idea. The next retreat leads to Yanchang, which is the Great Tree's territory. Let the Great Tree kill it. The Black Flood Dragon was indeed flying towards Yanchang now. The purple-robed person stood on a high vantage point observing the situation. That person's gaze immediately fell on the Black Flood Dragon, which was still laughing triumphantly. Exotic tree, I will defeat you for my master first, and then settle accounts with that purple giant python. White Tiger suddenly sensed something amiss, looking up at the sky. The Black Flood Dragon's figure flickered in the mist. White Tiger quickly realized that danger was imminent. Everyone will die. However, Nine Tails decided to stay put. There's an enemy coming, very powerful. Master is still cultivating and cannot make a move yet. Zio suddenly appeared in a flash of light. A gigantic foot stomped heavily on the ground. It walked forward, taking responsibility with firm steps. Leave it to me. Although Nine Tails didn't directly attack, it would provide support from behind. I will lock down this area. You go ahead and fight. The Imperial Crocodile stood firmly at the front. The Black Flood Dragon entered their territory in a blink of an eye. Impatient by nature, it immediately acted. Let me blow away this mist. The sky instantly became exceptionally clear. The Black Flood Dragon stood proudly in the air, exuding an extraordinary aura. In an instant, it sensed something else. Before it now was the Imperial Crocodile. The two confronted each other, ready for battle. The Imperial Crocodile would absolutely not let it advance further. This far and no further. Do not proceed, however. The Black Flood Dragon roared indignantly. 3 years ago you killed our sea race prophet. I'm here to avenge that now. Hearing this, the Imperial Crocodile also confronted it without hesitation. If that's the case, then come. The Black Flood Dragon suddenly coiled up like a whirlwind. In a blink of an eye, the Imperial Crocodile was tightly entangled by it. The Black Flood Dragon immediately summoned an energy orb to eliminate it. However, the Imperial Crocodile transformed into its rock dragon form in time. It used its feet to tightly grip the Black Flood Dragon. The Imperial Crocodile was not to be outdone, summoning an energy orb. Both sides were now ready for an earth-shattering clash of power. In a blink of an eye, the entire space seemed to reset after that deafening explosion. From the sky, a gigantic sphere suddenly appeared. Like the sun, the steel progenitor charged forward with murderous intent. The Black Flood Dragon also showed no mercy at this moment, anticipating an imminent fierce battle between the two. The Black Flood Dragon, impatient by nature, immediately bit the steel progenitor's neck. It knew its opponent was tough and thought cautiously, does Misty Mountain have other transcendent rank 4 creatures besides the exotic beasts? This crocodile is not to be underestimated. The steel progenitor would absolutely not tolerate being bullied. It charged forward with its claws, immediately striking at the Black Flood Dragon. It was extremely annoyed by the steel progenitor's counterattack, opening its mouth wide and shooting a dazzling light forward. The steel progenitor quickly blocked with its 2 large wings. The next second, it immediately spread its wings, expressing its anger. Just as the battle was in a stalemate, Nine Tails remained exceptionally calm. Nine Tails now watched their battle nervously. The Black Flood Dragon's strength was also not weak. If the Imperial Crocodile continued to fight it like this, there would be no winner today. Moreover, it was still paying attention to them, and its spiritual energy absorption process hadn't been interrupted. After careful thought, Ninetales made a decision. I'll have to make a move myself. Suddenly, Zio appeared beside it and transmitted a message. Don't worry, continue absorbing spiritual energy. The Black Flood Dragon now became agonizingly painful after receiving its opponent's fierce attacks, while the Imperial Crocodile was not to be outdone, charging straight forward. The Black Flood Dragon vowed to fight to the end, plunging forward. It seems that if I don't kill you today, you won't let me pass. Truly evenly matched, the Imperial Crocodile also refused to back down. Less talk. Suddenly, those tree roots appeared from the sky again. It directly pierced into the ground right where they were. Zio intervened in their battle, this time speaking. Imperial Crocodile, go back and cultivate. The divine tree will handle this. The Black Flood Dragon couldn't control its emotions and charged straight up. Exotic tree, however, before it could do anything, it was fiercely struck by Zio. Zio immediately emphasized again, you're coming with me to another place. That dazzling purple light took the Black Flood Dragon to another place in just a moment. Both of them disappeared into the air through that crack. The sky now became so dazzling, dotted with tiny specks of light. In another dimensional space, the Black Flood Dragon confronted Zio. Both of them stood calmly in place without a word. The Black Flood Dragon now could confirm again. You are indeed the exotic tree. No wonder your auras are so similar. Zio didn't beat around the bush, asking directly. Darkness has revived, right? However, the Black Flood Dragon furiously refused to answer. Do you think I would tell you such a thing? You inflicted severe injuries upon me, causing me to lose the chance to advance to a true dragon. I'm so enraged I wish to self-immolate my soul here. Suddenly, an extremely powerful flame erupted again. Zio hadn't expected it to go this far. It was burning its own soul, its heart already filled with revenge. To kill me you truly spare no cost. The Black Flood Dragon now would absolutely not let it go. I will drag you into this endless sea of fire. However, Zio had no intention of complying. I refuse these things. Suddenly, cracks appeared in the space again. It looked up at everything before it, unable to believe the void was being destroyed. The Black Flood Dragon didn't stop but continued to summon light orbs. It's not over yet. Zio charged forward, absolutely not letting it succeed. Don't even think about it. In a blink of an eye, it was overwhelmed by the Flood Dragon's energy. The Black Flood Dragon immediately spat blood, unable to comprehend. This is void power, how is it possible? Zio walked up to it, looking at it with angry eyes. You think you can kill me? In my eyes, you're nothing but an ant. It looked up again to confirm. Do you understand? Zio coiled even more tightly around the Black Flood Dragon, then demanded, I'll help you pass a message to darkness. Never mind, just become my evolution food. Even at this moment it refused to show weakness, telling Zio, just you wait. My king will step on you someday. Zio no longer showed mercy, immediately constricting the Black Flood Dragon tightly, its blood gushing out and flowing to the ground. After finishing, it asked, Purple Scythe, you're there, right? A flash of light suddenly streaked across the sky. Purple Scythe quickly appeared, striking a cool pose, its eyes wide as it looked forward. Zio actually left such a delicious thing for it. Eating it will help you level up. Purple Scythe rushed forward without hesitation like a hungry fox, while Zio stood contemplating from afar. In this tide, Purple Scythe gained nothing else besides absorbing some 9-colored spiritual energy. Since it advanced to rank 3, its racial attributes have already changed. Purple Scythe was now absorbing the energy with its tongue, while Zio stood calmly in place, faintly sensing the life aura from its body even from this void. Besides Purple Scythe, there are definitely other void creatures in this world. Purple Scythe then erupted with a flash of light, breaking through to another realm. Zio immediately shifted its attention to it. Advanced. And yet in the end it still could only evolve by devouring flesh and blood. Purple Scythe's appearance changed in an instant. Zio, in its giant python form, remained motionless, immersed in thoughts of the void and a universe teeming with various monsters. If it could subdue a few more void creatures like Purple Scythe, it would eventually encounter them as it grew stronger. It wasn't alone. Now another creature appeared, and the system panel showed itself. Zio turned its gaze to it, and after observing, suddenly remembered that after evolving its body grew 2 meters taller. As tall as Ching Gang. Looking back, it still felt a little regretful. Originally trained as an assassin, it had now grown so massive. Zio also sensed a bit of this, but the aura it now emitted was indeed terrifying. By this point it no longer hesitated, and could confidently conclude that the Void race was indeed the strongest race, so the flesh and blood would be left for Purple Scythe. Suddenly another aura emanated from Zio. This peculiar aura quickly spread to where the Black Flood Dragon lay motionless. It decided to make full use of it. Not even the soul needed to be wasted. Zio now held a spirit energy orb in its hand. On the other side, Xiaoling had already returned, and it immediately appeared, calling her name. Xiaoling. This was the Black Flood Dragon's soul, of quite high quality. Although a part of it had been burned, it was still a supreme treasure for her. A living presence appeared within the orb of light. With this I can break through to rank 4. The orb of light quickly flew towards Xiaoling, and a powerful spiritual energy immediately radiated from her entire body. Zio also felt immense satisfaction. Another transcendent rank 4 had been added this time. Excellent. Beams of brilliant light then descended to the ground. The exotic beast's spiritual energy was also summoned at this moment. Xiaoling immediately absorbed that powerful spiritual energy. A flashing light burst forth in the blink of an eye. Xiaoling's absorption of spiritual energy went very smoothly. She had already broken through to a brand new realm. Xiao, standing nearby, also noticed Xiaoling's progress. It seemed she has successfully advanced. Xiaoling was also incredibly joyful at this moment, her face blooming with a flower-like smile. Faced with her radiant smile, Xiao felt a little shy. White Tiger suddenly appeared from the sky. Enveloped in a dazzling light, Xiao recognized it from afar. It seemed White Tiger was also about to advance. It had worked very hard these 3 years. Was it because of Shaolin? Not only that, other exotic beasts also began to advance. Countless beams of light suddenly appeared in the sky. Xiao stood calmly to the side, casting its gaze upon this once-in-a-lifetime spectacle. I've waited for this day for a long time. Grow stronger, everyone. The light beams were more brilliant than ever. In Australia, the exotic beasts were fiercely charging forward. However, among the many dangerous exotic beasts, a warrior's dignity shone through. Wielding his blade, he slaughtered everything with unmatched bravery. The exotic beasts were instantly cut down. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief, taking a brief rest. This must be the last one. Australia's 14 nations suddenly suffered varying degrees of sneak attacks, experiencing more severe devastation than other continents. Suddenly, a sobbing sound came from afar. Captain, the team members have all sacrificed themselves. He couldn't hold back his tears because all his teammates were gone. Everyone fell while fulfilling their mission. He gazed forward with sorrowful eyes. Even if the city was saved, the team members were all sacrificed. Wipe away the tears, at least we saved this city. Their sacrifice was not in vain. Hearing this, his emotions seemed to erupt and tears streamed down his face. After regaining his composure, the warrior bowed his head again. Yes, the next second he spoke again. Captain, what we need to do next is, before he could finish, a dazzling blue explosion occurred, and it was this terrible explosion that took the life of his last teammate. Now before him was that most terrifying exotic beast. He gazed blankly ahead as if his soul had left him. Not only was there one automaton, but countless different automatons poured out the next second. Now before him was an entire automaton army. It was temperamental and aggressively charged forward. Before long, those brave warriors were all wiped out. Arched cracks now appeared in the sky. Through these cracks, dazzling rays of light poured down. Flash was now suspended in the air with new energy. Its eyes sparkled, accompanied by rapid changes. Xiao, observing from above, immediately recognized. Did Flash awaken its bloodline? The other was Isis, who had awakened her queen bloodline. Xiao, based on the current situation, immediately deduced. Darkness has awakened. Unusual spiritual energy fluctuations continuously emanated from Australia. With darkness's power, it would definitely make its way here. However, Xiao then calmly assessed the current situation. There was still some time before the spiritual energy tide ended, and during this period it probably wouldn't make a move against itself. The Black Flood Dragon's injuries healed so quickly, likely all due to darkness. It very keenly realized one thing. This also proved one thing: it was still recruiting companions. Xiaoling, with her keen observational skills, noticed something and asked, "Master, is something on your mind?" Suddenly, Xiao's interest was piqued again, and it proposed, "Xiaoling, you control the Federation's 3 cities as well as the Heaven's Net and the Darkness Council. Put some pressure on them so that powerhouses can grow faster." Although a little puzzled, she immediately agreed. Yes, based on its intuition, Xiao could make a deduction. War would break out soon, and this would probably be Misty Mountain's most dangerous battle ever. Hearing this, Xiaoling seemed to understand something. "Master, do you mean you want to go to war with darkness?" Xiao did not hide anything, confirming again. "That's right, it has awakened and it's in Australia. After the tide ends it will attack. Because of this dangerous war we may lose many companions." It also deeply understood its current strength. "Even if I'm stronger, I can't guarantee fighting darkness and protecting you at the same time. Besides, I don't even know how strong it is, but one thing is certain. Its strength will definitely not be below rank 5. Xiao quickly made a decision. "So this time I must strike first. Before it can react, I'll go and kill it." Zixian was currently sleeping soundly on a high branch. Suddenly its phone rang and the ringing quickly woke Zixian. It struggled to get up, rubbed its eyes and answered the phone. "Hello, Little Eye." Because of its sluggishness, Little Eye angrily questioned, "Why did you just answer the phone? It's a big deal." No time left, she immediately got straight to the point. "The automatons have appeared again. They've appeared in Isis City again." However, Little Eye then corrected herself. "No, this time it's all over the world." She spoke with immense worry. Automatons have left their footprints in every corner of the earth, brutally destroying everything from Egypt to Brazil. Even the global metropolis of Paris was not spared. Xiao realized the situation was extremely critical, so it decided, "Everyone, attack immediately." The Free Federation was currently battling exotic beasts. People there were struggling to survive, fighting for every second, at least to buy time for residents to escape. They appeared too suddenly. Those brave warriors charged forward to fight them, blocking their advance. However, the next second the automaton released another enormous energy. That terrifying energy instantly flattened the entire city. Even the most powerful people were like grains of sand before it. The entire city's transportation system was paralyzed at this moment, and everyone was terrified, only wanting to escape this hell as quickly as possible. "Mom, I'm scared." Not only that, but waterfish were also summoned from the depths of the ocean. They opened their mouths wide, releasing immense energy. Everyone present was instantly annihilated. In Eastwood City of the 10 Nations Alliance at this moment, an elder stood on a high platform spreading his arms. Everyone rest assured, this training ground is absolutely safe. Evil cannot destroy this place. The sect leader has already gone to the battlefield. He will protect us. Hearing his assurances, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Lord God above, please bless us. No one expected exotic beasts to swarm in the next second. Everyone instantly fell into panic again. They're here, open the gates quickly. Despite the impending disaster, he remained deluded. Evil creature, I have the great sect leader's protection. You cannot kill me. No sooner had he spoken than he was blasted into ashes the next second. Exotic beasts were now rampaging everywhere, chasing humans. Everyone was powerless to escape their might and were annihilated one after another. Blood now converged into a river. The exotic beasts under darkness had truly inflicted suffering upon humanity. At the United Nations, a global conference was being held. The Australian representative stepped onto the podium to address the world. Why did Australia suddenly experience such a powerful spiritual energy surge? Now the entire world is on the brink of danger. Almost all countries have been invaded by automatons. Didn't Australia's many nations check for the presence of these exotic beasts? The current situation is no less severe than the sea beast invasion 3 years ago. If the United Nations doesn't provide support, Australia will be empty in less than a month. The terror of the automatons is clearer to the Washaw Federation than any other country. Australia doesn't have exotic beasts as powerful as the exotic tree. Speaking of which, he suddenly paused, then continued his speech. We can only rely on humanity itself. If we can't kill it in time and it lays eggs, everything will collapse. That being said, the automaton possesses transcendent rank 4 strength, and currently there are 10 automatons, while all humans combined only have 5 individuals at transcendent rank 4. If we put humanity in danger just to defeat the automaton, it would be an unwise choice. What we need to do is how to ensure humanity continues to survive. That is the priority, not defeating the automaton. Do you think the automaton is such a foolish creature that it would leave loose ends for itself? Now is the time to unite, and yet you are still looking for ways to protect yourselves. If the automaton conquers Australia, don't even think about surviving alone. Upon hearing this, the high-ranking officials' faces wrinkled as if they had eaten a sour monkey. At Ellis TV station, a strange entity appeared at this moment. Who are you? The person was now exuding an extremely powerful killing intent. Everyone at the TV station was terrified at this moment. A murder. No one knew what this strange thing before them was. What is that thing? The person, to everyone's confusion, made a demand. Help me broadcast globally and kill everyone in the city if anyone dares to escape. The station manager, sitting in the room, was also silent at this moment. Under its threat, he had no choice but to comply, not daring to resist. Humans, do you hear me? Everyone in the city was puzzled by this sudden news. What is this? Residents in every corner of the city received this message. What's wrong with humanity? Suddenly, a young man with orange hair excitedly rushed in. He violently pushed open the door and came in, proposing. Something big has happened. Please turn on the TV live broadcast for Australia. He spoke these words distractedly. Everyone in the United Nations still didn't understand what was happening. When the screen lit up, Darkness's image appeared on it. Everyone in the room looked on in confusion. Was that a one-eyed human? Darkness then introduced itself. I am Darkness, not human. I believe all living humans can feel the terror of the automaton. Believe it or not, I sent the automatons. Hearing this, everyone froze for a moment. Darkness stood before the camera, stating confidently, I believe you all know how strong I am. This was not surprising. It felt the time was right, so it said, let me tell you a few more things. I still have 50 automatons under my command that haven't been sent out yet. Hearing this, the entire hall fell silent. Darkness then listed more threats. Besides the automatons, I have over 1,000 exotic beasts above rank 4, and countless at rank 3. And the automaton isn't my strongest exotic beast, but it's probably the limit for humans, isn't it? Soon we will slaughter all humans on the planet, but I will give humanity one last chance. As long as you can do it, I will leave this land forever and allow humanity to continue to multiply. One representative spoke, asking, what are the conditions? Darkness immediately stated a concise demand, hunt down the great tree. However, they themselves felt this condition was too much. How could that be done? Darkness emphasized again. As long as you kill it, I guarantee humanity can survive in a safe corner. Zixian also handed Zio her phone to see what Darkness said. It scornfully mocked Darkness's despicable intentions. Trying to push me to oppose humanity, Darkness continued on the screen. Exotic tree, do you see this? Do you remember what you said before? Then it immediately reiterated, you want to defeat me. These people are useless, but I'm still happy to see you cause trouble. He also saw through Darkness's thoughts at this moment. The survival of humanity was just a game to it. Before it could say anything, Darkness issued a threat. We will meet again in the near future, and then I will kill your subordinates in front of you. Zio was extremely angry to hear this. After shocking the world in a few minutes, Darkness concluded, everything I needed to say has been said. Finally, to let you know if I'm lying, I will destroy this city. Darkness's entire body suddenly glowed at this moment. that dazzling light spread and a fiery red energy ball immediately enveloped the entire city. The screen had completely lost its signal. The representative now confirmed that what Darkness said was true. The city it was just in had turned to ashes in the blink of an eye. After Darkness's threat, the higher-ups fell into contemplation. Darkness had plunged the entire city into a sea of fire in an instant. Humanity's disaster had officially arrived. The United Nations General Assembly Hall was incredibly noisy at this moment. Everyone gathered together with great focus, continuing the previous meeting. He walked towards Irene, expressing his expectation. In a forest shrouded in mist, Shao Qing stood before Zio, questioning in confusion. It clearly knows that humans can't defeat Master, so why did it say those things? Zio also pondered actively. Perhaps it wants humans to help us, even if it's powerful. It was defeated by humans once before, but he couldn't rule out other reasons. Perhaps there were other possibilities. Zio looked up at the cracks in the sky, guessing the spiritual energy tide has been erupting for 10 days. It's almost over. After this incident, some changes had already occurred. The 7 major spaces have also expanded to 10,000 square meters, and new abilities will emerge as the spaces expand. The power between spaces can be transmitted mutually, utilizing the fire space's earth space to form a vast continent, and the earth space utilizes the light space to condense a light space. There is also the vitality power of the vitality space, which is currently the most suitable place for living creatures. The thunder space and ice space, however, have not changed. Exotic beasts can adapt to their attributes and enter later. Zio fell into contemplation again after a while. And the vitality space is his main base. The void space is currently only understood by Purple Scythe, so the rest will be left to time, diligently expanding and encompassing the 7 great spaces. Above Australia, a light portal appeared again at this moment, and the entire space was enveloped by a colossal energy sphere. Standing below were the exotic beasts of the Darkness faction. Suddenly, someone else walked up behind the Beast King's subordinate, who quickly recognized who it was. The Beast King's subordinate asked with crossed arms, "Is something wrong?" The purple-robed figure immediately reported. "Is following the new king really okay?" "To it, we're just weapons," the Beast King's subordinate roared. "It doesn't matter to me either. As long as I'm given immense power, anyone can be king. Whether it's allying with the sea beast race or forming a pact with humans, our goal won't change. To clear all obstacles ahead." The purple-robed figure frowned at its indifference. Seeing this, the Beast King's subordinate asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" It turned its head to face forward and explained, "Nothing, I just feel that if it were the old you, you would never have said such a thing," it then retorted. "Is that so?" The purple-robed figure confirmed again. "Perhaps so." Darkness was now awake. It glowed, slowly opening its blood-red eyes. Darkness then assigned everyone's roles. The spiritual energy tide will end in 1 week, and by then the outcome for humans and exotic beasts won't matter. All obstacles will be cleared. We just need to survive. All the exotic beasts responded in unison at this moment. Darkness held its head high, fearlessly looking straight ahead. At this moment, Tianshan Mountain was still sunny, and the white elephant stepped lightly, calmly walking forward. Before it were 2 exotic beasts sitting on tall rocks. The white elephant reported based on its information, "Darkness has awakened, we should set off." It could no longer stand by and decided to take action. At this moment, something was also happening deep beneath the sea. A colossal gate stood below. The fish slowly swam towards the gate. The gate suddenly opened, revealing a dazzling light. The exotic beasts turned their gaze towards the light, and expressions of surprise gradually appeared on their faces. The entire space was now brightly lit. At the United Nations, nations had now gathered. Representatives from various countries debated fiercely, arguing endlessly. What it said was completely unbelievable. If it were as it said, humanity would lose 90 of its population. Moreover, with our strength, how could we defeat exotic beasts? From humanity's perspective, neither scenario is achievable. The strength gap cannot be measured by numbers alone. The most important thing now is that the higher-ups are secretly puzzled. For Darkness, even if humans fight exotic beasts, it won't effectively weaken the exotic beast's strength. What is its purpose in doing this? Completely incomprehensible. He racked his brains for an answer, always feeling that something didn't add up. What is it? Could humanity's existence threaten it? Suddenly a scream came from afar. What is this? Ever since Darkness appeared before humanity and announced the conditions for opposing exotic beasts, the humans across the entire Earth seem to have been ignited. The UN conference lasted 2 days and 2 nights, and on this day something that shocked them happened again. Yu Zio appeared in the United Nations General Assembly Hall. At this moment he had personally come here. The United Nations now suddenly had several giant ancient trees which grew rapidly, clinging to the ceiling. The roots of the ancient trees were also firmly embedded in the ground. Representatives from various countries witnessed the scene before them, all dumbfounded. Only the higher-ups understood what had happened, their faces turning grim. This was no ordinary ancient tree, but a higher-level entity. The exotic tree. It stood tall before everyone, calm and unhurried. The exotic tree then calmly spoke. "I didn't expect to meet everyone in this manner." Everyone was puzzled by its appearance. Wasn't it still in Washa? There was clearly a spiritual energy barrier set up here. How could it get in? The exotic tree then pointed forward, revealing a shocking truth. "Such things are completely useless to me." One person suddenly guessed, "Is it worried that we will ally with Darkness so it came to eliminate us?" Seeing itself severely misunderstood, the exotic tree decided to speak plainly. Your way of thinking is as narrow as ever, I'll be direct. I'm not as petty as darkness. If humanity opposes me, I will definitely kill everyone. Everyone who heard this was terrified. Zio didn't stop there, but emphasized even more. Absolutely no survivors will be left. Washa's senior leaders probably understand me best. The higher-ups who were mentioned merely lowered their heads in silence. Zio then shared some more information. I don't understand why darkness would target humanity, but there's one thing I must tell you. The last time darkness descended upon this world, it was humanity itself that defeated darkness. Everyone heard this and fell silent. The next second, everyone expressed their incomprehension. Defeat darkness? How could humanity achieve such a feat? The higher-ups who had been silent now spoke. What is your purpose in coming here? Do you just want to tell us these things? Zio didn't beat around the bush, getting straight to the point. We plan to wage war against darkness. What you choose to do is up to you. He then expressed his doubts. Do you have the confidence to defeat darkness? But no matter the outcome, it must be fought. If you can't win, does that mean you don't fight? He only said this much. Ally with darkness or stand with me, you choose. As soon as he finished speaking, Zio retreated underground. The entire atmosphere suddenly became quiet. After hearing what he said, the higher-ups also pondered for a moment. Night has fallen, and stars have begun to shine. Zio now only needs to quietly stay in one place, resolve the human issues, and the rest is to wait for everyone to absorb the spiritual energy from the spiritual energy tide. There is one problem now, and that is that even if I sprint at full speed from here to Australia, it will take 10 days. This problem also needs careful consideration. Suddenly, an ultrasonic wave entered Zio's ears. It immediately looked up and questioned, "What do you want me to do again?" The familiar system panel reappeared. It didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "It seems you are ready to go to war with darkness." Zio heard this and retorted, "Do you believe me if I say no? There's one question I've never asked. If I lose, what will happen to the world?" The system answered without hesitation. "It will evolve into a dead star due to the repulsion between living and dead spirits, won't it?" Zio heard this and couldn't help but feel confused. Darkness never intended for other creatures to survive from the beginning. Can it survive if it becomes a dead star? The system confirmed. Of course, it will then go look for a new planet. Mars exists for that reason. Zio suddenly paused, then looked up and retorted, "So what if I win?" The system then revealed a sad truth. "Spiritual energy will disappear from this world and you will become an ordinary tree." Hearing this, it suddenly felt life was meaningless. If I'm going to die no matter what I do, what's the point of continuing to fight? Is this what you meant when you said I would lose everything? The system remained silent, saying nothing more. Zio looked up, questioning sharply, "Who exactly are you?" The system now had no intention of concealing it. "When the time comes, I will naturally tell you." It immediately became confused. "Time? Stop the nonsense. Do you think I can survive until then?" The system continued to reveal, "There's a chance, but only for an instant." Seeing the system remain vague, Zio demanded, "What chance? Tell me quickly." The system actually refused. "I cannot say, everything is up to you." It couldn't help but feel angry. "If you can't say, why did you call me here? Are you crazy?" Suddenly the system panel disappeared and many different light portals abruptly appeared in the air. A hint of displeasure rose in Zio's heart. Aside from the ending, everything else was as good as unsaid. Always so mysterious, the damned bastard. "Since it won't tell me, I'll find out myself." Carrie and his subordinates now walked forward aggressively, with triumphant smiles on their faces. She had been waiting here for a long time. "It seems you're all here." Thorn stood still at this moment with a solemn expression. He powerfully announced the start of the battle. This time, only team members above Transcendent Rank 3 are required to participate in the battle. Others will handle city defense work. "Did you hear that clearly?" Everyone answered in unison, with strong voices. "Yes." On the other side, the purple-haired man also gave a speech before going on stage. "I understand that everyone gathered here has experienced various life and death situations, but the current situation is completely different from before. It's a joint operation, and even if you sacrifice your lives, you must complete the mission." Everyone was ready to dedicate themselves, responding in unison. "Yes." The orange-haired man knelt, bowing his head respectfully. "This battle is for honor." Black Bear slowly walked forward, standing at the edge of the cliff. Its eyes were filled with hatred, determined to take revenge. "Brother." Day 4, counting down to the end of the spiritual energy tide. The United Nations finally unanimously agreed to jointly attack darkness. At this moment, in the 10 Nations Alliance, the sky was dyed blood red. After a period of dormancy, darkness was now also ready to appear. On the other side, the cult leader stood on a cliff observing the outside situation. One of his followers ran over, panting, "Finally resolved. The great cult leader's strength is truly immense." The cult leader turned his head and immediately asked, "What are the casualties?" He lowered his head and slowly said, "Out of 3,000 people, only 8 remain." The cult leader immediately decided without hesitation, "Assemble the forces. The battle has only just begun." The cult leader was now in battle mode. On the other side, rocks were continuously falling, as if about to shatter. The hard sphere was also now ready to deform. Yor was now facing those blood-red eyes. He narrowed his eyes, looking forward vigilantly. "If it weren't for the boost in strength from this spiritual energy tide, I really don't know how to deal with this automaton." Ellis was now engulfed in a sea of fire, like hell on earth. Since darkness was born, Australia's 14 nations have suffered varying degrees of destruction, and are now basically in a state of anarchy. A living hell, the death toll has reached 3 million. Exotic beasts continuously chased and attacked humans. Don't eat me. Exotic beasts took countless innocent human lives. Nosakis, although many people bravely stood up to fight back, they were ultimately eliminated without mercy. Many people still did not give up and decided to fight the exotic beasts to the end. Go to hell. The exotic beast took a heavy cannon hit and were not lightly injured. He couldn't help but be happy when he saw it. Is it resolved? But outside, countless exotic beasts were still eyeing them, wanting to dominate the earth. Humanity could only resist desperately at this moment to maintain control. The nation's operations cannot stop. Several giant eagle claws rushed towards them. They quickly controlled the humans and then took them away. Those unfortunate victims facing death could only plead. Spare me, however. The exotic beasts had no such heart, showing no concern, and thus ended their lives. The army's tanks had now been deployed and opened fire. The gigantic eagle was instantly repelled. At this moment, everything was destroyed with no signs of life. All survivors were now hiding in a basement. Their hearts were filled with tension. It's quiet outside. Did they resolve it? I really want to go out. However, suddenly a loud banging sound came from outside the door. Everyone who heard the noise was terrified, their faces drained of all color. The door was destroyed in an instant. Exotic beasts swarmed in from outside, ready for a massacre. At this moment, people could only let out desperate screams. No, in another air raid shelter, people were struggling to stay alive. The phone had no signal. Perhaps the signal tower had been destroyed long ago. They couldn't hide in this air raid shelter for long. Food would quickly run out. They began to blame each other. At this moment, the government was also useless. Suddenly, their phones lit up, receiving a signal. But his face darkened. In the 5th year of the spiritual energy resurgence, for the first time, a nation was destroyed by exotic beasts. Currently, only 13 countries remain in Australia. Battles raged everywhere across Australia. Defensive battles couldn't even be fought, let alone rescue operations. Some nations still retained their military strength, calling on citizens to take defensive measures and prepare food. But these were just empty, meaningless words. People were left only with despair. At this moment, in a certain country in Australia, the sky was ablaze with red. Below, several helicopters were parked. Soldiers stood in neat rows. The commander stood on the podium, vigorously boosting their morale. These past few days, everyone has been fighting on the front lines. I know many here have lost friends and loved ones. I am just like all of you. My son and daughter both sacrificed themselves in battle against the automatons. Because there are still many civilians trapped in the city awaiting our rescue, every upcoming mission will be a one-way trip. Are you willing to sacrifice your lives in the upcoming missions? Everyone answered in unison without hesitation. Yes, everyone boarded the helicopters at this moment and set off. The cracks in the sky widened again. As they passed, the cracks narrowed again. Zio was not in a hurry to act at this moment, merely observing from the sidelines. Based on the current situation, it deduced that the spiritual energy tide was becoming thinner, so it seemed there was only one day left and war was imminent. The great tree now emitted an even more brilliant light. Those exotic beasts somehow broke free and escaped. Everyone could only find places to hide at this moment. The exotic beasts were tracking them by scent. Everyone was in an extremely tense state. The door here is sturdy. As long as we don't go out, they can't get in. The exotic beasts began to smell something at this moment, and their eyes immediately swept forward. Everyone was terrified when they saw it. It's getting closer. The glass door couldn't withstand the exotic beast's violent attacks and shattered. The man now tried to remain calm, tightly holding his daughter. The little girl couldn't help but ask with a trembling voice, "Dad, the glass door won't last much longer." Seeing this, everyone no longer lingered and fled in all directions. No, the door is almost broken. Hurry and run out the other door. However, the exotic beasts had already swarmed in at this moment, crushing their bodies with their massive paws. The exotic beasts poured in like a tide, attacking the people present. The scene at this moment was chaotic. Quick, dodge, don't push, hurry up. The man remained calm, not panicking in the slightest. No matter which direction they ran, exotic beasts would appear in that direction. Everyone was trapped in a cage with nowhere to run. There were also exotic beasts behind them. Their survival instincts urged them to keep running. Quick, run back. Those who ran out and then ran back collided with each other, meaning everyone would die here. He hugged his daughter tightly, helplessly guessing, there are exotic beasts in front and behind. Are all of us really going to die here this time? Everyone tried desperately to escape this place, but the situation didn't allow it. Let me go back, exotic beasts are coming in. He could die here, but he absolutely couldn't let this little girl die. Damn it, it doesn't matter if I die, at least this child must live. Gunshots came from somewhere, firing at the exotic beasts, which were immediately met with continuous bullets from the front. Soldiers appeared in time at this moment, rescuing everyone. The soldiers formed a human wall in front, urging everyone to get out quickly. Everyone scrambled to escape. Before leaving, a soldier also threw a grenade into the basement. The basement where the exotic beasts were confined exploded at this moment. High in the sky, planes were ready to take everyone away. When they saw the plane, they also breathed a slight sigh of relief, finally not having to die here. The plane with its huge engines quickly descended. Time was running out. They were urged to board quickly. Crowds of people lined up like ants to get on board. However, a problem occurred. The plane had reached its limit and could not take any more passengers, otherwise there was a risk of crashing. Someone in the crowd impatiently asked, "So when is the next flight?" Hearing this, the soldier revealed with regret, "Unfortunately, this is the last flight. After the plane takes off, I will place spiritual energy bombs around the city to extend the exotic beast's attacks on other cities. Those unable to board will die here." Upon hearing this, one woman couldn't help but burst into tears. There was hope just now, but what about those children? The man tried to comfort the little girl. "It's okay, we'll get on the plane." He didn't want his only bloodline to die here. "Dad has already lost Mom, I can't lose you too." At this moment there was also a young woman in the crowd holding a child. He immediately lowered his head, unwilling to struggle between reason and compassion. Suddenly an old man spoke, "I won't go, give my seat to this child." Faced with this humane decision, the girl was deeply moved. The old man turned around and said to the girl, "I've lived for a long time, she deserves to be on the plane more than I do." The old man decided to give the chance to live to this poor child. People were now gathered next to the spaceship. Everyone's faces were pale as if their souls had left them. "I'll give up my seat too." Suddenly many people changed their minds and walked down. "Me too," and the people below couldn't help but worry. "But some of you don't want everyone to die here," so they urged, "Stop dawdling, get on the plane quickly, or I'll regret it." The exotic beasts were still out of control at this moment, still very ferocious. The few warriors blocking the front, seeing the situation was not good, turned back and said, "The plane must take off quickly. We can't hold on here." The little boy looked forward melancholically. His relatives looked down, also feeling heartbroken. A sense of despair enveloped the little boy. The expression on his face suddenly turned grim. Suddenly, the next second, the man put the little girl down. "Xiaomin," he gently instructed the little girl, "from now on you must take good care of yourself and you must grow up. Daddy will come to pick you up a little later." As he said this, he seemed to choke up. The man no longer hesitated, loudly saying, "I can free up another seat here." The spaceship's hatch had closed at this moment. The people below had accepted staying here, including that kind-hearted man. Some of them felt regret at this moment. "Why did I give up my seat? I clearly don't want to die, damn it. I also want to continue living." He raised his face, his gaze profound. "Daddy can't come to pick you up anymore. From now on you must take good care of yourself." The plane thus left, taking a portion of humanity away from here. However, the next second the plane suddenly exploded and a dazzling light filled the entire space. People were very shocked to see the rescue plane explode. The plane exploded, and the culprit behind this incident quickly surfaced. That creature, it was the one that destroyed the plane. He now looked there with immense anger. However, when he turned around and looked behind him, everyone was terrified. The exotic beasts were slowly approaching them step by step. The frontline troops had all been killed. The remaining soldiers shot forward with all their might, retreating backward. However, this attack was meaningless to the exotic beasts. They quickly destroyed the front line. At this moment, the people here scattered, searching for a way out. Only that man bravely stood out to protect everyone. He picked up the stick in his hand and rushed forward with murderous intent. He immediately stabbed at the exotic beast's eyes. The man's eyes had begun to bleed at this moment. Thinking of his daughter who died on the plane, he couldn't help but feel heartbroken. The man shouted in pain, "Give me back my daughter." Suddenly, a dazzling light flashed in the air. After resisting for a while, the man was flung into the air. He was then thrown against the rocks behind him. The man, severely injured, spat blood. Darkness had also appeared here at this moment, its eyes blood red. Standing before the man was a massive army of exotic beasts. Just then, a plane high in the sky dropped rockets below. An earth-shattering explosion followed, and smoke and dust filled the air, enveloping the entire space. He still didn't want to leave this world. In his heart, "Am I really going to die here this time? I'm not reconciled." At this moment, the man had only one strong wish. "Who can avenge me? Anyone, anyone." He struggled to stand up with his last bit of strength. The man roared, then rushed forward. He used all his strength to send the exotic beast in front flying. In the blink of an eye, it was flung into the distance. Other exotic beasts, seeing that scene, couldn't help but feel bewildered. A pair of pristine white wings suddenly appeared. The man now stood defiantly before the exotic beast, his white fangs revealed. At this moment he had to face countless of the most dangerous exotic beasts. The white tiger's eyes flashed blue, letting out an earth-shattering roar, and at this moment it rushed forward with an incredibly fierce posture. Other exotic beasts were not to be trifled with. Rushing forward at extremely high speed, the white tiger immediately spewed out a dazzling green breath. Those exotic beasts were quickly suppressed by that dazzling green breath. They were still very stubborn at this moment, unwilling to give up. The white tiger gave them no chance to counterattack, rushing forward and continuously tearing at them. Oguang, after a period of dormancy, now reappeared. It quickly extended several tentacles, attacking the white tiger. However, just then, Zixian rushed over, using Flame Punch. Oguang was caught off guard by its sudden attack and had no time to retaliate. In just an instant it fell to the ground. Zixian was full of fighting spirit at this moment, vowing to flatten this place. "I won't lose." The exotic beasts gathered in one place, preparing for a tense and fierce battle. Each of them had a fierce look on their face, as if they wanted to devour their opponents whole. Seeing this scene, Zixian clenched its fists and wondered, "So many more have appeared. Are they all attracted by the smell of human blood?" Suddenly, more cracks appeared in the sky. From these cracks, exotic beasts began to swarm out. Nine Tails immediately led them, ordering all exotic beasts, "Kill them all." 2 days ago, everything had already been planned. The exotic beasts of Misty Mountain had all gathered at this moment. The spiritual energy tide would end in a few hours. Zio then announced their plan. Next we will go to Australia. This will be the third full-scale war, following those against humans and automatons. The difference is that our opponents will be stronger than ever before. If we lose this war, we will disappear from this world, therefore we must win this battle at all costs. The exotic beasts all responded enthusiastically to Zio's speech at this moment. It raised its head and said firmly, "Next I will open up space. You all enter your respective spaces first and then I will quickly transport you from the void to Australia." 3 colorful light orbs suddenly appeared in the air. At this moment in Australia the sky was dyed red with fire. The exotic beast there rampaged. 9 Tails stood above Oogwang observing the surrounding situation. Chingang now slowly walked towards the man lying on the ground. He lay there motionless as if lifeless. Seeing this scene he felt a little heartache. He will die from excessive blood loss. 9 Tails walked over, announced and urged, "The exotic beasts here have all been dealt with. Let's go to the next stronghold." Huge cracks appeared in the air at this moment. Zayu's tree roots reached out from within, carrying the exotic beast below away. The entire sky was dyed red at this moment. Zayo, however, was very satisfied at this moment, able to independently defeat an adult automaton. Not bad, meanwhile. In the Washaw Federation a change occurred. The exotic beast disappeared. Misty Mountain completely vanished. The investigation team also found no exotic beasts. The higher-ups pondered for a moment after hearing this. Does this mean that in the Free Federation news was also quickly received? A new spiritual energy has appeared in Australia. Is the news reliable? Hearing this, a hint of fear arose in his heart. Darkness has summoned powerful exotic beasts again. Suddenly, someone else rushed in frantically. News from Washaw, the exotic beasts have disappeared. All the exotic beasts in the entire canyon are gone. He immediately felt threatened. Disappeared? Does that mean the huge spiritual energy appearing in Australia is it? But how could it reach Australia in such a short time, and without anyone noticing? Can it do these things? He couldn't figure it out. Meanwhile, Zio finally confronted Darkness. Darkness had been waiting for this day for a long time, so it spoke. "You finally appeared, exotic tree." Zio stood before Darkness, chest out, motionless. Suddenly a dazzling light flashed in the air. The Beast King's subordinate slowly raised its eyes and immediately entered a state of alert. That was something that tore through the void. "It can even do this?" Zio couldn't help but notice its ugly appearance. "It seems you've absorbed the spiritual energy of the Australian Beast King." Darkness immediately mocked. "Can I satisfy you spiritually? I thought you'd be hiding somewhere, trembling. I didn't expect you to show up so openly." Zio remained silent. The next second its gaze at Darkness was filled with killing intent. "Darkness, I'm declaring war. I'll come for you soon, but stop the slaughter before then." Hearing this, Darkness raged again. "How dare you command me?" Zio didn't deny it, emphasizing again, "That's right, enjoy the little time you have left." The atmosphere between the two instantly fell silent. Darkness, impatient by nature, immediately extended its tentacles, appearing quite mysterious. Zio didn't react, simply enduring the attack, and in an instant its upper body was blown away. The Beast King's subordinate followed with his gaze, then speculated, "Is it dead?" Darkness had keenly sensed that it was merely a clone. Zio now closed its eyes, preparing for this battle. Then it opened its eyes, looking forward with surging momentum. Zio immediately launched the battle. "Let's go. This is the final showdown." The sky was still blue and calm, and step by step they trod on the green lawn, the entire army marching forward in unison. Upon reaching their destination they stopped. The captain immediately reported, "Report arrived at destination. Target confirmed missing." Before them was a giant sinkhole, the air silent without a single movement. The higher-ups, seeing it with their own eyes, also confirmed. "Exotic tree is not here." Suddenly the next second he noticed something else. In the Free Federation even he was puzzled. The exotic tree really disappeared, but how did it appear in Australia? Such immense energy, moving there in just a few days. How many abilities does the exotic tree hide that we don't know about? If it can really defeat Darkness, how are the army preparations going now? Faced with this sudden question, he immediately reported, "This time, transcendent individuals from across the nation have gathered, and the land, sea, and air forces are mostly ready and can depart soon." Hearing this, he lowered his head. "If we lose, the world is over. We must win." Zishan's brother had an argument on the battleship the next day. "What, you want me to ride this? How long will it take to reach Australia on this thing? 5 days, too slow. This is already the fastest." He immediately made a bold decision. "I'll swim over first, at least to understand the situation on that land. That guy called Black Ring is too arrogant. I want to see him soon." He immediately corrected. "The leader is Darkness, not Black Ring," he shouted loudly. "Shut up, if I say it's right, it's right." The purple-haired man looked up at the sky and then said, "Now the Navy is still waiting for orders, waiting for the army. The nation's transcendent individuals have already gathered." The gray-haired man walked over to express his opinion. "Last time Oogwang came we happened to be in England. This time it's our turn to take the initiative." Since he was born until now, it was also the first time he had seen such a large-scale army mobilization. The bald man again expressed his concern. "Can such an army last a week?" The blue-haired man confidently asserted again, "A week? If we can last a day, will be amazing, but even so, we still have to team up and attack." The blonde man strongly agreed. "Exactly. If our lives can buy peace for the next generation, I'm willing to fight with any number of lives." Suddenly, someone walked up to them, and that person was none other than the high-ranking leader. The leader has arrived. Hearing this address, the person reminded, "Be careful, Captain." The high-ranking official didn't plan to stay long, so he said, "Don't be polite, I just want to say a few words to the soldiers." Everyone stood at attention, then looked up. Everyone quickly recognized the leader. The high-ranking official began to deliver an inspiring speech. "In the upcoming battle, every soldier here may sacrifice their lives. This combat mission is humanity's first major catastrophe in history. Australia's 14 nations have almost all faced annihilation. The enemy's strength is that of a monster capable of simultaneously fighting 14 countries. Even if our families and friends live on this land, they have endured enough suffering, so we must not let them live in fear any longer. If humanity loses this battle, everything will end. We will no longer have history, no longer have Washa, and certainly no longer have humanity. So, soldiers, even if it means fighting to the last soldier of Washa, we must see this war through to the end, because we still have a future waiting." All soldiers responded in unison. The atmosphere was fervent, permeating the air, and everyone was determined to kill their brother. Zixian immediately decided, "Then I'll go first. Everyone follow me when you're ready." It didn't hesitate, and as soon as it finished speaking, it jumped down. Zixian's brother rushed forward, swimming. The third spiritual energy surge lasted a month, and now it was coming to an end, with spiritual energy beginning to crack from the joints. Darkness also sensed the time was right, so it declared war. Then let the war begin. Its exotic beasts formed an immensely vast army, slaughtering all life on every continent. Suddenly a dazzling light shot down from high in the sky, and they immediately looked up. "It's in the sky." A crack appeared in the sky, signaling the start of the war. A terrifying silence suddenly filled the air, however. Not long after, it discovered another thing. Black holes appeared in the sky and attacks were coming from there. The cracks in the sky were growing wider and wider, and winding tree roots stretched out from within. Those tree roots immediately attacked the horde of exotic beasts, and the glittering tree roots were also shocked by the scene before them. It opened its mouth wide, staring blankly ahead. The tree roots stretched longer and longer from the cracks. "Exotic tree, finally." Not just staying in the branches, the great tree also appeared. "It's here too." Zio looked down from above, its expression calm, and the next second it immediately released winding tree roots that plunged into the ground. The exotic beast dared not move, merely standing in place. The Beast King's subordinate witnessed this scene and couldn't help but be shocked. "Is it going to war with us just like that?" Zio didn't hesitate, immediately roaring 9 gigantic tree roots. Its tree roots unleashed a massacre below in just an instant. The exotic beasts were tightly entangled by the tree roots, then turned into smoke and dust. Such was its power. The Beast King's subordinate also became incredibly disheveled at this moment. Damn it, even Uguang couldn't escape Zayu's attack. Now Zayu's tree roots were everywhere. Its appearance turned the tide, changing the face of this place in the blink of an eye. A bright blue vortex suddenly appeared in the air again. It immediately looked forward. Some entities began to emerge from the light, accompanied by cracking sounds above their heads. Flash and its companions slowly walked out. But only that, 9 tails also appeared. It came with Zixian and several other younger companions to assist, not only exotic beasts. Ching Gang also slowly walked out, radiating an imposing aura. Seeing it, one immediately knew what was about to happen. "Are they all deployed?" He looked around, then asked, "Is this the home base?" Ching Gang immediately felt powerful killing intent, constantly emitting evil spiritual energy. They turned to remind each other to be careful, not to be careless. The Beast King's subordinate slowly walked forward. "Evil spiritual energy, as expected. Only humans can say such things. Is it really okay for your Misty Mountain to ally with humans? Be careful of betrayal." Ninetails responded with killing intent. "Is sowing discord also one of your skills?" Hearing this, the Beast King's subordinate just laughed heartily. "Let's say it is. The question is whether you can win." Indeed, their exotic beast army is enormous and terrifying, but Misty Mountain's exotic beast army is equally majestic and powerful. Meanwhile, Zio was confronting darkness. It slowly asked in an eerie tone, "Do you think everything is going smoothly by trapping me here?" Zio immediately denied. "I never thought so. After all, we both must embrace the will to die." Darkness continued to probe. "Perhaps you know what killing me means. The system has probably already told you, right?" Hearing this, Zio was also stunned. It really didn't expect Darkness to possess such clear information. "It seems you know more than I imagined." Darkness, hearing this, laughed contentedly. "Now it's too late for you to know, foolish creature. Even with more knowledge, the outcome won't change." Zio said no more and immediately charged forward. Darkness, on the exotic beast side, they also began to fight. "Kill them!" Ninetails and its companions also bravely charged forward. Twilight finally descended. Many colorful orbs of light suddenly appeared in the air. The fleet was still cutting through the waves, advancing, creating an exceptionally magnificent scene. The sailors immediately reported, 10 miles to go until we enter Australian waters. Activate spiritual energy sonar." A strange feeling swelled in his heart. After 20 years in the military, I never thought something like this would happen. Standing on the same battle line with countries all over the world, suddenly, a tremor occurred. They immediately entered a state of alert. "We've entered Australian waters." Everyone was surprised. Just entering the waters, they could feel such immense pressure. How many exotic beasts were ahead? Zishan's brother was also proudly standing on the water at this moment. Many different colored orbs of light suddenly appeared in the air and a thick white smoke quickly spread in all directions. The latecomers couldn't help but feel annoyed at this moment. They actually started fighting without waiting for me. Damn it, both sides were now entangled, the atmosphere tense. The monsters roared fiercely, intimidating each other. One of the exotic beasts shouted loudly, reporting to its companions, "A gigantic lizard has appeared on the other side." Ninetails didn't hesitate, immediately deciding, "Let them out." The ice flame beasts also appeared with overwhelming force, taking gigantic strides. They charged forward fearlessly as if afraid of no one. In just an instant the opponent's exotic beasts were bitten on the neck. Thunder didn't stay still in one place, but released fierce energy. Its dazzling light immediately enveloped its opponent, and in the blink of an eye it formed a perfect encirclement. The Beast King's subordinate was furious to see his side at a disadvantage. Damn it. Just then another huge gorilla rushed up trying to attack it. However, it timely grabbed the gorilla's mouth. The Beast King's subordinate showed no mercy, actually tearing the gorilla apart. Now it decided to have some fun, leaving no one behind. "Come here, monkeys, I'm going to tear you to shreds." The gorillas, seeing the scene just now, were too scared to rush forward, focusing on saving themselves. Suddenly a scorching red light orb appeared in the sky. That light orb formed flames and shot towards the Beast King's subordinate. It quickly stretched out its hands to block the attack. Ninetails was observing from a distance at this moment, preparing its next round of attacks. Its gaze sharply fixed forward and it said, "Your opponent is me." Meanwhile, two snow bears were cooperating, rushing forward, and on the other side the purple python had been controlled, with blood-red ants swarming forward to attack. But in the blink of an eye they were crushed. A bright yellow light was suddenly released. It quickly overwhelmed all the exotic beasts standing nearby. Flash extended its pincers, then said, "Such a bloodthirsty creature should not exist in this world. The Darkness faction now wants to make all opponents disappear. Kill you all, I'm going to tear you to pieces bit by bit." It crushed everything with its massive paws. When Yinren was activated, it was also when the shockwave was released. The melee was still at its climax, showing no sign of stopping. Kill it. High in the sky, several planes streaked like meteors. The pilot observed the situation below, the scene now engulfed in flames. The current situation was quickly reported back. Report, there are tens of thousands of exotic beasts still fighting on the Australian continent. The exotic tree and darkness are also here. Faced with this situation, he was somewhat worried. They've already started fighting. Suddenly the plane collided with a high-flying bat and an explosion occurred in the air. The exotic beast below immediately looked up at the tremor. Everyone ceased fighting and turned their attention to this matter. The Australian dragon now seemed empowered, growing even larger. It immediately released a scorching red energy. They immediately urged each other, "Dragon, quickly dodge." It alone almost leveled everything on the ground. That demon spider couldn't let this continue, so it immediately took action. The Australian dragon also paused after being hit by its venom, and a white man climbed on, then punched it. Not only that, other exotic beasts also rushed forward to continue the battle. Wild boar crash of death scythe. Attacks came one after another, fiercely striking. The Australian dragon had no time to resist. Taking many hits, it couldn't hold on and immediately fell to the ground. They now held their breath, observing the outcome. Everyone gathered together, standing before the Australian dragon. It now looked at everyone with scorching and murderous eyes. At that time the earth and sky were bleak and lifeless. Darkness looked around, asking itself, "Where is this so desolate?" The animals now lay on the cold ground. "Why is everyone dead?" As it looked around and saw no one, it couldn't help but wonder why everyone had disappeared. Darkness extended its tentacles everywhere. So lonely, so quiet, it searched relentlessly, hoping to feel the warmth of humans. It desperately wanted someone to play with. Desperately wanted someone to play with. From rainy days to sunny days, year after year, Darkness never found a trace of humans. Then one day it saw green life and smoke, finally discovering humans. When it saw humans standing in a green field, it found it interesting again. Truly interesting. Truly fascinating. Hungry. The people in the field suddenly discovered its presence. Their faces instantly turned pale, devoid of color. Darkness chased them like this, wanting to fill its belly, saying, "I'm really starving." It opened its mouth wide as if to devour everything. Darkness extended several tentacles, chasing them, determined to catch them. Back in reality, Darkness had already caught Zio with its tentacles. However, only a few seconds later, Zio broke free. Darkness didn't give up, deciding to play until the end. It immediately secreted a toxic slime. The green venom surged towards Zio, however. The next move was made in time, stopping its attack. Darkness's slime was frozen at this moment. It couldn't help but be annoyed seeing the scene before it, frozen. Zio realized its current form was unsuitable and immediately switched absolute evolution, wolf. After transforming into a wolf, Zio immediately leaped up and bit Darkness. It used all its strength to harm Darkness's body. However, the next scene left Zio confused. Darkness was unharmed and instead charged aggressively. Its tentacles gripped Zio tightly. At this moment it was like a fish caught in Darkness's hand. Darkness immediately made a slashing motion, flinging Zio far away. The red energy on its forehead was immediately activated. A searing and powerful red aura filled the air. This tremor even caught the attention of exotic beasts in the distance. Heaven and earth seemed to tremble. When Zio saw how skilled Darkness was, it thought, "You seem to be accustomed to using that body." Hearing this, Darkness retorted, As a human, you shouldn't be so agile in using the tree's fighting style, Zio then said with a firm tone. I've been here for 5 years after all. Hearing this, Darkness found it incredibly laughable. Only 5 years, and you're already proud? I was trapped beneath the abyss. Just thinking about it is enough to drive it mad. For an entire era, Darkness was unable to control itself due to excessive rage. Zio transformed again at this moment, then today. It seemed to be trying to imprison Darkness again. Zio then tightly closed its mouth. It heavily placed its massive body on the ground. Zio was determined to ensure Darkness would never see light again. You will continue to experience the next era in darkness. A tremor then occurred. Meanwhile, both sides were still fighting fiercely. The white-haired man was diedly strangled by the Australian dragon's neck, then mercilessly thrown to the ground. The entire battlefield was unusually cruel at this moment. The white-haired man looked forward with shining eyes. The next second, another exotic beast appeared and joined the battle. Both sides were impatient by nature, rushing to attack each other. The demon spider instantly fell to the ground. The air suddenly became heavy and gloomy. The Australian dragon at this moment began to create an energy orb. That shimmering blue energy orb immediately enveloped the entire space. It seemed as if it wanted to level everything here. At this moment, the sky instantly became dark. The Australian dragon was still in a defensive posture, preparing to attack. Thunder was still full of energy at this moment, blocking in front, intending to fight it. All the remaining exotic beasts cast their gaze upon the scene before them. Thunder, fearless, made a bold decision. I am very sorry, kings, but may I be its final opponent? It is my father. The two of them had unexpectedly met in this situation. The other exotic beasts remained still at this moment, not moving. They had almost all stopped fighting at this moment, but on the other side several exotic beasts were still tearing at each other. The flood dragon was confronting Red Lotus at this moment, its entire body wreathed in flames, slowly raising a hand. Flood dragon couldn't help but feel confused upon seeing it. Damn it, I completely don't understand its thoughts. It no longer wasted time entangled with the platypus, immediately spewing ice flames. Red Lotus didn't have time to react and was immediately hit, falling to the ground with scrapes all over its body. Before Red Lotus could recover, it was fiercely flung away by the flood dragon's tail. So Red Lotus was flung far away again. The flood dragon, however, was unharmed. It was also enraged at this moment after enduring too many attacks. Red Lotus no longer allowed itself to be bullied and opened its mouth wide. Lava breath. It immediately spewed out a mass of lava. White Snake at this moment unhesitatingly spewed out a scorching ice flame. That ice flame immediately froze the platypus. The hard ice block was like a cage for it at this moment. The platypus was completely helpless at this moment. No hope. Is it really over this time? However, its eyes turned blood red. The platypus couldn't just give up and tried every possible way to escape. The next second, White Snake couldn't help but be shocked at the scene before it as the platypus with its lava power erupted and broke through the icy layer. In just an instant, the platypus created an earth-shattering explosion and thick smoke billowed, enveloping the entire space. Ching Gang in the distance also immediately entered a state of alert. He could no longer hesitate, charging forward and unleashing elemental earth. Only a patch of lava created by the platypus remained on the ground. The two of them also landed at this moment. Brother, was this swallowed by the lava? He was dumbfounded by the scene before him. Ahead was Little White Snake's battle. White Snake, with its agile reactions, created a shield in time to protect itself. Although it dodged the previous attack, its body was also not lightly injured. The platypus was still tense as a bowstring at this moment. Other exotic beasts were now also dangerously wounded. A arduous battle for survival then ensued between them. Flash attacked forward with its sharp pincers. It immediately created quite a stir. However, its opponent resisted with its hard body. Flash immediately noticed, your powerful spiritual energy continuously flows out. The werewolf-like creature didn't give it a second to rest, continuing to charge. Flash immediately tripled its power. The next second, a considerable tremor occurred. White smoke permeated the entire space. The werewolf-like creature charged forward with sharp claws and the two were now clashing. Flash felt it wasn't enough, and increased its power fourfold, a dazzling and powerful light streaking past the werewolf-like creature. The werewolf-like creature's eyes were blood red at this moment. It took the opportunity to attack Flash's weak point. However, Flash turned the tide with a powerful punch. The two then engaged in a fierce battle. The werewolf-like creature charged forward with an extremely ferocious posture. Flash heavily stomped on the ground. Its body seemed to have multiplied several times at this moment. Fivefold power. At this moment, Flash was facing an extremely powerful opponent. Fivefold slash. The werewolf-like creature was not to be trifled with, letting out a roar. Infinite physique. In just a blink of an eye, both sides attacked each other, and rocks also fell from the sky in large numbers after being attacked. The werewolf-like creature also couldn't avoid spitting blood. It seemed to be severely wounded and unable to continue attacking. Despite this, the werewolf-like creature still refused to give up. Rage. It used all its internal power, then let out an earth-shattering roar, tearing the entire sky. Flash had to be even more careful at this moment. Sure enough, killing it was not easy. Darkness was still full of energy participating in the battle. Zixian appeared from the sky like a true hero. Red Lotus blazing sun, it immediately attacked Darkness. Zixian faced Darkness's power without fear, charging forward like this. Its attacks became more and more fierce, leaving Darkness no time to retaliate. The other exotic beasts also charged aggressively. Suddenly another figure appeared in the air holding an axe. When the gravity axe struck down, a powerful force filled the entire space. Bullets fell and dazzling light now scattered from the air. Several exotic beasts were ruthlessly impaled in just a blink of an eye. It wasn't over. The phoenix continued to spew flames downwards, meteor fire rain. The entire space was now quickly engulfed in a sea of fire. Zayu's army took this opportunity to unleash powerful energy. The monsters had no time to resist and were immediately overwhelmed. They disappeared in just a blink of an eye under that powerful energy. People at this moment were trying to control and stop those exotic beasts, however their efforts seemed still insufficient. Their numbers are 3 times ours. At this point they could only attack with all their might, focusing their power to defeat them. Each side had clear divisions of labor. Little White, watch the right. Little Black, the left is yours. Take them all down. Zayu's army, coordinating flawlessly, charged forward at this moment. Everyone filled with excitement, finally able to kill to their heart's content. Meanwhile, Ninetails was engaged in an extremely fierce battle with the Beast King's subordinate. It was still very stubborn, unwilling to give up even when facing death. Our numbers are several times yours. Ninetails, hearing this, showed no fear. That's not necessarily true. Suddenly, countless rockets appeared from high in the sky. They rushed straight forward at an incredibly fast speed, and in just a blink of an eye, the Beast King's subordinate bore the brunt of the entire explosion. The air then instantly became quiet. Ninetails calmly spoke. It's not just us who want to defeat you in this world. The Washa Federation at this moment also targeted those exotic beasts. All attacks are ready. Continue to target the beasts in Alia. Do not hit the misty mountain beasts. From under the sea, exotic beasts emerged again at this moment. As soon as they appeared, they attacked the fleet with several tentacles. Those sea monsters had massive bodies and did not look friendly. The sky at this moment turned blood red. The 10 Nations Alliance quickly perceived their intentions. Deep Sea King. They want to stop us from advancing. The sea monster destroyed the fleet with its long tentacles, but the next second the fleet retaliated with a fierce barrage of cannon fire. The flames at this moment were all aimed at those exotic beasts, and not only that, helicopters in the air dropped more flames. The monsters were engulfed in a sea of fire in just a moment. Octopus King was not to be outdone, creating an energy orb. It immediately created a beam of light that pierced through the fleet. The Vietnamese battleship at this moment began to burn again. An urgent report came. Starboard damaged, information lost. Some sea beasts have climbed onto the destroyer. Those exotic beasts were extremely fierce at this moment, and had even climbed up. The 7 Sea Kings also attacked, destroying the battleship with their massive bodies. Suddenly the next second a giant palm appeared and struck it. That god also returned after a period of absence. I let you get away last time, but not this time. He was determined to teach them a lesson. At this moment that god was facing the fierce 7 Sea Kings opposite him. Facing its ferocity, he declared directly, "This time I won't spare you." The 7 Sea King Octopus King was also at this moment facing yours fierce attack. He was merciless, letting it know what courtesy was. Although humans are small, they will not sit idly by. Humans at this moment cooperated with each other, repelling those exotic beasts. Perhaps there's no need to misunderstand humans anymore. Damn it, many glittering light points suddenly appeared from high in the sky. The cult leader had also appeared at this moment, sending them back to the embrace of Mother Earth. In the name of God, cleanse all evil. Those brave warriors stepped onto the ground, pointing their swords of light at those exotic beasts. The sword of honor will never yield to the enemy. On the other blood-red coast, a fierce battle erupted. Darkness also immediately noticed this. The 7 Deep Sea Kings and humans are fighting. Seeing your subordinates fighting hard, it charged straight forward with its massive body. Zio at this moment was also determined to fulfill its duty. Darkness immediately fired energy blades. Zio had no time to resist and also suffered considerable damage. When it saw your continuous transformations, it was very curious. How many forms do you have? The sky suddenly shimmered with light points again. Suddenly the next second a powerful light enveloped darkness. Heaven and earth at this moment seemed to instantly collapse. Darkness tried to block with several tentacles over its head. Zio took advantage of its missed attack to immediately counterattack. Darkness at this moment had no time to react and suffered a heavy blow. Zio finished off Darkness with the 9 giant tree roots move. An earth-shattering explosion followed. Suddenly many colorful light orbs appeared on Zio's body again, elemental tree branches. Those light orbs then emitted different colors of light. Zio didn't let it go, continuing to finish it with lightning control. A pitch-black sky suddenly enveloped the entire space. Darkness, due to carelessness, was instantly split in half. A powerful lightning bolt, accompanied by flashes, struck down. Darkness at this moment seemed as if it could disappear at any moment. However, Zio still had many more pleasures planned for it. It's not over yet. The second lightning strike isn't over yet. So Darkness endured another tribulation. The thunderous energy now struck down with even greater ferocity than before. Celestial dragon energy suddenly erupted, incredibly powerful. Heaven and earth seemed to be punishing Darkness, allowing that familiar figure to reappear in its mind. Why are you all so dark? It's disgusting, it asked itself again. Why do I think of her? Uzio exerted all its strength to break free, saying, "Go where you belong, darkness." However, it stubbornly refused to leave, clinging persistently. "This is my world." Suddenly, darkness plummeted from high in the sky. Darkness opened its massive mouth again as if to devour everything. It had endured countless hardships and still stood unyielding. Its tentacles relentlessly stabbed out. Darkness was not in a hurry to attack, as it had not fully recovered. Uzio could now confirm one thing again. It was indeed injured. Darkness, even unwillingly, had to admit, "You've grown truly fast. To have you as an opponent, I must become stronger." Uzio simply stood there, listening to it speak without making a move. Darkness then suddenly said with great interest, "As a reward, I'll tell you a secret." It actually admitted, "I also possess evolution points." Hearing this, Uzio was indeed very surprised. The system panel reappeared and Darkness then reiterated, "You've probably seen it, right?" The system panel asked, "Do you want to purchase regeneration ability for 10,000 evolution points?" It confirmed again, yes. Darkness's previous actions had truly shocked Uzio. This event instantly silenced the atmosphere. The next second, Darkness appeared in a new form again. Next, it was a battle to see whose spiritual energy would be depleted faster. 130 million evolution points remained. Darkness now existed in a completely new form. Uzio could no longer fight it in its old form but had to upgrade to a new level. Darkness now arrogantly believed, "I was born and bred in this world. I am more entitled to exist than any other form." Uzio's hands began to bleed again in an instant. After hearing its shameless words, it became even more enraged. Damn it! The two of them now confronted each other face to face. It was determined to teach Darkness an unforgettable lesson. In a short span of time, Darkness transformed into another completely different entity. Uzio didn't want to give it a chance to increase its power further, so it immediately acted, "Kill it as soon as possible." Otherwise, the 9 gigantic tree roots, before it could act, a green slash brushed past it. As its body gradually dissolved, Uzio couldn't believe its eyes. Impossible. While its tentacles were still suspended in the air, it surprisingly questioned, "That's right, isn't it? You clearly froze time, so how can I still move?" Hearing this, Uzio suddenly realized something. The system panel popped up a notification. Purchasing nullification skill costs 500,000 evolution points. Darkness immediately purchased the system simulation without hesitation. It then used the move it had just acquired. Moves must be used this way. Uzio had no time to resist and was overwhelmed by its move. In just an instant, Uzio's body suffered considerable damage. Suddenly, a light appeared below Darkness again at this moment. That light instantly erupted, enveloping it. Uzio wanted to seize this opportunity to attack Darkness. It suddenly asked in confusion, "Can you also learn elemental abilities? Now, besides elemental crystals, you've probably mastered all elemental skills, haven't you?" Uzio also shared quite easily. "Unfortunately, I'm still missing water element. As for dark element, I'll naturally have it once I kill you." Although no one asked, Darkness boasted on its own, "It's really good to possess them. I can only purchase them through evolution points and they're only one-time consumables. But as long as it exists in this world, whether it's innate talents or moves, I can use them through evolution points." Its 3 eyes once again turned blood red. "You probably won't feel it's real, will you?" Suddenly, the scene before Uzio was somewhat incomprehensible. Darkness changed form again. "This is my ability system purchaser." Its eyes once again turned blood red, filled with killing intent. Darkness continued to boast about its talents. "My evolution points aren't obtained by hunting and killing everywhere like yours. Why do you think I sent the automatons to slaughter? Wherever creatures struggle, there will be death. When creatures die, they automatically convert into my evolution points. It can be inferred that my evolution points are infinite." Purchasing lava body, Darkness now raised its power to a new level. Purchase successful. Consumed 300,000 evolution points. Darkness unhesitatingly spewed lava at Uzio. Uzio immediately used its essence to block that attack. A thick smoke shot straight into the sky, permeating the entire space. Uzio now poked its head out unharmed. It timely used Ice Age to freeze Darkness's attack. Darkness still refused to give up, continuing to use Shadow Blade. Soon many whirlpools appeared in the air, forming a super vortex. It continued to purchase skills to increase its power, consuming 30,000 points of power. Gravity. A bright light illuminated the entire sky, spreading towards Uzio, who was now suppressed and unable to resist. Darkness still didn't stop, continuing to point its hand towards the sky, consuming 50,000 evolution points. Thunder control. A light accompanied by lightning illuminated the entire sky. Uzio was now completely at a disadvantage, unable to resist. Darkness was not in a hurry to act, but observed a gray smoke permeating the entire space. Uzio was now lying motionless on the ground. It suddenly asked, "Do you know why I want you to fight against humans?" Uzio didn't shy away, guessing, "Why are you still afraid?" Darkness then shared, "That's because I once hated a type of human. I wanted to play with everyone, watching them fall into the abyss. When it knew it wanted to harm others, it didn't say anything even when it was hurt." Suddenly, Darkness questioned again. "Exotic tree, have you experienced despair? It must make Uzio experience that feeling. So let me send you back once." Time reversed to the Cretaceous period 65 million years ago. Several dinosaurs were grazing, then suddenly looked up at the sky. a huge red meteor unexpectedly appeared high in the sky. A meteor shower fell down in an instant. They created an unprecedented disaster, plunging various places into a sea of fire. The dinosaurs that ruled the earth now scattered and fled. However, just then something else suddenly fell. It was a purple spherical shell lying alone on the ground. A crack quickly appeared, followed by a dark entity oozing out from within. That shadow looked at the egg, then softly said, "You must live, my child." So that egg was abandoned in the fiery environment. That shadow disappeared in an instant. On this planet you will surely find someone to rely on, but that egg bravely weathered countless storms, even covered in white snow or in harsh weather, until the spring sunlight filled the entire forest. That egg lay day after day in an unnoticed corner, until one day a crack suddenly appeared, the eggshell began to break and a new entity emerged. Darkness then opened its eyes for the first time, gazing at the human world. It ran around very lively, until it rolled to a little girl's feet. Lingling couldn't help but curiously pick it up. What kind of animal is this? It's all black. And this was its first contact with humans. At this moment Darkness hadn't yet understood what was happening, only staring blankly at the little girl. Lingling seemed to like her new friend very much. "How about I raise you? I'll call you Little Blackie from now on." And so from then on, Darkness followed the little girl. Lingling worked hard to catch fish in the river, and Darkness also helped the little girl catch a fish. When night fell, Lingling roasted fish, and Darkness also had roasted fish to enjoy with the little girl. It wasn't accustomed to human food and immediately spat it out. When Lingling was chased from behind by a fierce bear, Darkness also appeared in time, dealt with the bear and protected the little girl. From that day on, whether Lingling was climbing trees to pick fruits or playing outdoors, Darkness was always by her side. When night fell, they again hid under a large leaf, warming each other. The little girl held Darkness, sleeping soundly. It also seemed to feel the tranquility on the little girl's body and closed its eyes. The scene at that time was truly serene. Time flowed slowly like this, but 2 years later it came. Lingling had grown into a young woman. However, she couldn't help but question Darkness's identical form compared to the past. "It's been 2 years, why haven't you changed at all?" It awkwardly said, "I don't know, I'm sorry." But Lingling thought for a moment and felt it wasn't a bad thing. "This is good too. Little Blackie can always stay like this, reminding me of when we first met. Every year our village sends 2 palace maids to the palace. Not only are their statuses humble, unable to look up, but their work is endless. I don't want to go. I've secretly saved some money these past 2 years, planning to bribe the palace eunuch, hoping he'll spare me. If I don't have to go to the palace, we can see each other every day." Hearing this, Darkness felt as if bathed in spring breeze, and the next day it still hid under a tree waiting for her. Darkness couldn't help but be curious about Lingling's situation, wondering how Lingling's problem was resolved. Truly worried, over there, Lingling was kneeling before the eunuch. She held out the money bag, her face filled with anticipation and hope. He was satisfied as soon as he saw the money bag, considering her sensible. After a while the eunuch took the money bag, but in just an instant he violently threw it at her face. Because the money was too little, the eunuch was furious. "Am I the kind of person who takes such dirty money? You think you can bribe me with this small amount of silver? It infuriates me. Letting someone like you into the palace would inevitably corrupt the palace's morals." Lingling's face immediately darkened upon hearing this. Could it be that the eunuch had actually made a cruel decision? "I must punish you on the spot as a warning to others." Poor Lingling pleaded desperately, "No, I don't want to die." From deep within the forest, Darkness had already received her message. Just as the executioner swung his blade, it appeared in time, rescuing Lingling. Poor Lingling now lay on the cold ground helpless. Those despicable people at this moment continued to blame her. "Sir, this has nothing to do with us, she acted on her own." The eunuch heard this and secretly evaluated these villagers, always distancing themselves at the first sign of trouble. He even made a sinister and deranged decision: "Behead her and I'll take her head back as a report." The executioner received the order and immediately raised his blade. Just as she was about to meet her demise, she still thought of Darkness. "Little Blackie." The executioner no longer hesitated, swinging his blade decisively. Who knew that Darkness appeared in time and directly took the eunuch's head? The eunuch witnessed this horrifying scene with his own eyes, frozen in terror. All those present were also dumbfounded at this moment. Darkness extended its tentacles and caught Lingling. It was incredibly furious because humans wanted to take away the life of its most cherished friend. Everyone at this moment was extremely surprised by Darkness's appearance. The eunuch pointed at it, asking in confusion, "What kind of creature is that? Hurry up and kill it." However, no sooner had he spoken than the surrounding soldiers were annihilated. The eunuch, shocked again and again, couldn't help but shriek in terror. All those present no longer lingered but scrambled to flee. "Monster!" And Darkness then decided that everyone would pay the price. No one should think of escaping. No matter how hard everyone tried to escape, they were all pierced. They had now paid a heavy price for putting Lingling in this predicament. Everyone was annihilated by Darkness in an instant. After dealing with those people, it looked at the eunuch again. He witnessed the massacre with his own eyes and hurriedly retreated in fear. "Don't kill me." He was so scared he wet his pants. The eunuch now didn't want to meet the king of hell, so he pleaded earnestly, "I can give you anything you want, just spare me." However, Darkness completely ignored his words, instead tightening its grip on him. "No," it stopped rambling and just said a brief sentence, "I want you dead." and just like that in an instant the eunuch turned to ash in Darkness's hand. Lingling now still lay motionless on the ground. Darkness came to her side, choked up, and said, Lingling, I've avenged you, wake up. It couldn't suppress its agitation at this moment, but no matter how Darkness called, she still didn't open her eyes. Lingling. Darkness now completely succumbed to madness, losing control. Don't die, Lingling. It was in such pain that the surrounding scenery suddenly changed color. The leaves now turned deep brown, utterly lifeless. Darkness looked at the panel before its tear-streaked face. While sobbing, it couldn't help but wonder, what is this? System activated. Era transformation can activate the spiritual energy engine. Darkness asked with a trembling voice, if I use this, can Lingling be revived? Darkness tremblingly demanded activation. It had no other request except this earnest one, I want little Ling to come back to life. The system immediately recorded. Purchasing absolute healing skill consumes 10,000 evolution points. Lingling's body was now lifted into the air. She finally opened her eyes. Upon seeing Lingling revived, Darkness immediately pounced on her. Lingling, it then proposed with a voice close to crying, I thought I would be alone, please don't leave me, okay? But what answered Darkness were her empty, lifeless eyes. Lingling then gently hugged it, then promised, I won't leave you. However, that promise was broken when Darkness was attacked by Lingling. When it was betrayed by the person it cherished most, it couldn't help but feel bewildered. Lingling showed no hesitation at the time, acting with extreme decisiveness. Lingling fiercely plunged the sword into its body, then shouted. Darkness, now betrayed, also severed all ties with her. I'm going to kill you. Lingling returned to reality, and a terrifying explosion shattered the spaceship. The fleet still tried to fire flames in retaliation. However, it was all like striking a stone with an egg. Yor immediately realized something. Another colossal creature had appeared behind them. Its size was even greater than that of the 7 Sea Kings. Darkness was now even harder to control. When they saw it was about to unleash a fatal blow, they immediately ordered, quickly get the fleet out of its attack range. It was too late. In just a blink of an eye, Darkness unleashed an extremely powerful energy stream, instantly leveling everything, and their fleet belched thick smoke. Yor saw this scene filled with worry. Due to their slowness, the fleet suffered huge losses, with a portion already destroyed. The warriors on the ship witnessing this couldn't help but feel indignant. Damn it! Suddenly, something appeared in the water beside him. Darkness had now split into multiple entities to control the situation in various locations. The cult leader dealing with exotic beasts elsewhere was filled with worry. Those undamaged fleets still tried to attack it. Everyone simultaneously launched a powerful ultrasonic wave at Darkness. Yor had nothing left to lose, deciding to go all out. Don't even think about destroying these fleets. The Australian dragon now placed its massive paw on a rock, but just then Thunder appeared. It looked at its father, who was covered in wounds. Father? The Australian dragon looked at Thunder with murderous eyes. It charged forward mercilessly to attack. Who knew Purple Mosquito appeared in time, blocking the attack for it. Seeing Thunder hesitate so much, it reminded him, if you hold back again you'll truly die. A colossal paw stomped on the ground, shattering even the rocks. The giant rhinoceros had now appeared with its companions. It let out an extremely fierce roar and charged forward. On the other side, the exotic beasts were still tearing at each other. Everyone was evenly matched, unwilling to yield. They charged fiercely at their opponents like moths to a flame. The blue-haired man also stopped at this moment, his face filled with surprise as he recognized the Australian giant rat king. That boar with 2 enormous tusks charged forward ferociously. Zio at this moment also couldn't explain why king-level creatures were appearing. Behind it, a significant event seemed to be unfolding. When the automaton began to evolve, the situation became even more serious. It was already troublesome, and now it had become unreachable. Zio witnessed this, unable to help but feel surprised. It suddenly evolved, and not just one but in droves. No matter how many enemies there were, Zio could take them all on. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Everyone on Zio's side worked together. They charged forward together, fearless of danger. Everyone at this moment was like a brave warrior. Meanwhile, Zio was still confronting Darkness. Are you sending me despair? You're taking your joke too far. Even humans wouldn't say something like that. Hearing this, it merely scoffed. Do you think only your subordinates recruit powerhouses? Do you think I haven't made any preparations? The giant god on the other side was also attacked. He couldn't resist and was kicked to the ground. The cult leader at this moment was desperately resisting, trying not to be crushed. He resisted with all his might, even spitting blood. After a while, smoke and flames still billowed. Yor was still trapped by Darkness's army at this moment. They were as numerous as ants, appearing wherever they were killed. Free Federation's fleet reported its losses, he said with a trembling voice. Currently, the second fleet has already been sunk. The higher-ups observed this scene, filled with worry. In the current situation, can it last for another 10 minutes? Darkness continued to comment at this moment. Teaming up with humans is the most foolish thing. From the very beginning, I have already brought the 7 deep-sea kings and various continental kings under my command. From the beginning, in terms of both numbers and strength, you could never have been my match. From the beginning, you had no chance of winning. Zio heard this and calmly retorted, that's not necessarily true. Although humans are weak, they can erupt with unexpected wisdom. Xiao Qing, along with several people, arrived by plane to provide support at this moment. She looked at the battlefield below, unable to help but feel worried. Zio emphatically stressed again, there's one more thing you're wrong about, Darkness. Our helpers aren't just humans. The fleet formed a tight encirclement, simultaneously firing forward. Those aquatic creatures were also caught off guard at this moment. When they saw the exotic beasts surging onto the fleet, everyone worked together to repel them, block them, and so humans on one side and beasts on the other fought each other. From beneath the deep sea, various other water monsters surfaced. They all aimed their attacks at the fleet. The warriors, seeing themselves surrounded by too many exotic beasts, began to worry. The sailors on the ship also appeared helpless at this moment. A large number of sea beasts appeared on the right heading this way. Their flames surprisingly couldn't stop them either. Those water monsters quickly took the initiative, attacking the spaceship. The upper part of the spaceship suffered severe damage due to that powerful energy. The situation was now extremely urgent. The left side was severely damaged, all explosives were used up and the hull was taking on water. If this continued, it would sink. Everyone at this moment was at their wits' end. How's the power system? Can the backup power supply still be used if cut off? The fleet members at this moment decided to fight darkness to the death. Even if we are buried at the bottom of the sea, we cannot let it go. Even if they had to sacrifice themselves, they were willing, colliding with full force. In an instant, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. Yor also didn't expect them to choose such a path. Guasha, is that it? Wherever exotic beasts were killed, more surged out. Faced with this endless cycle, he couldn't help but ask himself, don't they die? The current situation offered no advantage to humans. The battleship's explosives would eventually run out and they would be consumed to death here. The exotic beasts clearly held an overwhelmingly dominant advantage, and humans were increasingly driven to a dead end. Z also couldn't help but worry about the current situation. Damn it, sea beasts keep appearing. If this continues, suddenly a huge mouth was closing in on her. Fortunately, Z was rescued by a suddenly appearing python. Witnessing this perilous scene, Z couldn't help but be stunned. She quickly recognized the 5 giant snakes, and that wasn't all. Many different demon beasts surged from the depths of the ocean. They all appeared extremely fierce, ready for battle at any moment. Yor would now face new difficulties. Not good. Sea beasts behind the fleet must be dealt with first. They charged forward at an extremely fast speed at this moment. The cult leader looked back at this moment, surprised to discover that Orca was emitting the spiritual energy of the exotic tree. Are they sea beasts from Misty Mountain? The exotic beasts continued to charge into battle with the fleet. Shah calmly said from above, "Don't give up on humanity." Before the last moment, a divine figure suddenly appeared behind him again. He quickly recognized Seth of the Western Emperor. Seth looked forward and emphasized, "I didn't come alone this time." The ice flame beasts also joined the battle at this moment. They waved their hands, creating a hazy ice mist, and everything was instantly frozen, forming a massive ice wall. After observing from a high vantage point, it commented, "Having the mainland is more advantageous." When they saw old friends coming to help, everyone quickly seized the opportunity. Although they didn't know what exactly was happening, this was for the best. An energy stream shot down from high in the sky, attacking the exotic beasts. Xiao Qing didn't attack directly but chose the right moment to shoot arrows. Everyone charged forward with the most excited mood to kill a great number. All the exotic beasts at this moment also showed no retreat, charging straight forward. Suddenly, a certain bird's cry came again. A fiery red phoenix flew past them in the blink of an eye. That was a phoenix. It quickly created a fireball and shot it at the exotic beast below. No one expected the phoenix to appear. Is it here to save us? Darkness, facing their efforts, scoffed. The creatures on this planet are truly foolish. Even knowing they can't change anything, they won't give up until the end. Zio, facing its despicable words, retorted, "Darkness, do you understand? No creature will give up when facing death. We haven't admitted defeat yet." Zio remained high-spirited, charging forward. Darkness was unyielding, refusing to yield until absolute defeat was staring it in the face. "Then I'll kill you first and then kill them one by one." Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound came from afar. From that broken crack, Zayu's army slowly entered. It immediately looked back with a bewildered expression on its face. They appeared here at this moment to fight alongside Zio. The divine race, that spider exotic beast, was now firing a green energy blast forward. Although Zio dodged the previous attack, it was still in great peril. Before it could recover, that demon spider appeared again. Zio at this moment felt its limbs go weak, standing in place at a loss. Not good, an earth-shattering sound, as if to tear the entire sky apart. Zayu's brother immediately comforted it. "What are you doing? Pay attention." After rampaging for a while, that demon spider had been defeated. Zio stood on a rock calling out loudly, "Big brother." Its brother's face was now as wrinkled as a monkey eating chili as he charged forward. "The aura of exotic beasts and darkness is right ahead. Charge." It actually chose to charge forward alone, playing such a high-stakes game. A massive gate immediately opened before them, and inside was Darkness, who had been waiting for them there since the afternoon. All familiar faces. It decided to end everything here. You are their descendants. It seems this time's grievances can finally be settled. Everyone on Zayu's side was now in position. White Elephant also didn't want to delay any longer, so it proposed, "Divine Tree, it's time for us to fight too." Zio was also somewhat surprised by Darkness's actions. "I didn't expect you to break through the seal this time by using the power of the tide." Darkness heard this and scoffed, "It's because you're too useless. By your generation your strength has gradually declined and you can't even hold down the seal." They all said in unison, "You should get back to the deep sea." Darkness heard this, found it amusing, and charged straight forward. It's you who should get back to the deep sea. This is the final battle. Let's all be buried together. Darkness immediately extended its massive palm forward, consuming 50,000 evolution points. Dragon control. Zio concentrated all its power in its palm, blocking the attack. White Elephant also leaped up, preparing to unleash heaven-piercing hoof. Other exotic beasts began to use their most powerful divine abilities. A torrent of cannonballs rotated. All moves were concentrated, aimed at Darkness. When it was besieged, it also counterattacked, consuming 50,000 evolution points. Shield of Light. So all moves at this moment directly clashed. Darkness was surprisingly unharmed and instead laughed smugly. Are you just tickling me? Zio didn't give up, continuously launching attacks. Summon Light. In just an instant, Darkness was enveloped by its energy stream. This time it also suffered a considerable amount of damage. Taking advantage of its attack error, Zishan's brother immediately charged forward. It immediately unleashed a fatal claw strike at Darkness. This time it was determined to teach Darkness a lesson. That bastard kills everywhere. It's unforgivable. Darkness was also somewhat injured at this moment. Suddenly pausing, Zio immediately sensed something. Old Nine has no aura. It seems it's his brother's. Zio's brother was high-spirited at this moment, his entire body radiating immense power. Darkness, I'm going to kill you here today. Although Darkness extended its tentacles in resistance, it was still able to scratch Darkness. Zio also couldn't let Zishan's brother charge alone, so it launched small slashes forward. Darkness was now facing attacks from all directions. That wasn't all. Xiao Qing seized the opportunity, leaping into the air. She didn't hesitate, striking down like a scythe. Zio from afar couldn't help but worry for her, shouting, "Xiao Qing!" Darkness's numerous tentacles blocked her attack. Don't interfere. Azure Dragon suddenly appeared, biting its tentacles. White Elephant also cooperated seamlessly, charging down from above. Heaven-piercing hoof. It stomped its massive elephant foot onto Darkness's face and then unleashed a torrent of moves, swiftly finishing it off. Darkness's body had also disintegrated at this moment. Zishan's brother didn't give Darkness a chance to recover, charging forward and punching it to death. In just a blink of an eye, it unleashed a miraculous punch like a rocket. Darkness, after receiving fierce attacks from all directions, collapsed limply to the ground. However, Zishan's brother suddenly paused. When he realized something was wrong, Darkness still hadn't been defeated. Instead, it seemed to have mutated again. Xiao Qing, observing from afar, couldn't help but be stunned. What kind of form is that? Suddenly, many dazzling lights shot from afar, all rushing toward Xiao Qing and it. Zio saw them standing on the brink of death, so it used an earth elemental wall to protect them. Not good. An earth-shattering explosion immediately occurred. Darkness at this moment looked up and out with a bewildered expression on its face. Zio's entire army still stood before it at this moment. Darkness, get back to where you belong. Darkness seemed to tremble at the combined attack of Zio's dragon, Earth Dragon, and White Jade Elephant. Its eyes turned blood red with fury. It seems you want to seal me again. White Jade Elephant also didn't deny it. That's right, we were waiting for this moment. Three of them roared, simultaneously launching energy orbs at Darkness as their purpose was to seal it. Darkness was immediately engulfed by the energy orbs. Not far away, a space-time portal quickly opened, and Darkness was seized with panic. No, that door is gradually expanding every second until it's large enough to swallow the entire energy orb that envelops Darkness. Feeling that it was about to be sealed again, it struggled and roared unwillingly. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Its eyes widened. Resolved, how can I let you have your way? Saying that, it concentrated all its spiritual energy, and its entire body transformed into a terrifying purple-black dark entity, the Claw of Darkness. The first to be dealt with was the White Jade Elephant, which was directly pierced by Darkness's tentacles. The White Jade Elephant coughed up blood in agonizing pain. Darkness's next targets were naturally the Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon. Fortunately, Zixian and He Xiaoling arrived in time, blocking an attack for them. He Xiaoling angrily roared, "Don't you dare harm them!" Darkness roared. "You seek death," the White Jade Elephant anxiously reminded. "No. Because my seal is somewhat loose, if this continues it will escape." Immediately after, countless energy beams converged and shot towards Darkness. Zishan's brother was full of momentum. "Don't even think about escaping, get back to where you belong." He waved his hand, utilizing elemental earth. Darkness was quickly surrounded by a large amount of mud and sand. At the same time, the Earth Dragon, Flood Dragon, Zio, He Xiaoling, White Jade Elephant, and Zishan's brother all roared simultaneously, and powerful energies acted upon Darkness's body. After a while, Darkness's body had completely vanished, leaving no trace. Zio breathed a sigh of relief. "Excellent," He Xiaoling also cheered happily. "We succeeded." Everyone stood silently where Darkness had been, looking at the large pit. The Flood Dragon secretly relaxed. "Finally, after all these years, we succeeded again." Zishan's brother cautiously raised its head and sniffed, detecting no trace of Darkness. "It seems we really succeeded." Zio quickly thought of the next step. "All that's left is to deal with the exotic beasts outside. That'll be it." The White Jade Elephant could no longer stand. It collapsed heavily to the ground. The Earth Dragon anxiously ran over to check. "White Elephant, your injuries are too severe." He Xiaoling heard this and immediately ran over anxiously. She took out a bottle of medicine. I have life essence, she didn't forget to chide. I told you to carry it earlier but you wouldn't listen. The white jade elephant painfully furrowed its brow. Isn't it because you're still here? Suddenly, a demonic energy shot from somewhere, piercing the earth dragon's head, which was standing nearby. He Xiaoling watched in shock as blood splattered. The white jade elephant witnessed the earth dragon's headless corpse fall before it. It was panicked, roaring in pain. Zishan's brother vigilantly looked back. Unexpectedly at that moment another demonic energy shot out, hitting its left eye. The force was so immense that it sent Zishan's brother flying through several layers of mud and rocks. Yu Zio also took a hit, sliding back a few meters. It looked there in horror. Several overlapping cracks quickly appeared in the air. The next moment the cracks exploded, revealing a terrifying blood-red single eye that was darkness. It had returned, completely unharmed by the previous joint attack. It was smiling mockingly just now. Toothless moves, can you still seal me? Faced with the tragic demise of the Earth Dragon, the White Jade Elephant and Flood Dragon were determined to avenge it. They simultaneously charged forward, wanting to tear Darkness apart. Unfortunately, Darkness was one step faster. It wielded its tentacles, unleashing a move, Dark Impact. The two divine beasts focused on revenge had no time to dodge and thus directly endured the blow, their throats pierced. Just then, Zishan's brother's massive spiritual body reappeared. It roared furiously, completely disregarding its bleeding left eye. You bastard, how dare you blind my eye! Darkness disliked being at a disadvantage. It unhesitatingly purchased skill simulation, and then purchased physical enhancement skill, consuming 300,000 evolution points, immediately successfully donning a strong exterior. Darkness waved its hand and with one punch completely shattered Zishan's brother's spiritual body. Zishan's brother simultaneously spat blood, exclaiming in horror, "What a heavy punch!" However, Darkness did not stop there. It continued to act, purchasing the skill Usurper, consuming 150,000 evolution points. A second later it successfully grew two massive tentacles, easily grabbing the White Jade Elephant and Zishan's brother, and then unhesitatingly swallowed both. He Xiaoling witnessed all this in shock. She gritted her teeth and angrily exclaimed, "Eaten?" Just as Darkness opened its mouth wide, intending to swallow He Xiaoling as well, Yu Zio agilely leapt over and punched it away. It anxiously shouted, "Shao Qing, retreat to the side first." Yu Zio concernedly instructed He Xiaoling. Shao Qing, retreat for now, she wanted to argue but was immediately silenced by Yu Zio's stern glare and loud command. Retreat. In the end she reluctantly complied. Yes, Darkness saw this scene and felt immensely puzzled. You're actually so afraid of her dying? Exotic tree. Yu Zio's sore spot was hit, and it angrily ordered it, "Shut up." Taking advantage of its momentary lack of vigilance, Darkness rushed before it like lightning, cruelly wielding sharp claws. It tore off a chunk and Yu Zio's shoulder shattered into pieces. Not giving it more time to prepare, Darkness had already flown a circle around Yu Zio's body. It found a suitable spot and directly unleashed a powerful move. Eightfold slash. Another part of Yu Zio's body was severed. It frowned, trying to block. Damn it, it could clearly feel Darkness's current state. Its strength now was completely different from before. Is this its true strength? Suddenly, Darkness's eyes widened and it roared. Gravity? With this command, the gravity around Yu Zio suddenly became unprecedentedly heavy, as if to crush everything. It roared in pain, but Darkness didn't rest, continuing its attack. Dragon King's breath. Yu Zio endured the pain, raising its hand to counterattack. Light pillar. Immediately a column of light energy emerged from underground, piercing directly through Darkness's body. Darkness's face, hidden within the light pillar, suddenly twisted, revealing a strange smile. Yu Zio explained for it. Light is not bound by gravity. Darkness gritted its teeth, praising in a low voice, as expected of a creature that understands human knowledge. Truly infuriating. After speaking, it quickly searched for a counterattack method, purchasing the skill Biological Annihilation, consuming 5 million evolution points. Immediately, a scorching meteor ripped through the sky, appearing suddenly. Yu Zio was shocked. Meteor. Seeing the meteor about to fall, Darkness triumphantly threatened. Choose escape from here or be buried with your subordinates. Yu Zio angrily tensed its body. Gigantification, it was determined. Even if I die, I will defeat you. Don't underestimate me. Darkness was fearless. It excitedly provoked. Stubborn, then I'll see what you've got. Yu Zio seized the opportunity. When the meteor was only a short distance from its head, it roared fiercely. 9 gigantic tree roots. With this call, rows of massive vines rapidly rose from the ground, steadily catching the fireball. Yu Zio exerted all its strength, its muscles tensed. It roared, "I will never let you destroy this planet." The weight of the fiery meteor was not light. Upon colliding with Yu Zio, it shattered and countless scorching fragments scattered. Yu Zio gritted its teeth in resistance. The explosions grew louder and louder, shaking heaven and earth. From the fiery meteor, mud and rocks fell continuously. Their sheer number and immense size made it impossible for the exotic beast to avoid injury. 9 Tails and the Australian exotic beast looked up blankly. "What is this?" Ching Gang laboriously used his ability to help a few people nearby. "Quickly hide behind me." Zixian luckily dodged a large rock. "It almost crushed me." In the distance, a pillar of light erupted violently. Zixian exclaimed in horror, "Such strong spiritual energy! Ever since fighting Darkness and Master, I've been surrounded and haven't felt anything." The dense dust around her made it impossible to see anything. Now that the barrier was broken, the overflowing spiritual energy was truly terrifyingly powerful. Suddenly the black flood dragon poked its head out from the smoke and dust. It and Purple Scythe slowly walked to the corpse of the black flood dragon's father, which was crushed by a meteor fragment. The black flood dragon's father was covered in blood and even coughed up a large amount of blood. The black flood dragon asked in shock, its voice trembling. "Father?" Purple Scythe suddenly felt a bit guilty. Because its wings and leg tendons were cut off by me, it couldn't dodge in time. The black flood dragon's father struggled to open its eyes and said weakly, "Are you my child? The spiritual energy is indeed like your mother's. After using its last bit of strength to leave its last words, you've grown well." It gently closed its eyes and passed away peacefully. The black flood dragon immediately cried bitterly. Returning to Yu Zayu's side, the tremor from the fiery meteor created a huge deep pit. He Xiaoling was worried. "Master, master," her answer was a low breath faintly discernible in the dust. Yu Zayu's body was severely damaged at this moment, its face only half remaining. It walked laboriously, staggering. At that moment darkness suddenly flew over aggressively. Blazing sun, red lotus, incarnation of flame. Both were fearless, directly clashing head-on. Yu Zayu retracted its arm into a fighting stance, concentrating lightning in its hand and aimed and struck Darkness's forehead. A second later, a huge energy source erupted, tearing the air. Yu Zayu was also pushed back, but unexpectedly, Darkness was unharmed and instead roared ferociously. Although its eyes were torn, it was still extremely fierce. "This world will eventually be destroyed. This is not something you can stop," Darkness roared provocatively. "This world will eventually be destroyed. This is not something you can stop. After years of accumulation, now I only want to kill all humans." Yu Zayu was immensely confused. "Do you hate humans merely because they sealed you?" Darkness was silent for a moment, then quickly asked back seriously, "What if I told you that? Yu Zayu, I ask you from the bottom of your heart, do you trust humans?" Yu Zayu, however, could not answer this question. Darkness grew more and more furious as it spoke. It gritted its teeth. "I will never forgive the humans of that day, do you understand? I deeply detest human selfishness. This hatred cannot be resolved by mere words." Yu Zayu frowned, listening carefully to every word Darkness spoke. "Arrogant, weak." The crowd gathered below seemed to have heard these words too, and they all looked up in unison. "Stupid, shameless." Little Eye was immensely worried. Plum cried anxiously, calling out names. Little Seven, Darkness spoke to the end, and couldn't help but reach out again. "I'm still alive," it roared hoarsely, just to kill them all. With its movement, a gigantic blood moon tore through the sky, slowly appearing. The surrounding clouds formed a circular vortex. Seth and a man's spiritual body were immensely surprised by this sight. Other transcendent individuals and exotic beasts also paused their battles, witnessing this historic moment. They closed their mouths, both anxious and afraid. The Federation crowd cried out in panic again. "Damn it, what the hell is going on?" in the Federation observation room. Watching the blood moon fill the entire large screen, rows of staff were terrified. Washa's sky at this moment was dyed blood red, a chilling sight. The crowd trembled and screamed, "It's attacking Earth's direction." Two high-ranking officials observed all this from above. The woman gnashed her teeth in anger. "I can't believe it." The higher-up, however, frowned with a solemn face. He was immensely puzzled. "Does Darkness want to destroy Earth too?" Meanwhile, under Darkness's control, the moon was slowly approaching Earth's atmosphere. Xiaoling floated in the air, looking up at the sky. Yu Zayu indignantly questioned Darkness. "Are you planning to end this planet with this story?" Darkness frankly admitted. "That's right, for Earth. There are still 30 minutes until the moon destroys Earth. Do you think you can kill me in 30 minutes? Yu Zayu angrily affirmed yes. But just as it was about to charge forward to attack, something suddenly flew past aggressively. It was the black flood dragon. It roared resentfully. "Darkness," Yu Zayu anxiously commanded. "Little 10, come back." Unfortunately, the black flood dragon was now blinded by rage and heard nothing. It furiously unleashed a powerful move. Darkness excitedly counterattacked with powerful elemental wind blades. As expected, the black flood dragon could not resist the attack and was immediately cut into multiple pieces. Darkness opened its mouth wide, intending to pounce and devour the black flood dragon's corpse. Just as it was about to touch its prey, it was suddenly dealt a heavy blow. He Xiaoling bravely warned, "Stay away from it." Darkness was enraged. It opened its mouth, concentrating spiritual energy into a dark demonic orb. But just as it was about to spew it out, a huge hand kindly helped it close its mouth. Yu Zayu's entire body was covered in bloodlines as hot as lava, looking both majestic and solemn. Darkness saw Yu Zayu's appearance and actually smiled cunningly and happily, gained powerful spiritual energy by tearing out its heart. "Ha ha ha ha, Yu Zayu should be like this." Unexpectedly, Yu Zayu also agreed in a deep voice. "A valiant showdown is the most interesting." Saying this, it waved its hand to open the vitality space, pushing the black flood dragon's corpse and He Xiaoling into it. "Get in there." He Xiaoling still wanted to stay, trying to reach out to Yu Zayu, calling out, "Master." Just as the door completely closed, life vines quickly appeared. She watched in surprise as the vines wrapped around the black flood dragon's corpse, beginning to heal it. Suddenly, Isa softly spoke, "Luo, you've come too." She looked at He Xiaoling's disheveled state and quickly understood the situation. "It seems you had a tough fight with our king." He Xiaoling clenched her fists and retorted, "So what? We won't lose." Seeing her so stubborn, Isa smiled helplessly, reminding her, "It seems you haven't realized that the power in this vitality space is becoming increasingly thin." He Xiaoling was taken aback by her words, freezing instantly. "Do you know what that means?" Outside, Yu Zayu still charged forward with fierce momentum. "I won't let you destroy this planet." Darkness was fearless, unleashing a powerful move, Form Flame. Uzio waved its hand, Ice Age, and Darkness's move was easily nullified, even freezing Darkness itself. Annoyed, it tried to break free from the ice from within, unleashing Dark Impact, and countless dark energy beams furiously bombarded Uzio with lightning speed. Uzio quickly counterattacked with Hyper Regeneration. It seized the opportunity as Darkness just broke free from the ice, controlling it with vines, unleashing Realm of Subjected Domain. Seizing this chance, Uzio transformed one arm into a colossal form, leapt up fiercely, and then aimed precisely at Darkness's eyes with one punch. Darkness painfully squinted its eyes, but Uzio fought even more fiercely. Its whole body burst into flames, and it wasn't over yet. Uzio let out a fierce roar. It waved its hand and thousands of vines simultaneously flew forward rapidly. Darkness sharply retreated. Not good. Unfortunately, before it could dodge, it was violently knocked to the ground by the vines. Darkness clearly felt its body being pierced, and it coughed painfully, cursing, "Damn it!" The next second it was hit by another powerful light pillar. Before it could rest for a moment, Uzio quickly grabbed its face. Uzio growled, "Lightning control." Instantly, a massive bolt of lightning erupted from deep within Darkness's vitals. Its body seemed to be torn to shreds, and Uzio's power erupted in a violent explosion. The surrounding exotic beasts had to struggle to resist, but to their surprise, Darkness remained unharmed after enduring so many attacks. Uzio frowned, secretly searching for the most comprehensive countermeasure. If this continues, it won't work. It will keep using evolution points to regenerate. Before I can defeat it, my spiritual energy will be exhausted. At this moment, Darkness was utterly enraged, and it roared, "You're probably the first one to push me to this extent. I told you I'll give you despair." Saying this, it excitedly faced Uzio and spoke a meaningful sentence. "The exotic beasts you've cultivated are very strong." It lowered its eyes and said in a deep voice, "But starting today they will belong to me." As soon as it finished speaking, rows of black panels suddenly appeared around it. Just as Uzio was still stunned, not understanding what was happening, a foot suddenly appeared arrogantly. Flash stood proudly on the back of a defeated exotic beast. It felt itself changing and stammered, unable to speak. "Oh, consciousness." The mutated wild boar, golden-haired monkey, and Arctic white bear were in the same state, and even the storm wolf roared nonstop in pain. It seemed that the surrounding exotic beasts could not escape this situation. Some were severely wounded and spat blood, others staggered painfully. Ninetails lowered its head unwillingly, its whole body erupting in flames, trying to hold onto its last shred of consciousness. The AISA exotic beast also struggled to stand up. "How can I possibly lose to you here?" Ninetails then retorted forcefully. "You can't possibly win against me." However, Ninetails' eyes suddenly gradually turned black. It completely unleashed its power. At this moment, Darkness's system panel suddenly appeared. Assimilation activated, consuming 50 million evolution points. A colossal energy burst forth, enveloping the entire area. Uzio questioned in confusion, "What exactly are you doing?" Darkness excitedly raised its voice, "You'll find out in a moment." As soon as it finished speaking, a familiar foot appeared not far away. Uzio looked back in confusion. It was Flash. Uzio was very surprised by the current situation. It curiously called Flash's name. Suddenly, Flash, without a word, charged aggressively. Uzio reacted quickly, immediately summoning vines to block the attack. Flash roared furiously. It was then that Darkness, gloating, calmly explained everything to Uzio. "Assimilation is controlling the minds of other creatures. Now all your subordinates will become my clones." Uzio's eyes widened in disbelief. "You!" Just then, another pillar of fire shot from afar. Uzio hastily erected a barrier of earth element. It was shocked, a terrible guess forming in its mind. Upon seeing who it was, this guess was quickly confirmed. Ninetails. Darkness gloated. "The show has just begun." Ninetails had completely lost its mind. It roared furiously. It rushed to Uzio with the fastest speed. Ninetails opened its mouth and spat fire, and Flash simultaneously used its move, Sixfold Slash. All attacks rushed towards Uzio. Just as Uzio was still struggling to resist, another pair of hands slammed onto the ground. Earth element. As expected, that attack continued to rush towards Uzio. Uzio turned its head in shock, immediately seeing the fierce and emotionless faces of White Tiger and Ching Gang. All the awakened individuals and exotic beasts under Uzio's command simultaneously rushed up to surround it, putting Uzio in a very difficult position. It anxiously called out the names of White Tiger, Shaolon, and Bronze. But Thorn and Ling Feng, as if they had lost their minds, charged forward with murderous intent. They attacked Uzio without mercy. Darkness triumphantly suggested, "Kill them and you won't be held back anymore." "How about that proposal, Uzio?" Uzio roared furiously. "Shut up." Immediately after, it used vines to control all those creatures, unleashing Ripe Fruit Realm. After doing so, it aggressively charged towards its main target, Darkness. It knew in its heart that it had to resolve this quickly, otherwise everyone would die. Only by defeating Darkness could this be lifted. Uzio frantically shot out vines trying to capture Darkness. 9 Great Root. Just then, Zixian, who was being controlled, suddenly jumped out to block its path. Uzio panicked and quickly stopped its attack. "Old 9, get out of the way!" Just then, Darkness unleashed a powerful move. Perfectly executed, without a single flaw. It grinned triumphantly. "Ha ha 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 ha, Uzio, you hesitated. Can you still win like this?" Watching Uzio struggle and wobble to its feet, it kept provoking, "It must feel terrible to be betrayed by your own people, right? All the pain you're enduring, I've already experienced." As soon as it finished speaking, it continued its attack. Blade of Destruction, consuming 2 million evolution points. Uzio, before it could recover its strength, had to face the next wave of attacks. Darkness exerted all its might to strike down. A colossal energy surged towards Uzio. Fortunately, Uzio evolved and strengthened its body in time. It gritted its teeth and resisted. At the same time, all the surrounding scenery affected by that power was leveled. After the explosion, a thick layer of dust spread, obscuring visibility. Darkness opened its eyes curiously, observing, and to its surprise, those exotic beasts were calmly lying within several energy spheres. Darkness was shocked and disbelieving. You actually still had spare energy to protect them. Uzio's figure gradually emerged from the smoke. It was severely wounded, covered in cracks. Uzio secretly checked its spiritual energy. It now only had 1.03 million left. It gasped with difficulty, its spiritual energy almost depleted, and that previous state made its body even heavier. Then it looked up at those exotic beasts. At least let everyone. Before it could finish, it was suddenly tightly constricted by something. Darkness arrogantly proclaimed, "Even if you protect them now, they'll die eventually. From the beginning this was just a game. I never considered you my opponent." It emphasized like a madman, "This is not something you can stop." Spiritual energy 50 million, evolution points 35 million. Just as it was rambling, the blood moon was already very close to Earth. "As long as this planet keeps rotating with day and night, can you stop that too?" It lifted Uzio, asking triumphantly. "It's all over, understand?" Uzio heard this and began to gather its strength, dissipating with regret and unwillingness. Uzio stood still as if accepting its fate. "Have I really lost? If I die, will everyone else die too?" Even at this moment, it still thought of others. Just then, someone suddenly hit Darkness's side. That attack completely deflected Darkness's move. Uzio broke free from Darkness's control and was immediately caught by a hard bird's beak. It was White Crane, desperately rushing to rescue Uzio. Darkness glared angrily. Another one slipped through the net. Forgotten. It quickly controlled several flying exotic beasts to pursue. They opened their mouths and released shockwaves, but White Crane cleverly dodged them. Unfortunately, before flying far, the enlarged face of Bull Demon suddenly appeared before it. Bull Demon fiercely struck White Crane with its large axe. White Crane and Uzio plummeted to the ground together. It struggled to stand up, trembling, facing Bull Demon and Imperial Crocodile. White Crane was severely wounded, coughing continuously, while Bull Demon and Imperial Crocodile roared simultaneously again. Uzio painstakingly stammered, "White Crane, run quickly, you are no match for Bull Demon." White Crane did not obey. Its will was exceptionally firm. "I won't run," Darkness exclaimed in surprise. "Oh!" White Crane spread its wings, stating its attitude. "At that time we must be prepared to sacrifice ourselves here. If our existence hinders this battle, then defeat us along with them." Uzio's eyes widened in astonishment. Although White Crane coughed blood, it was still very stubborn. "We are not here to be a burden, we appeared here for victory." Inspired by White Crane's courage, Uzio also struggled to stand up, supported by vines. "Right, White Crane, you are right. We still have hope." Darkness watched this tragic spectacle with cold eyes and growled, "You really keep giving yourself hope, don't you?" As soon as it finished speaking, it directly grabbed White Crane's body, then simultaneously grabbed all the surrounding exotic beasts with an extremely cruel expression. "With this move, I'll bury all your hope right here." Fusion. Darkness concentrated its spiritual energy, attempting to absorb all the exotic beasts into its body. White Crane frantically struggled and cried for help. "Master!" Uzio anxiously shouted a command. "Stop!" Darkness. Suddenly, it was repelled by a demonic energy. Darkness glared and said in a deep voice, "Don't interfere." The surrounding exotic beasts were successively swallowed by Darkness, their bodies resisting weakly. "What is this? Damn it!" Even Arlang couldn't escape. More and more exotic beasts were successfully captured by Darkness. Spirit Flower, mutated wild boar, and honey badger were no exception. Purple Scythe, being further away, fortunately escaped this calamity. It was astonished to feel that all the spiritual energy on the surrounding continent had disappeared. It was both vigilant and curious, but dared not approach further. What exactly happened up front? The atmosphere on the battlefield was incomparably bleak at this moment, with countless roars of different exotic beasts echoing. Only Darkness gloated and enjoyed it. "All creatures will eventually become a part of me." Uzio was exhausted, unable to do anything but watch its companions gradually disappear. Suddenly, Darkness's body mutated again at this moment. Uzio's eyes widened in horror, seeing Darkness's appearance swell terrifyingly, looking like a malignant tumor. Uzio was completely stunned. Darkness felt satisfied. "All living beings have been absorbed. This feeling of power is truly good." Saying this, it raised a foot and precisely stomped on Uzio. Darkness's eyes glinted maliciously. Earth's magnetic field had already begun to gradually disappear, and Earth's lifespan was only 20 minutes left. At the same time, the blood moon had approached very closely, signaling an unprecedented demise. Suddenly, countless vines drilled out from underground, pushing away Darkness's foot. Uzio gritted its teeth and shouted, "Darkness!" Unfortunately, before a few seconds passed, it was smashed to pieces by Darkness's massive palm. Its face split directly in half. Darkness easily picked up half of Uzio's head with 2 fingers. It laughed wildly with joy. "You look just like an ant now." Uzio resentfully struggled to summon more vines. It tried to attack Darkness's hand, but it looked like tickling. Darkness gloated, still struggling. Do you really still have hope? All living beings will have their ultimate destination. It felt volcanoes erupting due to the influence of the blood moon. In addition, tsunamis also began to opportunistically swallow cities. Darkness continued its logic, therefore death. It did not forget the awakened individuals and exotic beasts who had once tried to eliminate it. Darkness growled, concluding, is the final outcome. As soon as it finished speaking, it once again concentrated its power. Yu-Zio anxiously watched as the dark energy released by Darkness grew larger and larger, and it cursed nonstop. Damn it, damn it. Immediately after, Darkness rapidly released its spiritual energy. Yu-Zio, caught by it, couldn't dodge and could only face it helplessly. 1 second later the impact arrived as expected. Suddenly the surrounding space solidified. Yu-Zio, still unaware at this moment, closed its eyes in fear. After a while it realized something was wrong. It opened its eyes in horror, curiously looking around. Seeing the still scenery before it, it confirmed that time had stopped. No, the entire space-time had been frozen. Just then the system suddenly appeared before it. The system asked, Yu-Zio, do you want to win? Yu-Zio was dazed, not having time to process it. Huh? It really wanted to ask the system if they still had hope of turning the tables. The system didn't answer directly, but instructed, follow me. With that, the system used its power to teleport Yu-Zio away. It brought Yu-Zio to a high rock. The sky there was dyed with the warm colors of a sunset. Yu-Zio was stunned. Where was this? The system calmly explained. This is 129,600 years ago. This is the era when history broke. This year is when Darkness was born. Yu-Zio was utterly shocked. What? It didn't understand. I actually time traveled again. The system denied that it was time travel, but rather a holographic projection. The system looked at the peaceful world before it, its tone slow as if telling a story. Darkness existed on a highly civilized planet, appearing for some reason. Its planet faced destruction, and Darkness escaped before the planet was destroyed, coming to Earth. Earth was then in the Cretaceous period, and the system also showed Yu-Zio Mars. The predecessor of its species planet was Mars. Yu-Zio was aghast, and the system kindly reminded, there's no need to be incredulous. It continued the unfinished story. After countless ages, Darkness awoke. Darkness then had its first contact with a human girl, coincidentally saving her and giving her an item. The image of an indistinct girl gradually appeared in the system's data. The first human to possess a system in history was born here, its voice still pronounced steadily. But that girl, while possessing the system, also experienced another event. The system activated, and the spiritual energy tide began to emerge again. Yu-Zio was dumbfounded. Does activating the system lead to the birth of the tide? The system frankly admitted, yes, just as your initial birth also led to the restoration of spiritual energy, it recalled nostalgically. Then the world entered the era of cultivation and magic, and it couldn't even forget a very special person. And the girl who was given the system by Darkness back then had become an absolute powerhouse. Its voice contained many things. Over the years, Darkness also kept its distance from humans. Both sides lived in peace, but as time passed and Darkness grew, the system sighed that the miasma it emitted contained a large amount of poison gas. Just thinking about it sent shivers down the system's spine wherever it went. Trees withered, creatures were poisoned and died, and after death these creatures would become its evolution points, making it stronger and larger. Yu-Zio wondered, was there no way to control the poison gas emitted by Darkness? The system was forced to admit, as long as it's a living creature, it will emit an aura. This cannot be changed. But it also let Yu-Zio know an important thing. That girl also knew that if left unchecked, sooner or later all living beings in this world would die out. Yu-Zio keenly sensed that she betrayed it, and the system did not hide anything. Yes, that battle also gathered all powerhouses. It recalled the breathtaking tragedy of that day, the intensity of the battlefield where the smell of blood could be detected even 10 miles away, lasting for a month. The system was filled with emotion, and until the last moment only Darkness and the girl remained on the battlefield. At that time, Darkness desperately cried out in plea. Ling, stop it quickly. It looked at the girl before it with heartache, constantly persuading, if this continues you will die. Ling, in tears, loudly provoked, Darkness, if you don't come and kill me, I will kill you. Yu-Zio was also well aware of the feelings of both at that time. On one side was the survival of humanity and on the other a once good friend. Whatever decision she made, she would be a sinner. Both fought with immense pain and its voice seemed a little choked. That battle was ultimately won by humans. The system disapproved, slowly narrating the next part. Darkness watched as the girl was about to lose her life and finally chose to give up resisting. Yu-Zio was utterly shocked. You mean humans ultimately couldn't defeat Darkness? The system confirmed that for that girl it eventually sealed itself away. The system used its abilities to let Yu-Zio see the ending for itself. Ling was covered in blood at the time, exhausted, leaning against a rock. She painstakingly lifted her eyes and whispered, Little Blackie. Darkness was in tears, filled with immense pain in its heart. I don't want to be separated from Ling. I'm afraid of being alone again, locked in the darkness. Ling also cried when she heard this, but she had no choice. Darkness cried more and more as it spoke. It painfully poured out its true feelings, but because of my existence, Ling has to fight, which makes me even more upset. Ling listened to every word it said with sorrow. I've thought it over carefully. If I continue to exist, sooner or later I will harm Ling. Darkness firmly resolved. I cannot let this happen, so only my choice to leave is the best outcome. Lingling hastily covered her face with her hands, sobbing painfully. Suddenly a tentacle reached out to her, unraveling some green energy beads. Darkness carefully helped her heal. I no longer have evolution points to directly restore your injuries, but this will make you feel a little better. Lingling had nothing to say, only whispering goodbye. Goodbye, little Blackie. Before leaving completely, Darkness didn't forget to admonish, you must live a very, very long time. Lingling never expected that at that very moment a sharp sword would pierce straight through Lingling's body. Darkness's eyes widened in a daze, and Lingling painfully spat out a mouthful of blood. It was the green-haired man who did it. Greed was evident on his face and in his voice. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Give me your system. I won't let spiritual energy disappear along with darkness. I know you don't care about any of this, but I cannot. Darkness furiously ordered, Bastard, stop it. Another man jumped out from somewhere. Hey, don't even think about keeping it all to yourself. Both of them put on a righteous facade. Sorry, Lingling, this is also for our sect. With that, the green-haired man gritted his teeth and raised his sword. Before you die, do one last good deed. Darkness watched the cruel scene in a daze, seeing Lingling's head gently fly into the air. Darkness completely erupted, madly roaring, no, don't touch her body, stop it. It angrily remembered the faces of those evil people, while continuously cursing, I will kill you, I will kill you. Ah, but at that moment it was completely sealed. Yu Zio was utterly stunned. Looking at Lingling's incomplete corpse, it could hardly believe its eyes. Humans actually dismembered its most beloved person right in front of Darkness. The system slowly added, people from different sects took the girl's body to different places. When they wanted to prevent Darkness from being sealed, the problem of spiritual energy disappearing, Yu Zio lowered its eyes and whispered, the reason Darkness hates humans. I finally understand. The system kept telling the story. But how can the laws of nature allow humans to change the disappearance of spiritual energy? People of this era also began to decline, the system's voice rang steadily, and the survivors were the exotic beasts raised by the girl who repaired the seal every 3,000 years. Yu Zio thought carefully, I now know the process of darkness from birth to being sealed, but relying solely on this I still don't know how to defeat darkness. The system could only gently remind. Darkness relies on the death of creatures to gain evolution points. If no creatures die, it cannot gain evolution points. Yu Zio was even more annoyed when it heard this. This was simply impossible, but the system was unfazed. It retorted, yes, but the cost is also very great. I can help you. Yu Zio was curious. What's the cost? The system frankly did not hide it. You will become the new darkness, replacing it in this world, so this planet will not be imbalanced by the loss of darkness, Yu Zio retorted. Is this your plan? You gave me the system. Why me? The system said in a deep voice. Because I saw the future, a future where you can win. As soon as it finished speaking, it quickly transmitted a large amount of magic power into Yu Zio's body. Receive this new power. At this moment, Yu Zio clearly felt its body filled with power. The system asked, now that you understand everything about darkness, what do you plan to do? Yu Zio said decisively, defeat it and then rescue it. The system was speechless. Yu Zio seriously asked, now can you tell me who you are? The system screen suddenly vibrated, and 1 second later it actually transformed into a young girl. Yu Zio's eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, so the system is Lingling transformed? Lingling gently countered. Now you probably understand everything, right? Yu Zio suddenly realized, finally understanding everything, all of it. It confidently declared, soon I will end this millennia-old grudge. Meanwhile, in the vitality space the three of them were still trapped. He Xiaoling hammered the barrier powerlessly, her hands covered in blood, but she didn't care. Isa coldly advised, don't struggle, it's useless, your master has lost. She seemed to have given up, staring wearily at the sky. Soon this space will also shrink, crushing us together, and we will be buried here. He Xiaoling was unwilling, crying out in heartache, Master! Suddenly the two surrounding them were enveloped in a warm yellow light. The two looked at each other in a daze, neither knowing what was happening. He Xiaoling was stunned and frozen. Isa was equally shocked. Power was overflowing from the space again. Could it be that they were returning to the moment darkness was delivering its final blow to Yu Zio, screaming loudly, it's over, Yu Zio! Suddenly a strong beam of light shot out from its shattered body. Darkness was terrified. Before its eyes countless purple giant vines were continuously writhing. Darkness stammered in fear. What? More and more vines surged out. It landed steadily. The psychics in the distance seemed to sense something. They were surprised and confused. Why is the spiritual energy suddenly surging so much? They looked at the state of the surrounding creatures, all stunned, and even two exotic beasts felt fear. At this moment, everyone had a common question. To what extent was the battle ahead fierce? Yu Zio's entire body was covered in purplish-black light spots. These markings were the symbol of its new identity. Its eyes were filled with determination to win. Darkness truly couldn't understand, anxiously questioning, why do you have this power? What on earth are you? Yu Zio explained in a deep voice. To defeat you, I have returned from hell. It softly called Darkness's name, but then seemed to remember something and hastily corrected itself. No, I should call you Little Blackie, Yu Zio emphasized word for word. When this familiar name was called out, Darkness instantly froze. It trembled as it asked, where did you learn that name? However, Yu Zio only said a provocative sentence, there's much more you don't know. This successfully enraged Darkness. It madly roared, waving its tentacles to attack, refusing to let it speak. Facing that rage, Uzio had no intention of dodging. It merely waved its hand and a beam of light immediately shot out. That attack not only severed a series of Darkness's tentacles but also directly cut off its head. Darkness's massive body was sent flying a distance. Darkness painfully spat out a large mouthful of blood. Uzio's feet confidently stepped forward one by one. It clenched its hands, promising, "I will not let you have your way." With that, a terrifying magic power halo emanated from its palm. That black circle grew larger and larger, easily covering the entire area. Darkness looked up in a daze. "This move is," Uzio calmly explained to it. "Time freeze and instant also stop time simultaneously. The difference is that it doesn't consume spiritual energy." Darkness angrily retorted, "You're just buying a little time." Assuming Darkness hadn't fully realized its disadvantageous situation, Uzio continued to explain, "Now that time is sealed, there's no spiritual energy for you to provide evolution points. You can't activate any skills at all." However, Darkness was unfazed, still stubbornly insisting, "Do you think you can defeat me like this? Dream on. My body has absorbed a large number of exotic beasts, and even without the system I can defeat you." With that, it decisively unleashed Shadow Blade. Uzio remained in a state of readiness to counterattack. Refinement. Darkness was startled. Uzio's body grew enormous, easily striking it, and a lightning punch hit Darkness, causing blood to immediately splash from its body. It furiously gathered spiritual energy, activating its ultimate move. Inferno Body. Petrified lightning descends. No sooner had it spoken than it fiercely counterattacked Zio. Unfortunately, Zio had already preempted and subdued it. Zio relaxed one hand, and with a slow movement it unleashed its attack under Darkness's horrified gaze. Willow Leaf. With the last word, its voice rose as if to throw a flying knife with all its might, and Darkness's entire body was easily split in half like cutting a cake. The spiritual energy emitted by Zio was powerful enough to trigger an earth-shattering explosion. Suddenly a red light pierced through the explosion. Heavenly Eye. Zio, quick to react, immediately blocked with vines. Darkness was utterly enraged at this moment, roaring, "Exotic tree!" Zio seized the opportunity, slammed its hand to the ground and bellowed, "Ice Age!" Darkness's body was once again torn apart by sharp ice pillars. It was horrified to find the ice was harder than before. It was forced to quickly use the system's hyper-regeneration, consuming 50,000 evolution points, leaving 2.3 million. Zio gravely reminded, "It's not over yet." As soon as it spoke, countless powerful light pillars erupted from underground, piercing through Darkness's body. Light pillar Darkness was hit, screaming in agony, "Damn it!" Immediately after, it unleashed a new move, Blazing Sun Red Lotus Thunder, consuming 400,000 evolution points, leaving 1.9 million. Darkness's entire body was enveloped in a purple lightning sphere hovering above Zio's head. Darkness cursed, "I'll make the entire planet suffer with me." No sooner had it spoken than a gigantic hand suddenly rushed over, tightly gripping one of its eyes. Zio spread its right hand behind its back, secretly accumulating energy. It roared with determination, "I will never let that happen." With that, it punched Darkness's side fiercely. Darkness coughed in pain. In fact, it was very curious. What happened? Why did it suddenly become so powerful? It widened its eyes and carefully observed Zio's entire body, trying to find clues. What exactly happened to it? However, after a long time it still couldn't see any difference. It could only roar resentfully, "You won't win against me. Purchase skill nullification." Unexpectedly, its body showed no response. The system panel displayed, explaining why nullification could not be used. Darkness's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. The system continued to notify that this space blockade could not be nullified. While it was still stunned, another attack flew over, directly hitting its face. Its body fell heavily backward. Darkness still couldn't believe it was true. It kept asking itself, why was this happening? What exactly was going on? It stubbornly tried again to purchase hyper-regeneration, but the system panel still gave the same result. Purchase failed. Darkness's eyes were nearly popping out. It continuously tried various skills, but each time a failure prompt sounded. Purchase healing, purchase failed. Purchase vitality power, purchase failed. Regeneration, purchase failed. Darkness's entire body trembled with fear. This had never happened before. What went wrong? It frantically questioned Zio. "What did you do to me?" Zio did not answer its question. The surrounding vines had transformed into beast heads, opening their mouths to gather power. Zio affirmed, "I will not let you destroy everything." It confidently declared, "I will end you here." Zio seemed to be speaking its final words to Darkness. "I understand why you hate humans, but you shouldn't make all creatures suffer with them. Goodbye, Darkness." No sooner had it spoken than those beast head vines simultaneously unleashed energy, all rushing towards Darkness. The next second, Darkness's head exploded directly. Its entire body was hit, sliding back several meters. Unexpectedly, Darkness was still reaching out and struggling. Zio could hardly believe it. Darkness roared frantically, "Even if you protect humanity now, one day they will turn against you. Humans are more powerful than you think." It stood up from the ground, still chattering, "That's why I killed them." Looking at the situation before it, Zio depressedly tisked, pushed to this side. At that moment, the moon had already collided with the space barrier Zio created. It was anxious. If this continued, it would surely be a tough battle. Suddenly, Darkness's body automatically tore itself apart, truly terrified. Screamed nonstop, "My body!" The system tremblingly notified. System failure, virus invasion. Unexpectedly, the exotic beasts previously devoured by Darkness were gradually being released. Darkness shrieked in pain. Zio was also very confused. What happened? Darkness's body was still releasing. It frowned, contemplating grimly. Just then, the white jade elephant's soul appeared and explained, "That's the system's virus. Back then, to counter Darkness, a part of our ancestors' power was implanted." Seeing Darkness struggling painfully, the white jade elephant's voice still rang out steadily. "The bloodline passed down through generations has finally come in handy today." Suddenly, Darkness's body exploded, and a terrifying black smoke flew out from within. Another soul also escaped from Darkness's body. It was Fox Mirror. Darkness angrily questioned, "King of automatons, what exactly are you doing? Do you want to die here?" But Fox Mirror ignored its words, just kept shouting to remind Zio, "King of exotic trees, now's your chance." Even Ninetails took the opportunity to break free. It ran to Zio's side. "Master?" Zio looked at it in surprise. Ninetails, another person, quickly appeared beside it. "We're almost there." Zio recognized Flash. Countless other exotic beasts rescued by Zio chorused, "Deal with it, Master Divine Tree." Zio was deeply moved. Everyone. Darkness saw this scene and roared furiously, "Everyone is pushing me to this extent. Why? I won't accept this." It tried to sow discord. "Big fish eat little fish, isn't that your way? So isn't everything I've done correct? Don't forget. As long as I die, the spiritual energy in this world will disappear." Zio smiled and denied, "That won't happen." Darkness found it utterly incomprehensible. It didn't understand. Zio had to explain in more detail. "I will become you but not transform into you. Darkness, you are the one reaching the end." With that, it stomped fiercely on the ground, filled with fighting spirit. Zio opened its mouth wide, gathering all its power. Darkness immediately felt afraid, struggling to dodge. "Let me go, King of automatons." Fox Mirror ignored it, instead comforting it. "With me accompanying you, you won't be alone in hell anymore." 1 second later, Zio had completed its preparations. It and countless beast head vines simultaneously looked up and unleashed spiritual energy. Darkness was hit, its body gradually dissipating into nothingness. Before leaving, it suddenly saw Lingling's figure flying beside Zio. She pursed her lips sadly, her face filled with pitiful desolation. Darkness was astonished and gently, tentatively called out, "Lingling." It struggled to speak its last words. "I miss you very much." It sincerely wished, "I don't want to be separated from you again." At this moment, Darkness had truly completely left the human world. Zio was stunned for a moment, then looked up at the sky. Suddenly, a tiny circle appeared in the air, slowly approaching Zio. That circle was like a small black hole, shimmering with deep light. Just then, the system appeared again to remind Zio, "This is Darkness's core, devour it." Zio didn't hesitate, quickly reaching out to catch the circle. It still had questions after devouring it. "Will the spiritual essence become my evolution points?" The system denied and explained, "No, its system will become your system, and I will completely disappear. From then on, Darkness will no longer appear and the spiritual energy in this world will not disappear." Zio was very surprised. "I will have Darkness's system, so I can become a purchaser?" The system denied again. "Unfortunately, only the system is the same, but your program is different from Darkness's, so you will remain unchanged." Zio silently looked at the small circle in its hand. It sadly asked again, "What do you mean by you will disappear?" The system frankly answered, "Like the end of a human lifespan. I will eventually go where I belong." Zio was unwilling. It didn't want this at all. "Is there no better way?" The system shook its head. "This is the best method I could think of under the current circumstances." With that, it gradually transformed into Lingling's appearance. "I am very happy to fight alongside you at the last moment." She gently requested one last thing. "For this last moment, please send me off again." Zio was silent for a moment, then sincerely thanked it. "Thank you for your help all these years." Lingling smiled gently in farewell. Immediately after, 2 dazzling beams of light collided. The surrounding virtual space immediately showed cracks. Those cracks gradually spread outwards, then completely erupted. Lingling's soul flew into the void air. Darkness's soul had already appeared. It called out happily, "Lingling, over here." It spoke many cheerful words and also firmly promised, "I've been waiting for you here all this time, afraid you wouldn't find your way. This time we'll never be separated again." Lingling was very surprised, but soon she smiled gently again. She carefully hugged Darkness, also promising, never separated again, forever. On Zayu's side, countless energies suddenly erupted within its body. After a moment, a series of golden spiritual energy orbs were shot out. Those orbs floated in the air, and inside were the familiar exotic beasts. Zishan's brother also lay peacefully resting in one of the light orbs, but as soon as the orb shattered, it suddenly woke up with a start, then shouted loudly, "Darkness, die!" It lowered its head and accidentally saw Zixian and others leisurely walking ahead. It quickly rushed over and choked Zishan's neck. "Brother, you were controlled. I'm here to save you." Zixian painfully tried to break free from its arm. "I can't breathe." The Australian exotic beast also panted exhaustedly, surprisingly looking around. What on earth was going on here on Earth on a patrolling battleship? People were shocked and looked up at the sky together. Look! They witnessed the blood moon gradually moving away from Earth, cheering happily. "The moon is gone." Seth also stood silently observing. He carefully sensed that Darkness's aura had disappeared. The exotic beasts won, and at this moment at Zayu's residence it had transformed back into its divine tree form. Spirit Flower, Nine Tails and Arctic White Bear silently stood guard nearby. He Xiaoling hesitated and called out, "Master." Luo Gubenson, on the other hand, gritted his teeth. The other twin kings of exotic beasts were extremely surprised by the current situation. Stammered, the king lost, impossible." It furiously rushed forward, wanting to destroy 2 battleships in a fit of rage, continuously roaring, "The king cannot lose." But before it could even touch the side of the ship, it was shattered into pieces. Before it could recover, others were already preparing to charge. The twin kings thus took 2 punches head-on. Its hard armor was easily shattered, and it painfully opened its mouth wide. Then others agilely flew into the air, then unleashed countless cannonballs. That sea area immediately experienced a violent explosion. The Twin Kings and Octopus King stood there in horror, staring at the tragic scene before them. Octopus King urgently ordered, "Retreat first. The Twin Kings are here, and even the king lost, so we're no match either." It also didn't forget to mention the large snakes and fox mirror attacking ahead, not to mention other sea beasts helping. All sea beasts followed orders, quickly turning around and fleeing. "Retreat!" They scrambled to dive into the sea, and the people on the shore were astonished. Watching the teams of sea beasts swim away, they cheered. The sea beasts are retreating, but at this moment Fox Mirror was also severely wounded, exhaustedly coughing up blood. Large Snake asked worriedly, "Brother Jingla, are you alright?" Fox Mirror's tone carried unconcealed sadness. "It's just that all my kin have died." Large Snake truly didn't know what to say to comfort it. Green Dragonfly gazed at the horizon. The mainland was still glowing. Zio seemed to be busy with something. Suddenly the system panel popped up a notification. System successfully replaced. At the same time, Zayu's face suddenly turned green, and lightning energy emanated around it. On Earth, another beautiful day began. In Australia, after defeating darkness, the entire world ushered in a period of temporary peace. In front of the large screen hanging in the center of the square, thousands of people crowded together to watch the latest news. All automatons had returned to Australia. Humanity finally welcomed hope from despair. In this incident, the total human death toll reached 5 million. Prosperous cities became desolate after the war. Australia was ultimately left with only 7 countries. Battleships lined up to return to the mainland. All countries that participated in this great war gradually withdrew their troops. The exotic beasts also returned on ships, including exotic beasts from other factions. 5 days later, on Zayu's main body, Honey Badger yawned comfortably. Other exotic beasts also calmly looked up at the blue sky. He Xiaoling walked up to Zio. She had a question. "Master, now that darkness has been defeated, do we still need to stay in Australia?" Zio hesitated. "We need to wait a bit longer here." It seemed incredibly excited. Since it rarely came to Australia, of course it wanted to subdue the exotic beasts here. He Xiaoling nodded. "You can also notify them, I understand. Then I'll take my people and leave first. Darkness left too many messes this time, and I need to go back to deal with them." Yu Zio gently handed her 2 bottles of medicine, not forgetting to praise. "Take these life essences. Your subordinates did very well this time." He Xiaoling blankly reached out to take them when suddenly a pair of giant feet appeared next to her. It was the divine beasts and the white jade elephant, at this moment on the willow tree. Countless willow branches unfurled, looking incredibly lush. He Xiaoling paused and turned her head. "Little white elephant," the white jade elephant explained softly. "Xiaoling, they've come to bid farewell to the divine tree." Yu Zio listened, very puzzled, and didn't forget to ask, "Are you leaving so soon? Are your injuries better? It's fine to hold on for a while longer." The divine beast Flood Dragon respectfully lowered its head. Yu Zio, we should thank you. You ended tens of thousands of years of conflict." Yu Zio listened quietly. The divine beast Zilong quickly continued. It calmly looked up and sighed. "From now on, our descendants will no longer have to bear such a heavy fate." Yu Zio then asked curiously, "What do you plan to do next? Will you still stay in Misty Mountain?" Zilong slowly replied, "Thank you for your kindness, but we may continue to stay in Tianshan. However, when you need us, we will certainly help." Yu Zio nodded. "That's good too." After speaking, the 2 divine beasts quickly bid farewell and then disappeared. "Well then, goodbye." Yu Zio sighed regretfully. "What a pity. If they could become my subordinates, how wonderful would that be?" Immediately after, the white jade elephant also turned to He Xiaoling. "Well then, Xiaoling." He Xiaoling understood, speaking first. "Master, let's go." Watching the 2 figures slowly flying in the air, Yu Zio pouted disdainfully. "How annoying. They can fly anywhere." Meanwhile, in the spacious headquarters building of the Washa Federation, the high-ranking official's expression was very solemn, and his voice was heavy. "I never expected us to win. Darkness was really defeated by the exotic tree." He and several senior leaders were staring at the willow tree on the computer screen. "There will no longer be any existence on this planet that can contend with it." Speaking of this, he suddenly felt a bit fortunate. Fortunately, it didn't want to fight humanity. Then he prayed in a deep voice, hoping it wouldn't be necessary in the future either. He had always wanted a day like this. The sky above the Free Federation was azure and sun-drenched. At the same time, Irene was diligently reporting documents to the ASO governor. Currently, after the disasters in the AIA countries, rescue operations have begun. She quickly selected a document and handed it over. "A document has been drafted regarding the handling of UN work and rescue matters. Please review it." The governor of Ochung read it and immediately decided to send troops to be stationed there. It is currently unclear whether Australia's exotic beasts will pose a threat to the populace. Irene cautiously reminded, the other 5 countries will not agree. This might bring unnecessary trouble. But he decisively interrupted, insisting on his opinion. Don't worry about it. All countries are currently preoccupied with the destruction caused by the automatons. Now is the time for us to act, he loudly ordered, citing the protection of world safety to dispatch a combat division and armored cavalry. Irene had no choice but to obey. Yes. Meanwhile, in the vitality space at Yu Ziyu's residence, Yu Ziyu walked opposite Isa. She spoke softly. I didn't expect you to actually win, Yu Ziyu calmly corrected. It was a very difficult victory. Isa felt very puzzled. The king just wanted to live. I never felt it did anything wrong. Yu Ziyu nodded in agreement. From your perspective, that is indeed the case. Saying this, it slowly controlled the vines to release Isa. At this moment she could also feel, now you and the king are one, continuously emitting the king's spiritual energy. After speaking, she respectfully bowed, loyally placing her hand on her chest. Please allow me to serve you from now on. Yu Ziyu looked at her for a long time and after a while softly said, Isa. Isa closed her eyes, saying nothing more. Yu Ziyu quickly returned to reality and a pair of flaming feet slowly approached. It was Nine Tails. It casually reported, Master, I've brought them. A series of different exotic beasts appeared behind it. Yu Ziyu glanced at them, then commented nonchalantly, Behemoth and Red Lotus the platypus, both of these exotic beasts are worth nurturing. Nine Tails quickly continued, besides them there are other Australian exotic beasts willing to join us. Yu Ziyu took another look and felt a bit disappointed. Sigh, why isn't the kangaroo leader here or that cat in the trench coat? Nine Tails hesitated. I let them go. Back on the bloody and tragic battlefield, a heavy breathing permeated the air. The kangaroo beast was severely wounded, resting against a rock. The black cat beast beside it worriedly cautioned, Rest a bit, your injuries are severe. Suddenly, Zixian appeared from nowhere, startling them. Found you, you really are here. The black cat beast vigilantly prepared to attack. I knew it, they couldn't be so kind as to let us go, come on. Zixian, seeing the situation was not good, quickly waved its hand to explain. Wait, I'm not here to fight, I'm here to deliver a message. Saying this, it threw a small bottle of medicine to the black cat. This is life essence, enough for you all. Big sister asked me to give it to you. Zixian said loudly and clearly, Big sister also said that you will never be her match, and it's a blessing to be alive, so find a place to settle down and don't think about revenge or making a comeback. Its gaze was very serious and its words sounded like a warning. Don't waste this hard-won life. The black cat heard this and went furious, immediately retorting, You stinking shorty. Say that again. It's not certain who will win next time. Unexpectedly, Zixian was actually captivated by the black cat's appearance. It blushed and secretly thought, so cute, but you dare to call me short. Indeed, Shao Ai is the best. Just then, the kangaroo suddenly stood up and admitted, We lost this battle, it said seriously to Zixian. Go tell your big sister that we are already dead. Unexpectedly, the next second it directly crushed the medicine bottle Zixian had given it and turned to leave with the black cat, promising not to bother her again. Zixian quietly watched the two alien exotic beasts leave, its eyes a little lost. It seemed Zixian really wanted to be friends with them. Yu Ziyu observed the situation from the side, pondering, This is too imposing and also very troublesome. It looked at the system, then calculated. This time, defeating darkness yielded a total of 120 million evolution points, truly exaggerated, like a dream. Then it commanded the system, System, I want to strengthen my mist control ability. Yu Ziyu's tree roots began to move, emitting powerful spiritual energy. Mist Beast Undying LV5. Utilizing the mist base as a medium, it can nurture powerful undying mist beasts. Those spiritual energy crystallized into a gigantic aggregate. Surprising Yu Ziyu, as the mist space opened up a new space, the mist gently diffused from that space, instantly transforming into a fierce exotic beast, its form resembling a giant kangaroo. Yu Ziyu widened its eyes, somewhat hesitant. Summoned from the mist space, it only has transcendent rank 3 strength and its appearance is more solidified than before. Just then, White Tiger ran over and joked, Looks very majestic but turns out to be very weak. Yu Ziyu thought for a while and decided to enter the mist space to see. Meanwhile, White Tiger was beaten bloody by it, screaming in panic, Everyone is going to die. After speaking, Yu Ziyu walked into the mist-shrouded space. The roar of an exotic beast's soul echoed within, full of power. Seeing thousands of such souls existing in this space, Yu Ziyu was very surprised. But what is this? It examined those exotic beasts full of thought. Could these be the souls of deceased creatures? That's right, now that I have become an existence like darkness, deceased creatures will gather on me. But what I didn't expect was for them to exist in the mist space. Instantly, the previous mist beast reappeared and the following sight stunned it. The mist beast was absorbing Xiling's soul, which was completely beyond my expectation. As soon as the mist beast devoured the soul, it immediately transformed into a transcendent rank 4 mist beast. Yu Ziyu was somewhat satisfied. This time the mist beast's growth problem is also solved. The appearance of the mist space was a complete surprise, but what I wanted most was the darkness space. Yu Zayu's expression suddenly became serious. If it were the darkness space, perhaps I could find it to solve this. At the cliffside in Australia, the black flood dragon was sitting beside its father. Suddenly, the black flood dragon looked up at the sky as if welcoming something, and it hurriedly said respectfully, "Master." Yu Zayu asked with concern, "How are your injuries?" The black flood dragon replied, "Much better." Its father looked gratefully at Yu Zayu, then spoke. "You saved our father and son. I don't know how to thank you," Yu Zayu said somewhat politely. "It's all something I should do." It sighed inwardly. The vitality of dragons is truly tenacious. As long as the head isn't destroyed, they can fully recover. Then it asked the black flood dragon's father, "Does the Australian black dragon have dark attributed iron ore?" It answered truthfully, "There are mineral resources at the foot of the highest mountain in the northwest," the king used to say. Hearing this, Yu Zayu's eyes lit up. "Excellent." Then it immediately rushed away. "Once I absorb enough dark iron ore, I can truly open the dark space." A moment later, Yu Zayu arrived in the northwest, where towering rocks and gleaming mineral resources were located. Following a huge sound, the top of the mine entrance had already been breached. Yu Zayu walked in, unable to help but exclaim. It cheered excitedly, "Ha ha ha, fantastic. With these I can definitely open the dark space." Yu Zayu ordered Glacier to go together. "Glacier, transport all of this away," it replied without hesitation. Yes, the sky turned to dusk in the blink of an eye, and the last batch of dark ore was successfully transported and heavily placed on the ground. Yu Zayu laughed continuously within the tree. "Haha, excellent." Then it used its tree roots to grab pieces of dark ore and began to absorb them. Subsequently, the dark ore emitted a rich, dark spiritual energy, and Yu Zayu began to break through, its expression incredibly firm. Then various layers of space were opened and a dark space appeared, slowly forming, and then it, like other spaces, expanded. Divine ability. Dark domain. Answer the call of darkness. Descend into darkness, turning an area 10 miles in radius into a dark domain, erasing all perception. The dark space arrived unexpectedly, spreading in all directions, causing all the exotic beasts to howl in terror. They all vigilantly watched the invading darkness. A moment later, the twilight sky had now turned into a beautiful starry sky, and even Yu Zayu couldn't help but exclaim, "Being able to erase all perception, this ability is really good. It can even obscure White Tiger, a transcendent rank 4, making it like a headless fly." Yu Zayu then issued a command, "Cancel activation." It looked at the pile of dark ore, overjoyed. "There's still so much, keep absorbing." Time continued to flow slowly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month passed. In these half a month, what was originally a lifeless desert with large trees sprouting from underground now had a new green forest. Australia was like this, and on the human side, after the darkness incident, a second conference was being held, this time attended by the continent's elites. In Yan City, it was poetic evening. The spiritual energy airship combined spiritual energy and mechanical technology, possessing a defense system that could launch all-round surprise attacks on regional mutant beasts. The director carefully instructed Xiao Ling and others, "This trip to the Free Federation has two purposes. First, to discuss the future direction of humanity after darkness, and second, to address the logistical support issues in Australia." Xiao Ling replied knowingly, "Yes, in Europe, a diverse continent where the most powerful force is the Holy See." The representatives of the Holy See were very excited about this meeting, a world conference. "Finally, I get to meet elites from various countries. I'm really looking forward to it. Didn't we meet during the fight against darkness?" Meanwhile, the 10 Nations Alliance was also ready. "Then let's depart too." In Australia at this moment, Dujin was rapidly flying towards Yu Zayu, holding a message paper in its mouth. Yu Zayu sensed it and extended a branch to take the item. It carefully read the paper. I see. You're using the Federation's name to control magnetism and gather human elites from various countries to discuss the future direction of humanity." Yu Zayu pondered for a while. "Is it because of darkness that they are uniting?" But then it burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, how ridiculous. 100 meetings wouldn't achieve such a thing. And as for humanity's future, haha, it's even more laughable than discovering oil." Yu Zayu kept calculating. "Australia's resources are truly abundant. This desert alone has no less than 20 spiritual stone mines, not only dark element iron ore but also plenty of thunder spiritual stones, but unfortunately there are almost no spiritual stone mines." The 9 major spaces had also expanded considerably, especially the mist space and the dark space, which had increased severalfold. Once these two spaces expanded to 100,000 meters, the true power of the 9 heavenly realms might finally be unleashed, at least partially. With this thought, it commanded 9 Tails. 9 Tails, inform everyone, we leave in 5 days. 9 Tails didn't hesitate, responding, "Understood." Suddenly, Zayu's eyes widened in surprise as if it had discovered something. An unusual fluctuation came from the void tree roots and Zayu immediately went to investigate. Its eyes emitted a glow, revealing a peculiar sight. An odd spherical body had appeared in the void. Zayu cautiously approached to observe. It was very curious. What was happening? There was actually a planet in the void. The void tree roots had been constantly searching the void, breaking through one plane after another, and this time a vibrant world had appeared before its eyes. It had to go and see. From ancient times to the present, humans had been searching for extraterrestrial life, and now, perhaps, it would appear before it. The planet glowed incessantly. Covered in a beautiful blue, beyond the thick clouds, a forest accompanied by vast mountains and seas slowly revealed itself, making the space exquisitely beautiful. A person leisurely walked below, an elf girl with peculiar ears. Zio was shocked to see this. There were elves on this planet. It then returned to its main body, the divine tree. At this moment it was still extremely alarmed and breathless, its mind racing with thoughts. This method of long-distance planetary search indeed consumed a lot of spiritual energy. The race it had just seen resembled elves, but these only existed in ancient texts. Zio still couldn't disengage from the scene it had just witnessed. It never expected to find a living planet in the void, and one with advanced life forms at that. Now it only hoped there were no transcendent rank 6 life forms above. It secretly resolved that although it had defeated darkness, that was with the system's help. Now it could only rely on itself and had to continue to grow stronger. Suddenly Zishin's voice came again. "Master, Jinglaw wants to see you." Zio then went to the depths of the ocean. It asked Jinglaw with confusion, "Do you need me for something?" Jinglaw said bluntly, "Master, the ocean is now under our influence and many sea beasts want to join us. 5 of the 7 sea kings have now fallen, and internal power struggles are ongoing in various regions. If we seize this opportunity, we can certainly divide the 7 clans and conquer the deep sea." Zio looked at the vast ocean and agreed. Darkness had been eliminated, and it was time to make a move on the deep sea. Then it turned its head and continued to ask Jinglaw, "By the way, where's Great Snake?" At this moment a gigantic wave higher than Zio's head suddenly surged from the seabed. The wave made it pause repeatedly, exclaiming, "It's the transcendent rank 4 mutated Great Snake. The legendary bloodline embodying disaster. The bloodline of any great snake can absorb negative emotions, continuously growing. Its innate talent, ultimate fear, allows it to absorb fear to grow and recover its body the moment its bloodline awakens. Its special ability is Fatal Toxin, a poison beyond human comprehension. It can corrode all condensed fear. When its 8 eyes gaze upon an enemy, fear is amplified infinitely, completely destroying the enemy's mental defenses. The great snake's scales are like fragments of dragon scales, granting it astonishing defensive power. The great snake fights more ferociously the longer it fights. When its blood ignites, it will definitely lose control." Zio looked at the great snake immensely pleased. "You already have 8 heads. You've grown too fast, somewhat beyond my imagination. It still grows by feeding on fear," the 9-headed great snake respectfully said to Zio. "I reached rank 4 after fighting darkness. I feed on fear. The more fear I capture, the faster I grow." Seeing this, Zio instructed, "Now that you've grown to this extent, you no longer need to stay at the bottom of the sea. Go back and operate with White Tiger." The great snake obediently replied yes. Then it turned to Jinglaw, not forgetting to give orders. "Jinglaw, constantly monitor the movements in the deep sea and protect your strength." Suddenly, Little Blue and White Tiger rushed over from somewhere, shouting loudly, "Humans!" Zio was somewhat surprised and turned its head. Little Blue, the little girl, urgently shouted, "Darkness's subordinates are here again." Darkness's masked subordinate came to meet Zio. Zio was somewhat surprised and asked, "Are you saying you want to join us?" It answered without hesitation, "That's right." Then it respectfully removed its hood as if to repay the kindness of sparing its friend. "From now on I will only serve you." Zio was very satisfied to hear this. "From now on you will be one of my guards. Serve me well." The subordinate bowed and replied, "Yes." At this moment on the ocean side, Little Blue and White Tiger both exclaimed in surprise, "That's the 8-headed great snake." White Tiger kept dancing and flying around. "Everyone's going to die. You've grown so big, everyone's going to die. You even have 8 heads." This made the great snake's intelligence somewhat confused. 1 + 1. Little Blue gently stroked the great snake's head. "I never thought I'd see a creature from myths with my own eyes." Suddenly, Imperial Crocodile emerged from the water majestically, saying, "In terms of size, I won't lose." This made White Tiger shriek in terror. "Everyone's going to die." Imperial Crocodile looked at it somewhat blankly. "Are you trying to say your fur will get wet because of me?" Bull Demon, looking at the great snake from this side, sighed, "I never expected you to grow to this extent." The great snake, seeing Bull Demon, happily called out, "Brother Bull Demon." Bull Demon said somewhat nostalgically, "You used to be just a tiny thing and now you're a giant." Thorn also recalled the past with emotion. Back then Imperial Crocodile was also just ordinary size. "I witnessed Imperial Crocodile evolve into the primeval Imperial Crocodile then." Ling Feng leaned back, teasing. He thought he was going to die back then, shaking all over. This made Imperial Crocodile roar in annoyance. "Shut up!" Thorn remembered what happened back then, frantically saying, "Ching gang Ling Feng, and I almost got eaten by White Tiger." Hearing this, Flash immediately cursed angrily. "Beast, look what you've done." The 2 storm wolves also interjected, saying that when Little Ling and Shao Qing were killed by Tremblehand Snake back then, they were heartbroken for a long time. That was everyone's first collective battle. Lin Zhao asked curiously, "How many battles have you fought?" Glacier pondered and replied, "The first time we joined Zizan and Big Brother, one could say the fighting was most intense from the start." Ninetails, listening nearby, also nodded and agreed to narrate. "Of course, back then I was being chased by Axe Snake. Time flew by and night fell. Zio was taking this opportunity to rest and recover. To be honest, days like these for rest might be few. The 5 days of preparation quickly passed and all exotic beasts entered the 9 major spaces. Dark Dragon also chose to leave after a brief stop. In Africa, this ancient continent was known for its abundant wildlife even before the era of transcendence. Unlike other continents, it has experienced countless spiritual energy tides, and all information on this continent is unresponsive. No one knows what kind of landscape this continent before them truly is. At this moment, a hunt officially began. In a scene in Africa, a barbarian was chasing a bird. He tightly gripped the huge axe behind him, then directly jumped up and swung his axe. "You won't escape," a loud thud echoed in the air, and the giant bird fell under the man's axe. He wiped the blood off, panting, and laughed happily. "Ha ha 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 ha. This time the village won't have to worry about food for several days." He belonged to the mutated human race with barbarian bloodline. The barbarian bloodline, an ancient bloodline, matches the physique and spiritual power of fierce beasts. His innate talent, barbarian mark, allows him to leave a tattoo similar to himself on his body. But this is the most terrifying power of the African barbarians. Africa, the trees rustled. From the deepest part of the forest's thick undergrowth, Zio suddenly appeared. It was somewhat surprised by the scene it had just witnessed. Barbarians. It never expected these legendary races to appear on the historical stage one by one. Spiritually and physically strong, with terrifying power and excellent combat awareness surpassing the human race, it seemed to be contemplating something in its barbarian eyes, merely letting out a cold snort. Then, where the barbarian stood, a gigantic spatial layer appeared, startling him as he clutched his axe and yelled, "What is this?" Before he could defend himself, the great snake rushed out, throwing the man and the bird's corpse together. He opened his eyes in terror. "What?" The great snake ferociously tore apart the bird the man had just hunted, then glared at him defiantly and unhesitatingly rushed forward, opening its mouth to devour him. He agilely leaped upwards, dodging the attack. "Damn it, another monster appeared suddenly like this. Getting entangled with it will lead to death. I must escape quickly." Who knew that as soon as he turned to escape, Spirit Flower appeared behind him, using her ability. That ability instantly froze the man, leaving him in a trance and utterly defenseless. Seeing this, Zixian praised, "Spirit Flower, sometimes you're quite useful, aren't you?" Zio then ordered Nine Tails. "Nine Tails, you are to investigate the intelligence of the various forces on this continent." It obediently complied. "Understood." Spirit Flower then closely followed Zixian. "Brother, can I play with you?" Zixian replied heartily. "Of course, in the next life." Zio then looked around. "I'll find a place to settle down too." In the distance, the ground was overturned with a loud bang, and the divine tree Zio majestically emerged from underground. In the smoke, it decided to establish a foothold. Next, more spatial layers were summoned. The exotic beasts inside emerged one after another. It was time to hunt. Flash sat majestically on a giant ant and said, "Let's go find some spiritual ore." Little Blue, Dark Tiger, and the three kings also attacked together. Little White, "Go find treasures." And Little White still persisted in howling, "Everyone's going to die." Imperial Crocodile instructed the other exotic beasts to follow closely. From the spatial layers opened by Zio, thousands of exotic beasts emerged. Suddenly, Zio's gaze turned to surprise, as if it had discovered something. This aura, could it be? And there are two of them. With that, it immediately drilled through the cave. Before its eyes was an earth spirit stone mine, and on the other side a fire spirit stone mine. Zio's eyes gleamed. Two mineral veins appeared randomly. "I certainly came to the right place." "Indeed." Huang Huang laughed heartily. At this moment, the barbarians were all in a panic. Powerful spiritual energy emanated from afar. Even the elder who walked out of the tent was surprised. He looked into the distance. It seemed to be a tree, but this tree was indeed very large. That tree continuously emitted gentle spiritual energy. The person next to him asked somewhat confusedly, "It looks very similar to the tree demon of the Washaw Federation. Could it be it?" Who knew? The elder quickly refuted. "It's in Australia. It can't suddenly appear here." He then coldly ordered, "Go take a look, then we'll know." The barbarians then rushed over aggressively on their exotic beasts. If it wasn't it, they would cut down that tree and make it into a wooden club. On the other side, in the barbarian royal city, a subordinate was respectfully reporting to the barbarian king. The barbarian king, transcendent rank 4. He asked in surprise, "What? A large amount of spiritual energy has appeared in the Bear tribe's territory?" The subordinate replied in fear. "Currently, the Bear tribe has already sent people to investigate." The barbarian king's eyes gleamed sharply, saying, "Interesting." Then he decisively stood up, looking extremely sinister. "Let's go see it too." The sky had darkened, and Snow Lion Cliff had also quietly appeared. Snow Lion, transcendent rank 4. Its expression was solemn, and it slowly walked towards the divine tree. Elephant herds and mutated bats also swarmed, rushing towards where Zio was emitting spiritual energy. All the animals in Africa were attracted by the aftershocks of the spiritual energy, curiously rushing over. Even a small snake was curious. "Is everyone heading for that spiritual tree? Should I go too?" The creatures of Africa were thrown into chaos by Zio's appearance. The terrifying spiritual energy made it difficult for even transcendent rank 4 beings to breathe. They all wanted to jointly expel these outsiders. If they didn't unite, there would be no place for them in all of Africa. More importantly, the spiritual energy emitted by Zio, including Zio itself, was a rare treasure. Zio also sensed this, becoming very vigilant. "Many powerful auras are approaching here. Are they all coming for me? After all, every branch and leaf on my body are treasures to them, let alone my life essence." It then looked at its army and ordered, "You few commanders, go stop them." Don't let them get close. I need to absorb spiritual stones and don't want to be disturbed. White Dragon checked the situation and then said to Zixian and Snake Girl, there are quite a few strong individuals here. Zixian also agreed with its assessment. The number of transcendent rank 4s is also considerable. Zio here had some concerns. After just fighting darkness, do I have to face these strong individuals again in a blink of an eye? In the Thunder space, Bull Demon and Thorn are still breaking through. And in the Earth space, it's impossible to fight in the short term. Zio pondered for a moment and then decisively decided, forget it, it doesn't matter. Other exotic beasts will do it. In the forest, towering trees began to emit rumbling footsteps. The barbarian army was approaching Zio. This area used to be plains, but now it has become a forest. Is it because of that exotic tree? They all felt confused in their hearts. The further they went, the more terrifying the spiritual energy they felt. That must be the Washa tree. However, before he could finish his thought, Big Bear quietly appeared behind him and then unhesitatingly bit off the legs of those people's spirit beasts, scaring them into panic. How did a polar bear appear here? Don't think too much, just rush over and snatch the spirit tree's branches. A moment later, a group of mutated white bears quickly rushed over. On the other side, the army led by Snow Lion roared fiercely, blocked by White Tiger and other spirit beasts. White Tiger roared, all right? Who knew that? Before it finished speaking, Fox Dark bravely rushed out. Where have you all gone? Charge with me? This enraged White Tiger. I am the boss. Little Blue sat on its back, angrily shouting, don't lose control again, hurry up and charge. The spirit beasts on Snow Lion's side also roared without hesitation. The African elephant herd soon arrived, charging in groups with immense momentum. But fortunately, the chimpanzee people had already blocked them. The leader shouted, deal with them. The chimpanzees showed no weakness, charging to meet each elephant. Giant explosions erupted one after another, signaling the start of the battle. The colossal elephants seemed to have lost control, charging furiously towards the chimpanzees. The chimpanzee was not to be trifled with. It violently grabbed an elephant's trunk, then spun and flung the elephant into the air. The elephant quickly crashed to the ground, falling onto its companions. Suddenly, the chimpanzees became terrified again. The appearance of a strange creature immediately caused the earth to be overturned. The elemental elephant herd slowly walked out from among the elephants. With its footsteps, the barren land instantly turned into a rolling sea of water. The unprepared chimpanzees were swept away by the massive waves. In the distance, White Dragon and Ninetails both witnessed this scene. Zixian exclaimed in surprise, transforming the ground into giant waves. That colossal elephant possesses elemental power. The King Kong clan has already engaged 7 elephants. But where is that white-furred King Kong leader? Seeing the Monkey King still sitting quietly behind the chimpanzee group, Zixian immediately understood. It's still breaking through. It has already begun evolving into human form. Zio now walked over to the Monkey King, attracting its attention, and the Monkey King respectfully knelt. Master, what are your orders? Zio pondered. A completely new human. If it appears before humans, it will cause a war, but its murderous aura is too strong now. Then it handed the Monkey King a bracelet and instructed, keep this spirit realm. It can help calm your mind and prevent you from losing control. The Monkey King quickly put it on and replied, thank you, Master. Zio commanded it. The battle has already started outside. Go help everyone. The Monkey King stood up majestically and replied, yes. It immediately flew to its tribe's location. Zio wondered, will the entire chimpanzee tribe eventually turn into humans? If so, this planet will have 2 types of humans. At this moment, the elemental elephant continued to fiercely hurl huge rocks at the chimpanzee group. The rapid rocks made it impossible for the chimpanzees to resist, instantly leaving them covered in wounds. The elemental elephant looked at the pile of corpses before it with satisfaction. The chimpanzees struggled to stand but couldn't, each spitting blood, looking at the elemental elephant in fear. Suddenly it let out a piercing roar, then charged directly and stomped fiercely towards the chimpanzee group. Zixian was extremely alarmed at this moment. This isn't good, I must go. Just as it was about to leave, another streak of light swiftly passed. Zixian angrily shouted, what in the world is that? Even Ninetails was stunned. The streak of light shot directly towards the elemental elephant, which was still gloating at the moment. It turned out to be the Monkey King, who arrived in time and punched the elemental elephant hard in the face, breaking its tusk and causing it to fall to the ground in pain. The Monkey King, seeing its tribesmen being decimated, roared in fury. Unable to suppress its emotions, it charged towards the 7 elephants. It punched the elemental elephant's face repeatedly in anger, which surprised both Zixian and Ninetails, finding it fierce and ruthless. After the final punch, the elemental elephant suffered a fatal blow, but its tenacious vitality still allowed it to use its ability to spray water at the Monkey King. Who knew the Monkey King didn't flinch, directly activating its innate talent, potential unleashed, growing stronger with each injury. It exerted all its strength, gritting its teeth to lift the elemental elephant's trunk, then violently snapped it. The elemental elephant struggled desperately, finally collapsing to the ground. The entire elephant herd angrily surrounded the Monkey King. Zio observed from a distance, very satisfied. After advancing, King Kong's strength has become incredibly powerful. If this guy continues to grow, he will definitely become the sharpest blade. On the other side, Flash and the ant colony faced a group of mutated locusts. It quickly attacked with quadruple slash, swiftly cutting through each locust. An exotic beast suddenly shouted, unknown ant colony on the left. Those ants with sharp teeth opened their mouths, looking terrifying. Suddenly, where did a fierce flame shoot down from? Flash immediately recognized the flame, then looked up, realizing it was Nine Tails who had arrived in time to rescue it, making it gratefully call out, "Big sister." Nine Tails said with sharp eyes, "Leave the left to me." In another battlefield, African rhinos charged fiercely and thousands of wasps swarmed from nowhere. The once weak deer herd also ran over aggressively. Suddenly, White Dragon appeared from nowhere and rushed with Zixian towards the running deer herd. It angrily shouted, "We're here to help too." Zio observed from the other side, also surprised. "The number of exotic beasts appearing is increasing. Can they handle it?" Suddenly, a deafening drum sound came from afar. Zio looked in that direction with some confusion. HMPH, a gigantic fortress and a powerful army. Standing on it was the barbarian king, charging over aggressively. His face looked very angry, his gaze fixed on Zio as if he wanted to chop it down immediately. As expected, it's the Washa exotic beast. "Fire, barbarian, and I will burn the 8 emperors tonight." The person who was drumming just now suddenly erupted in fierce flames. "Go." Flames swiftly shot towards Zio. Zixian and its companions looked at the approaching firestream in panic. More fire. The flames quickly enveloped Zio, who merely let out a disdainful snort. Watching the flames surge like giant waves yet remaining motionless, human strength is not bad. A golden-haired monkey appeared at this moment holding a wooden stick, its expression exceptionally focused, eyes glowing. It shouted, then charged firmly into the flames. With one swing of its stick, the flames summoned Star Shift, and the flames suddenly bounced back in the direction of the golden-haired monkey's stick. The flames then bounced back to the barbarian king's fortress. The drummer from before was scared out of his wits, and the flames engulfed and swallowed the entire majestic army. However, at this moment the barbarian priest had already created a barrier, protecting them safely within it. The barbarian king laughed excitedly. "This monkey actually has such abilities." Then he warned his soldiers, "Don't be careless, they're not easy to deal with." Just as he finished speaking, 2 more huge exotic beasts appeared in front of the army. Led by the golden-haired monkey, the barbarian soldiers began to get nervous. 2 more giant beasts have arrived. The exotic beasts gathered around, but the barbarian king seemed very calm. "Didn't I say not to be careless?" Suddenly, Zio emerged from underground again, standing tall before them. Its tree roots transformed into a human form, looking incredibly majestic. The barbarian king saw this form and laughed. "As expected, you are the Washa tree demon," Zio said angrily. "Knowing it's me, you still dare to come here? You've got guts. You didn't come when we were fighting darkness, and now you dare to disturb me." The barbarian king was exceptionally arrogant. "Ha ha ha ha, why should we come? You dying yourselves is enough." This immediately pushed Zio beyond its limit, so it attacked. "Then don't blame me." Subsequently, a thick mist spread, causing the barbarian soldiers to panic. "Mist, everyone be careful, these mists will reduce perception." Suddenly, one of them noticed a pair of eyes flashing in the mist. Before he could defend himself, Zio's exotic beast agilely rushed over and dealt with one person. Then the exotic beasts appeared one after another, tearing them to shreds. The barbarian soldiers tried their best to resist, but they were no match for this powerful exotic beast army. The priest, seeing the situation, shouted, "These mists have no effect on them at all." Seeing this, Zio signaled, "The hunt has officially begun." Then its tree roots rushed towards the barbarian king, trying to grab him. The tree roots immediately destroyed the fortress those people had brought. He shouted aggressively, "I won't be foolish enough to waste my energy here. Let me directly fight your true body." Then he quickly jumped forward and commanded, "I'll leave this to you all." The soldiers obeyed. "Yes." He then flew to Zio's location, unhesitatingly unleashing an attack. "Get out of my way!" He shattered Zio's tree roots with one blow, causing the human form made of tree roots to gradually dissipate. It pondered, "These barbarians are indeed very warlike. Whether it's the so-called fire barbarian or the one called the high priest, they are all the same." The barbarian king arrogantly charged over. "Do you think a mere small clone can stop me? Don't underestimate me too much." This directly enraged Zio. "HMPH, what an arrogant human. Then come, let me see your despair." The barbarian king charged over without hesitation. The undying dance beast quickly appeared, blocking his path. It slammed its hand towards him, but missed. Then both simultaneously unleashed moves and engaged in battle. The dance beast's attack was blocked by the barbarian king's weapon, but its attack power was too strong, making it unbearable for him, and he was sent flying. Zio arrogantly said, "Undying Dance Beast, this is the first level 5 attack ability I gained after advancing to rank 5. Strictly speaking, the Dance Beast's strength is only at mid-rank 4. Subsequently, not just 1 but 2 Undying Dance Beasts appeared. Roaring, the barbarian king was furious. "The mist-transformed exotic beast, no matter how much I attack, cannot be killed." Since that was the case, he unhesitatingly activated his rank 4 ability. Then his true form, a firefox, appeared, and he charged bravely with the firefox. "Let my totem turn you all to ashes." Zio saw this and lamented, "HMPH, interesting." On the other side, the barbarian soldiers were also fiercely attacking. Mutated wolves angrily roared and charged towards those people, both sides going back and forth, fighting relentlessly. White Dragon had also unleashed its move, directly spraying water at the enemies, freezing all the barbarian soldiers. Suddenly another scythe appeared in the sky, and the priestess shouted, "Half Moon Slash!" The attack landed on the ground, overturning it and raising thick smoke. The priestess stood majestically high above, overlooking the situation, only to see White Dragon emerge from the smoke, unleashing Extreme Ice Soul. The priestess didn't dodge. She raised her fist, activating Descent of the Sun God. but before she could strike she was frozen by white dragon's ice and snow, creating an incredibly magnificent scene. On the other side, the barbarian king's totem and the dance beast were locked in fierce battle. Two ferocious beasts roaring together, immensely powerful. The barbarian king attacked each exotic beast with his weapon, acting very arrogantly. Ha 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 ha, come on, no one can stop me, your body is full of treasures. I'm going to dig you out and take you back as our tribe's sacred artifact. Just as he was about to charge, Zio had already quickly summoned willow leaf flying daggers. This attack was also directly blocked by his weapon. The tree roots once again transformed into a human form, greatly surprising the barbarian king. Spiritual energy emanated from it, incredibly terrifying, as if threatening his enemies. The barbarian king was somewhat stunned, but then proudly said, "Do you, in existence like this, also believe in human form as destiny?" Zio replied to him, "I just think it's more convenient to talk to you this way, or do you prefer this?" Zio's disdainful gaze angered the barbarian king. "HMPH, you just need to obediently come back and become our tribe's sacred artifact." Hearing this, Zio gave him a terrifying glance, as if he also sensed it. His eyes became distant, and Zio's pressure weighed heavily upon him. "Do you understand? I've been thinking about one thing. Is it possible for me to coexist peacefully with you all? But I found that no matter how hard I tried, besides using force to suppress, there seemed to be no other way. It's not just you barbarians, humans, or exotic beasts. It's all the same. They wish they could carve me up and devour me. Sometimes I even wonder if I'm too cruel, fighting over and over again. But now that I think back, if I didn't do this, once you all grew stronger, I wouldn't have a way to survive," the barbarian king retorted without showing weakness. "Your existence is a blatant temptation to any race. Forget about us. If one day you are repeatedly injured or die, how many of your subordinate exotic beasts do you think would stay by your side?" Zio said directly. "So the essence of darkness and I are the same. Selfish demons only seeking to survive." With that, it suddenly thrust its tree roots into the barbarian king's chest, making him cough up blood in pain before he sank to his knees, powerless. The barbarian king lay bleeding on Zio's tree roots, seemingly finished. But unexpectedly, he vigorously activated his spiritual energy again. Zio immediately became alert. As expected, he still has a trump card hidden. I sensed an ancient aura from him from the very beginning, Zio mused. Could he have awakened an ancient bloodline? The barbarian king, with his remaining strength, stood up and charged forward. Zio glared at him angrily. "Then I'll play with you a little longer." With a loud bang, smoke and dust billowed in the distant sky. At this moment, across the entire solar system and even the entire Milky Way, a pair of cold, wide-open, terrifying eyes appeared in the universe, observing Earth. It was utterly shocked. Google had disappeared. It had been defeated by the life form on that asteroid. Then it closed its eyes, accepting the outcome. It too was just like Google. Another larger pair of eyes opened, looking down disdainfully at everything before it. How tiny! The barbarian king still fiercely confronted Zio, both sides locked in an intense, violent battle, move for move. Zio was somewhat impressed. His strength was extraordinary and immense, truly the strongest human he had encountered so far. The barbarian king roared with all his might, swinging his weapon down fiercely. Zio directly blocked the attack with its tree roots, then unhesitatingly thrust its roots into his body, powerfully flinging the barbarian king towards a distant cluster of hard tree roots. Unexpectedly, even after such a violent blow, he still stood up with impressive vigor. Once again wielding his weapon and bravely charging forward, his entire body erupting in wildfire, elemental spiritual energy, which shot into the sky like a shockwave. He leaped up, summoning his move. High-level burst. Zio blocked the attack with its tree roots, but the roots cracked as a result. It was somewhat amazed. Can even rising air pressure have such destructive power? Impressive. The barbarian king launched a continuous barrage of angry attacks. It wasn't over. A series of attacks illuminated the entire sky, rushing straight towards Zio. Zio looked at him disdainfully. Such an attack doesn't even require dodging. The barbarian king bit his lip in anger and charged forward, only to be directly kicked by Zio, making him spit blood. Only now did he truly feel what pain was. He continuously vomited blood. Zio's arm extended, grabbing his neck. The barbarian king, with his last ounce of strength, once again raised his weapon. His spiked wooden club instantly grew massive, then slammed fiercely towards Zio. The wooden club was like a gaping beast, displaying its power before it. Suddenly, a beam of light shot straight through. In the blink of an eye, the weapon in his hand shattered into hundreds of pieces. Zio unhesitatingly kicked the barbarian king. The kick was powerful and heavy, immediately sending him to the ground and flying several tens of meters away. Zio clenched its hands, musing, "It's been a long time since I used this fighting technique. My limbs feel somewhat uncoordinated." At this moment, the barbarian king still struggled to stand, supporting himself with both hands. Zio was utterly shocked. "You should probably understand the gap between us. Why are you still posing like that?" Before it, he still stood proudly, gripping his shattered weapon in an attacking stance. The barbarian king shouted with satisfaction, "I am truly happy to fight a strong opponent like you. Even if I die, I have no regrets." Zio was somewhat impressed by his spirit. "Most humans used to either retreat before fighting or lack the courage to even approach me. Now I like you more and more." Then it moved the tree roots beneath its feet. "Let me show you something spectacular." The barbarian king's eyes widened in horror. Immediately, Zio's tree roots converged into a colossal monster. It shouted, This is my true strength. Then it let out a thunderous roar using all its spiritual energy, allowing the roar to echo for hundreds of miles. The tree roots coiled around the barbarian king like a massive python. Only now did he begin to panic. This spiritual energy is as vast as the sea. Is this the true strength of the exotic tree? Zayu's eyes widened, fixing on him. Do you understand now how insignificant you are in my eyes? Seeing the barbarian king grit his teeth indignant, Zayo calmly said, You stay quiet for a moment, let me clear the entire battlefield. Then it immediately extended its colossal tree roots, and those roots seized every enemy, from elephant herds to rhinos to ants. Zayu's tree roots were everywhere on the battlefield. In opulent Europe, the priests within the Holy See were all in a panic. The Pope's eyes widened in terror. The exotic tree had traveled from Australia to Africa. Its movement speed in just a few days was too fast. His face darkened. After defeating darkness, has its growth reached this level? In the 10 Nations Alliance, the leader also became cautious. It can feel the exotic tree's spiritual energy from so far away. It's already in Africa. At this moment, Zayo, under the moonlight, had transformed into a majestic and powerful deity, and all beasts bowed before it. Zixian was utterly astonished. All creatures that came to fight had bowed their heads, completely dominated by the fear released by its master. It looked into the distance in shock. Master, you're becoming more and more terrifying. Zayo looked at the barbarian king before it and asked, Do you still want to fight me now? He stood there frozen, not saying a word. The barbarian king was tightly entwined by the tree roots, unable to move. Zayo understood his intent and said, He has already lost the will to fight. Then it immediately opened another space for him. Unfortunately, go to the vitality space to heal. Suddenly, a space opened, catching its attention. The thunder space had opened. Had the battle on the golden-haired monkey's side ended? Were they all happy that the battle was over? It didn't notice an exotic beast approaching menacingly. It roared, making everyone freeze. Just as the golden-haired monkey reacted and turned around, it saw 2 attacks descending from the sky, striking that exotic beast directly and eliminating it. It was Bull Demon who had arrived to rescue it. Mutated Bull, Transcendent Rank 4. Innate talent, Crescent Horn. The horns are like crescent moons, becoming Bull Demon's true weapons. Special ability, Gravity Domain, can freely control gravity, from 100 times normal to 0 gravity. The beast body reverted to its beast form. Its eyes were incredibly sharp. Zayo looked into the distance, then understood. Bull Demon had ascended. Bull Demon majestically walked towards Zayo, respectfully kneeling in homage. Divine Tree, Zayo said kindly, You're late, the battle is over. Bull Demon inwardly complained. This breakthrough took quite some time. Zayu's eyes widened in admiration. The innate talent, Crescent Horn, has truly become a weapon. And there's that unfathomable gravitational black hole. Indeed, compared to rank 3, it's truly powerful now. Zayo ordered 9 tails, gather all exotic beasts willing to join us into the Earth space and Vitality space. It dutifully complied. Yes, the battlefield was quiet for a moment. Zayo looked up into the distance, gazing at the moon and mused, I wonder how Guiwa is doing on the moon. Then it summoned a skill to check. Its eyes could see the distant location of Guiwa. Guiwa, Transcendent Rank 4. Zayo was somewhat surprised. Has it reached Transcendent Rank 4 so quickly? Is it because it's the only life form on the moon with no one to compete with it? In any case, it's a good thing. Keep growing. Flash suddenly walked over and called out. Master, Zayo asked, puzzled. What is it? It reported to Zayo. A rough estimate indicates that in the Misty Mountain battle we lost 10% of our forces and several commanders were injured. However, in comparison we captured 8 Rank 4 powerhouses alive. Zayo pondered for a long time. 8 Rank 4s? No, it should be 9. Then its tree body suddenly rushed rapidly in one direction, transforming into a hand that grabbed a stealthy snake. The snake was immediately caught, crying out continuously, I was just looking, don't kill me. That snake was the mutated vine snake. Transcendent Rank 4, innate talent, venomous fangs, a deadly poison that even high-level exotic beasts cannot withstand. Special ability, poisonous defense, can absorb toxins to grow. Concealing scales, like a concealing space, can increase speed and hide its aura. Death poison bones, spits out poisonous bones that melt everything. Zayo suddenly realized, so that's it. It can merge into space and hide its aura. No wonder it took so long to discover. I don't have time for you now. After I finish what I'm doing, I'll come find you. For now, go to the vitality space. Then it turned to Flash and ordered, Flash, use the life essence to heal everyone. Let them rest for a few days. It respectfully bowed and accepted the order. Then Zayo opened its system, started calculating, and prepared to harvest a large number of evolution points. It was time to upgrade its skills. Suddenly it noticed the displayed information. Powerful moves like willow leaf flying daggers should also be enhanced. Zayo unhesitatingly clicked Agree, consuming 10 million evolution points to strengthen willow leaf flying daggers. Willow leaf flying daggers immediately received a spiritual energy boost. Zayo said excitedly, Good, let's try it. Then it summoned a powerful move. The willow leaf flying daggers shot out, surprising it somewhat. 2 slashes descended from the sky, forming a black hole with immense suction in the air, leaving it astonished. Oh, the space was sucked in. The rift then healed, and everything returned to normal. Zayo only now came to its senses. What just happened? Did it break through the void and fly light years away? The system displayed. Sky-shattering flying daggers, mastered Wind Edge 1100. Zayo pondered for a moment. Wind Edge 1100, and it's already this powerful. How strong will it be when it reaches 100? In the Free Federation Sky City, Yor was currently delivering an impassioned speech. Since darkness was defeated, we now have 18 human transcendent rank 4s. This gathering of human prodigies is mainly to discuss the future direction of humanity. Next is how to deal with the mutated beasts that have already established themselves as a force. Saintess Elia of the Western European Papacy spoke. To this day, besides Australia where humans find it difficult to survive, Africa with its tyrannical barbarians, and Antarctica where the situation is unclear, other continents are still under human control. However, the Free Federation A-League representative spoke very flippantly. You think too highly of humans. I heard that Asia is being suffocated by mutated beasts, aren't they? This immediately drew resentful stares from the Washaw Federation members. He found himself not only tactless but even more arrogant. What, am I wrong? The conference hall instantly fell silent. The A-League arrogantly said, What's wrong? Am I wrong? Little Ling glared at him at this moment, her entire body exuding angry spiritual energy. This terrified the representatives from the British Empire and their companions. Yor, seeing the tension, quickly interjected to defuse the situation. Enough, A-League, I didn't ask you to provoke others. The A-League immediately shut up, a hint of fear on his face. Yes, White Jade Elephant asked Little Ling, should I go teach him a lesson? She simply replied, no need, let him be. Then she immediately used a spiritual leaf to contact Zio. Zio sensed it and responded with a curious, Chinger is still calling me using the spiritual leaf I gave her before. Zio pondered for a moment. The spiritual minds here have also been absorbed. The fire space and earth space have both expanded to 70,000 meters, large enough to accommodate a small city. Most importantly, each space is planted with various spiritual flowers and grasses. When the spaces grow to 100,000 meters, they can truly introduce life and thrive there, existing like a small world. At this moment, Ninetails suddenly appeared, shouting loudly, Master, all companions have returned to their spaces. Zio heard this and opened its space. Then let's go. In the Free Federation Skypool City, one of the representatives frowned very seriously, saying darkness was defeated, and the exotic tree's contribution is absolutely the greatest. Whether it was the automaton invasion of Washaw or Celia's confrontation with darkness, it can be said that it saved humanity twice. Its rapid growth speed is something we cannot surpass no matter how hard we try. I don't see any benefit in confronting it. Another person also agreed. Indeed, although that exotic beast took over 3 Washaw cities, it never harmed the people in them. And from the current situation, as long as its safety is not threatened, it will not attack humans. Unexpectedly at this moment, the A-League arrogantly mocked them. Hey, you're making too much of a fuss over it. You've all been scared witless by the exotic beast. Little Ling could no longer stand it and retorted, if you think you're strong enough to defeat the exotic tree, you can go find it now. But you might end up dismembered. This immediately scared him. What's wrong with this bastard? He's been mocking me from the beginning. A person next to the British Empire representative, who had been deep in thought, said, Regarding exotic beasts, we cannot sacrifice innocent lives for so-called victory. Moreover, given the current situation, we don't even have half a chance. She also agreed. We must also consider the public's reaction. They wouldn't want to see the exotic beast that saved them being attacked by their own people. Yor, seeing the situation calm down, continued the meeting. The subsequent questions will avoid mentioning the exotic tree as a premise. Suddenly he sharply opened his eyes, and the attendant beside him anxiously asked, My lord, what's wrong? Everyone in the hall was somewhat surprised, and all eyes turned to him curiously. A moment later, Yor spoke to reassure them. Nothing, let's continue. Outside the Free Federation Sky City on a bright and sunny morning, a spatial rift suddenly appeared, gradually widening, revealing Zio. It curled its tree roots into a human form, sharply observing its surroundings, then directly rushed out and flew into the sky. It gazed at the magnificent city before it, unable to help but sigh. This was a city of steel, and also a formidable war fortress. A figure immediately appeared beside Zio at this moment. It showed no surprise, only calmly turned around. You discovered me so quickly, it seems humans aren't entirely useless. Yor, in his clone form, asked Zio, Who exactly are you? Zio didn't beat around the bush. Don't you recognize me? Stop feigning ignorance. Yor fell silent, then reminded it. You shouldn't be here. What do you intend to do? Unexpectedly, Zio angrily extended its hand. A mere phantom is not qualified to speak with me. Then it unhesitatingly crushed Yor's clone, causing it to instantly explode. Zio coldly watched the clone's fragments. Meanwhile, due to the destruction of his clone, Yor spat out a mouthful of blood. The attendant beside him was shocked. My lord, the white jade elephant immediately recognized it. This aura, Xiao Ling couldn't help but smile faintly. Seeing Yor's blood still flowing incessantly, accompanied by his coughs, his eyes filled with terror. It's here. Zio's feet hovered in the air as it contemplatively watched the city. After the sound of an explosion that destroyed a building, it was quietly waiting for those people to arrive. Yor continued to cough up blood, his eyes filled with terror. HMPH, it's here. The exotic tree has appeared. This news immediately shocked the entire conference hall. Everyone appeared nervous. What is it doing here? Does it want to seize this stronghold? Xiao Ling gave a cold chuckle. HMPH, the British Empire also anxiously watched its sword. The sword was roaring. Irene, who had been smug just moments before, was now covered in cold sweat. This unsettling feeling, what's going on? The papacy's people were also terrified. The Lord is warning us of danger, Yor suddenly spoke. I want to meet it. Zio still waited silently there. It couldn't help but smile faintly. Perhaps what it was expecting was also drawing near. A figure suddenly appeared before Zio. Zio looked at them with satisfaction. Finally, you've shown your true form and you've brought quite a few helpers. Irene's heart was filled with fear. This is the Washa exotic tree. Just being near it already feels like spiritual energy is being suppressed. The Washa Federation people mocked him. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why are you silent now? Zio cautiously said. Don't be nervous, I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm here to invite people to join me. This immediately stunned everyone. The Washa people's eyes were filled with longing. Although it's inviting others, I'm tempted. I really wish it was inviting me. Zio continued to persuade. How about it? Consider it. I can help you break through rank 4 and directly reach rank 5. Everyone was stunned. Rank 5, the Washa Federation person kept urging himself. It's over, I'm getting more and more tempted. Yor asked it confusedly. Why are you looking for me? Zio glanced at them with some dissatisfaction, then angrily said, How long do you expect me to look up and talk to you? Come down. Immediately, spiritual energy emanated, suppressing those people. The heavy gravity pressed them down irresistibly. No matter how much I try, I can't look up with this spiritual energy. Even the strongest representatives from various countries couldn't break free. They looked at Xiaoling in surprise. She wasn't affected by the spiritual energy, so she thought, I don't feel anything. I must have gotten stronger. Yor was now pressed onto his knees. He secretly thought, when fighting the sea beasts I constantly felt the exotic tree's spiritual energy, but now face to face I understand that the gap between humans and it is simply beyond words. Zio finally smiled, looking up at those people. This is a much more pleasing sight. On the other side, a subordinate of darkness was observing from afar. It was somewhat surprised. How did the exotic tree appear here? Spiritual energy surged like a tsunami. How could humans be its match? When the Sea Dragon King invaded last time, humans were helpless, let alone now with the exotic tree. Suddenly it clutched its head and screamed, its entire body emitting violent spiritual energy. A moment later it was panting heavily, gritting its teeth as it said, I understand, I'll do it. Stop bothering me. It extended its hand. A human hand, and space began to open. That was the divine tree's dwelling. Then it continued to observe the situation masked. Zio was silent for a moment. Looking at Yor, it said to him, I truly admire your abilities. I can not only help you become stronger but also help you protect this stronghold, turning it into your independent kingdom. These words immediately excited the Washa Federation people. Good, alright, no problem, except I really want to answer like that. Too bad it's not looking for me, Yor cautiously retorted. The condition is that I join Misty Mountain. Zio then added, and all the mineral veins in this city, Yor replied without hesitation. Yes, his gaze sharp. I accept. Yor knelt on the ground, grimly agreeing. I will join Misty Mountain. Upon hearing this, those people's faces darkened. Even King Shu couldn't resist the exotic tree's conditions. They were truly too tempting. After a long silence, Yor looked up in confusion. Listening to his panicked face, he gazed at a certain place, his eyes wide, his lips trembling slightly. Someone has intruded into my void. In the void, a figure walked coldly. Its gaze icy as it surveyed the scene before it. Looking at the giant tree trunk, the person couldn't help but be surprised. This is the exotic tree. It calmly closed its eyes as if asleep. Suddenly it opened its eyes wide, looking at the unfamiliar face before it, and loudly questioned, Who are you? Why have you intruded here? The person said nothing, immediately rushing forward. Seeing this, it was startled. Soon its entire body trembled, blocking the person's path, but the person calmly and effortlessly dodged every obstruction. Seeing this, Zio couldn't help but be shocked. Oh, this person's reaction is too fast. The person said nothing, coldly concentrating power in their hand. And the surrounding space instantly changed. The person grimly spoke, I am humanity's guardian. As soon as the words fell, a heavy punch slammed onto the tree trunk. In an instant, the tree trunk's bark peeled off. Seeing the damage it sustained, it couldn't help but be confused. After transforming, it can still cause me harm. Thinking this, its eyes widened, looking at the person before it. This person is not simple. They are definitely not ordinary. Their speed and strength are both incredibly powerful. The feeling they give me is like the image of darkness immediately flashed in its mind. Thinking this, Zio's face instantly darkened. Tisk, what exactly is this unsettling feeling? Suddenly, just then, the person before it again raised their hand, concentrating a surge of power. The person before it again raised their hand in an instant, concentrating it into that small palm. The pressure from that power emanated, causing the surrounding space to violently vibrate. Soon, huge cracks appeared in space. It looked at those cracks, unable to help but feel fear. Space was shattered by his spiritual energy and scenery. The person before it coldly and immediately used Great Wind Slash. That power instantly rushed towards it with the wind. In an instant, the exotic beasts in space let out huge roars. Another exotic beast quickly rushed forward, blocking the mysterious person's attack. Seeing this, the person couldn't help but swallow in surprise. After dealing with the mysterious person's sudden attack, those exotic beasts concentrated their roars, fiercely protecting it. One of the exotic beasts opened its mouth wide and swallowed the mysterious person. In an instant, a loud bang erupted from its entire body, and the thick smoke gradually dispersed. The mysterious person's figure still coldly, with no change in expression, stared at Yu Zio. Seeing the empty system display panel with no information about the mysterious person, Yu Zio couldn't help but stare wide-eyed in surprise, unable to identify the identity. All just code. Since that was the case, Yu Zio immediately used its heavenly eye to observe the mysterious person. That person's information also appeared, but all the information was just blurry, scrambled code. Seeing this, the fear in its eyes was unconcealed. Race unknown. She is not human. It stared intently at the scrambled code displaying the person's power, unable to help but be surprised. What's with this ability? Is her body a true form or a parasitic vessel now? Watching the person calmly land, it quickly questioned, "What do you want? You attacked me without even stating your intention." The person finally spoke grimly. "I was just curious about how strong the one who defeated darkness was, and I couldn't resist testing it." Yu Zio heard this and said, "You are not human. Your strength has already surpassed that of any race on this planet. Who are you?" The person smiled faintly, speaking grimly. "Race is just a designation, the name doesn't matter. This time I came to you. Besides thanking you for protecting this planet, I also want to give you something." As soon as these words fell, it couldn't help but be startled. The mysterious person coldly extended their hand, and immediately a thin strand radiating a faint light appeared in their palm. The person said with a faint smile, "This is a wisp of my origin. It is enough to make you transform, even step into transcendent rank 6. As soon as these words were uttered, it couldn't help but be terrified. Rank 6. Soon a faint yellow light spread through space. A gentle breeze lightly blew, revealing a glimpse of the mysterious person's face beneath their cloak. Exotic tree. Remember, the strife with darkness was just the beginning. Zio stared at her in surprise. The mysterious girl continued, "A battle you cannot avoid is erupting in the depths of the universe." The mysterious girl finally revealed herself, gravely staring at it and admonishing, "An existence more terrifying than darkness is coming." These words thoroughly stunned it. The girl coldly glanced at it, sternly saying, "An existence more terrifying than darkness is coming." It was surprised to hear this. But even more terrifying was the blurred, eerie figure that appeared behind the girl. It quickly rubbed its eyes, fearing it had seen wrong. When it opened its eyes, the girl's figure was gone. Yu Zio couldn't help but be surprised. "She's gone." Recalling the blurred soul that appeared behind the mysterious girl just now, Yu Zio mused, "The phantom I saw just now should be her true form, right?" Those words she just said, recalling the girl's indifferent face and her reminder. The strife with darkness was just the beginning. Looking at the essence before it, it said grimly and seriously, "It seems there's another reason to become stronger." Returning to Sky City on a dilapidated building, it silently and motionlessly surveyed the surrounding scene. The group of people now stared at it, somewhat perplexed. Irene's face was grim as she frowned, thinking, "Why has it suddenly frozen? It's completely exposed now. Perhaps this is a good opportunity. If I can defeat it here, then I can rise to fame in one fell swoop, proclaiming my existence to those ants who look down on me." Thinking this, he gritted his teeth, his face grim. "Good, I am transcendent rank 4. I'll give it my all. Even a transcendent rank 5 would die." In an instant, his entire body erupted with immense power. Irene roared furiously. The people around turned in surprise, looking at the crazed Irene, who was releasing his power towards Yu Zio. The blonde man quickly turned and shouted at Irene, "Irene, what are you doing?" Irene furiously roared at the crowd, "Everyone get out of my way if I drag you down. I'm not responsible." As soon as these words fell, he rushed forward confidently. Seeing this, White Jade Elephant loudly asked He Xiaoling, "Xiaoling, is that scoundrel trying to ambush the divine tree?" He Xiaoling remained silent. She said with full confidence, "Let him go." No one dared to stop him. Irene smoothly rushed towards it. When the huge arm swung a few meters away from it, Irene, smug and somewhat pleased, said, "I'm about to become famous." As soon as the words fell, a massive force slammed into the building, causing the ground to shake violently. Under the immense force, the building also shook violently. The power of that attack emanated, causing people to quickly retreat. "He's gone crazy for fame. He even collapsed a building. This man deserves to die." Yor struggled to retreat, looking at the scene before him. At the entire building shrouded in thick smoke, he originally thought it had been successfully taken down by Irene, but Yor never expected the scene before his eyes. He stared wide-eyed in surprise. Irene had now been pierced through the body by one of its tentacles. He died with his eyes wide open, still full of hatred. His distorted face before death still held a smug expression, but now only his cold corpse remained. It coldly spoke, "Apologies, I was delayed by something." Yu Zio dismissively tossed Irene's corpse away. This person deserved to die. It didn't care at all about Irene's death. It looked at Yor and softly said, "And let's go." In an instant, a spatial door appeared before Yor. At this moment, a masked person angrily questioned Yor. "Are you truly betraying humanity?" Yor grimly replied. "If humanity truly wants to continue surviving, it must constantly seek new paths." With that, Yor no longer hesitated and immediately looked towards the space. He extended his hand in satisfaction. "Good, then the next step is there." The space opened again, and he calmly stepped inside. Watching his gradually receding figure, the blonde man couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger. Damn it, he didn't even look at us from start to finish. Are we that insignificant in his eyes? At this moment, on the moon, a spatial gate suddenly opened and he directly landed on the ground. As soon as the Guihua tree saw him, it happily said, "Master, I finally see you." He glanced at the Guihua tree and said, "You are too small." Hearing this, the Guihua tree quickly responded, "It's because you are too enormous." He said no more, immediately watering the tree with life essence. We can chat later. Right now I have something to deal with. I'll borrow your territory for a moment. He looked around at everything on the moon, contemplating. Although I can survive on the moon now without breathing, I thought about it and immediately cast Tree Realm Descent. In an instant the surrounding trees suddenly grew and soon a lush green patch of grass spread beneath his feet. Looking at this scene he finally felt comfortable. This is much better now. It was truly unsightly when it was bare. Looking at the life essence in his hand he mused, it's impossible to use this to break through to rank 6, but it can at least reach the peak of transcendent rank 5. With that he quickly absorbed it. Let's begin. In a flash a vast and pure power surged into his body. At this moment in the depths of the universe the forbidden root of the cosmos was the true divine tree. The sacred divine tree Tongtian Jianmu, the oldest tree in the universe, its body supporting the cosmos. It consumed planets as nourishment. Every leaf recorded the life of all beings until death and decay, only to sprout anew with the birth of new life. Now, having slept for millions of years, it awoke due to Yu Zayu's battle with darkness, and now, disturbed again by Yu Zayu's breakthrough, it once again grew stronger. A brilliant light radiated from the moon, intensely shooting into the universe. Below, the entire ground vibrated violently due to Yu Zayu's breakthrough. The wind howled fiercely. He kept his eyes closed, striving to absorb this immense power. In an instant, 8 spatial gates appeared in the sky. Soon, these spatial gates merged into one, inseparable. Yu Zayu seemed to sense this and couldn't help but feel surprised. The 9 major spaces have merged. Soon, a colossal spatial gate emanating a golden light appeared above his head. At this moment, a blood-red eye appeared on his half-tree body. Yu Zayu looked up at the spatial gate before him and happily said, they've merged into one, and the heavenly eye has also undergone new changes. Soon, Yu Zayu transformed himself into a giant snake, touching the spatial gate. Will it be cold in space? As soon as he entered, he couldn't help but be astonished. In the center of the space, a tree had merged and then separated again. But now the connectivity of each space was also very high, with each world almost reaching 500,000 square meters. It would be great if they could merge into one world in the future. At this moment, the Guiwa tree looked at Yu Zayu and excitedly said, Master, your spiritual energy is even stronger than before. Have you reached rank 6? He replied silently, not yet. It's only mid-rank 5 now, still a long way from rank 6. I've only used half of that origin power, but it won't be long before I break through rank 5. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Zayu felt a powerful oppressive force. Before Yu Zayu's eyes, a blood-red eye was staring at him. As soon as he saw that eye, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine and his face turned pale. That eye stared at him and spoke, it was you who defeated Google. The Guiwa tree looked at the eye in horror. Master, what kind of creature is that eye? Its gaze suddenly widened, fixed firmly on the Guiwa tree. A colossal ball of fire instantly appeared, engulfing the Guiwa tree, making it panic. Fire, flames. Soon the ball of fire grew larger and larger, instantly burning the entire Guiwa tree to ashes. As soon as he saw this, he anxiously shouted, Stop! He immediately used Ice Age, swiftly creating a long ice path, rushing over to rescue the Guiwa tree. The Guiwa tree in the blazing flames painfully cried for help. Master, master, save me! Yu Zayu watched with a dark expression as the flames burned even fiercer. The ice could not cover the flames, and he anxiously shouted, Guiwa? The ball of fire immediately enveloped his entire body. Yu Zayu angrily looked at the unfamiliar eye and loudly questioned, Who are you? What do you want to do? That eye coldly spoke, Insignificant exotic tree. In an instant a burst of power shot from its eye. The flames grew larger and larger, raging, swallowing his entire body. He was in excruciating pain, completely unable to retaliate. The power shot from that eye, instantly covering a corner of the moon. That power was so immense that the moon's color gradually changed. Cracks were clearly visible all over. The light scorched the entire moon, instantly shattering everything. Yu Zayu awoke from the nightmare, his eyes filled with terror. He gasped in horror, covered in cold sweat. The sense of fear still lingered. He quickly looked at his body, stammering, I'm still alive, I didn't die. Just then the Guiwa tree's call sounded, startling him. Master, master, the Guiwa tree gently asked him, Divine tree, why have you been lost in thought since just now? Seeing the Guiwa tree still standing safely before him, his eyes revealed unconcealed horror. Guiwa, your face has turned pale. Was everything that just happened an illusion? The entire moon was clearly shattered, and I am already transcendent rank 5, yet I was affected by an illusion. And although the enemy's identity is unknown, it must be an existence more terrifying than darkness. In an instant, the mysterious girl's reminder echoed in his mind. The strife with darkness was just the beginning. He pondered in confusion. What that guy said, I'm beginning to understand. There are even more powerful enemies in this universe, and though the enemy's identity is unknown, it must be an existence more terrifying than darkness. In an instant, the mysterious girl's reminder echoed in his mind. The strife with darkness was just the beginning. He pondered in confusion. What that guy said, I'm beginning to understand. There are even more powerful enemies in this universe. After thinking about it, he gravely said, There's no need to wait for next time. I'll absorb all of this origin power now. Soon, a powerful surge of spiritual energy poured into his body. Yu Zayu quickly absorbed it seriously. I need to continue to grow stronger. In the depths of this universe and places I cannot see, Yu Zayu began to get excited, emitting powerful spiritual energy. So much so that the Guiwa tree had to grit its teeth to withstand it, otherwise it would be blown away. It was secretly alarmed. The master's spiritual energy aura was becoming increasingly terrifying. At this moment, Uzayu's long roots continuously surged vigorously from underground, transforming into roaring giant dragons. Then they coiled together, forming a mutated spirit beast. This spirit beast resembled a sturdy buffalo with a body made of tree roots. The roar of that spirit beast was like violent thunder descending upon the earth. The Guiwa tree couldn't help but be surprised. Cosmic lightning tribulation, Uzayo and the buffalo roared together. The more they exerted their full strength, the more fiercely the lightning descended. Uzayo gritted his teeth, enduring the agonizing pain of the lightning tribulation. The lightning tribulation caused Uzayu's body to peel away and regenerate simultaneously. It was an astonishing process. Even the Guiwa tree marveled. Its body is constantly being destroyed and reborn. The spirit beast, mutated from tree roots, also continuously trembled before the cosmic lightning tribulation, only able to exert its utmost to endure it alongside its master, until the dense lightning tribulation gradually dissipated everything, fiercely engulfing the entire colossal Uzayo like a tsunami. A moment later, the lightning tribulation vanished, and the lingering smoke gradually dispersed. Only then did the Guiwa tree dare to open its eyes, and it couldn't help but be stunned. Uzayo and the mutated spirit beast were both completely unharmed, and even more remarkably, that spirit beast seemed to have swallowed the entire cosmic lightning tribulation. Seeing this scene, the Guiwa tree truly wanted to faint on the spot. That spirit beast grew incredibly powerful. In an instant, its body became colossal, millions of times larger than the Guiwa tree, making it panic. This is simply too enormous. At this moment, Uzayo also gradually opened his eyes. He looked at himself in the mirror, very satisfied. Is this what I look like now? A red horn had grown on its head. Its main body had now transformed into an azure dragon. Aside from its appearance and aura being similar to the dragon race, it surpassed them in other aspects. An energy orb, a special energy, a divine energy orb, condensed in its claws, continuously gathering life spiritual energy, possessing double the damage against dark attribute and undead creatures. Uzayo pondered for a moment. From the energy convergence, this destructive power was enough to wipe out a human continent. In the distance, the Guiwa tree cautiously spoke. Master, you are even more powerful now than before. Have you reached rank 6 now? Uzayo calmly explained. No, it's still transcendent rank 5 peak, but the 9 major spaces are indeed continuously expanding. My combat power will become even stronger in a short time. The Guiwa tree understood, surprised. It seems rank 6 is not so easy to achieve. Uzayo opened his eyes, full of ambition. When I return to Earth, I must ask that person if what she said at the end and everything I encountered today are related. I previously discovered a planet in the void. I'll check it out once everything is arranged. Uzayo looked at the Guiwa tree. Undying Guiwa, transcendent rank 4, innate talent. Undying body, born in a place rich with moonlight essence, possessing an undying body that can be instantly destroyed and becomes stronger with each regeneration. Special ability, moon essence induction, can induce a peculiar mixed power of spiritual energy from moonlight both for self-preservation and attack. Moonlight protection can resist most negative effects. Moonlight projection can project itself using moonlight. Uzayo carefully considered. The Guiwa tree also has an undying body. Being destroyed makes it only stronger. If I didn't exist, perhaps it could replace me as the divine tree on Earth. I should still arrange for some people to stay on Earth, continuously recruiting new companions. I can use the void tree roots to open void passages to Earth, which would not only allow them to reach the moon quickly, but also make it more convenient for them to find me if anything happens. If the air is still thin, it shouldn't be a problem with their strength. In the vast illusion, it seemed only Uzayo and the Guiwa tree were the sole individuals. Uzayo calmly said, "This might be better. The most difficult thing to deal with is gravity, as it shouldn't affect the relationship between the moon and Earth, and everyone on Earth should experience the same gravity." Uzayu's head ached with thought. Forget it, how about letting Bull Demon figure this out? Then he decided, alright, call everyone here. From Ninetails to White Tiger, all mutated spirit beasts are to assemble. Ninetails curiously asked, where is this? White Tiger flew around in panic, shouting, everyone's going to die, everyone's going to die. Uzayo angrily reprimanded it. Don't run off the moon. Flash was even more peculiar, shouting, this place is indeed extraordinary. Watch me cleave it apart. Uzayo gently explained. We are currently on the moon where gravity and environment are completely different from Earth. I called you here this time because I have something for you to do. At this moment in Misty Mountain, the spirit beasts finally returned heroically to Earth. Ninetails said without hesitation, everyone disperse and do what you need to do. Uzayo instructed them, I'll leave matters on Earth to you. I still have things to deal with here. I need to find a way to make the moon habitable for living creatures, but before that I need to arrange another matter. And then he opened the mist space. Uzayo walked into the space, opened his eyes, and the wolf-headed beast respectfully bowed to Uzayo. Suddenly a foot stepped forth and a deep voice loudly announced, Master, that's the mutated human, transcendent rank 4, innate talent, magnetic control, can flexibly utilize magnetism. Special ability, magnetic sense, can detect the strength of life forms within 1,000 miles via magnetic fields. Metal manipulation, can easily control the metal of an entire city for high-speed attacks. Planetary magnetic field can move at high speed using a planet's magnetic field. Magnetic field projection distorts magnetic force to project itself. Long-distance communication. Magnetic reinforcement uses its own magnetism to enhance strength, endurance, and even reaction capabilities, shortening the response time of ordinary humans by 15. Can achieve invisibility by leveraging light. Absolute field uses magnetic fields to generate field energy, enough to withstand the impact of thermal weapons. Yu Zio looked at him triumphantly. Not only does he have powerful offensive methods but also excellent high-speed movement and invisibility. Even little Ling would not be able to escape unharmed if she fought him. Yu Zio looked at Yor with satisfaction, then deliberately asked him, "Do you know why I recruited you? Your ability is magnetism. You possess extremely powerful magnetic control. In our upcoming war, your ability is indispensable. I need you to use magnetism to create wormholes and lead the army through the stars." Yor appeared hesitant. "But this will consume a massive amount of spiritual energy." Yu Zio comforted him. "But it doesn't matter, I am here. The future will no longer be minor skirmishes on Earth, but larger, vaster cosmic wars. From now on, you will go to the thunder space." Yor obediently complied. "Yes," Yu Zio's face was full of ambition. "I must find a way to make his magnetic power strong enough to create wormholes so he can lead a powerful army to conquer the stars." In the deep sea. At this moment, deep in the ocean, the merfolk looked at the scene before them, somewhat dazed. Isa's brother strode over aggressively, seething with anger. "Where have you been all this time?" Facing Isa, he had no intention of holding back. His eyes widened and he lowered his voice again, saying, "Sister Isa," he said with a grim expression, "when our king went to war with the exotic beast king's army, you disappeared. After the war, you shamelessly returned." However, Isa unexpectedly declared, "Today I come on behalf of Misty Mountain. Join Misty Mountain." At Misty Mountain, Spirit Flower was meticulously recording, checking the chimpanzees, all of whom met the criteria for rank 3 strength and intelligence. The Monkey King gave a cold assent. Spirit Flower immediately called out, "Next." Ling Feng looked at Little Blue with some concern. "Little Blue, is that group you brought chimpanzees?" The little girl hesitated before answering. "It seems they originally evolved from White King Kong." Hearing this, Ling Feng curiously asked, "Then why do chimpanzees have tails?" Little Blue said helplessly. "I can't help you with that." Suddenly, Ching Gang, who was walking, heard someone call out, "Ching Gang." He looked back and saw Spirit Flower riding on a chimpanzee's back, which made him happy. "Sister Spirit Flower," she exclaimed excitedly, "these chimpanzee warriors all meet the standards. Send them to you for training." Spirit Flower suddenly widened her eyes, looking at the scene before her. "But what are you doing now?" She couldn't help but be surprised at the towering secondary tower. Ching Gang explained to Spirit Flower that after the master left where she used to live, a colossal pit reaching the heavens was left behind and he built a castle there, one he had dreamed of since childhood. Spirit Flower clapped her hands in praise. "Brother Ching Gang is amazing. You're truly great." Ching Gang grinned. "Haha, it's nothing big. I'll save a room for you," she exclaimed, "oh," excitedly upon hearing this. "If the room is big enough, then handsome brother Zixian can sleep with me tonight." When Ching Gang heard this, he was thunderstruck and froze on the spot. Spirit Flower, innocent and unaware of what had happened, ran off, leaving him alone there, feeling dejected. Just then, Zixian suddenly ran out from somewhere, happily saying, "Ching Gang is amazing. He saved a room for me, and it's a big one." Upon hearing this, the chimpanzees and Ching Gang couldn't help but rush over and grapple with him. "Squeak, I'll kill you." "Squeak!" Zixian screamed in fright. "What are you doing?" For a period after that, anomalies from the African continent continuously transported various spiritual energies from Earth to the moon. These spiritual ores were buried beneath the moon by Yu Zio, making the moon's spiritual energy denser. Subsequently, he poured a large amount of life essence into a massive pit, and used tree realm descent to cover the moon's surface. The moon now presented an unexpected appearance. Yu Zio said contentedly, "Working people are the happiest. This feeling is truly great, but one portion of life essence probably isn't enough. Let's get some more from the vitality space." In an instant, the life essence transformed into a vast shimmering lake. Yu Zio exclaimed with a joyful expression, "Now the lake is big enough for everyone to use, but it seems something is still missing." Then he walked over to Guiwa and called out, "Guiwa." Guiwa heard the call and immediately responded, "Master." Yu Zio solemnly commanded, "Use moonlight projection to summon Ching Gang and the chimpanzee tribe, as well as Bull Demon, Imperial Crocodile, Ice Dragon, and those mutated beasts. The moon's construction cannot do without them." On Earth it was a very peaceful morning, but White Tiger's roar seemed to shatter that tranquility. Phoenix Demon, unwilling to be outdone, roared and exuded its immense pressure. Then White Tiger and Phoenix Demon clashed, neither giving way. The commotion was so great that the once bright space instantly turned pitch black and all the beasts were terrified. Then they quickly scattered to both sides. Phoenix Demon landed, kicking up dust everywhere. It powerfully flapped its wings, truly a phoenix reincarnated. White Tiger's gaze also sharpened. It bared its fangs in a threat, fiercely flapping its wings, continuously repeating, "Everyone will die." Phoenix Demon furiously spat out flames. "Shut up, stop saying everyone will die." Without hesitation, a fiery vortex immediately rushed towards White Tiger, but fortunately White Tiger dodged it. The fiery vortex struck with an earth-shattering roar, spreading outwards. White Tiger was startled by the sight. Phoenix Demon finally warned, whatever your purpose in provoking me, I will not let you off again, you've angered me. Phoenix Demon stood before White Tiger blocking its retreat, furiously flapping its wings incessantly. Whatever your purpose in provoking me, I will not let you off again. Its eyes gleamed. I really don't know why Misty Mountain would take in a foolish exotic beast like you. White Tiger also circulated its spiritual energy, loudly showing no deference to anyone. Everyone will die, everyone will die. It spat out an electric orb. Everyone will die, everyone will die, everyone will die. Just then Little Blue rushed out from somewhere, angrily hitting White Tiger and shouting loudly, "Shut up!" She then sincerely apologized to Phoenix Demon. Despite White Tiger covering its face mournfully on the side, she said, "I apologize, it bears no hostility, it's just too foolish." Phoenix Demon was still not appeased. "You're not here to fight me, so what is it for? Don't forget I helped you during the battle against darkness." Little Blue gently coaxed it. "I know, which is why we've come to invite you. Join Misty Mountain." Phoenix Demon's eyes were filled with contemplation. 3 days later on the moon, Guihua excitedly shouted, "Master, master, master, Little Blue sent word that she has persuaded 2 continental fierce beasts. Phoenix Demon has joined us." Yu Zayu's eyes widened and he asked in surprise, "What? You're not lying to me, are you?" Guihua excitedly continued to report, "They are on their way." The Monkey King, Phoenix Demon and the chimpanzees were majestically heading towards the moon. Phoenix Demon curiously glanced at the Monkey King. It was a simian with extraordinary hidden spiritual energy within its body. Misty Mountain could be said to be a gathering place for powerhouses. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Cracks are beginning to appear in the void." Phoenix Demon felt a little afraid. "Void cracks, the void." The Monkey King stood beside them saying majestically, "That is the entrance to the heavenly realm. The divine tree is waiting for us ahead." Phoenix Demon kept its thoughts to itself, thinking, "No matter how much I value them, ultimately, I always feel they are too conservative." Chingang ordered the chimpanzees, "All right everyone, let's depart in order." The moon had undergone immense changes by then. On one side was a vast lake and on the other a lush forest. Yu Zio was awaiting them in that large forest, racking his brains, thinking, melting the ice from the ice space into a small ocean is still not enough. The trees were also beginning to wither. If not for the spiritual energy support, they would likely wither even faster. He was suddenly startled by a sound. It was the spatial rift opening. Phoenix Demon majestically spread its wings and was the first to fly out. Next came the chimpanzees and Bull Demon. Then Chingang, the Ice Dragon King, and Imperial Crocodile also arrived successively. Chingang was surprised to find, "This is the moon and there's air." "I can breathe," Yu Zio slowly explained. "I used an illusion array to envelop the entire moon, so oxygen can still be retained on this planet. However, with your strength, you should be able to stay here for a few days even without oxygen, right?" Yu Zio glanced at Phoenix Demon. "You are Phoenix Demon." Seeing it respectfully salute him, Yu Zio was somewhat surprised. "The continent's second fiercest beast, I didn't expect you to join us." Phoenix Demon praised Yu Zio. "You've become even stronger since we last met." But in its heart it continuously pondered, "This appearance is both divine and demonic." Yu Zio's colossal and lush form made it somewhat wary. Phoenix Transcendent Rank 4, Bloodline. Phoenix Bloodline, an ancient and mysterious bloodline. The true king of all birds, innate talent. Feathers of darkness. Each feather seems to have a life of its own, capable of splitting into 10,000 sword rains. Special ability. Sword rain, feathers fall like a torrential downpour, each strong enough to tear through steel. Sound of abyss, tail feathers can emit darkness, devouring all mental energy. Eye of scrutiny can foresee the future. Forbidden, no future, regardless of its nature, may be revealed. Feather transformation, the body instantly transforms into thousands of feathers, resisting all attacks. Yu Zio praised, "Truly the king of all birds, its abilities are entirely on par with Nine Tails. From now on you will reside in the darkness space. It is most suitable for you, and I will entrust the sky to your management," Phoenix Demon respectfully stated. "From now on I will only fight for the divine tree." These words made Yu Zio feel both shy and pleased. After spending a few more days in the space, the lake of life essence was constantly full. Phoenix Demon suddenly flapped its wings violently, emerging from the bottom of the lake refreshed. It secretly mused, "This life essence is truly remarkable. Not only heals injuries but also enhances strength." On the other side, Chingang was building more and more tall buildings. Yu Zio inquired about the situation. "How is Chinggang's construction coming along?" He replied without hesitation. "The moon's terrain is different from Earth's, so it might take a bit longer." Unexpectedly, he then led Yu Zio to another massive stone carved with greetings divine tree and said solemnly, "But I can make things like this anytime." Yu Zio was speechless with Chingang. "When did you become so humorous?" Then he angrily turned and commanded, "Quickly dismantle that useless thing." Yu Zio returned to his main tree body and sighed, "Now I have another matter to attend to. It's truly busy. I don't even have to work, yet I have endless tasks every day." He held the light and dark elemental fruits in his hand, his eyes brightening. "These are fruits I condensed by cultivating light and dark attributes. They can greatly enhance innate talent, transforming it into life essence. To date, every being that has consumed an elemental fruit has quickly become a transcendent rank 4 powerhouse." Yu Zio hesitated for a moment, but the problem was, who should these 2 fruits be given to? His expression was grim as he thought it over, feeling that only those 2 were most suitable. Yu Zio held the 2 orbs of light and dark in his hands, secretly evaluating. First, the dark elemental fruit was most suitable. He immediately thought of two individuals with powerful and fierce instincts, Leng Feng and Black Tiger 1. Yu Zhao recalled the images of the wounded beasts and Leng Feng, then secretly deduced now throughout Misty Mountain. As soon as any exotic beast falls ill or is injured, they immediately seek out him and his sister, both of whom are skilled at caring for others. Immediately after, Arlang and Great Snake also appeared on the screen. Yu Zhao made a judgment. The important thing is that the younger generation is close to the Leng Feng brothers. Dark Tiger fiercely bared its fangs in a threat. Yu Zhao secretly assessed that Shadow Tiger possessed astonishing combat talent. If given the dark fruit, it would definitely become a formidable force, so he sighed again, falling into deep thought. But Qing Feng's contributions cannot be ignored either. Being a leader is too difficult. Being a good leader is even harder. Yu Zhao racked his brains, concluding, no matter who I give it to, the other person will complain. It's better not to give it yet. Immediately after, he observed the light orb in his hand, murmuring to himself, as for the light fruit, it can definitely be called the most terrifying fruit, with immense destructive power and speed like light. Yu Zhao deduced that everyone would want this fruit, so if that were the case, thinking this, he turned to Guihua and suggested, Guihua, do something for me. Hearing this, Guihua curiously asked, what is it, master? Yu Zhao quickly instructed them, to the exotic beasts of Misty Mountain. In 3 months a competition will be held at Misty Mountain. All exotic beasts below rank 4 can participate, he continued to say. The first place winner will receive the light fruit, and I will personally bestow a baptism upon the second place winner. Yu Zhao excitedly instructed, remember to specifically describe the terrifying aspects of the light fruit to attract everyone to participate. I will also be there to watch the battles. He also specially added, of course, if humans want to participate, they can too. This is also an opportunity to recruit more people. After listening, Guihua said, this news has caused quite a stir. Then it emitted a flickering light in the dark night sky, when Guihua used moonlight projection to transmit the information to Earth. The entire planet was abuzz. After all, the allure of the light fruit was irresistible. Upon receiving the news, the Rat Kings gathered for a meeting. One Rat King spoke, I heard that in 3 months Misty Mountain will hold a competition. Hearing this, another Rat King blurted out curiously, can you eat the competition? That Rat King immediately retorted, fool, it's a competition everyone fights for. If you lose, you'll be captured and experimented on. Seeing this, they cried out in fear, ah, I'm so scared. It was then that Lightning Rat finally spoke, it doesn't matter if you Rat Kings lose, but if you win first place, you'll be one of the 5 great transcendent rank 3 Rat Kings. Lightning Rat excitedly announced, you can obtain an elemental fruit. Hearing this, the Rat Kings asked in unison, Great King, what is an elemental fruit? Lightning Rat answered in a panic, it's probably a ball. The Rat Kings blurted out dumbfounded, so we'll be able to play with a ball after this? Lightning Rat replied nonchalantly, probably. Subsequently, the Rat Kings joyfully raised their banners, their morale high. They collectively chanted slogans, win this competition, bring the ball for everyone to play, we'll all play with the ball together from now on, go Great King go. On the other side, Zixin's brother was languidly enjoying a large pile of bamboo shoots. In contrast, his subordinates watched him enviously. Some blurted out jealously, boss is so good he gets to eat fresh bamboo shoots every day. Another expressed, I really want some too. Just then, Iron Knight burst through the door, rushing to report, Big brother, it's bad. Something has happened. Zixin's brother showed a completely confused expression, then immediately cried out in panic, my bamboo shoots were stolen. Iron Knight helplessly blurted out, why are you only concerned about that? Just then, Iron Knight quickly reported, your younger brother is here. Zixin strode majestically into the palace, and Zixin's older brother immediately put on a stern expression. Seeing this, Zixin exclaimed with immense admiration, Big brother is truly awe-inspiring. Hearing these words, Zixin's older brother's cheeks flushed slightly, and he smugly thought to himself, this is exactly what I wanted to hear, which is why I put on this act. Thinking this, he gravely asked, little brother, what brings you here? Zixin immediately put his hands on his hips, triumphantly replying, HMPH, I'm afraid you'd be so surprised you'd wet your pants. He cut straight to the chase. The fruit of light, do you know about it? The divine tree is hosting a competition, and the first place prize is that. But only exotic beasts and humans below rank 4 can participate. Zixin's older brother listened attentively. Zixin kept saying, I came to you because I want to borrow some fighting power. He grandly declared, I must obtain the fruit of light and become stronger. Zixin's older brother was also very interested in this competition, blurting out, the fruit of light. Even the guard listened solemnly to this news. Zixin's eyes gleamed, eager to win an award in this battle. Finally, Zixin's older brother summarized, is it delicious? This made everyone laugh helplessly. Iron Knight couldn't contain his emotions and immediately analyzed, boss, that's a supreme treasure cultivated by the divine tree. The news has already spread worldwide. Devouring it not only allows a direct breakthrough from rank 3 to rank 4, but more importantly it can transform one into an elemental body avatar. His brother listened intently, then blurted out, a bit impressive. Iron Knight quickly added, quite impressive. Zixin's older brother then returned to the main topic, asking, so you want me to be your helper? If I agree, what's in it for me? Zixin then cunningly announced, brother, you'll always be my good big brother. Hearing this, Zixin's older brother was furious, immediately grabbing Zixian by the neck and fiercely saying, "Don't play these hollow games with me. If you win first place, you must split the fruit with me." Zixian coughed painfully, barely managing to say, "I know I'm dying. I can't breathe." Meanwhile, White Tiger let out an earth-shattering roar. It majestically declared, "Everyone will die. Listen, you little ones, everyone will die. Everyone can participate in this competition. Top 100 will receive rewards." A group of foxes shrieked. "Top 100? That many?" Black Fox quickly roared. "If the boss says there are, then there are." Just then, the gray-haired girl loudly announced with a megaphone, "This time you must display the spirit of the Tiger Tribe, the might of the Tiger Tribe. This is our only chance for the Tiger Tribe to make a name for itself in Misty Mountain." After speaking, she turned to White Tiger and asked, "Is that okay, little White?" White Tiger looked at her, letting out meow meow sounds. The sky around the forest gradually brightened. Meanwhile, Flash also began to formulate a plan. 3 months from now, you will be sent into battle. You are commanded victory only, no defeat." Subsequently, everyone cheered excitedly. Just then, Ninetails spoke gravely. "Are you ready?" White Fox confidently declared. "This time I will definitely win the championship." Even the golden-haired monkey and its subordinates embarked on the journey. It confidently asserted, "The fruit will surely be ours." The Arctic white bear also declared war without showing weakness. "Our bear tribe will never let the fruit fall into the hands of other races." Meanwhile, the human-faced spider asked, "Should we participate?" The human-headed wolf sighed, saying, "We can't win. There are too many strong individuals. The fruit of light, a fruit born from Uzayu's essence, contains a vast amount of spiritual energy and power, capable of elevating exotic beasts and humans directly from rank 3 to rank 4. This news has already spread throughout the human world. Half a month later, human cities were brightly lit and bustling with crowds, and the large television screens displayed news about the glowing orb. Recently, a competition has been rumored in Misty Mountain, with an elemental fruit as the first-place prize. Of course, the truth of the matter is still unknown. We are continuously monitoring this event. The scene shifted to Dragon Manor, where a magnificent castle came into view. On a high mountain platform, a master asked, "Longer, how is your cultivation progressing?" Long Yong sincerely replied with tears in his eyes, "Just finished training." Old Man Long crossed his arms and asked in a low voice, "Do you know about the competition in Misty Mountain? You are invincible among your peers at rank 3. Do you have the confidence to win first place?" Long Yong scratched his head with a smile, saying, "Unfortunately, I'm not from Misty Mountain, so I can't participate." Hearing this, Old Man Long was furious, punched him, and then roared, "Fool, why don't you just join them?" He pointed directly at Long Yong, scolding, "As we speak, who knows how many people have already gone to Misty Mountain? Even if you sign a contract, it doesn't matter. Once you become rank 4, even if you don't return, you can protect the dragon family for 100 years without worry." Old Man Long then solemnly affirmed, "Only then can you protect those you wish to protect." Long Yong looked at him intently, then stood up with his arms crossed, saying with imposing aura, "I understand." Long Yong clenched his fists, asserting, "I also really want to fight against different strong individuals." Hearing this, Old Man Long said with satisfaction, "Good." Just then a voice suddenly sounded, "Master, a large forest has grown on the moon and there's a lot of mist." Immediately after, another voice said, "You're saying these stupid things loudly. Are you afraid others won't know you pulled strings?" The stars twinkled in the sky and the enormous moon also followed. Guiwa reported, "Master, as of now, the number of participants in the competition has reached 2,000, not including those from Misty Mountain. There are also several hundred external transcendent rank 3 powerhouses, all now arranged in Qinggang's immortal abode pavilion." Hearing this, Uzayo said in surprise, "The number of people is even higher than I expected. This time we can see how many people from Misty Mountain are in the top 100. Then it quickly stated, "But I'm more curious about the humans. What kind of rankings can they achieve in this competition?" Time flew by and another month passed. During this month, a large number of exotic beasts continuously gathered in Misty Mountain. Just then a falcon swiftly flew in from the sky. Accompanying it was a team of contestants comprised of various creatures. The split claw bear bared its sharp fangs menacingly. The onlookers below couldn't help but say in horror, "The split claw bear, similar to the evolved bears of Kiadia Island, possesses immense strength. If one doesn't react in time, they'll be torn apart." There was a person on the bear's back. Just then a black-robed man appeared on the split claw bear's back. People clearly saw the man's face. He had a third eye on his forehead. People screamed in terror. "The three-eyed race," the young participant said in horror. "They've come too." He stared with wide eyes, observing the crowd, and couldn't help but ponder, "Even such powerful creatures have become his mounts. Do we still have a chance to win?" Just then the ground and rocks cracked due to the heavy footsteps of a giant beast. The Arctic white bear glared fiercely forward. A split claw bear also bared its fangs in a challenging manner. The beast hordes and participants were all terrified by this sudden appearance, staring up with wide eyes. Just then everyone cheered in unison, "Misty Mountain's Thunder Bear." Immediately after, the two bears confronted each other. They screamed in terror. "They've met." The golden-haired youth below secretly thought, "Fight." An old man with purple hair next to him also secretly encouraged, "It's best if both get injured, and I'll have hope of entering the top 100. Just then the split claw bear roared furiously, then violently burst forth. On the other side, the Arctic white bear also roared in anger without showing weakness. The three-eyed race member then appeared majestically. Immediately after, the split claw bear and the Arctic white bear simultaneously extended their hands and clasped them together intimately. This scene utterly surprised and confused everyone, and they all said they formed an alliance. Just then the black fox's footsteps echoed throughout the entire space, startling everyone. It fiercely ordered, "Humans, get out of my way!" Everyone exclaimed in horror. A black tiger. Immediately after, the fox demon's tail suddenly appeared, standing majestically on the cliff, and the people behind whispered, "A white twin-tailed fox." Suddenly the entire team vibrated violently. Everyone hastily shouted, "Earthquake, no!" Looking at the colossal rock giant that appeared behind them, people cried out, "It's a titan, it sweeps away everything in its path, making it unstoppable." Everyone's faces turned pale, and they said in horror, "Legendary races are appearing one after another." Just then, Long Yong stood alone and thought, "Grandpa, I will not let you down." As he pondered, a tall man suddenly turned around and spoke to him. "Have the titans come too? It seems there's no good show to watch." He raised his face and asked Long Yong, "Kid, are you here to watch the fun, or to participate?" The participant continued, "Judging by your strength, you're probably only transcendent rank 1. It's very dangerous here for you." Then he put an arm around Long Yong, advising, "How about this? Since you're still young, I'll give you some spiritual stones and I can protect you." Long Yang's face was ashen at this moment, and he roared, "But I feel like you'll die here, right in front of me." The participant, seeing this, also became furious and asked, "Kid, are you looking for death? Are you underestimating me?" Just then a rift suddenly appeared in the sky. People cried out, "Look, the sky is cracking." The rift grew larger and larger, emitting dazzling light. At this moment both the crowd and the beast hordes gathered, observing the shattered rift in the sky. From the rift a beast beak emerged. Everyone watched intently, then screamed in terror, "The space is torn open and a creature is coming out." Yu Zio appeared solemnly, and the three-eyed race member stared intently at it, secretly identifying it as a colossal purple python facing the moonlight. The titan excitedly said at this moment, "It's a strong individual from our clan." Yu Zio stretched its body high, and both the beast hordes and humans stared up with wide eyes. Long Yong also secretly observed and evaluated. Indeed, it was also an exotic beast from Misty Mountain. At this moment the titan again strode through the area. People fled, screaming in terror, "Quick, get out of the way, you'll be trampled to death." Then the titan knelt before Yu Zio, respectfully saying, "Greetings, elder." Yu Zio asked with great confusion, "Are you my junior?" Hearing this, the titan quickly explained, "I am from the Titan clan of the Huis bloodline. I only recently awakened and my bloodline is not pure, which is why Elder didn't recognize me." Yu Zio secretly judged, "It seems it's because of my size. This guy mistook me for a Titan." Thinking this, it used the system to analyze the Titan's information. Divinity, mountain god not yet awakened, connected to mountains, possessing the power of 100 mountains and an undying attribute. Yu Zio pondered for a moment, secretly assessing, "Awakening divinity is also good, but now is not the right time." Then it spoke, "I now occupy the back of the world and am on good terms with the divine tree. If you have anything you can go to it. I have been following this competition. Good luck." The divine tree responded with sincere gratitude, "Yes." Then Yu Zio turned around and ordered Ching Gang, modify the venue a bit. Hearing this, both the beast hordes and humans stirred, asking in confusion, "What exactly is happening?" Black Fox and other beasts were terrified by the ground tremors, and the split-claw bear's side also shook violently. The three-eyed race member looked worriedly forward, pondering, "Is the venue still changing?" Immediately after, a spacious empty plain appeared. Long Yong couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "It's gotten bigger." At this moment, Yu Zio announced loudly, "Then now the first battle of the competition officially begins." It continued, "This competition is Misty Mountain's first grand event." Yu Zio kept announcing, "Here, strong individuals from various races have gathered. The top 108 places all have rewards and each one is very generous." It continued to introduce, "The top 20 will have the privilege of an audience with the divine tree." Yu Zio gripped the glowing orb in its hand, unhesitatingly announcing, "And the first place winner will directly receive the light attribute fruit." Immediately after, the orb emitted a powerful reflection, illuminating the entire area, stunning everyone. Long Yong looked at the orb before him, secretly sighing, "It's the fruit of light." Lightning Rat thought with immense excitement, "You guys just wait and see me win this orb." Yu Zio then announced the rules. The competition method is very simple. First, there will be an assessment round. The top 1,000 who pass the assessment will enter the next round, and subsequent duels will determine the 108 victors. It gravely announced, "Until the end, the first place will be decided." Then it turned around and ordered, "Bull Demon, the first round is yours." Hearing this, Bull Demon obediently responded, "Understood." Immediately after, it announced, "The first round of assessment is very simple. As long as the top 1,000 reach me, it counts as qualified. I will wait for you here." Bull Demon continued to emphasize, "Of course it must be within the specified time. Anyone who is scared can get out." Just then the sand sparrows flying in the sky confidently asserted, "It seems the first round is a test of speed. The advantage is mine." Meanwhile, the swift horses also confidently said, "In terms of speed I will not lose." A group of cheetahs ferociously declared war. "In terms of speed we are at the top of the food chain." Even Long Yong clasped his hands in prayer. "Grandpa bless me." Zishin's subordinate said fearfully, "It's over, second brother. Didn't you say it was just fighting? I can't outrun them." Zishin's face had lost hope, but he still tried to encourage calmly. At this moment the flash ant colony still roared with immense momentum. The Arctic white bear also let out a mighty roar, and even the fox demon was full of fighting spirit. The split claw bear and the three-eyed race member also assumed battle stances. Just then, bull demon announced loudly, "The first round of assessment begins." Then it gave the signal, "Start." In an instant the beasts swarmed forward, plunging into a frantic run. Each species jostled for position, with rhinoceroses roaring, "Get out of the way, don't block me." The cheetahs closed behind, confidently declared, "First place is mine, don't step on my feet." The steeds here galloped like lightning, proclaiming, "Watch me fly like lightning." Falcons leisurely soared in the air, cackling and mocking, "You're all too slow." Dragons and contestants ran headfirst, not forgetting to complain, "How can this exotic beast be so monstrous? If it's about speed, how can humans possibly win?" Zishan's subordinate trotted behind, continuously complaining, "No, I give up." Just then, Uzio ordered, "Bull Demon, use gravity." Hearing this, Bull Demon obediently replied, "Understood." Immediately after, it used its power to increase gravity tenfold. The entire area was instantly shrouded in purple smoke, and all the beasts fell to the ground, moaning in pain. Bull Demon merely glanced at them and snorted. At this moment, Bull Demon was unleashing terrifying gravity, and not only itself, but many mutated beasts were also enduring this gravity. They couldn't help but complain in hushed tones, "My body is so heavy, don't block the way ahead. Do you think I want to?" Their faces were all very ugly at this moment. Bull Demon thought, "It seems many exotic beasts cannot withstand this gravity, but some humans are unexpectedly performing well." Long's expression was serious at this moment, as he struggled to resist the gravity, muttering to himself, "Grandpa bless me, this gravity hasn't affected me yet." Taking this opportunity, he countercharged. Meanwhile, Zishan's subordinate was running on all fours, saying as he ran, "As expected, 4 legs are more convenient, I can't lose either." But suddenly a black shadow streaked past him at an astonishing speed. It was Black Tiger and 2 other mutated tigers. The surrounding people watched them move so effortlessly, grudgingly saying, "Those mutated tigers are still running so fast." Another person replied, "It's not just them." The ape on the left was also acting as usual. At this moment the sky suddenly darkened. The orange-haired man said, "It's getting dark," Long replied. Meanwhile a giant turtle was chasing a group of people. They ran, shouting, "This turtle is too big." No sooner had he spoken than a foot larger than the giant turtles landed next to it. They couldn't help but ask, "What is this?" Another person replied, "It's a titan." "My 100 steps are not as fast as its 100 steps, I'll risk it," another person replied. "Me too." Uzio stood beside Bull Demon, observing. Seeing that most people were not greatly affected, it said, "It seems this much gravity has little impact on the vast majority of creatures. Increase the gravity." Bull Demon replied, "Yes." With that, it increased the gravity to 20-fold. In an instant, all the creatures that were still able to walk moments ago were now completely paralyzed on the ground. The weaker ones even continuously vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Black Fox was also surprised by this gravity at this moment. After scanning the area, Uzio finally said with some interest, "Now this is getting interesting." At this moment the mutated beasts were still continuously spitting blood. Meanwhile some mutated bears had already adapted to the gravity and continued to advance. Long was also doing so. He was gritting his teeth and persevering at this moment, muttering to himself, "My body is very uncomfortable and breathing is difficult. But there's still a long way to the finish line." Zishan's subordinate was running and panting at this moment, saying, "I'm tired, I regret coming here." "Everyone has reached the finish line, right?" Just then, Uzio seemed to sense something. In the sky, a mutated bird was circling, suddenly spitting blood. Uzio curiously observed it with the system. Undying Blood Crow, Transcendent Rank 3, Innate Talent. Undying Blood Crow. Unlike other creatures, the Undying Blood Crow is a composite of nearly 10,000 blood crows. Each blood crow is an independent entity, yet can combine to form a powerful life form. The consciousness of the Undying Blood Crow is managed by the strongest individual. Death causes it to return to the mother body carrying consciousness and memories, so killing each blood crow requires destroying its soul. Special ability, Descent. If it suffers fatal damage, its soul, spiritual energy, memories and everything else will return to the strongest blood crow individual. Scream. The cry of the blood crow is enough to tear apart a person's soul. Return. Can return to its strongest state at the cost of lifespan. Cursed Eye. The Cursed Red Eye. Looking at it will curse the viewer. After observing its status panel, Uzio thought, "This blood crow beast is interesting. It's composed of countless individuals and it can split or re-merge. When a blood crow dies, it is absorbed by other more powerful blood crows, making them stronger. Furthermore, there's the colossal lava behemoth. Sea beasts. Have these creatures evolved onto the mainland? The King Kong tribe can still run under gravity. It seems they do this kind of training often. To reach the finish line as quickly as possible," Black Fox urged everyone, saying, "Everyone speed up and catch up." The Arctic white bear also said, not to be outdone, "As fellow Misty Mountain exotic beasts, how can we let them fall behind? Suppress them." At this moment, Chingang stood beside Bull Demon and said, "As expected of the exotic beasts I trained, are performing very well." Uzio said with some surprise at this moment, "But I didn't expect the golden-spotted phoenix butterfly to also be here. It seems to be a light-attributed exotic beast. If nothing goes wrong, the winner of the light fruit will be born among them." Just as it was deep in thought, Zillion walked over and called it. "Master," it also responded, "Zillion." Uzio thought, "I've always let it roam in the void, mainly to detect if there are any void creatures." At this moment, Zillion reported, I sense a powerful unknown presence approaching. Hearing this, a look of vigilance appeared in Uzio's eyes. After confirming that no one else had arrived here, Uzio asked, "So void creatures are finally appearing around here." As it spoke, it secretly observed Zillion, thinking, judging by Zillion's nervousness, that void creature must not be weak, at least it will pose a threat to it. Void creatures devour and kill each other. Although Zillion is powerful, just as it was deep in thought, Zillion suddenly spoke. "Master, I want to go alone." Uzio replied. "The opponent must also be strong." "Do you have a chance of winning?" It replied, "Yes." Hearing its confidence, Uzio agreed. "Then go, be careful." No sooner had it replied yes than it left. As soon as it left, Uzio pondered. Although no one on Earth could be Zillion's match, encountering some naturally monstrous creatures in the void, it also faces the risk of death. Thinking this, it split off a portion of its tree roots. Uzio thought for a moment and said, "I'll still follow along and see." Subsequently, Uzio's tree roots pursued in the direction Zillion had just flown. At this moment, in the void, the face of a monster with sharp fangs and red eyes appeared. Chapter 264. At this moment, Bull Demon stood there observing, watching to see who would be the first to reach the finish line. After waiting for a while, the mutated ape group was the first to reach the finish line. Bull Demon showed an expected expression and calmly said, "As expected, you were the first to arrive. The other contestants should be arriving soon." No sooner had he spoken than Black Tiger and 2 other tigers reached the finish line, followed by the Arctic Bear. Then came the undying Blood Crow. Seeing it, Bull Demon also exclaimed in surprise, "A bird too," followed by White Fox and then the golden-spotted Phoenix Butterfly. It happily said, "They're here." Suddenly, a giant foot landed next to it. Looking at the Titan's enormous body, Chingang couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, thinking it's too big. Meanwhile, behind him, Long watched the exotic beasts arrive at the finish line one after another, feeling a bit anxious. "Tisk, exotic beasts are already arriving at the finish line one after another. This won't do. I can only use this move." Thinking this, he slightly narrowed his eyes and then his speed suddenly increased dramatically. At this moment, only 2 people had just reached the finish line. Chingang gently glanced at his watch and said, "Time's up." All the exotic beasts were now focused on their watches. The 3-eyed race member was also silently standing and waiting. Bull Demon glanced at the hourglass, seeing it about to run out. It loudly announced that time was up. But before it could finish speaking, Long had already accelerated toward the finish line. Due to his excessive speed, he tripped and flew forward. Then he collided with the Arctic white bear before stopping. As they looked at him with angry eyes, he, dizzy, celebrated. Successfully reached the finish line. Zishan's subordinate also arrived in time, breathing a sigh of relief and saying, "I thought I wouldn't make it to this line this time. I was just about to withdraw from the competition." At this moment, the hourglass had completely run out, and Bull Demon also announced, "Time's up. Those who reached the finish line are qualified. If you failed, you can withdraw, but you are also welcome to stay and watch the battles." At this moment, a person looked at Long and said with some surprise, "That kid made it." Bull Demon then said, "Then let's start the second round." Long was somewhat shocked because he had consumed a lot of stamina using his ultimate move, so he could only ask, "Now, shouldn't we rest for a while?" Bull Demon replied, "Don't worry, we have Vitality Bone Water which can help you recover your stamina in a short time." No sooner had he spoken than Chingang placed his hand on the ground. The soil beneath his feet gradually rose, forming pillars. After a while, an arena was formed. Bull Demon then said, "Because the second round of fighting is about to begin." Transitioning to the void, Zillion was flying somewhere. Before it at this moment was a dinosaur covered in sharp spikes, roaring. It was the spiked crocodile. Zillion flew straight towards it. It silently watched Zillion. In front of its huge body, Zillion was like a mosquito. Even so, it still opened its hands and used its ultimate skill, Gale Slash, while thinking, "What a monster that makes me feel afraid." At this moment, it opened its mouth and sucked Zillion in. Zillion struggled to resist. Even so, it seemed to be gradually losing consciousness. Damn it. Suddenly, the spiked crocodile's spikes flew towards it and then it clawed, creating a spatial rift. The rift was continuously expanding. At this moment, Zillion also successfully escaped and began to rush up to attack it. It flew to the spiked crocodile's blind spot, making it unaware, and then it stabbed the spiked crocodile. But this also attracted the spiked crocodile's attention. Even so, it still didn't stop but continuously stabbed the spiked crocodile. After a while, it clasped its hands together and used its ultimate skill, Void Gale Slash. It shouted loudly, and a series of slashes were unleashed. The outer scales of the spiked crocodile also shattered. Seeing this, the spiked crocodile slightly frowned. Zillion continued to rush straight towards the spiked crocodile. Because it flew too fast, the spiked crocodile couldn't keep up with its speed. Utilizing this, it slashed the spiked crocodile's back neck. It painfully spat out a mouthful of blood. That wound also caused it to bleed continuously. At this moment, Zillion continued to silently observe its every move. It saw that the hole it had just stabbed was continuously bleeding, but then the wound quickly healed. Seeing this, Zillion was also somewhat shocked and blurted out, "Healed, it healed. My slashes have a bleeding effect, but this void beast has self-healing ability. So the bleeding effect doesn't work. If I rush into its body, there's a risk of being absorbed in reverse." At this moment, the spiked crocodile let out a low growl. Meanwhile, Zillion fell into deep thought. If the scythe and bleeding ability were evolved, while also strengthening the attack, it might be able to suppress that terrifying self-healing ability. Thinking this, it shouted loudly, and spikes gradually grew from its body at this moment. then its claws also turned green. Seeing this, the spiked crocodile was somewhat surprised. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed, revealing Zillion's new body. This is the second form, Mimic Blade. It shouted, this is a form that abandons all defense and focuses on attack. As it spoke, it continued to rush towards the spiked crocodile. The spiked crocodile stared wide-eyed at Zillion. It effortlessly flew quickly past the spiked crocodile, leaving a scratch on its body. Without the slightest pause, it continued to fly back. A series of Zillion's slashes were unleashed. The spiked crocodile's body was now covered in scratches. Even so, Zillion still had no intention of stopping. It said, it's not over yet. And then another series of slashes were unleashed. The spiked crocodile frowned deeply at this moment, looking very uncomfortable. Then it opened its mouth wide, and a burst of energy gathered in its mouth. Then it shot towards Zillion, but Zillion dodged it. Even so, it still continuously shot. But due to its speed, Zillion dodged all of them. It effortlessly weaved through the spiked crocodile's attacks. Then another slash was unleashed, breaking its leg in two, and then it lost its balance and fell to the ground. But immediately, its eyes suddenly became determined, and it suddenly stood up, shooting two lasers from its eyes. Due to the sudden attack, Zillion had no time to dodge and could only take the hit with its body. But taking advantage of its loss of sight due to the lasers, the spiked crocodile suddenly pounced. It forcefully slammed Zillion to the ground. Then Zillion pierced its hand and flew up. Seeing that it was completely unharmed, a flash of light passed, and Zillion once again slashed at the spiked crocodile. Seeing this, the spiked crocodile also gathered energy in its mouth, preparing to shoot at Zillion. At this moment, two attacks were about to collide. Zillion lowered its head, then directly stabbed into the spiked crocodile's energy beam, effortlessly splitting it open. Without the slightest pause, it continued to fly straight towards the spiked crocodile. Immediately after, the spiked crocodile's body was split in half by it. A sound of a heavy object falling echoed, and the spiked crocodile was now completely dead. Zillion walked towards its body. After confirming its death, Zillion breathed a sigh of relief, finally defeated. But suddenly it sharply opened its eyes. Zillion was astonished by this sight, and immediately after it stabbed Zillion with its sharp tail. Due to the sudden attack, Zillion had no time to dodge and desperately cried out. Without a loud bang, Zillion was still safe and sound. Uzio had bitten the spiked crocodile's neck, and Zillion exclaimed in surprise, "Ma, master." Uzio bit down hard on the spiked crocodile's body. "Master," the spiked crocodile roared in pain. Void race, transcendent rank 4, innate talent. Hunger. Based on hunger, it can devour all things to make itself stronger. Special ability, bone spikes, can form excess matter into sharp bone spikes and expel them from its body. Feast, can open its colossal mouth, erupting with a suction that devours everything. Shriek, its voice is enough to pierce the soul. Stomp the earth, its physique is beyond comprehension. Tough skin, its skin is as hard as diamond. Ultimate regeneration, with its devouring ability. Its regenerative power is even more terrifying. The spiked crocodile quickly bit back at Uzio. Its body was gradually covered by brilliant spiritual energy. Uzio immediately realized that this guy was absorbing its spiritual energy. Suddenly, the spiked crocodile's eyes widened, and the 17th king of the void race spoke. Uzio's tone turned cold. "Don't even think about taking anything from me." It then tightly constricted the spiked crocodile, its body radiating a green light. The spiked crocodile roared in pain, opening its maw, and its skin seemed to be etched with scars. The system displayed. Dang prompt. Ultimate absorption. Absorbed the void beast's hunger energy. Strength enhanced, can perfectly absorb all things. Uzio said, "The ability has evolved, which is beyond my expectation." Uzio looked at the spiked crocodile, now a mere husk. "The void beast is indeed powerful, but it's a pity it met me and Zillion." It remained silent, thinking that it was a bit regrettable that it was dealt with so easily. This void beast was the best combat weapon, not only for one-on-one combat but also for exploring other planets in the future. Uzio couldn't help but imagine such a scene. If it invaded a world, its arrival would be enough to cause that world's collapse. It said that other creatures struggled to cultivate, while it could infinitely evolve just by devouring, and this was only the 17th king of the void beasts. Uzio's tail coiled around the spiked crocodile, immobilizing it. First, suppress its growth, then send it into the 9 great void spaces. It was as good as its word, dragging the spiked crocodile's corpse into the rift. Zillion was still shaken. Merely the 17th ranked was so difficult to deal with. How powerful would the higher-ranked void beasts be? Uzio asked Zillion, "Have you awakened a new ability?" The system displayed. Bloodthirsty Scythe, can absorb blood and even spiritual energy, not only supplementing its own stamina but also accelerating its growth. Uzio urged, "Let's go, we've delayed long enough." Zillion immediately responded, "Yes." In the brightly lit area, azure energy flames blazed, tearing through the air. In ring number 1 there was now a deep pit in the center, and defeated exotic beasts lay motionless on the ground. Accompanied by a shout and the raising of a flag, Thunder Bear wins. The system displayed. Yan City Human Judge. Those surged. Ring number 1. The exotic beast exerted all its strength, and as the energy was released, its eyes turned blood red. Tentacles shot swiftly in the designated direction but were easily predicted and dodged by the opponent. Long concentrated all his power into his sharp claws, and with just one strike he left his opponent in agony. It fell to the ground, conceding. Long wins. He reached out to wipe the dirt from his face, secretly sighing. The opponents are getting stronger, but at least he made it into the top 108. The audience surrounded the ring. The notice board displayed the names of the participants. Although there were only 82 people currently, the three-eyed race members observed from above, even those from the three divine races were only ranked in the top 50. Long was momentarily puzzled. The light fruit, can I really get it? He gazed into the distance. Ninetales admired, that human is good. Although ranked very low, he hasn't used all his power yet. It had long sensed the hidden power within him that didn't belong to him. Bull Demon spoke, now only 108 people remain in the competition, and rankings will be determined by points. If he wants to improve his ranking, he must go all out. We'll soon know what power he's hiding. Long was deep in thought, seeming to be calculating something. At this moment Long also looked up at the sky, his gaze firm. The battles in other rings were still raging fiercely. Steel Rhino wins. His ranking had now risen to 72nd. The judge continued to announce next is Shadow Tiger roaring. Shadow Tiger, the judge called out Titan's name. Qinggang was surprised. Have the top 10 ranked fighters already started fighting? Bull Demon said. Both sides have won 24 matches and lost 1, Long thought. The loudest cheer came from ring number 9, Titan versus Shadow Tiger. He muttered to himself, fortunately it's not me fighting one of them. After all, I can't beat the 8th and 7th ranked. Chen Long noticed something. A white-furred exotic beast appeared. White Fox ranked first. Zishan's subordinate eating judge. Oh no, that human is going to get beaten. Ninetales also looked intrigued. This is getting interesting. In various rings, fierce battles were ongoing. Titan's arm was burned by flames, frantically trying to extinguish them. Shadow Tiger slowly approached in anger, and the sound of an object separating echoed. Titan's arm completely detached from his body and fell to the ground. Shadow Tiger seized the opportunity and pounced, instantly transforming into 2 Shadow Tigers. Shadow Tiger clone. It sprayed dazzling purple energy from its mouth directly at Titan. Titan fell with regret, his face disfigured. Shadow Tiger's sharp claws then stepped on Titan's body. It roared furiously, if you don't surrender, I'll blow your head to pieces. Titan said helplessly. I surrender. Bull Demon praised. This Shadow Tiger has won again. Golden Spotted Phoenix Butterfly shouted, Light of Destruction. Zishan's subordinate immediately became flustered. Which move should I use now? Before it could react, it was struck by Golden Spotted Phoenix Butterfly's move and sent flying. The judge shouted, Golden Spotted Phoenix Butterfly wins, ranked 2nd. Zixian panicked. Oh no, Flash spoke. Golden Spotted Phoenix Butterfly can actually rank 2nd. In the end, it's because Panda's subordinate is too weak compared to mine. As soon as it finished speaking, it heard the notification. Lightning Rat wins, ranked 33rd. Flash was momentarily unable to accept it. What? The King Kong clan helplessly called out Little 5. Flash was now silently squatting in a corner, sulking. Leave me alone, I want some peace and quiet. Zishan's brother called. Hello, did you win? When are you going to send me the 1,000 bamboo shoots you owe me? Zixian cleverly mimicked a voice. The subscriber you dialed has switched off their phone. Lightning Rat was smug and its subordinates continuously cheered, Boss, boss. With an explosion it was sent flying. Lightning Rat frowned unhappily. What the hell? Someone shouted. Look at ring number 7. Thunder looked at the ring. A foot was pushed back by inertia, dragging a long mark on the ground. Long emerged from the dust, his eyes firmly fixed on the opposite side. There, White Fox was also staring at Long with sharp eyes. Ninetales was puzzled. White Fox, the White Fox of the Qingchu Fox clan, had already grown powerful due to the spiritual herbs bestowed by its master. It could have broken through to rank 4, but for some unknown reason it had been suppressing itself, refusing to break through. Black Fox was observing from not far away. It secretly called out its sister's name in its heart. Black Fox looked at White Fox. This can't go on. It's simply bullying the weak. At this moment White Fox angrily suggested, surrender human, you can't win. Long thought to himself, although that's what's being said, surrendering like this isn't my style. Do I really have to use that power? A voice came to his ear. Long, go for it. There's no point in hiding it any longer. Alright, he gritted his teeth and said, honestly I really didn't want to use this ability, but Long immediately unleashed his power. You said I would lose just now, right? He shouted loudly. That's not necessarily true. White Fox was instantly horrified. Long quickly sensed, I finally understand that familiar aura on him. Long's body was covered in flames. That guy devoured the dragon egg. Uzio walked over aggressively from a distance. Whispers arose. It's the divine tree. The divine tree has appeared. Oh my god, the three-eyed race member secretly thought. I thought I wouldn't see it this time. Uzio spoke late. What stage is the competition at now? Long roared in the gushing flames as if to incinerate everything. White Fox struggled to resist the impact. Uzio praised. This human is really interesting. He actually has dragon bloodline within him, but how did he acquire such a bloodline? White Fox was confused. His spiritual energy is continuously growing, almost at peak rank 3 and still no sign of stopping. It looked at the frenzied Long. Even so, I won't lose. Long's eyes changed in an instant, which startled White Fox. Long rushed over in a half-mutated form, followed by an explosion. Powerful dragon aura permeated around Long. He pounced on White Fox. Long exclaimed, speed. Bull Demon and Qinggang were both stunned. Too fast. Ninetales observed silently at this moment. Flames blazed fiercely as if to pierce through the clouds. Uzio was also surprised. Hundreds of years ago, during its first encounter with the European black dragon, humans stole 4 dragon eggs. One hatched into Misty Mountain's 10th beast, the second was damaged and devoured by the spiked crocodile. It remembered the third was absorbed by the Free Federation's beastman during the fight against sea beasts, and that ship was still smoking at the time. The last remaining one was acquired by the British Empire, but on its return journey it was attacked by a force and the dragon egg was stolen. A fireball formed in Long's mouth. White Fox was now under Long's claws, only able to stare with wide eyes in terror. The fireball emitted immense energy, but White Fox fortunately dodged it. It created a green energy sphere, that energy seemingly intent on devouring Long's body. Long only used one hand to cleave the air. White Fox's energy sphere almost completely suppressed Long, White Fox thought. It shot out. Suddenly Long appeared behind it. White Fox was horrified at this speed. Immediately, a deafening roar. The audience couldn't help but marvel. That White Fox is ranked first in strength and that kid is only 85th. Is he really human? Yuzayo thought that human not only possesses dragon blood but also has his soul merged with a dragon soul. It's no wonder he can become so powerful. Long laughed and encouraged. Go, the guy who beat the first place is my kin. White Fox took a deep breath. Foxfire human. Long gritted his teeth. Dragon's rage. Immediately after, two different powers clashed head-on, followed by a fierce impact. White Fox coughed a few times in the ashes. At this moment Long had fully mutated, roaring furiously. This made the surrounding audience continuously astonished. That kid doesn't look too good, does he? Yuzayo was surprised. Dragonification. As expected, he still can't fully control this power. Long quickly rushed towards White Fox. The dragon soul beside Long continuously reminded, Long, time's up, you can't use dragon power anymore. Just hold on a little longer, it said, we'll win soon. White Fox said firmly, it's not that easy to beat me. White Fox quickly launched a surprise attack. Long only used one punch to strike its head. Both simultaneously concentrated all their strength into this attack. Long's claws dragged on the ground, making a harsh sound. He stood in the flames, caught in a frenzy. Long's eyes had now become alienated. I must win against you, White Fox thought. This kid is being dominated by his own power. Long leaped and flew towards White Fox. It shouted, then let's fight to the death. Suddenly, two giant vines appeared in the air. They coiled around Long without warning. Yuzayo spoke, such good potential, he can't die here. I'll help you. Long was momentarily unable to move. Long reminded, Master, you've already interfered with the competition. Bull Demon spoke, if we don't interfere, that kid will die in the arena. White Fox wins this match. Long roared irritably. Yuzayo was surprised. His spiritual energy is chaotic. If this continues, he'll die in less than a minute. Let me give you a hand. Immediately after, more vines extended, and it said, here, take this too. Long desperately cried out as an entity approached him, and the vines rushed down with him. It was so massive it seemed capable of destroying everything. After the dust settled, Long stood there majestically, unharmed. At this moment Long stood motionless, like a solid statue. He raised his sharp-clawed hands to observe. This was an entirely new power. Ching Gang was also surprised by this sight. I never expected the Divine Tree to help him. Two people standing nearby also exclaimed, the Divine Tree actually personally intervened to help him. It's truly enviable. Meanwhile, White Fox was slowly walking towards Long. Suddenly Long shouted in Zishen's direction, Little Eye, look, little dragon man, he said. Long knelt on one knee, wings spread, roaring with his head bowed. He expressed his gratitude to Yuzayo. Thank you, Divine Tree. At this moment it had transformed into another form to speak with Long. Your name is Long, right? Yuzayo looked at Long and told him about the changes in his body. This time I also strengthened your scales with the heart of steel element. Then it observed Long's tail. Your defense will reach a new height from now on. Finally, Yuzayo offered advice. Stay and cultivate in Misty Mountain. Don't waste your innate talent. Long's attitude changed. He obediently agreed. Yes. Everyone looked at him with admiration. Yuzayo then thought of the core stone again. It analyzed the independent ability of metallization, the heart of steel element which can change the essence of objects, metallize them, and has the ability to grow. It observed with wide eyes, calculating in its mind. Simultaneously possessing dragon blood and dragon soul and now having growing metal scales, Yuzayo felt a sense of awe toward Long. His future was immeasurable. Dragonkin, Transcendent Rank 3, Innate Talent. Dragon Flame. The Dragon Flame burns all things with terrifying ferocity. Innate Weapon. Crimson Dragon Scale Armor, and armor with a soul-bound fire dragon that can not only transform but also grow and evolve. Special ability, Dragon Roar like a dinosaur's roar. Enhances its own prestige. Dragon's physique, both strength and speed, far surpass other races. Dragon Leap can instantly burst with speed. Dragon's Claw can tear apart all things with one strike. Fire Dragon's Roar, spiritual energy burns, and a Fire Dragon Phantom will appear behind the host, simultaneously spewing flames like dragon's breath. He is, meanwhile, Long's sister was praising him profusely. Brother is so handsome, what? Then a new battle began, a battle between the golden-spotted phoenix butterfly and White Fox. Ching Gang said with some concern. There's one last round, Spirit Butterfly and White Fox. The light fruit will belong to one of them. Unexpectedly, the golden-spotted phoenix butterfly and Long were surprised when White Fox surrendered. I concede. Then it analyzed the reason. If not for the Divine Tree this time, the outcome between me and Long would still be difficult to determine. Finally, White Fox made up its mind, so there's no need to fight anymore. Spirit Butterfly won this match. Based on this situation, the referee had already raised the red flag for the golden-spotted phoenix butterfly, loudly stating, based on points, Spirit Butterfly is now the highest. That person announced to everyone. So the light fruit belongs to Spirit Butterfly. Upon hearing this, Spirit Flower ran towards the golden-spotted phoenix butterfly, cheering excitedly, I won, I coasted all the way. It's truly not easy to have fought so well until now. Congratulations, Spirit Butterfly. Yuzayo had been observing silently, somewhat surprised. I never expected Spirit Butterfly to win, but this is good too. It's light attributed, which suits this fruit better. At this moment, the golden-spotted phoenix butterfly already stood before the prize looking at the shining light fruit. It couldn't help but be overjoyed. This is the light fruit. Yuzayo also spoke, praising the shadow tiger standing below. Shadow tiger, you also performed very well this time. Saying this, Yuzayo transformed into an animal form, holding a fruit in its mouth. Take this dark fruit. Shadow tiger quickly and gratefully responded. Thank you, master. However, Yuzayo still didn't forget to appease those who didn't get the fruit. Sorry, Lang Feng, I'll compensate you next time. Lang Feng completely agreed with Yuzayo's decision. Subordinate would not dare to object to master's decision, but other subordinates asked confusedly. There's still one fruit. Yuzayo immediately explained. Everyone, there will be more competitions like this in the future. Train hard. Then it threatened with sharp and cold eyes. Remember, Misty Mountain only has strong individuals. The weak are not worthy of staying here. The subordinates below had various expressions, but no one dared to refute. The rules had been set, and the Misty Mountain Grand Competition concluded. Humans and exotic beasts who made it into the top 108 remained in Misty Mountain. Yuzayo distributed prizes according to their rankings, and those who were seriously injured in the competition went to the spirit pool. All difficulties temporarily ended, and Long and Honey Badger were relaxing. He said with a sense of pure pleasure, Finally, I'm soaking in the legendary spirit pool. My body feels so light. Why? The Flash Ant Colony mocked. I thought you'd at least make it into the top 50. It looked at the small, fearful ants continuing to torment them mentally. But you didn't even make it into the top 100. But it's okay. Master said there's still a chance. Finally, Flash concluded. From now on, it's hellish training. Prepare yourselves. Meanwhile, in a cave, Lightning Rat bowed its head, saying in shame, I have no face to see you. The ball was eaten. By the stream under the golden-haired monkey and Zishen's command, a subordinate, sweating profusely, stammered, Big brother, listen to me explain. We will definitely find a way to return the borrowed money. Just give me some time. After that incident, the atmosphere also lightened. Misty Mountain was another peaceful day, but in the depths of the void everything was entirely different. A move was launched from an unknown source. Willow Leaf Iron Flying Daggers. Yuzayo's powerful move tore a huge rift in the void. It began to analyze. Utilizing the creation of a new move, Willow Leaf Flying Daggers, which integrated the power of the Heart of Steel element, and now with the blessing of Wind Edge, its power was stronger than before. After some thought, Yuzayo came up with another idea. What if it continuously infused spiritual energy? Thinking is not as good as doing. It did not hesitate and continued to launch moves. Willow Leaf Iron Flying Daggers, then it added a splitting move. A series of slashes split off, rushing straight forward like this. The attack made an earth-shattering sound, blurring everything around. The void was now beyond its breaking point. It shattered into a light hole, and the rift grew larger and larger, attracting Yuzayo's attention. It broke out in a cold sweat. No, the void is almost shattered by me. I can't test it anymore. Suddenly, as if discovering something, it stopped to observe. It turned out the void had changed. Blue recovered the void, and the void began to heal itself. Subsequently, Yuzayo raised its hand, striking a thinking pose, still contemplating how to control it better. A blade of light shot into the void. Below, Yuzayo was controlling it. Its arm contracted, making the move also shift. Then Yuzayo brought its hands together again. Immediately, two moves fiercely collided in the air. Yuzayo observed intently, clenching its hands, looking very pleased. Excellent. I can finally freely control the direction of the Willow Leaf Flying Daggers. It was excited about the benefits it could gain. Not only could it communicate telepathically, but its power was also stronger. Looking at the green blade marks scattered everywhere, Yuzayo sighed inwardly. Now, the way I use Willow Leaf Flying Daggers is like countless stars in the sky. Seeing this, it had an idea. From now on, this move will not be called Willow Leaf Flying Daggers, but Galaxy Shimmer. The system prompted Wind Edge Understanding 7. After reading the prompt, Yuzayo was somewhat pleased. Wind Edge has also improved a lot, so the slashes are stronger now. After some practice, it became more and more enthusiastic. Continue. That's it for today. Keep improving my strength. At this moment, on a distant planet beyond Earth and the Moon, a peculiar planet was surrounded by scorching red, and just like its outer color, its interior held only endless mountains. With endless cuts, an alien golden star appeared. It opened its blood-red eyes, silently observing everything around it. Suddenly, it opened its mouth wide as if to spew something. It turned out to be a round egg that was spewed onto the ground. From that egg, a foot with 3 sharp claws pierced the hard shell. It rushed out. It was an alien species. The alien golden star coldly said, "Go." Looking at the series of alien species it had created, it gave an order. Go. It showed no obvious emotion but was terrifyingly serious. Go to Earth, destroy living beings, kill Google. After giving the order, the alien golden star merely observed silently with its sharp eyes. In Misty Mountain Earth, a person completely wrapped in a cloak was moving through the forest, walking and looking up with sharp eyes at the front. Ninetails was waiting there. Just as the cloaked figure was about to pass, Ninetails' tail blocked him. It frowned, threatening, "Stop, this is not the path you should take." He remained silent. Ninetails had already sensed the oppressive aura from the other party. This person is not simple. It observed that the spiritual energy emanating from him was unfathomable, just like its master. Immediately, Flash and White Tiger appeared surrounding him. He explained, "I'm not here to cause trouble. There's no need to be so nervous." Flash immediately retorted, "I don't think someone radiating killing intent like you has the right to say that." Ninetails was somewhat worried about him. "No human has ever made me feel so uneasy. Quickly state your purpose." The person did not rush to answer. He merely observed silently. Meanwhile, Uzio was happily laughing in another place because its colossal body could fly in the air. "I can finally fly." The higher it flew, the more excited it became. "I never thought I'd be able to travel through the stars one day." Uzio flew further and further, becoming even more excited. "My current flying speed is faster than even humanity's fastest planes." Then Uzio discovered stones in the distance, exclaiming, "Spirit stones are here just in time." Immediately, Uzio launched an attack. A dazzling beam of light shot out. It fiercely attacked rows of spirit stones. Where the light passed, now only a hazy smoke remained. Uzio was somewhat surprised by the scene before it. The destructive power far exceeds my understanding. Innate sacred body, Azure Dragon, transcendent rank 5, innate talent. Innate spirit, life can only be nurtured by great creation, carrying vitality. Resurrection, rebirth, bestowing vitality upon all things, comprehending 1/10,000th. The sacred body can resist most impurities and curses. Its earth is pure as light, and its dragon's breath can erase everything. Vitality flow, vital energy surrounds the body, allowing severe injuries to recover quickly. Energy orb, dragon claws grasp empty air, an energy orb is visible. The longer it concentrates, the more terrifying its power. Levitation, undisturbed by physical laws. Uzio's body was still flashing with electricity at this moment. It lamented, "Now even my body possesses the power of the Heart of Steel element. My defensive power has also increased." Subsequently, Uzio clenched its fists again, filled with determination. "I can also convert attack elements into my own power." It began to analyze again. The tree heart and the Heart of Steel element also existed beneath the dragon claws. The tree heart possessed endless vitality, and the Heart of Steel element converted life into metal, making it powerful. At this moment, Uzio was filled with confidence, boasting proudly, "My current attack power, defensive power, and even abilities are far stronger than when I fought darkness." Uzio's eyes were full of confidence. "I am very strong." At this moment on Earth, a sharp claw ripped through the sky. An alien species emerged from the rift, its eyes half open, observing everything. Immediately after, other alien species also appeared together. In the void, Uzio still hovered in the air. Uzio continued to analyze. "Although the dragon scale's defense is indeed very strong now, I still feel a bit uneasy, always feeling that it can become even stronger." Finally, Uzio made a decision. First, return to the void. It landed in a spot it chose. "Right here, I'll cultivate peacefully." Uzio narrowed its eyes, pondering its next path. This might take a few days. Subsequently, it concentrated its power and a massive force shot straight into the sky. Meanwhile, at a certain Earth base in a certain country, rockets were ready, and someone shouted, "Countdown to launch." The spiritual energy rocket was ready. He counted down. 3, 2, 1. With a loud shout, the rocket roared into the air. "Ignition, launch." Thus it shot into the depths of the distant desert. Finally, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. It lit up the entire sky. The light area gradually shrunk, growing smaller day by day, then disappeared. Observing the crater left by the rocket, helicopters spun and someone cheered. The rocket exploded successfully. All observers raised their hands and cheered. "Excellent, excellent." A man in a neat suit happily analyzed the situation. "Maximize the destructive power of the explosion, then use spiritual energy control settings to compress and disperse the range. This will prevent further damage to the surrounding environment, so we no longer have to fear large exotic beasts appearing in cities." Suddenly, a clear rift appeared in the sky, growing larger and larger, attracting the attention of the two people below. They widened their mouths in surprise. "Avoid rift, it's the exotic tree." Subsequently, the rift formed a huge circle in the sky. The man in the suit had already noticed something amiss. "No, the color of the void is wrong." Then, from above the rift, a sharp claw emerged. At this moment, he had recognized the thing, his face pale, his eyes wide with fear. "That's not the exotic tree." Looking at the alien species that had just landed, he panicked. "It's other exotic beasts here." The alien species had already begun observing, preparing to act. In the research building, alarms blared. "Level 1 alert, Level 1 alert, all personnel enter Level 1 combat status, Level 1 alert, Level 1 alert, all personnel enter Level 1 combat status." But it was already too late. On the surveillance screen, the alien species had already concentrated its power, ready to launch an attack. An attack was launched, and everything around was engulfed in flames, including the people inside. Helicopters immediately appeared in the sky, launching a barrage of attacks. The ground forces were not idle either, with tanks fighting at full power, their cannons powerfully firing into the sky. Many attacks struck the alien species but seemed to have no effect on them. Then the helicopters launched small missiles which flew directly towards them. The missiles hit various parts of the alien bodies, yet they remained calm and collected. Following this, the alien species counterattacked, and the unfortunate helicopters plummeted into a fiery abyss. At this moment, not just one, but all the alien species concentrated their power, preparing to launch an attack. Not all of them were needed. Just 3 were enough to form a huge circle of power. The tanks were also thrown into the air. The dazzling light emitted by the attack blurred everything around, leaving the scene desolate and engulfed in flames. The alien species continued to advance, while a green-haired man, lucky to have survived, struggled to control the joystick. He cursed, "You bastards!" He slammed the controller, ready to go to hell. Immediately after, a missile whistled towards the alien species. However, the alien species blocked the missile with just one hand, but to its surprise, the missile in its hand was gradually glowing. A colossal explosion then occurred. From the smoke, the alien species emerged unscathed, walking steadily, their bodies without the slightest damage. Meanwhile, in the forest, a honey badger was jumping on tree branches while defecating on the ground when something suddenly caught its attention. A rift appeared in the sky, accompanied by a sharp claw. An alien species had just landed. This made the honey badger scream in panic, sounding the alarm. This alien species' eyes were different from the others, sparkling with strange embers. Hearing the unusual movement, the wind wolf and its pack cautiously poked their heads out. The Monkey King sat on a large branch, his body blending into the silent night, his eyes suddenly lighting up as if he had sensed something terrifying from a distant place. A group of alien species roared, cascading down like a waterfall. White Tiger felt a chilling, killing intent, its fur standing on end, and Flash also stopped, its gaze darting like lightning towards the dark sky. The gigantic dinosaur slightly lowered its head, its eyes flickering with curiosity and unease. Glacier was somewhat defensive. Its armor flew out to investigate what was happening. The red wolf nearby watched as a group of alien species poured out of the scorching red rift in the sky, while the golden-haired monkey sitting on the back of a wild boar said with a cold sweat on his forehead. Leng Feng couldn't help but be startled, a worried look in his eyes, saying, "Enemies. The moon is so vast, yet they've still found their way here to cause trouble," Guihua exclaimed in panic. "A large amount of unknown spiritual energy has suddenly appeared on Earth," Imperial Crocodile added, "and their strength is unusually powerful. They all possess strength beyond Transcendent Rank 4 peak." Qing Gang, Zixian and other exotic beast teams had all gathered here as the alien species prepared to invade. Zixian angrily gritted her teeth, having intended to hide on the moon to avoid debt, but unexpectedly this had happened. Imperial Crocodile immediately pulled himself together. "Divine Tree will have a solution, no need to worry." Guihua, though standing motionless in a corner, still emitted light and responded. "The Divine Tree disappeared 3 days ago, now only 9 tails and the others are left on Earth." Phoenix Demon, standing behind Qing Gang, said, "Without the Divine Tree's void, even I cannot fly back directly from the universe." It suddenly had a premonition. "I can feel that power. It's very much like when darkness appeared." The alien species aggressively trespassed into the Divine Tree's territory. The alien species suddenly saw the tiny honey badger, daring to look it in the eye. As if programmed, it immediately launched an attack upon seeing an enemy. Red lasers shot from its eye sockets. The honey badger quickly leaped away, avoiding its attack range. Then, channeling its power, with blue lightning crackling around its body, the honey badger prepared to charge and counterattack. Compared to its opponent, it was tiny but still very brave. It directly headbutted the alien species. However, this alien species' body was made of metal, extremely hard. After testing its hardness, the honey badger could only wince in pain, clutching its swollen head. The alien species then raised its hand, reaching for the small honey badger. It swiped in a straight line, emitting sparks. It was unclear if the honey badger dodged the previous attack. An alien species, seemingly the leader, with butterfly-like wings on its back, slowly descended. Below it were its kneeling alien subordinates. Red Wolf, standing in a hidden corner, observed carefully, and the ancient giant wolf behind it said, "Big sister." Red Wolf, as if anticipating something, concentrated. "This guy is not simple. Indeed, these alien species are inherently larger than the animals here, not to mention this leader has wings and looks very calm, as if waiting for something." Huang Huang judged from a distance. "Is that the captain?" All the exotic beasts observed it from above. Looking down from above, the alien species leader flew in the air with its arms crossed, asking, "Who killed Google?" Its gaze swept around from Glacier Dinosaur to Huang Huang. "It wasn't you." It swept over Red Wolf. "Not you either." Not sensing any powerful spiritual energy, it said, "No choice then." It commanded all the alien species to charge out, determined to find that person itself. "I can only search myself." On Earth, on the spiritual energy detector screen, the staff here could now monitor everything happening on the moon. They also knew about the appearance of the alien species. A military base in the country of Bar had been destroyed by exotic beasts 3 hours ago, and the video had been sent. The alien species appeared strikingly before her. The girl's eyes widened, sensing something amiss. That appearance was very familiar. The name Darkness immediately flashed through her mind. Following this, federal staff began to check and found that their spiritual energy wavelengths were identical. She listened grimly to the report. "What? They've actually appeared in Washa?" The subordinate immediately opened the map and continued to report. "Not only that, the place they appeared is North U Canyon. A spatial gate suddenly appeared there. Phoenix Demon flew in the air for better observation, thus guiding the exotic beast safely forward. Everyone hurry this way." Suddenly a shout came. "Leng Feng, Little Blue, are you all right?" Hearing the familiar voice, she immediately recognized it as her brother. "Brother?" It was Leng Feng who was chasing after them. Little Blue quickly asked, "Leng Feng, what exactly happened? Where did those giant creatures come from?" He, equally confused, replied, I don't know, Nine Tails is fighting them right now, you two take the young beasts and hide. No sooner had he spoken than a roar sounded, something blocking their escape path. Too late, the alien species had already spotted them. It said nothing, immediately activated its laser which descended like a waterfall of fire. Lang Feng rushed forward, raising a huge barrier in front of everyone. Under that destructive light he struggled to support the barrier, protecting the exotic beasts and his young sister behind him. Little Blue immediately used her ability, Eye of Secret Island, and suddenly the alien species stopped. She turned to Lang Feng and said, Lang Feng, let's cooperate. Lang Feng attacked their back of the head, so Lang Feng leaped from Phoenix Demon's back, rushing up the alien species' leg at top speed. Lang Feng fiercely swung a green spiritual energy, preparing to strike it. Lang Feng unleashed his full power, swinging his sword directly at the alien species. Light erupted, as if to tear apart the entire space. Without any movement from it, she looked at it strangely. After that attack, this alien species only seemed to have some dust stains on its body, not even a crack. However, Lang Feng appeared from somewhere and struck it, disfiguring it. Seeing this, Lang Feng shouted, Brother, I don't want my sister to be in danger. He loudly reprimanded it, then began to use his blade to infuse spiritual energy and chop at it. Lang Feng's spiritual energy pierced through the alien species' steel fragments. A hole was opened inside. Empty. Little Blue assessed the situation and decided it was ineffective. It was too deep, only reaching the outer shell. The previous cooperation seemed successful, but in reality it wasn't. Lang Feng shouted in frustration, missing the opportunity. She asked, Where can I find such a large knife to cut off its head? This alien species let out a deafening roar at this moment. Just then a powerful red spiritual energy beam shot directly towards it. It was Mantis with such a physique only Mantis could rival it. Lang Feng and Lang Feng immediately approached. Little Blue exclaimed in shock, Mantis Queen, how did she get here? Lang Feng replied expressionlessly, recognizing the newcomer. It's here too. Mantis immediately slashed down and the alien species instantly collapsed like expanding foam. Phoenix Demon then flew in another safer direction. Little Blue also gradually realized something. She looked back and saw the Monkey King, and behind it those familiar sharp golden eyes. Before the alien species began their invasion, Red Wolf and Lang Feng were discussing things. Lang Feng said that creatures were attacking here. Red Wolf couldn't help but be curious after hearing this. Perhaps it hadn't noticed yet. He instructed, You all must be prepared for battle. Huang Huang appeared from behind, softly asking, Wait, what kind of exotic beast are you talking about? After listening, his face darkened, revealing only cold emerald pupils, and he replied, They are. Lang Feng continued, Alien species. Returning to the battle just now, most of the exotic beasts had gathered here. Lang Feng stood on a rock and blurted out, Little Blue will handle things here, you go tell everyone their weaknesses. After listening, Little Blue agreed to the plan. All right. Smoke billowed in a certain corner. The battle between the honey badger and the alien species was not yet over. The alien species was pouncing on the small honey badger. However, to prevent this, the golden-haired monkey appeared and cut off its wrist with one slash. Not only that, it also pierced its body with one blow, then delivered a thunderous strike and another slash at the alien species. Huang Huang quickly cooperated, instantly defeating the opponent. In another area, the fire-breathing dinosaur spewed flames which grilled the alien species. But it remained completely unharmed. Glacier rushed forward, angrily stomping on it. The armor utilized its height advantage, spraying scorching blue flames directly into its eyes, causing the alien species to almost fall. Then it landed on the alien species it had defeated. All the exotic beasts united to eliminate the enemy. Red Wolf was confronting the alien species leader, staring at the enemy with wide eyes, saying, Only you are left. Red Wolf challenged the arrogant alien species leader, who was floating in the air with its arms crossed. Who sent you? The leader suddenly warned, putting Red Wolf on alert. You'd better watch your back. An alien species rushed out from behind the ancient giant wolf like an arrow. On the ground, that familiar red steel foot landed. And behind Glacier were alien species that hadn't been completely wiped out. These alien species had different forms from the old ones. Red Wolf suddenly paused, and Huang Huang looked up at the sky and thought, I've already cut off its head. At this moment, the exotic beasts of Misty Mountain were facing a group of alien species. Little Blue took the lead, saying, Everyone must destroy them all. Simply damaging their bodies is meaningless. The core inside their bodies can move freely, so their bodies must be completely destroyed. Flash heard this and immediately used its power amplification ability, saying, If that's all, then it's too simple. Then it used its five-fold slash skill, cutting an alien species into pieces. Meanwhile, the armor was also spraying fire to burn a group of alien species. At this moment, the Devourer used its venom, engulfing all of them. Mantis used its scythe, seemingly splitting the alien species' body in half with one blow. But in reality, it had been chopped into hundreds of pieces. Meanwhile, Glacier used its huge body to crush the alien species. The wild boar used its gravitational pull to ram an alien species, while the golden-haired monkey, honey badger, and mutated wild boar simultaneously attacked an alien species. On the other side, an alien species was using its spiritual energy to create spears, then hurled them at Nine Tails. Rows of spears swiftly surrounded Nine Tails' escape route, then suddenly exploded. Meanwhile, White Tiger was hovering beside an oddly shaped alien species. Little Blue seemed to sense something. She looked at it thinking this red exotic beast is different, it doesn't have a core. Meanwhile the alien species Golden Star also sensed her scrutiny thinking this human creature's ability can see through our weaknesses. At this moment Ninetales appeared from somewhere, spraying a ball of flames at it, but it easily fanned the flames away with its wings, contemptuously saying, "These trivial flames are useless against me." Seeing this, Ninetales immediately used its spiritual energy to transform into a gigantic Ninetales. It let out a majestic roar. The alien species Golden Star looked at Ninetales in this form and snorted saying this is acceptable but now I want to kill someone else. Saying this it looked at Little Blue. Then it gathered a group of alien species to surround Ninetales. He said, "You stay with them for now. Look at those two exotic beasts." The alien species suddenly attacked. Ninetales' expression changed slightly. At the same time Little Blue also seemed to sense danger. She quickly said, "Whitey, fly into the sky quickly." As soon as she finished speaking, before White Tiger could even move, the alien gold species was already close to the two. Seeing this, Little Blue's face changed dramatically, filled with panic and fear. At this moment the alien gold species said, "Your ability is too difficult for us to deal with, so die here." As soon as the words fell, the Monkey King charged over fiercely, grabbing its head. The Monkey King pushed it, shouting angrily. The alien gold species sneered, "Even a creature of your level dares to challenge me." Then a loud bang was heard and the smoke and dust dispersed. The alien gold species was now holding one of the Monkey King's bones in its hand. Then it mocked, "You left a scar on me, truly impressive." At this moment the golden-haired monkey rushed over holding a wooden stick. With eyes full of anger it said, "Give us back our king." It slammed its stick onto the alien gold species' bone. Feeling the armor on the bone shatter, it thought to itself that the wooden stick in its hand was unusual. Thinking this, it created several energy balls and simultaneously said, "I'll deal with you first." Seeing this, the golden-haired monkey snapped out of its daze, squealing in fear. At this moment the Monkey King suddenly grabbed its head from behind. It glanced back at the Monkey King saying with disgust, "Such a nuisance." It shot an energy ball through the Monkey King's body. The Monkey King painfully spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Seeing this, the golden-haired monkey's face turned grim. The alien gold species now walked up to the Monkey King saying with disgust, "You've ruined my plans multiple times. I've changed my mind. I'll kill you first." With that it created a shield enclosing itself and the Monkey King. Then it added, "You all just watch me execute it. Consider this the prelude to our war with you." Flash rushed towards the Monkey King in a hurry, wanting to help it, shouting, "Damn it, you won't succeed." Then it slammed into the alien gold species shield, yet there wasn't even a crack on the shield. The alien gold species saw this and said, "It's useless. Even a transcendent rank 5 cannot easily break it. It's impossible for you all." Meanwhile, in the spatial gate in the sky, a large number of alien species continued to pour in. Seeing this, Thunder roared angrily, "These guys keep appearing." In the sky they faced a large group of alien species. They angrily swarmed forward. The spirit beasts immediately counterattacked, with the golden-haired monkey and the wild boar leading the charge. Ninetales suddenly shouted, "Save the Monkey King first." Hearing this, the Monkey King rushed up like the wind, but with just one move it completely defeated the Monkey King. The Monkey King was covered in wounds and had lost both its hands. The alien species said in a mechanical voice, "Despicable creature, I will make your life a living hell." Suddenly, a destructive beam of light descended from the sky, but it blocked it in time. White Tiger angrily enunciated, "Not even a crack." The next second, a group of monkeys tried to rush up to avenge the Monkey King. Little Blue quickly looked back thinking, "Are these monkeys trying to save the Monkey King?" They quickly approached the alien species and the entire group climbed onto them. Little Blue quickly shouted, "Oh no!" Everyone quickly dodged those creatures, they're going to self-destruct, but it was too late. They began to explode and the entire group of monkeys was instantly annihilated. In the very next second, 2 more alien species were already closing in on our camp. They gathered together, then self-destructed. The double damage from the explosion destroyed everything around, and everyone was blown away by the impact. The golden-haired monkey struggled to get up. It was stunned, looking at the scene before it. A giant alien species was still holding the Monkey King's corpse. The Monkey King had endured almost 2 consecutive explosions and was now unconscious. The golden-haired monkey's eyes widened. Unable to believe what was happening before its eyes, it charged forward in anger, tears welling up. The alien species merely said coldly, "Anger changes nothing, it only exposes more weaknesses." Suddenly a figure appeared behind it. But the alien species quickly noticed and immediately summoned flames. It was panicked and before it could react, its arm was crushed by the alien species, and then its head was plucked off. The golden-haired monkey suddenly leapt with all its might, slamming into the alien species' eye. The alien species lost its balance and immediately released its arm. A crack now appeared on its eye. The alien species roared furiously, "Damn it, I can't see clearly." In an instant another fatal attack descended. The honey badger painstakingly unleashed a move followed by Ninetales, its entire body engulfed in fierce flames. The next second a huge explosion rushed directly towards the alien species, yet it remained unharmed after that attack. The alien species was still steeped in panic, its eye couldn't regenerate. "That monkey's item is very dangerous," Ninetales continued, "You won't leave here alive today." It immediately replied without hesitation, "If I want to leave, none of you can stop me. The creature I'm looking for isn't here today, so I'll have to come another time. Next time I'll bring more subordinates and it won't be like this." With that it flashed away. Little Blue immediately commanded White Tiger, "Whitey, don't let it escape." Ninetails instantly chased after it. You won't escape, damn it. It looked back one last time and bid farewell. Don't waste your energy, see you next time. Suddenly, Branch grew out and tightly grabbed the alien species. Flash flew nearby, unable to help but exclaim, "The spiritual energy is terrifyingly powerful." In the very next second, several more tree roots emerged from space. Ninetails saw this and happily shouted, "Master!" Zio walked out, its face very grim. It tightly entwined the alien species and the rest of its body pierced through the barrier in the sky. The alien species observed it, then immediately grew furious. "This unfathomable spiritual energy, you killed Google." The dark soul light at some unknown point had already shot directly towards the alien species, causing a huge impact. It was battered and bruised after this impact, but still struggled to stand up. "Even if you don't say it, I know it was you. Looking at your spiritual energy," before the alien species could finish speaking, it was struck beyond recognition by the opponent. That attack sent the alien species flying hundreds of meters away, its upper body already damaged. Suddenly, it noticed the healing crack in the sky, and soon after, the crack completely disappeared. The alien species saw this and shouted in panic, "The passage is gone." Zio appeared from a distance, threatening in a deep voice, "You said just now you wanted to escape, and no one could stop you, right? Now you try to run from me." That alien species suddenly yelled furiously at Zio, "Don't you ask why I came here?" From a distance it noticed a shadowy black creature's claw appearing and disappearing, which seemed to be a majestic horse. Zio was being carried closer by it. It coldly replied to the alien species, "No need, I can find out myself." A faint power seemed to emanate from the alien species, then erupted fiercely after a moment, and it said excitedly, "Such powerful spiritual energy, you are indeed strong. No wonder you could kill Google. You are incurably arrogant. Truly infuriating. No matter how strong you are, you won't find my master." Suddenly, from a distance, the black dragon summoned an energy ball and the attack barely missed the alien species' path. It stared wide-eyed at the object before it, a powerful energy that was difficult to extinguish. The alien species quickly understood, calling out for its master. Under inertia, the two energies quickly collided, forming a mixed-colored light band. Rushing towards the Monkey King, Zio could only watch helplessly at this moment. Its eyes narrowed. Before it could dodge, it took the hit. The explosion created a huge crater and the ground collapsed. The golden-haired monkey was the first to react. It was tearfully terrified, calling out the king's name. All the exotic beasts were steeped in sorrow. No one could help but shed tears. The Monkey King was on its last breath, struggling to even breathe. It used its last bit of strength to hand a colorful stone to the golden-haired monkey. The golden-haired monkey took the stone, observing it intently. An odd mark was carved on it, but the golden-haired monkey immediately recognized it as the king's mark. Soon, the Monkey King's heavily wounded body was sent into the willow tree. Zio then assessed the situation. Transcendent rank 4 exotic beasts don't die so easily. As long as there's a breath left, I can revive it. However, the injuries are too severe and its strength might not fully recover. At this moment, Ninetails spoke, "Master." This time the 9 great fierce beasts only suffered minor injuries. The ant colony and mantis troops suffered heavy losses, and the wild boar troops also lost almost half their fighting strength. But the most tragic was the Monkey King tribe, almost completely wiped out, with only the golden-haired monkey remaining. It held the stone left by the Monkey King, silently staring at the exquisitely carved mark on it. The next second, Zio issued an order, his voice very clear. "Collect all the corpses of the dead exotic beasts. As long as there's still a head, I can revive them. But for those exotic beasts with no bones left, there's nothing I can do." Only scattered corpses remained on the battlefield. From a distance, a figure was witnessing all of this. He calculated his plan. It seemed that for now, besides the exotic tree, other exotic beasts were unreliable. The next second, he was attacked. He hovered in the air, thinking to himself, "I've been discovered." A mental ripple flowed towards the mysterious figure's back. It coldly questioned, "Do you know what those exotic beasts are? Who sent them?" He merely responded perfunctorily, "Are you going to look for it again now? It's in a very distant place." Zio was being carried by the black dragon, speeding through space. Below, the three-eyed race member was tightly entwined by tree roots. The mutated tree grew stronger. In an instant it charged directly towards the black hole on the opposite side. Zio's resolve was firm and it was filled with anger. "Just wait, you bastard, I'm coming for revenge now." The scene shifts to Venus, where dust billowed and only barren rock formations surrounded. A strange creature suddenly noticed an unusual change. From the dense smoke in the sky, a ray of light suddenly appeared. The next second, a crack immediately formed. Zio and his party slowly walked in, their eyes shining, filled with excitement. "Finally, I found you." On the other side, Y also sighed. It only took half a day to reach Venus. He averted his gaze, intently watching the dark creature, thinking to himself, "That creature is the exotic tree." Then the black dragon charged straight down. It landed lightly, causing a slight tremor. And Zio's figure gradually became clear. The alien gold species observed its opponent, and both fell into a deathly silence. Zio said to it in a deep voice, "You killed my subordinate, I will take your life." In the next second it had already appeared before the alien gold species at some unknown point. It still calmly replied, "I didn't expect you to track me so quickly." Zio questioned it in a deep voice, "Why did you send your subordinates to wage war?" If you don't give me a satisfactory answer, I will make you suffer more than anyone." With that, the alien gold species happily laughed. Then with all its anger it resolved the issue at once. "I sent them to declare war on you, so what if I killed your subordinates? Since you're already here, why don't you stay?" Zio responded forcefully. "You bastard." The alien gold species then loudly declared, "Then let's go to war. Whatever you do, it will only hasten your demise." With that, its entire body was enveloped in a surge of power, and the system immediately displayed a prompt panel. War mutated human, Venus, transcendent rank 5, innate talent, rapid adaptation to any environment, special ability, reproduction, can hatch new life through food, diamond claws, sharp claws, can generate windblade currents, pressure bomb, generates powerful destructive skills by compressing air, earthquake, utilizes large earthquakes to cause. Zayu's face showed a dangerous threat. "You'd better not beg for mercy later." The alien gold species laughed happily. "I didn't know you liked telling jokes," but it wasn't joking. The next second it unleashed the move Fire Dance. Zayu's entire body was enveloped in a golden light. That light shot directly towards the alien gold species. It screamed in pain. The light gradually dispersed, and the next second the black dragon was seen charging over. It used its diamond claws, easily defeating the alien gold species with a single move. Dozens of clones also appeared, surrounding all its escape routes. The alien gold species screamed in terror. "What?" It was then hit by attacks from all directions, with no chance to dodge. Finally, it was finished off by the black dragon. That attack caused a tremor that almost destroyed everything. The three-eyed race member witnessed all of this from a corner, shouting angrily, "You won!" The smoke gradually dispersed, revealing the alien gold species covered in wounds and looking very uncomfortable. The next second it spat out a group of larvae. The larvae, upon contact with the air, transformed into alien species, and then they all charged forward. At this moment the black dragon unleashed a move. In the Ice Age, all the alien species were instantly frozen by a single strike. Then a dragon's claw appeared out of nowhere and swiftly grabbed the opponent's face. The black dragon's eyes were incredibly fierce. It slammed its hand to the ground, creating a deep indentation. The alien gold species shrieked in pain, barely alive but still cursing. "Damn it!" The next second it seized the opportunity to aim at the black dragon's face and fired a high explosive projectile. The alien gold species shot a deadly beam with incredibly astonishing destructive power. It roared furiously, activating its skill. Energy spheres floated around and suddenly exploded, unleashing extremely powerful destructive rays that flew in all directions. The three-eyed race member observed intently. The alien gold species was hit and sent flying. Fortunately, it managed to grab Zayu's arm in time, easily tearing it off. The alien gold species then laughed heartily. The next second, Zayo immediately counterattacked, using its vines to entangle it. The alien gold species roared furiously. "What do you want?" Zayo responded in a deep voice. "I will treat you as you treated the white ape." Continuing to exert its power, the alien gold species was immediately enveloped by a cloud of smoke. As the smoke gradually dispersed, its crimson eyes were revealed, its body covered in wounds and riddled with holes. The alien gold species was tightly coiled by Zayo with no escape. It violently slammed against its surroundings. Zayo asked, "Is that colossal red-eyed creature related to you? What is the purpose of your declaration of war against me?" It did not answer, merely scoffing. "It seems you've met the Emperor." With that it gave an eerie laugh. Zayo would not tolerate it and angrily threw it away. The alien gold species slammed into a wall, struggling to reply. "You killed Gugo, the Emperor's chess piece on Earth. The Emperor is now very angry, and he is coming from another part of the universe to kill you soon. Tremble, you will soon disappear forever." Before it could finish, Zayo struck its face and flames instantly engulfed its entire body, leaving a long indentation on the ground. The person next to him coldly said, "The Emperor he spoke of. And the crisis you told me about last time, are they the same thing? Answer me." The human guardian finished speaking and turned his gaze to the three-eyed race member. He softly replied, "That's right." Zayo coldly asked, "And who is Gugo?" The three-eyed race member respectfully answered, "It's darkness." It asked in confusion, "What?" He still calmly replied, "I know you have many questions, but let's wait until we leave here and I will slowly answer them for you." Only after hearing the three-eyed race member say this did Zayu's anger subside. The next second he pulled out a stone twice the size of his body. Zayo stepped forward to examine it. This had appeared from its body. The three-eyed race member explained, "It's a core crystal, a high-level core of energy self-aggregation that exists within planets. If it evolves, it will become a world heart, capable of nurturing life on an entire planet. Perhaps it relied on this core crystal to come to this planet." Zayo picked up the stone and examined it carefully. Not expecting such a find, he said, "It not only contains powerful energy but is also the core material for creating magic circles. You're really lucky this time." It immediately commanded, "Put it away for now. There's nothing else here. Let's go." With that, Zayo immediately departed. The scene shifts to night, where tiny specks of light shimmer around Willow's recovery zone. In one corner, the Monkey King's severely damaged body showed signs of healing. The golden-haired monkey observed the Monkey King day and night without rest. Suddenly, the honey badger and wild boar walked over. He had been sitting there for a long time. He didn't respond, still intently observing every movement, and couldn't help but recall those sad scenes. The golden-haired monkey's expression grew even more solemn. Footsteps approached from afar. It was Zayo. It abruptly threw something onto the ground. The alien gold species head rolled. Zio turned around and softly said to the golden-haired monkey, I have avenged the white ape tribe. In a space filled with injured monkeys, Zio walked forward and whispered, his severe injuries are not your fault. It is a king's responsibility to protect his companions. The golden-haired monkey still tightly clutched the stone left by the Monkey King. Before closing his eyes, the king gave me his royal seal. That seal was a mark bestowed by the divine tree upon the kings of different tribes. It symbolized the strongest, but for me it's too heavy now. I'm completely unworthy. Seeing the golden-haired monkey so worried for the first time, the other animals were very concerned. Suddenly it stood up and with tiny steps approached the alien gold species. Then it furiously slammed into it. Zio merely observed silently from the side. Blood dripped continuously. And the golden-haired monkey declared, I will become stronger until I am the strongest. With that it turned and left without hesitation. But the other animals could only watch, each wanting to hold the golden-haired monkey back. Zio continued to observe, then simply sighed. This event had made the golden-haired monkey grow. The willow tree returned to its former tranquility. It was then that Zio coldly questioned, Now tell me, reveal everything you know. The other party immediately replied, I know nothing. No sooner had she spoken than many vines pointed directly at her. Zio said in a cold tone, If you don't tell the truth, I will really kill you. You even know their names. How can you know nothing? The other party immediately replied, That's because we possess the ability to foresee the future. So we don't know any more than you do. It continued to question, Who exactly are you? What is your identity? Another soul appeared within her body. That soul seemed to respond to Zio, I am just a soul that once existed within this girl, although we don't know why the king wants to attack this place with the planet's current combat power. Only Misty Mountain is useful. Once the war begins, we will definitely lose. We need help, it immediately interrupted. Regarding Earth, it's hard to cultivate a powerful army from scratch within a year. She then offered a suggestion. We can look for them on other planets. With your current abilities, this shouldn't be difficult. Zio was silent for a moment, then angrily retorted loudly, Why should I believe anything you say even now? I still know nothing about you. I don't know if you're an ally or an enemy, she solemnly advised. I am neither an enemy's ally nor anyone's ally. If you don't believe me, we can fight here. But even then, the Zodiac army won't slow down. It suddenly made a suggestion. Tell me what future you've seen. She immediately fell silent, didn't answer, and then calmly recounted. A planet was briefly divided, which was enough for Zio to understand everything. She created a sphere and then continued, Remember, we only have 1 year left, and I must do what I need to do now. I will come back for you. With that, she immediately disappeared. Zio murmured the name King in its mind. The image of a complete and round Earth appeared in its mind. The scene shifts to Zio riding the black dragon through space again. Guiwa shouted excitedly, You're back. It immediately sped past Guiwa, who stared in astonishment. It asked in confusion, Master, why are you in such a hurry? At the lunar station, since the lunar base was built, all the researchers from Misty Mountain had gathered on the moon. Yor suddenly appeared in the spaceship's aft section. He walked into the laboratory where 2 doctors loudly shouted, Turn on the lights. With that, a teleportation gate appeared behind Yor and a green light spread throughout the entire building, then shot out a reactive beam. He was completely immersed in that green light. After a while, Yor trembled. Exerting all his strength in return, they created a teleportation gate. At this moment, he suddenly noticed the dazzling green light surrounding the area below. The scientists were ecstatic at this sight. A man coldly said, Although we've grasped the principle, the size and shape of the passage are still uncontrollable. In another corner, the dark soul light excitedly said, It seems the experiment has initially shown results. Yor immediately knelt and said, Divine Tree. And it commanded, How long will it take to ensure the stability of the passage? He replied truthfully, If fast, only 2 years. The dark soul light softly muttered, 2 years, will it take that long? Thinking the Emperor will attack in a year, it paused for a moment, then ordered Yor, I can give you half a year at most. He was immediately stunned. Half a year? It continued. Later I will call someone who can use space to help you. You must finish as soon as possible on the other side. The doctors heard their entire conversation and were equally astonished, but even so, it would take a year, without even time for testing. Suddenly Yor asked, Master, I understand. You already have 9 great spaces and the ability to shatter the void. Why do you still need to open a new space? The dark soul light was silent for a moment, then coldly replied, It's different. Once a wormhole is opened, it can directly guide a large army to the location, while the 9 great spaces and the void rely on my high-speed movement to reach the location. What's more, once I engage the enemy general, you can also use the wormhole to launch offensive and defensive operations with organized personnel. We only have 1 year left, so you must hurry. The enemy will arrive in a year. Yor immediately made a decision. I need to return to human society and gather all the former scientific elites. It immediately agreed. Go, I can give you as many personnel and resources as you need. He respectfully replied. Yes. The scene shifts to outer space. The Phoenix demon, entirely crimson, sped away. Ahead was Zio, and it called out, Master, there's a new exotic beast joining us. I wanted you to know. It asked in return, Who is it? Beside it, it also saw a black crow. That was a transcendent rank 3 blood crow clone. Zio focused intently, and after assessing said, Isn't this the blood crow from before? And it's just a clone. The Phoenix demon replied solemnly, I want to go to the lower realms and severely injure the Blood Crow's mother body, so that this Blood Crow clone can absorb the mother body's power and become the future main body. It will definitely become a fighting force for Misty Mountain. By then, with the Blood Crow clone's ability, we'll know everything happening in every corner of Earth. Hearing it say this, Zio pondered for a while. I have thought of this too. It will be convenient to know everything happening in every corner of Earth in the future. Then it responded to the Phoenix Demon, "Okay, do as you say." With that, it flew away. Zio turned to the Blood Crow and asked, "Don't you need to go?" It replied indifferently. "Once the mother body is severely injured, its power will flow to the strongest clone. I just need to wait quietly now. Look at the sky." The scene shifts. An old farmer suddenly noticed something. A flock of crows flew in from nowhere. They cried out in alarm, "Look at the sky. Black feathers cover the entire sky." The man was stunned, trembling, unable to believe his eyes. The whole sky was densely packed with crows. They cawed angrily. Then the next second they flew down to perch on the cliff, lining up on power lines, staring intently below, exuding an eerie and terrifying aura. In the 10 Nations Alliance, the voices of 2 boys were filled with fear. The Blood Crow flock attacked another town and all local residents were killed. What about the team sent to kill them before? The other party immediately replied, "They were all killed at Blood Crow is Transcendent Rank 4, already infinitely close to the level of the world's 10 great fierce beasts." With that he paused, staring intently at the screen opposite him. A red dot clearly displayed on the radar screen, indicating a powerful spiritual energy approaching the Blood Crow. Then he shouted loudly, showing the video. The screen displayed the Phoenix Demon, who was surprised and confused. That was the continent's second fiercest beast. The scene shifts to the Blood Crow's nest, where the Phoenix Demon was circling and scouting. That was the nest of the Blood Crow's mother body. Immediately, crimson eyes appeared from all directions and a pitch-black feather emerged from the ground. That was another crow. It swiftly flew up to confront the Phoenix Demon. It sighed in relief. "If I hadn't known its abilities beforehand, it would have been very troublesome. What an eerie creature." The other party revealed a bizarre smile, showing sharp teeth. The 2 creatures confronted each other. The Blood Crow immediately used a darkness technique. In response, the Phoenix Demon immediately attacked. The Blood Crow was the fiercest mutated beast of the 10 Nations coast, bringing death and bloodshed wherever it went. The 100,000 people of Skyhole City all disappeared with no survivors. Its power surpassed imagination. The 10 Nations Alliance and the Washaw Alliance together could not kill it, and the Blood Crow's power had reached the M level, one of the world's 10 great natural disasters. A pillar of fire appeared in the distance. That was the fire shield. She was stunned, looking at the scene before her, a wasteland. In the distance, the Blood Crow's corpse lay there. The fire shield coldly thought, "Has it already won?" The Phoenix Demon's claws gripped it tightly. The Blood Crow collapsed exhaustedly. She walked over and suddenly said, as expected of the continent's second-ranked fierce beast, easily disrupting and killing the 10 Nations Alliance's Blood Crow, it calmly replied, "I only act according to Master's orders." In an unguarded moment, the Blood Crow seized the chance to recover, its entire body enveloped in spiritual energy. All other crows' spiritual energy was absorbed. Fire Shield was slightly surprised. Blood Crow's spiritual energy had already begun to transfer. Night fell, and a bright moon hung high. Blood Crow excitedly cawed, "Finally, it's time. I can feel the mother's power pouring into my body." Zio was slightly surprised. "This guy only has one chance to compete with your mother. Don't let its soul take over your body." As soon as the words fell, another surge of spiritual energy also poured into its body. Blood Crow continued to shrink, crying out in pain. Phoenix Demon silently assessed Blood Crow's shrinking size. It seems the master has started to act. The next second it rushed towards Phoenix Demon at an extremely high speed. In Blood Crow's consciousness it had already split into 2 parts, one crying out in pain. The other soul, seeing this, immediately became anxious. "Mother, give me your power. I will lead the family to the highest peak." It roared furiously, "Don't dream, hand over your body." The other part sadly replied, "Goodbye, Mother." The scene shifted outside. A red light flashed and a figure faintly looked up at the sky. Tonight's moon was truly red. Smoke filled the surroundings, and Zio softly asked, "Did it succeed?" A golden light flickered in the smoke and Blood Crow rushed out, carrying a golden orb in its mouth. Zio secretly delighted. "It seems I have another powerful assistant." The system displayed Undying Blood Crow, Transcendent Rank 4, Innate Talent. Undying Blood Crow, an exotic beast composed of thousands of blood crows. Each blood crow's consciousness is controlled by the strongest individual. Special ability: Myriad Clones. Every feather can transform into a blood crow. Child of Calamity can perceive death and disaster. Shriek. The cry of the blood crow is enough to tear a person's soul. Return. Can sacrifice a clone as a cost to eliminate all injuries and return to its strongest state. Cursed Eye, gazing at it, curses the opponent. Zio's eyes lit up and his expression was agitated. It can sacrifice a clone as a cost to eliminate all injuries and return to its strongest state. In short, all injuries will be transferred. This ability is truly difficult to deal with, then it suddenly thought. But if it encounters an exotic beast whose strength far surpasses its own, this ability won't be very effective. Thinking this, it said loudly, "The rest of the journey you'll have to manage yourself. Continue to strengthen your abilities." Blood Crow obediently complied. Yes, the next second it emitted a dark aura and a flock of crows immediately flew in from somewhere. They all landed on the willow tree, and Zio helplessly shouted, "They've all stayed on me." Suddenly, Zixian rushed over from somewhere. "Vine Tree, look, I dug out spirit stones from beneath the moon, Zio replied expressionlessly. I buried those. Hearing this, it shouted furiously. Zio then complained, why are you shouting? It suddenly noticed 2 light orbs in the distance. Zio's eyes flickered slightly. Those were Spirit Butterfly and Shadow Tiger. The figures of the 2 exotic beasts immediately approached, bowing to their master in unison. As soon as the words fell, Zio happily replied, I didn't expect you both to completely absorb the light fruit and dark fruit in just 7 days and directly advance to Transcendent Rank 4. But it had another thought. Clearly there are more and more exotic beasts below Transcendent Rank 4, and they're getting stronger, but why am I not happy at all? Why do I feel a strange sense of unease? As soon as the words fell, the treetop shook violently, as if thousands of celestial bodies were directly rushing towards Earth. Those were meteorites. Golden-spotted phoenix butterfly immediately retaliated. Bright fox also cooperated with each attack, and undying blood crow also counterattacked without showing weakness. A ray of light suddenly streaked across the sky. Black Dragon's mouth curved slightly. Oldforth, who do you think will win among the 3 of them? The most terrifying thing about the undying blood crow is its immortality. It's almost impossible to kill it at the same rank. Although Spirit Butterfly and Bright Tiger have amazing talents and have even devoured elemental fruits compared to the undying blood crow, they are probably still far inferior. Zixian turned and asked, what about you? If it were you, could you win? Black Dragon retorted. Does that even need asking? I'm the strongest. Zixian waved his hand in disagreement. No, 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 without me you are the strongest. If I get serious, I'm terrifyingly strong. I'm not afraid of fighting above my rank, do you know? I haven't even used my full strength yet. I'm incredibly strong. It heard its companion say this helplessly. Ninth, although we usually have no personal connection, when you came to Giri City alone, I truly felt you were a brave man. Zixian showed a satisfied expression. Fourth, since that's the case, can you help me repay the 1,000 bamboos I owe it? Black Dragon roared furiously. Get lost. Outside the universe, the 3-eyed race member stood silently observing. He walked to the side of the fire lake and said flatly, 1 year left and soon you will be free. His long flowing white hair looked terrifying and his eyes opened. The 3-eyed race member simply reminded him like this, then stood silently observing. Just then a vixen flew in from outside into Sky City in the scientific research laboratory. Scientists excitedly said, this is not an Earth creature, neither its internal organs nor its cells are the same as exotic beasts on Earth. In the United Nations building, people discussed the news on the TV screen. This is the alien species that attacked Misty Mountain. A creature that came through space. We also have Transcendent Rank 4 individuals, and it's very likely they are just lower-ranked soldiers. Let me show you another photo. Its image was magnified, and the committee members below stared wide-eyed. Is this their leader? The spokesperson said. From its mouth we learned that there is another creature commanding it, and the creature commanding it serves an even more powerful being. Hearing this news, everyone was shocked and some even panicked. The representative added, the divine tree asked me to convey these things to you all. It wants me to tell everyone that there are even more powerful enemies in the void, and they will come to Earth. We must prepare for the upcoming war and not repeat the mistakes we made when fighting darkness. They questioned, can we really trust the exotic tree? He smiled faintly and replied, of course, what I need to do now is to prepare the whole world for battle. In Tianshan, Yu Zio assessed that the balance of the future was beginning to tip. It looked up at the sky. Yu Zio sighed. Is strife about to begin again? It seems I must make a trip to Misty Mountain. Outside the universe, Guihua reported, Master, humans have been causing trouble again recently, constantly strengthening various military forces. The divine tree sighed. It seems the Emperor has conveyed the message to humans. Now everyone is strong enough to handle anything, even without me. Guihua, convey my message to 9 Tails on Earth. From now on I will go to a new place. Everything in Misty Mountain will be managed by the 9 great fierce beasts and Spirit Flower. This time I might be leaving for a long time, Guihua asked, puzzled. Master, where are you going? The divine tree gave a cold smile. It's time to visit that blue planet. I should also evolve towards a stronger state, Guihua asked, puzzled. Then when will Master return? The divine tree was somewhat uncertain in its heart. I don't know either, but its tone was very firm. But when I return next time I will definitely be stronger than now. At this moment 9 Tails was standing on the observation post. It looked up carefully at the sky. The divine tree had flown back to Earth. It scanned and assessed. It seems it's almost here. After a long journey it began to sigh. It took half a month to get here. Perhaps on this planet I can advance to Transcendent Rank 6. The divine tree acted quickly. Let's go. Just before arriving it suddenly realized something in panic. The barrier of this world was still rejecting its entry. Meanwhile on Earth the sky had also darkened. Suddenly a loud bang was heard and Jinji stumbled on the cold ground. She was exhausted. She was utterly drained and then collapsed weakly to the ground. From the once calm sky a sudden loud bang echoed, and attacks almost pierced through the sky. The divine tree finally invaded Earth. It sighed, damn it, I finally broke through this barrier. It took me over half a month. It cast a Transcendent Rank 2 spell and its mood lightened. Finally I'm on the surface of this planet. But to pass through the barrier I reduced my strength to Transcendent Rank 2. I could have directly destroyed this barrier, but it had spiritual fluctuations attached and destroying it would lead to unnecessary alarm. If destruction leads to unnecessary alarm, therefore breaking through the void from the weakest barrier, deep within this planet, every time one gets close there's a risk of space being destroyed. Only by lowering strength to Transcendent Rank 2 can one calmly blend in. The divine tree muttered to itself, it will take another half a month for the main body to completely pass through this world. I absolutely cannot start a war with this world as soon as I arrive. I'll look around first. But as it scanned downwards it discovered something. The divine tree finally found someone passed out below. It approached the fallen person. Jinji was covered in wounds, the panel displayed. Delet, Transcendent Rank 2, innate talent. Affinity with nature, child of nature, can control natural forces, controls vines and plants, special ability, transformation. Delet can match various creatures and transform into their appearance. Healing can heal others by borrowing life force. Divine seclusion is a race once blessed by divine illusion. Their mental recovery speed far surpasses ordinary people. It assessed for a moment a human head with a deer body. Is this a creature from Western legends? Is this a life form of this planet? And she's covered in wounds. It seems she's been through a battle. It calculated that it could use life essence to help her heal and also learn about this planet. But what if she wakes up and attacks me? I'm also in Transcendent Rank 2 state right now. Suddenly Black Dragon had an idea. Right, I can do this and then this. A moment later, Jinji finally woke up. She was startled to find herself tied up. Black Dragon spoke. You're awake. Jinji said in a panic. You, what are you? Why are you tying me up? Let me go. It quickly reassured her. Don't get excited, I'm not an enemy. I healed your wounds. Are you an assassin sent by the ancient tree? She still wouldn't give up. I'll kill you, Black Dragon hastily explained. Wait, I already said I'm not an enemy. Jinji listened and stopped. It could now speak calmly. Can't you listen to me? Don't make it seem like I'm bullying you. After she learned, she cried. Black Dragon anxiously comforted. Oh no, don't cry, don't make it seem like I'm bullying you. I'm from another planet. I came here to find helpers, not to be part of the ancient tree faction you speak of, it suggested. Can you tell me everything about this world? She remained silent. Black Dragon's eyes gleamed with calculation. It hastily reminded her again. Can you tell me everything about this world? Jinji calmly spoke. Untie me. She accepted the proposal. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. In the forest at night, after experiencing the forest environment here, Uzio secretly thought the spiritual energy here is richer at night. From this creature it also learned some things about this world. This world indeed has an elven race, beings with inherited traditions. The most complete system in this world, as well as demonic beasts and dwarves and the most powerful dragon race. The number of races reaches several hundred, and there are already 3 pure-blooded dragon kings. This is good for me. There are only a few dragons on Earth currently. If I can subdue all of them, that would definitely be my most powerful fighting force. What I didn't expect was that the spiritual energy burst and awakening in this world happened 10 years earlier than on Earth. Even more unexpectedly, there exists a creature identical to me here, but the ancient tree here has bright white bark and a red core. After telling Zio everything it wanted to know, Bernice said, I've told you everything you wanted to know. I should go. It curiously asked her, where are you going? She replied without concealment, with killing intent. To seek revenge. Hearing this, Zio continued, as expected, you had a conflict with other creatures. Do you need my help? Consider it. Thanks for telling me everything. Towards its sincerity she showed disdain, turning and leaving while replying, you're only Transcendent Rank 2 strength. What help can you offer? Be careful not to lose your own life. Towards her attitude it felt somewhat helpless, again being underestimated. Thinking this, it began to release its tree roots and the hidden spiritual energy within its body. Feeling the spiritual energy burst, Bernice turned in surprise and cried out. She felt in horror the power emanating from Zio, secretly thinking its magic power is continuously increasing. Impossible. When its strength increased to Transcendent Rank 2 peak, it asked her triumphantly, now what? Still not recovered from her horror, she couldn't help but raise her voice and ask, who exactly are you? Zio replied. I'm a life form from Earth, the divine tree of Misty Mountain. Sign a contract with me and become my apostle. I will bestow power upon you. Hearing this, Bernice's eyes began to flicker with the light of hope. The scene shifts to a village engulfed in flames. Here, the bones of those who died in the fire are piled high. At this moment a foot stepped on these remains without hesitation. It belonged to the Edru tribe. Its mouth now let out threatening roars, which were met with equally defiant responses from a pack of wolves opposite it. As they sensed something amiss, a flash of light swept through. The Edru tribe reacted quickly, turning to observe only to see the light sweep across their tribe. They then saw a mutated wolf pierced through the chest by that strange light, followed by a colossal hand descending from nowhere, effortlessly creating a large pit that caused vibrations all around. This was all Yor's attack. After the attack it stood there observing the Edru tribe's corpses. Subsequently, Yor frowned slightly, thinking the spiritual energy of these Edru tribe members was strange. Suddenly, arrows shot from nowhere which it swiftly blocked with its tree roots. Looking at the long-eared, dark-skinned archers standing not far away, Yor immediately recognized them as dark elves. At this moment an arrow shot from nowhere towards the head of one of the dark elves. Due to the lack of time to react, the arrow easily pierced through its head. The remaining dark elves were stunned, watching their companion suddenly die. At this moment Bernice, with sharp and murderous eyes, stood in the distance, shooting arrows at them. Seeing this, the dark elves immediately recognized her and shouted, Bernice, you've finally appeared, watch me. Before it could finish speaking, Yor's hand slammed it against the wall. It painfully coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Subsequently, with a frustrated and unwilling gaze, it said, "This despicable woman actually found help." At this moment, the remaining Edru tribe members and mutated wolf pack simultaneously charged towards Yor, muttering, "Tree, the spirit tree." Seeing this, Yor thought, another group, all Edru and blood elves, kill them all. With that, it easily strangled them with its tree roots. Bernice was also relentlessly hunting them down at this moment, wielding a longsword. She effortlessly killed one after another. An Edru tribe member was pierced through the head by her sword. Seeing this, the remaining Edru tribe members screamed in terror and fled. Yor seemed to sense something and quickly shouted, "Little one, stop," although Bernice quickly reminded. A large amount of blood still splattered. Bernice's eyes were filled with nothing but hatred at this moment. The Edru tribe's young ones were unconsciously rushing towards Bernice. Yor quickly warned, "Stop, don't kill those young ones." Hearing this, she paused and was therefore struck by a sweeping attack to the neck. Blood splattered and a head was severed. It was the head of an Edru tribe young one. Bernice was stunned, saying, "Transformation, one of the Edru tribe's abilities. They deceived us with this," Yor added. "That's why they destroyed your village like that, and even you were severely injured and fled." At this moment, a cellar opened where some people were hiding. They were Bernice's young kin. Seeing her, they exclaimed in surprise, "Sister Bernice." She held them tightly, sobbing, "You're safe, that's wonderful." Seeing this, Yor also realized, so that's why she ran back so urgently. Bernice now explained to Yor, "The Elf King wants to divide the Edru tribe's territory among his subordinates. Although they have already occupied some land, we still wanted to remain neutral, but how could that be possible? The elves united with the Edru who surrendered and ruthlessly purged the Edru who refused to yield. I, severely injured, escaped amidst the chaos. Then I met you, and you know the rest. Thank you for helping me. I can't implicate you any further. Let's part ways here." Before she left, Yor asked her, "After parting, what do you plan to do?" "Those demons are not lightly injured," Bernice replied expressionlessly. "I will become your apostle." Hearing this, a spatial gate opened. Yor said, "You are already my apostle. Come in, I will help you." Looking at the spatial gate, Bernice continued to ask in horror, "This demonic power, you finally couldn't resist it?" Yor shouted, "Hurry up, I don't want the powerful beings of this world to discover my existence. My main body is still deep in the void. Now I am merely shattering the void, and going through it leads to the vitality space where you can heal properly." Despite knowing it was urgent, Bernice couldn't help but ask curiously, "Your strength is definitely not just transcendent rank 3. How strong are you exactly?" Yor replied, "You'll know in the future." It pulled the dark elf woman, saying, "Bring her in too. It's hard to control my own body right now. I'll open the 9 major spaces again." Seeing her, Bernice was stunned. Her face darkened, and the murderous intent in her eyes became even clearer. She said, "She's not dead," Yor explained. "I have something to ask her, so I spared her life."